Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4RN. Chapter 121 Did I Allow You to Move? When Green Bull arrived, Smoker had already started fighting with the guards. Smoker, do you know where this place is? Several vines with armament hockey attached to them flew out and blocked Smoker. Green Bull separated the crowd. This is the holy land of Mariajoy, where the most noble people in the world live. This is not a place for you to act recklessly. But they are going too far. Smoker exhaled a puff of smoke. We are also carrying out our mission. But the next moment, Green Bull appeared behind Smoker, grabbed his head and pressed it to the ground. That's not a reason for you to act so recklessly. Know your identity, Vice Admiral. Admiral Aramaki, what are you doing? Tashigi, who was bandaging the slave's wound, was stunned. I should be the one asking you this. What happened? Green Bull stood up and some vines entangled Smoker. Smoker wanted to elementalize his body, but a sword was pointed at his head. Did I allow you to move? Green Bull said coldly. I didn't do anything wrong. Smoker gritted his teeth. Tashigi quickly recounted what happened. Just because of a slave who has no human rights, you are in conflict with the world government. Green Bull felt it was ridiculous. Where are your brains? Don't slaves have human rights? Tashigi said. Besides, they were forced into slavery. They are just like people from non-world government member countries, just a lower species. Green Bull looked at the guards of the Holy Land Mariajoy. We were wrong in this matter. Do you need any compensation? Since the Marine Admiral has begged for mercy, I will give you face. The beaten guard grinned, but you have to let me cool down first. He then stepped towards Smoker's head, but a flash of sword light appeared and Tashigi had already drawn his long sword Hanasu and blocked Smoker. Admiral Green Bull, what does this mean? The guard took 2 steps back and looked at Green Bull. Green Bull's face was gloomy. A mere colonel is going to ignore my orders. We did nothing wrong. Tashigi said word by word, as a Marine Admiral, why would you help outsiders? Outsiders. Green Bull seemed to have heard a joke. Marine is a subordinate of the world government. They are servants of celestial dragons. Their status is higher than yours. This is your mistake. Green Bull's arms turned into plants and tried to capture Tashigi. Smoker ignored the weapon in front of him and directly transformed into an element, turning into smoke to break free from the control of the vines and stand in front of Tashigi. Green Bull looked at where Smoker was bound and saw a black fence blocking his weapons, allowing Smoker to escape easily. What do you mean? Green Bull looked at Hina beside him. Do you want to rebel together? It's just a small conflict, but a Marine Vice Admiral has to be insulted like this. Admiral Aramaki, don't you think it's a bit too much? Hina said, your little fanboy is incurring public anger. Kizaru, who was watching this scene from a distance, said to the Den Mushi in his hand. Don't disgust me, Borsalino. Den Mushi said with disgust. Although the world recruitment can recruit people like Fujitora, it also allows people from the world government to infiltrate the Marines' top management. Akainu's voice came, the Marines trained in the Marine School are more reliable. It's a pity that the best instructor is no longer here. Kizaru suddenly remembered something. Sakazuki, are you revoking the Shichibukai for Zephyr-sensei? It has nothing to do with that. Den Mushi said coldly, it's just my personal wish. Okay, Kizaru decided there was no point in going into it any further. What's going on now? Akainu asked. The noise is getting worse and worse. It has already alarmed the celestial dragons. Kizaru watched as a fat celestial dragon walked out of the villa. The guards quickly knelt down and saluted. Sorry to disturb you, Saint Nixith. Nixith Saint looked around with disdain and said, drive them away. Yes, sir. The guards drew their weapons. Although their strength was nothing compared to Marines, they were very confident in driving Marine away. I'll settle the score with you later. Leave here first. Green Bull restored his body to its original state. Wait a minute. Nixith Saint then noticed that there were several beautiful female Marines mixed in with the Marines. I have lost a slave, so I will choose one from among you. Nixith observed and found that Momonosuke and Hina were both Marine Vice Admirals, and it would be troublesome to capture them by force. Nixith Saint considers himself to be the sober one among celestial dragons. He is just an ordinary celestial dragon. The Marine Vice Admiral is a bit troublesome, but it is no problem to catch a Marine Colonel to play with. It's her, catch her for me. Nixith pointed at Tashigi and said. Just as the guards were about to step forward to arrest the man, Smoker had already activated his ability, Smoking White Snake. The white smoke turned into ropes and entangled the guards. Tashigi, go find Admiral Borsalino, Smoker ordered. Green Bull is obviously related to world government, and now the only one who can help Tashigi is Kizaru Admiral. I see. Tashigi also knew that now was not the time to hesitate, and prepared to run in Kizaru's direction. But a masked man in a white robe blocked her way. CP0. Tashigi recognized the masked man's identity. Don't worry, your life will not be in danger. Saint Nixith is very gentle, he will let you go when he gets tired of playing with you. The CP0 agent said in a muffled voice. Lined feather prison. Fence-like iron bars extended from Hina's arms, surrounding the CP0 agents. Go ahead, Tashigi, we're here. Some Marine Vice Admirals also came over here. Just as Green Bull was about to take action, a golden sword flashed before his eyes. It is the famous sword Kanpila from Momonosuke Gion. You have tarnished the title of Marine Admiral. It is really unpleasant. Momonosuke pointed his knife at Green Bull and said, I want to know how big the gap is between Marine Admiral and Admiral Candidate. Chatten, who had pursued Momonosuke 100 times, narrowed his eyes and took out a pistol and pointed it at Green Bull. If a Marine colonel is unwilling to sacrifice himself, how can such a Marine protect the safety of the world government? Green Bull roared, used the Forbidden Hate Forest, and turned into a giant tree man. Why don't you sacrifice your XI? Smoker cursed, maybe celestial dragons like to stir up trouble. You're looking for death. The tree turned into a fist and smashed towards Smoker. But a yellow light flashed, and Kizaru, holding the Kusanagi sword, stood in front of Smoker, preventing Aramaki's fist from advancing an inch. Brother Wangmu, did I allow you to move? Chapter 122 times have changed, celestial dragons have fallen from grace. Borsalino, why are you stopping me? Asked the Green Bull who had transformed into a giant tree man. Because you're an idiot, Kizaru said bluntly, there should be an IQ test when the world is recruiting. What's wrong with making a little sacrifice for justice? Green Bull roared, isn't this the absolute justice that Mr. Sakazuki upholds? You underestimate Sakazuki, no wonder he feels sick when he sees you now. Kizaru swung the Kusanagi sword, continuously cutting the tree man's body. There is a fundamental difference between you and Sakazuki. Your bullshit justice protects the guys at the top. Sakazuki protects the weeds you look down on. Kizaru turned into light and appeared in front of Green Bull the next moment. Green Bull's eyes blurred and he was kicked 7 times by Kizaru almost at the same time. The tree man's body flew towards the villa uncontrollably and destroyed most of it. Even if the salary is the same, you are still far behind in terms of ability. The tree man's huge body fell to the ground, and there was still light remaining where he was kicked, which continued to cause damage to him. Kizaru's sparkling fruit is also awakened. You destroyed my home. Nixith Saint on the side screamed, stop him for me. The guards of the Holy Land Mariajoy surrounded Kizaru, but the CP0 agents were a little hesitant. Oh, I'm really sorry, how much Baileys did it cost to build your villa? Kizaru raised his hands. More than 20 billion Baileys, which contain artworks I collected from all over the world. You, the Marine, must compensate for this. Nixith Saint shouted loudly. That's terrible. All the Marines here combined can't earn that much Baileys. Kizaru put his hands down. Why do we do the most dangerous jobs with such low salaries? Just to be pointed at with swords by you guys. Kizaru looked at the guards surrounding him. Do you know who I am? Marine Admiral Borsalino. A guard said hesitantly, the Marine's highest combat power. You know who I am, but you dare to point a sword at me. Can you tell me your reason? Kizaru looked down at the guard. The guard's face was covered in sweat. Kizaru was putting a lot of pressure on him. Here, this is the holy land of Mariajoy, the abode of God. Nixith Saint behind him gave the guards courage. Celestial dragons are your superiors. Do you Marines want to rebel? I don't know whether they want to rebel or not, but I do have this idea. As soon as Kizaru said this, there was a sudden silence. First joined the Marine for justice, not like that guy. Kizaru pointed at the fallen Green Bull and said, what gave you the illusion that celestial dragons can command me? Don't do anything unnecessary, Borsalino. A voice came from Kizaru's arms. It was Akainu's voice. Tell these celestial dragons that our Marine attitude is enough. I was just joking with them. How could I rebel? Kizaru said with a smile, but I can't afford to pay for the villa. I have to think of other ways. If we kill the creditor, will we not have to pay compensation? He walked past the guards and headed straight for St. Nixith. The guards tried to stop them, but Smoker turned into white smoke and stopped them. Just watch here, or I won't be polite. He was also very angry. Nixith Saint suddenly felt something was wrong. What do you want to do? Borsalino, are you crazy? Green Bull also struggled to get up and rushed towards Kizaru. 8-foot jade hook. Kizaru crossed his arms and countless balls of light hit Green Bull, knocking him to the ground with such force. I'm not good at physical skills, so I can only rely on the ability of sparkling fruit. Several lightsabers fell from the sky and pierced Green Bull's body. But my ability alone is enough to kill you, Wangmu. Just lie on the ground quietly and don't get in the way. Looking at Kizaru walking towards him, Nixith's eye was filled with fear. He pulled out a pistol, pointed it at Kizaru, and howled, is it okay that I don't need you to pay for it? Don't come over here. The gunshot rang out, but the bullet went straight through Kizaru's body. As long as you hand over the slaves, you can still live a life that ordinary people can't imagine. Kizaru said, but you are still not satisfied. I can also hand over all my slaves, just don't hurt me. Nixith Saint turned around and tried to run, but his fat body fell to the ground after only 2 steps. It would have been better if it had been done earlier. Kizaru shook his head, but you still want to capture Marine as a slave, I can't tolerate this. The sword of Amano Kurosakuma was swung out, and one of St. Nixith's arms was separated from his body. Ah, the pain stimulated the potential of St. Nixith. He fled away, crawling and tumbling, leaving a bloodline on the white road of the holy land of Mariajoy. He's quite a runner. Kizaru sighed. I'm sorry, Tashigi. This is all I can do. Marine is just a little inconvenient. Kizaru was just trying to scare him. Celestial dragons could die at the hands of pirates, but dying at the hands of Marines would have a different meaning. Admiral Borsalino, this is already very good. Tashigi said quickly. These are celestial dragons. Now your job should be much easier. Kizaru said. Saint Nixith ran towards Pangu City and attracted a lot of attention along the way. Many celestial dragons came out of the villa to check the situation. Seeing the injured Saint Nixith, some celestial dragons were horrified, thinking that someone was attacking the holy land of Mariajoy again. They wanted to sound the alarm and seek help from the Knights of God, but there was no response. You're going too far, Borsalino. 5 elders, wearing black suits and with birthmarks on their heads that looked like maps, appeared next to Kizaru. Kizaru was not surprised at all, as he had already discovered this 5 elders hiding in the villa area. No way, it seems that you didn't show them the specimens made by Buggy. Those celestial dragons are not cooperating at all. Kizaru spread his hands. It's hard for me to do this, I can only think of this solution. Of course the 5 elders couldn't take that thing out, otherwise where would their face be? They also know the virtues of these celestial dragons. 800 years have passed, and these celestial dragons now dare to call themselves gods. But they forgot that there is only one God in the holy land of Mariajoy, and that is Lord I Am. And they, including the 5 elders, are just servants of Lord Yim. When the 5 elders asked them to hand over their slaves, not only did they disagree, but celestial dragons even spoke ill of them. So 5 elders wanted to use Marine to beat these guys. Originally, they wanted to take this opportunity to control Marine, but the map leader found that Marine had a tendency to break away from the control of the world government, so they gave up this idea. Ever since Buggy the Clown became the 4 emperors, the times began to run wild, and the speed of development left the 5 elders no time to react. Maphead suddenly had a feeling that compared to the Nika fruit, someone was the biggest threat to the world government. Chapter 123 Return to Wano Kuni. The subsequent slave rescue work went much more smoothly, especially when a member of the Knights of God came back with the head of Saint Nixith. It seems I don't have to pay compensation, Kizaru said, although I can't afford it. Kizaru didn't expect that the 5 elders would be so ruthless. It seemed that ordinary celestial dragons did not have a high status in their eyes. With our status, do we still need Bailey? Maphead knew Kizaru was joking. If Sakazuki and Borsalino would obey orders, the world government would not be stingy with money. Unfortunately, the Marine executives don't care about these things at all. It is true that some low-level military officers can be won over and corrupted, but what's the use of that? If you like, Saint Nix's villa can be given to you, said the map head. No, if I live here, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and kill all my neighbors one day, said Kizaru. With the map head here, the celestial dragons no longer dared to stop the Marines from entering the villa to search. Some of their collections broke through the Marines, bottom line. Celestial dragons, which collects corpses as specimens, is considered to have a lighter taste. Understand, they are the descendants of the Creator, and their ancestors have made great contributions to this world, said the map head. The fact that they have become like this is inseparable from your connivance, Kizaru said. Map head was a little annoyed. He was the supreme leader of the world government, but this guy didn't give him any face at all. The Marines have all been led astray by Sakazuki, so it's less of a hassle when Sengoku is the Marine Admiral. Take those slaves and leave quickly. The holy land of Mariajoy will be closed for a while. The 5 elders have already agreed not to let celestial dragons leave the holy land of Mariajoy anytime soon. The world outside is too dangerous. If celestial dragons go out and fall into the hands of Buggy the Clown, who knows what will happen to them. By the way, there's a singer who's going to have a concert soon. She's a threat to the world. Let Sakazuki take care of her. The 5 elders looked up the information about Shanks' daughter and unexpectedly discovered that she was also a demon fruit power. Song Girl. Kizaru didn't understand what kind of threat Song Girl could pose to the world. He took out a Den Den Mushi from his arms and said, you can talk to him yourself. Sakazuki, UBD. The map head took the Den Den Mushi and started cursing, you are half responsible for today's situation. Get to the point, or I'm hanging up. Akainu said concisely, 2 things. First, call Fujitora back from Alabasta. Since when can the Marine interfere in the internal affairs of the member states? Then we're going to deal with a singer named Yuta. That singer ate the Yuta song fruit, and the power of the fruit is a bit troublesome. Maphead concealed the information that Yuta was Shanks' daughter. Fujitora simply doesn't obey orders. There's no point telling me. I'll investigate the second matter, Akainu said and hung up. What a rude guy, the maphead cursed inwardly, it's time to cultivate new forces. As for the Marines, we should find an opportunity to let them fight with the pirates and both sides will suffer heavy losses. The map leader left angrily. Batches of slaves were transported down from the holy land of Mariajoy, and the boat of the oath, Noah, was gradually filled with people. To make room for them, the Murlocs ran into the water, and some bold Murlocs even climbed onto the backs of giant Sea King's creatures. With so many people, how are you going to take care of them? Rayleigh still underestimated the number of slaves in Mariajoy in the Holy Land. Give them a chance and they can take care of themselves, Buggy said. In the pirates' world, if there were no interference from the world government and pirates, having enough food would actually be a very simple thing. Especially with the existence of BUG-level items like Devil Fruit. Among these slaves, Buggy saw a lot of demon fruit power. Celestial dragons really don't care much about Devil Fruit. Then I feel relieved. Where are you going to take the ship of Promise Noah? Rayleigh asked. Wano Kuni. That's the back of my territory, so it's safer. Buggy knew that once the news of ancient weapon Poseidon was leaked, there would always be ambitious people who would cause trouble. Not to mention Wano-kuni and the ancient weapon Pluton. Then I'll go back and teach the 3 guys you left behind. Rayleigh prepared to leave. Why don't you come visit my territory? Or you and Sister Shaki can open the tavern in Wano-kuni. Buggy invited. No, I'm used to staying in Sabayati Archipelago. Rayleigh refused directly. Are there any members of our Roger Pirates group behind Wano-kuni? Buggy always felt that the members of the Roger Pirates were scattered along the route to Raftel, waiting for Luffy's arrival. I don't know about that. When the Roger Pirates disbanded, everyone went their separate ways. Rayleigh was afraid that Buggy would continue to ask questions, so he jumped into the water and swam away, leaving only one sentence. Please help me take care of Neptune and the others. They are old friends of our Roger Pirates. As expected of a man who had swam across the entire calm belt, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Rayleigh must be hiding something, he just won't say it. The last batch of slaves was delivered by Kizaru himself. We in the Marine Corps have other things to do, so we won't escort you back. Kizaru said. Anyway, there is no other force in this world that can pose a threat to you. Have you seen the darkness of the holy land of Mariajoy? Are there any Marines ready to switch jobs? Buggy asked with a smile. Unfortunately, this trip to the holy land of Mariajoy has only made them more determined to pursue justice. Kizaru shrugged. Your plan has failed. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of time. There will always be opportunities in the future. Buggy didn't care. This time he emptied the entire Fishman Island and rescued a large number of slaves from the holy land of Mariajoy. The harvest was already big enough. With this group of people, Buggy's territory can quickly resume production. And there is no need for Buggy to take action to split the marine, as someone has already done it. Dragged by the giant Sea King's creatures, the ship of the Oath Noah began to move towards Wano-kuni. When the marine warship was about to set sail, a piece of floating ice blocked the ship's way. Alalala, long time no see, Sakazuki. Chapter 124 Kizaru, don't try to escape. The guy who sacrificed his legs to enforce justice has now become a deserter. Akainu came to the bow and looked coldly at Aokiji on the ice floe. You disappoint me so much, Kuzan. Alalalal, stop talking about the legs. Aokiji felt like his legs were lost for nothing. What do you want to do by stopping us, pirates Kuzan? Akainu emphasized the word pirates. It's better for you to join the Revolutionary Army than to become a pirate. Behind Akainu, many Marine officers also looked at Aokiji with complicated expressions. This was a candidate for Marine Marshal, but now he has become a pirate. That's not what a Marine Marshal would say. The Revolutionary Army is more hated by the world government than the pirates. Aokiji said, Marine cannot protect all the weak. The theory of the Revolutionary Army is too beautiful and not in line with reality. So you're pinning your hopes on the pirates. This is a joke. Akainu stared at Aokiji. Where's your brain? But Captain Buggy just rescued all the slaves in the holy land of Mariajoy, didn't he? Aokiji looked at the departing ship of Oath Noah. This is something Marine can't do. We can also. Akainu tried to say something, but was interrupted by Aokiji. There are some things a Marine can never do. You can kill all the pirates, but are pirates the only ones who loot civilians? Unless you can get the world government to lower the amount of heavenly gold, the world will not change. Aokiji said sarcastically, even the pirates' territories are implementing the tithe. Is the world government even worse than the pirates? Aokiji's words were like a freezing power, making the scene silent. So everyone knows that is impossible. Unless the country is destroyed, the set amount of heavenly gold cannot be reduced at all, otherwise the entire country will become slaves of the celestial dragons. The reason why the Revolutionary Army developed so smoothly was that those countries could no longer afford to pay the heavenly gold. Rather than all becoming slaves, it was better to fight to the death. This world has classes, celestial dragons, kings, nobles, commoners, and the commoners at the bottom are already overwhelmed. Aokiji said, so Captain Buggy used a simple and crude method to directly eliminate the class. This is impossible. How can a strong person tolerate being in the same position as a weak person? Such a world will never be stable. Green Bull, who was injured, was originally alone, but after hearing Aokiji's words, he couldn't help but speak. In his mind, tall trees should enjoy more sunlight and nutrients, while weeds only need to contribute silently. Why not? As long as there is a stronger person holding a butcher knife beside us, it will be fine. When it comes to life, they will make the right choice, Aokiji said. A lot of people will die, Akainu said, but it can save more people. Sounds familiar, isn't it, Sakazuki? Isn't this your justice? Aokiji said, I took the same path as you, but even more extreme. You will just become a knife in Buggy's hand. Akainu said, a thinking sword. Aokiji pointed to his head. Don't underestimate me, Sakazuki. Smoker. Aokiji popped an ice cube and it landed in the confused smoker's hands. When the ice melts, it becomes a piece of life paper. If you don't mind having blood on your hands, come find me. Aokiji turned the car around. Bring along like-minded people. A beam of light fell in front of Aokiji, and Kizaru had already rushed back. Hey, Kuzan, you're so arrogant to poach people right in front of us. You're a brat who doesn't know how to respect your seniors. Although they were all taught by Zephyr, Kizaru and Akainu were contemporaries, while Aokiji was a little later than them. But this kid abandoned his marine responsibilities and ran away. I'm so envious. Alalal, when it comes to arrogance, I'm certainly no match for Senior Borsellino. Aokiji pulled out a photo from his pocket. You can show it off to Vice Admiral Garp. Kizaru took the photo, which showed a group of children wearing justice clothes. Garp has always been upset about the fact that he was a marine hero but trained pirates. If Garp knew what Kizaru did, I don't want to get beaten. Kizaru carefully put the photos away. Please take care of them for me when you have time. I don't have time. Aokiji stepped on the accelerator, and a frost road formed in front of him. The Triceratops motorcycle sped away, leaving only Aokiji's voice. You're so fast, can't you go by yourself? But Smoker was very embarrassed and he became the focus of the warship for a while. Kuzan Admiral, shouldn't this kind of thing be handled secretly? Smoker, you don't want to be a pirate too, do you? Hina looked at Smoker suspiciously. How could that be? Haha, Smoker tried to cover up his embarrassment with laughter. Boy, give me the life paper in your hand. Green Bull tried to snatch the life paper from Smoker's hand. Aramaki, don't do anything unnecessary. Akainu shouted angrily. Mr. Sakazuki, this guy is obviously related to Kuzan. Green Bull explained. There are many people in Marine who have connections with Kuzan. If we don't even have the confidence to keep them, we might as well let them leave as soon as possible. Akainu said. Really, this is not like you, Sakazuki. Kizaru just returned to the warship. In that case, you are different. Don't even think about escaping. Even if you die in the Marines. Akainu went straight up and grabbed Kizaru's clothes. Kuzan is enough to be a deserter. Don't cause me any more trouble. Hey, why are you so angry when you come to me? Kizaru saw that Akainu was about to get angry. Okay, for the sake of our long-term friendship, I will help you for a while. Keep attacking the pirates. Eliminate all the pirates nearby. Akainu released his hands and gave orders to the others. Let the world see the justice of the Marine. As you command, Marshal Sakazuki. The Marine officers on the warship saluted at the same time. After the others left, Akainu suddenly felt tired. Marine is like a behemoth in its twilight years, and facing the newly emerged forces, it already feels powerless. The key is that some people have been staring at this giant beast, wanting to tear off some flesh and blood. But on the ship of the Oath, Noah, there was a scene of jubilation. Once we get to Wano Kuni, will we be able to live on land? Shirahoshi asked. This is what she has always hoped for. Of course, but why do you like living on land? Buggy asked. It seems to be an instinct engraved in our blood. Neptune's fish tail has turned into legs, like a giant. A mermaid can transform her fish tail into legs after she turns 30. Does this count as an amphibian? Speaking of which, if there weren't a chance of giving birth to merman offspring, in this ocean-dominated world, mermaids would probably be considered the most adaptable race in the pirates' world. Chapter 125 Knows Power Source, Wano Kuni's founding. Buggy suddenly became curious about the origin of mermaids. But after asking, it was discovered that Neptune also did not know the origin of mermaids and mermen. Their history was also interrupted, as if mermaids and mermen suddenly appeared in this world one day. The earliest history can be traced back to the first mermaid princess, Neptune introduced. She led the people to build the ship of Oath, Noah. But when Noah was built, Joy Boy, who had made a promise to her, did not come back. The world government at that time did not consider us as one of the same kind. After we came ashore, we were hunted by humans, so Noah sank to the bottom of the sea. The first generation of mermaid princesses died of depression. Later, when Joey Boy came back, the Fishmen Island had an extra historical document containing his apology. Neptune said, I heard this from Roger. We didn't know what was written on it before. The ship of promise that was supposed to float to the surface 800 years ago has finally been realized today. Neptune sighed. Captain Buggy, maybe you are the Joy Boy. Don't give me this weird name. I don't want to be associated with that. Buggy said, but there are too many people on Noah, and Wano Kuni can't accommodate so many people at once. Jack said there was a much larger national site below Wano Kuni, but Buggy didn't know what it was like there. If the mermen and the fishmen prefer to live on land, the cliffs must be broken up, the water released, and the submerged country revealed again. Wait. This can't be what Wano Kuni means by founding a country. It doesn't matter, we can live on Noah temporarily. Neptune said, living on a boat, isn't it a bit inconvenient? Buggy was still thinking about the founding of Wano Kuni. Noah is more than just a ship. Captain Buggy, please follow me, let's go to the heart of Noah. As a ship, the ship of the Oath Noah is missing something, so it must be towed by giant sea king's creatures to move. Neptune brought Buggy to a huge empty room. Buggy didn't see anything that could serve as power, but instead there were a lot of pipes reserved here. Here it is. I didn't know what these pipes running through Noah were for at first, until Shirahoshi got a few seeds when he left the Fishmen Island, the seeds of the Sun Tree Eve. Neptune pointed to a few empty spots in the middle of the room. This should be where the Sun Tree Eve was planted. The number of seeds is consistent with what Shirahoshi got. As long as Eve, the Sun Tree, grows, its root system will cover the entire Noah's Ark and draw the sunlight down. It seems that the bottom layer of Noah is not used for living, but for cultivating food for mermaids. Neptune said, and the merfolk can catch fish in the sea, so we can live on the boat. It looks like Noah is more like a self-sufficient sea fortress. Buggy observed. Eve planted the sun trees around Noah to provide sunlight, so the one in the middle should be Noah's power source. Could it also be powered by plants? Buggy thought of the precious tree atom, which corresponds to the young tree Eve, but the precious tree atom is only known for its solidity, and he has never heard of any other special features. Are there any other special plants on the Fishmen Island? Buggy asked Neptune. No, but Roger had a guess. Neptune said, the reason why Joy Boy left the apology letter was not just because he broke his promise. Noah was supposed to have a power source, so the mermaid princess could build such a huge ship. You have to know that a mermaid princess named Poseidon only appears once every few hundred years, and it is impossible for Noah to design a ship that needs to be towed by sea kings to move. Roger guessed that Joy Boy must have borrowed Noah's power source from the first-generation mermaid princess. But when he came back, the mermaid princess had died. So, Noah's power source should be in Raftel. Buggy said, Joy Boy had been there before Roger arrived at Raftel. Or rather, Joy Boy left one piece there. I don't know about that. Roger never returned to the Fishmen Island. When I heard from him again, he had been captured by the world government and was facing execution. Neptune said, it doesn't matter if there's no power, just let Noah dock next to Wano Kuni. Buggy said, you don't have to live on the boat, we have plenty of land. Buggy was about to go back and establish Wano Kuni as a country. With his current strength, he doesn't have to worry about external threats at all. Wano Kuni's so-called natural dangers are of no use to him. But then again, Wano Kuni, founding of the country, originally needed the help of its elephant master. I wonder how Mochi is getting along with it now. Is it really possible to tame it? Since these giant sea kings are biological weapons, perhaps the elephant lord is not an ordinary beast. Can that guy really succeed? In the Zoo forest, Mochi, dressed as an elephant, is trading with several pandas. This is all the stock we have, said a panda, pointing to the barrels on the ground. If you want more, you'll need to ask the union for help. That's almost enough, Mochi said, but I can't give you money for now. I will give the reward to the union after I tame this elephant. No hurry. The panda looked at Mochi with great respect. You are Mochi, the vice captain of the Buggy Pirates. Yes, you are the pride of us dark tamers, said another panda. Mochi's face darkened. I'm not a dark beast tamer. You just bought several barrels of beast hormones, and now you tell us that you are not a dark tamer. Are you kidding me? By the way, have you found the legendary beast, the iron-eating beast? Mochi quickly changed the subject. These pandas firmly believe that there are wild beasts like iron-eating beasts in the world that look similar to pandas. They have been searching for this for many years and even established the Tamers Guild, a mutual aid organization for trainers. No, the leading panda took off his hood, revealing a weathered face. Some people say that there is no such beast as the iron-eating beast, and that the iron-eating beast is also a human pretending to be one. But we firmly believe that somewhere in the world, there must be a real iron-eating beast. I believe in you, keep going. Mochi sent the panda man away and came to the head of the elephant master with the beast hormones. He pushed aside the weeds and found a hidden hole. Mochi entered the cave, walked for a while, and came into a bright room. Inside the room, there are all kinds of machinery that Mochi cannot recognize. Through the room, you can see the brain of the elephant master. It's amazing. It seems you are not an ordinary beast. Mochi also discovered this place by accident. He guessed that this was the place where the elephant master was originally controlled. Unfortunately, Mochi couldn't understand the ancient characters on the machine, so he could only use the clumsy method of the animal trainer. He turned on his beast hormones and his aura spread out of the room. I wonder how long you can hold on, little darling. Chapter 126 Mission failed, even breathing is wrong. Dark Drum Kingdom. This was originally a country where mining was the main industry, and 90% of the citizens were engaged in jobs related to mining and forging. Wapol spent a huge sum of money to buy this country from the world government, renamed it the Dark Drum Kingdom, and turned it into a factory for producing Wapol Alloy. After falling from a king to a beggar and then regaining his status as a king again, Wapol still implemented his brutal yet simple ruling philosophy. To him, the citizens of the Dark Drum Kingdom were nothing more than consumables. Even if they all died, he could buy more from somewhere else. As long as Wapol maintains good relations with the world government, its position will be as stable as a rock. It's a really depressing place, just like the old Wano Kuni, or even more so, Peggy Wan said. When Kaido ruled Wano Kuni, he still needed workers to work for him. Here, the miners have become expendable. Peggy Wan saw that many miners had mechanical parts on their bodies, which showed that they had been modified. Boy, there are many countries like this out there. As long as you are strong enough and occupy a place and pay enough heavenly gold, you can become a member of the world government. Fuzzy F looked at this country that looked like a giant factory and said, this is the damn world government. I heard that you used to work for them. Asked Peggy Wan. Yeah, if it weren't for that BD Shanks, if I had stayed in world government, I might have become the leader of CP0 now. Fuzzy F said, Rob Lucci and I are both talented people. And then you will be killed by Captain Buggy. Peggy Wan said, it seems that Shanks changed your fate and saved your life. That does make some sense. Fuzzy F's resentment towards Shanks disappeared immediately. Let's get down to business first. Find that Wapol guy. The two of them didn't hide anything at all and flew directly towards the palace of the Dark Drum Kingdom. Their unbridled behavior directly alarmed the guards of the Dark Drum Kingdom. Amid the shrill alarm, Page 1 transformed into a Spinosaurus and rushed open the gate of the palace, attracting the enemy's attention. Foz transformed into a saber-toothed tiger and ran towards the depths of the palace as a black shadow. But when he reached the depths of the palace, Foz F did not see Wapol, but only a beautiful woman with purple red hair. Miss Universe Jindre. Fuzzy F recognized the woman's identity. Where is your husband Wapol? He ran away. Jindarui said. He left directly through the secret passage after hearing the noise. Did that guy recognize us? Asked Foz F curiously. No, he would run away at the slightest noise, and would not come out until the guards had driven the enemy away and confirmed it was safe. Gendry said sarcastically, this is the man who managed to escape Blackbeard's attack. So cautious. Fuzzy F had not expected Wapol to be so timid. But why didn't he take you with him when he ran away? Because apart from himself, everything else can be discarded. As long as he masters the formula of Wapol Alloy, he can rise again, said Jin Darui. It seems that the world government values him very much. Foz F found himself surrounded by several masked men. There are even CP0 agents protecting him at all times. CP9's traitor, Foz Fu. The masked man in the lead said indifferently, I didn't expect to find such a reward here. Traitor. Foz Fowl seemed to have heard something funny. The world government put me in Impel Down, and they still have the nerve to call me a traitor. Your mission has failed, said the masked man. The one who robbed me was the red-haired Shanks, now the 4 emperors. 13 years ago, the bounty was over $1 billion. Fuzzy F was a little annoyed when he heard this. Even if the entire secret Cypher Pole team came together, they might not be able to defeat him. And yet the 5 elders blame me for not saving the devil fruit. The mission failed. Even breathing was wrong. The masked man was unmoved. You deserve to be imprisoned. I originally wanted to get rid of you, but now I want to see what it's like to be locked up in Impel Down after failing your mission. Fuzzy F said, then I'll spare your lives. 6-style tooth gun. Foz F fired tooth-shaped air bullets from his mouth at the CP0 agents. The masked men dodged and then used various Marine 6 styles to attack Foz F. You are the one who failed. Wapol has escaped. Our mission is accomplished, said a CP0 agent. You don't think we're the only 2 here? Foz F sneered. The roof of the palace cracked, and a blue figure flew in, emitting blue flames. Phoenix Marco. The CP0 agents quickly blocked the fire attack. You can leave now, Fozzie Foe, said Marco. Jin has captured Wapol. He and Jin had been hovering over the Dark Drum Kingdom. Wapol tried to escape by boat but was caught by Jin. For one Wapol, you actually sent out 2 Imperial deputies. The CP0 agent was shocked. Do you know how I felt now? Foz F sneered, your mission has failed now. He reached out and grabbed Marco's paw. Don't make excuses. Just report to Impel Down obediently. A bunch of idiots. As Foz F cursed, Marco took him and flew in the direction of page 1, and finally flapped his wings and flew away with the 2 of them. What should we do? Go after them? Asked a CP0 agent. What can we do if we catch up? Our opponent's strength is beyond our ability to fight against. Actually, what Fuzzy F said makes some sense. The enemy is too strong. We have no way to deal with it. Will the 5 elders listen to our explanation? Won't. Otherwise, Foz Fu wouldn't have been put in jail. Damn these rules. Everyone, a friend of mine told me a piece of news. Kaku, who originally belonged to CP0, is recruiting people. What a coincidence. My friend also told me about this. He also heard that Kaku wanted to capture Guanao Island and take those orphans to Wano Kuni. Rather than spending the rest of our lives in Impel Down, why don't we? The CP0 agents looked at each other and reached an agreement tacitly. Mission failed. Even breathing was wrong. But as long as you change your camp, the mission will not be considered a failure. Then there's no need to wear this Arankar gear. Let's go look for Kaku near Guanao Island. Fuzzy F didn't even realize that he had persuaded several agents to surrender with just a few words. Marco took them to a ship, where a tin man was sitting dejectedly on the deck. It was Wapol, the king of the Dark Drum Kingdom. Mission accomplished, we can return home, said Jin. Chapter 127 Wapol, you also have a taste of being exploited. Captain Buggy, we've captured Wapol. Jin reported via Den Den Mushi. Very good, take him straight to Wano Kuni, said Buggy. The Wapol alloy this guy developed is a very good material and has great potential. Feed it some random things, and maybe you can combine them into other materials. I won't do what you want. Wapol suddenly perked up, unless you treat me like a king. Dream on. Peggy Wan kicked Wapol, you are a prisoner now. Otherwise, you will never get the Wapol alloy. As long as I don't cooperate, you will have no way. Wapol shouted. This was the last straw and also the basis for Wapol's negotiations with the world government. He was the only one who knew how to synthesize Wapol alloy. We have many ways. Buggy heard Wapol's voice. Do you know that there is a devil fruit in this world called the memory fruit? At worst, I can extract your memory. Memory alone is useless. We also need Munch Munch fruit to synthesize Wapol alloy. Wapol is still making his last struggle. Then let's extract the power of the fruit as well. Buggy said, but the method is a bit cruel. Buggy didn't get Katarina's devil fruit last time. After the demon fruit power dies, the devil fruit will be reborn on other nearby fruits. But no one knows how big this range is, and placing fruits around it can only increase the success rate. Unfortunately, there was no change in the fruits around Katarina after her death, and Buggy missed the chance to get the Mystique fruit. I don't know how Blackbeard transferred the power of the fruit. How cruel. Wapol stammered. I heard that if you eat the demon fruit power, you can gain its power. Buggy said, how about we find a hippopotamus to swallow you? Where did you hear this rumor from? Wapol was almost scared to death. This should be the way Big Mom obtained the soul fruit, but perhaps only the soul fruit can do this. But Wapol is not a good guy anyway, so he can be the first test subject. Hippopotamus are wild beasts. Even if they have the ability of the munch fruit, they won't use it. Wapol didn't expect the enemy to be so brutal. Although he often swallowed miners for transformation, the two concepts were different. Why not just extract your memory and put it into the hippopotamus? Said Buggy. It seems quite interesting. A hippopotamus has your memories. What is its identity? Please don't do that. Wapol felt that the person in front of him was a devil. I will cooperate with whatever you ask me to do. Just work hard. Jin, how does he treat his workers? Buggy asked. As long as we can't kill you, we'll kill you, said Jin. Well, that's how you work, Wapol, said Buggy. Wapol suddenly felt that the future was dark. Can you bring my wife with us? He tried to make one last request. Hey, your miners don't get treated like this. Page 1 kicked Wapol again. Then there's no point in talking. Buggy said, come on, don't tire yourself out, or I'll extract your memories and use your body for experiments before you die, squeezing out the last bit of your value. Buggy didn't hear Wapol's reply. He's been frightened unconscious, Captain Buggy, Jin said. Oh, you only know how to exploit others, but you can't stand it when it's your turn. Buggy put down the Den Mushi. The exploitation of civilians in the pirates' world is so severe that among all of Buggy's territories, the Wangwo territory that originally belonged to Big Mom is the place with the largest population and the highest happiness index. Even the Whitebeard pirates can't match this. Whitebeard needs money to maintain his huge fleet, but Big Mom only needs desserts and longevity, and doesn't care about money. The common people would rather offer sacrifices for their longevity than live anywhere else. Captain Buggy, you're just trying to scare him by saying that. Pudding said, I can only extract part of my memory now. Is it a limitation of the fruit's ability? Buggy didn't have a deep understanding of the memory fruit. It's because I don't have enough ability. Pudding was a little embarrassed. It takes energy to activate the ability. Try to exercise more. That's all Buggy could say. People's physiques cannot be compared. Some people can become strong in a short period of time through training, while some people work hard but end up being a burden in team battles. Buggy estimated that Pudding wouldn't get much stronger even if he trained, which was a pity for a fruit with the ability of heaven-defying. If this kind of memory fruit is placed in the hands of a strong person, it will easily snowball and sooner or later dominate the entire world. Then modify the memory of the op fruit user to complete the immortality surgery. Captain Buggy, what are you thinking about? Pudding found Buggy lost in thought. Nothing. Now that I have the munch fruit, the only thing left is the shoo fruit. Buggy said, I wonder what's going on with Katakuri. It will be fine. Brother Katakuri is a reliable man. Pudding said, at the border of Buggy's sphere of influence, a candy ship is parked here. It was the eldest son pirates newly formed by Sparrow who left the Big Mom pirates. But before he could set sail, he encountered a fierce battle. There is only one enemy, the Charlotte family's greatest masterpiece, Katakuri. At this time, Sparrow was the only one still standing on the boat, and everyone else was knocked down by Katakuri. Damn it, how can you be so strong? Sparrow was panting heavily. How could you, who is so strong, be defeated by Luffy? Katakuri defeated the entire group of eldest son pirates single-handedly, and almost destroyed Sparrow's ambitions. He always thought that he was the successor of the Big Mom pirates, but now he finds out that everything is just a joke. That guy is a little special. Katakuri thought for a moment. He is an enemy worthy of respect. So you held back? Sparrow asked. No, if we continue fighting, who knows what might happen. Luffy has too much potential. Katakuri thought about how when he saw Luffy again on Cake Island, he already had a new form. You are so strong, you are fully qualified to replace Mother and become the new 4 emperors. Why do you still submit to the clown Buggy? Sparrow couldn't figure this out. There are too many monsters in this world. Once you encounter them, you will know that your strength is far from enough. Katakuri said, if you want to form a new pirates group, I won't stop you. Hand over Monder and stay away from this place. Chapter 128 Times have changed, when pirates are doomed. I can go with you, Katakuri ni. Monder didn't expect that Katakuri was chasing him just for him. He stepped on 2 books floating in the air and flew towards Katakuri. Buggy, do you want me to rebuild the Rare Animal Museum? It's a pity that the original books that preserved the rare animals were burned in the battle. Monder's main task in the Big Mom Pirates is to preserve some rare and exotic animals. No, your ability should play a more important role. Katakuri feels that Captain Buggy is not interested in those rare and exotic animals. A more important role. Monder's expression suddenly became a little excited. Nicknamed Clerk, he considers himself to be a man of strategy, but his position in the Big Mom Pirates is somewhat awkward. In terms of combat power, he was not even on the list. In terms of strategy, my mother didn't need that kind of thing at all. So Monder became a warehouse keeper, which made him, a proud man, unwilling to accept. The reason why Monder followed Sparrow was to make a name for himself, but he didn't expect that he now has a better choice. Katakuri, can we leave now? Sparrow snorted. Okay, but if you really want to be a pirate, then go to Elbaf, Katakuri said. Are you kidding me? You want me to be a pirate in the Giant Kingdom? That's the most powerful country in the world. Although Sparrow didn't know what made the Giant Kingdom so strong, his mother always mentioned Elbaf and was eager to become an ally of Elbaf. He even said that if he formed an alliance with Elbaf, he could defeat the other 4 emperors and become the king of pirates. Parosparrow had been influenced by these words since he was a child, and felt that there must be some hidden strong man in Elbaf. Parosparrow didn't expect Katakuri to say such a thing. Is there no room for me in this sea? Do you still consider me your brother? Because you are my brother, I advise you to leave here. In the next few days, the crackdown on pirates has begun. Katakuri said, almost all of the buggy pirates have been dispatched. Brother Parosparrow, there is no place for the pirates here anymore. Isn't Buggy afraid of causing public outrage by doing this? Parosparrow said, who does he think he is, the king of pirates? Katakuri looked at Petasparrow as if he were a fool. Who do you think is ruling the entire ocean now? We have absorbed the elite of 3-4 emperors, the joining of 5 Shichibukai, and a group of crew members with bounties exceeding 100 million. The other 2-4 emperors are his allies, causing public outrage. Tell me who has the guts to do that. Don't dream of being a pirate, Parosparrow. Unless you run out of our sphere of influence, continuing to be a pirate will lead to your death. Katakuri said, this is my final advice. I don't want to send you off myself. Mundo, let's go. Katakuri no longer paid attention to Parosparrow. Okay. Monder quickly moved the 2 books to Katakuri's feet. I didn't expect Captain Buggy to think so highly of my ability. I can't wait. This lineup sounds scary. It seems that following Parosparrow is a dead end. Fortunately, I was able to get away in time. Where is your pride, Katakuri? I can give you the position of leader. We can gather all the people from BIGMOM's pirates group and re-establish a new 4 emperors group. Parosparrow was still unwilling. The Blackbeard pirates have just been destroyed. Do you want to kill all of us brothers and sisters? Parosparrow. Katakuri suddenly appeared in front of Parosparrow and knocked him away with a punch. Times have changed. Unless Captain Buggy agrees, there will be no new 4 emperors. This is no longer the era of the old 4 emperors restraining each other, but a new era in which the 3-4 emperors form an alliance. If the world government wants to elect a new sea emperor, it also needs to see if Buggy agrees. And you, Katakuri looked at the other members of the eldest son pirates. If you want to die, then continue to fool around with Parosparrow. Unless you want to find Raftel, being a pirate is a dead end. I was just confused for a moment. Charlotte Zicket said, Brother Katakuri, I want to continue following you. Yes, I have long felt that Katakuri-san is the one who will lead us forward. Charlotte Nustati echoed. All of a sudden, members of the eldest son pirates group turned against them. You bastards! Parosparrow shouted, are you going to rebel now? We are all family, there is no need to rebel. Charlotte Duckworth said, besides, your dream is totally unrealistic, Parosparrow. That's right, you want to be the 4 emperors. You don't have the ability, do you understand? That's enough. An old voice sounded, listen to me. A short figure walked out from behind. He was the only person who had not fought with Katakuri just now. The former chef of BIGMOM pirates made long bread. Father, Parosparrow whispered, give up your dream, Parosparrow. Said the long bread, Katakuri is right, times have changed. But, Katakuri, what do you think is the difference between the current Buggy pirates and the original Rocks pirates? Asked long bread. Rocks pirate. Katakuri didn't expect to hear this name. Don't you think the current Buggy pirates are a bit similar to the Rocks pirates? Long bread said, they are both alliances formed by a group of strong people. You and Parosparrow have both been there. Although you were just children at the time, you also understood some things. Will the Buggy pirates be another Rocks pirates, the kind of pirates with zero cooperation and who may fight among themselves at any time? The power of the Rocks pirates was higher than that of the current Buggy pirates. At that time, there was no 4 emperors. The Rocks pirates were undoubtedly the strongest pirates group, and Captain Rocks even set his goal to become the king of the world. Until he was defeated by Roger and Garp. During the Battle of God Valley, Longbread was also on the battlefield. If the members of Rocks Pirate had been more united, it would be hard to say who would win. Unfortunately, Rox's credibility is not very good, and Linlin has long had a grudge against him, and Kaido also has the same idea as Linlin. Golden Lion and Roger are both enemies and friends, and Whitebeard also can't stand the Rocks pirate style. As a result, once the Rocks were defeated, they scattered and fled. From then on, Linlin and Whitebeard only trusted their family. The difference is that Linlin gave birth to a child on her own, but Whitebeard didn't have that ability and could only look for a son everywhere. In fact, it is a bit regrettable that Longbread, if Linlin had not been obsessed with the dream of all races living together equally, it would have been the best choice for her to be together with Whitebeard. The two of them can definitely give birth to the strongest pirates group. It's all because of that damn Carmelite nun. She had such a profound influence on Linlin. Chef, there is a fundamental difference between us and the Rocks pirates. The Buggy pirates can even withdraw at will, and Captain Buggy doesn't mind. Katakuri said, so what does Buggy want to do? Become the king of the world like Rocks? Asked Longbread. As much as we want him to be the king of the world, Captain Buggy just wants to make the world a little more interesting. Chapter 129. The Bookshoe Fruit That Can Change the World. To make the world more interesting. Longbread sighed, it's not as reliable as Rocks, ideals. Rocks can't unite so many people, Katakuri said, and everyone wants to see what Captain Buggy wants to change the world into. Chef, you should know that Wangwo is a special place, and the BIGMOM pirates are also a special pirates group. The residents of the 10,000 nations and my mother's children include almost all races in the world. Although my mother has a bad temper, it is her terrifying strength that allows the 10,000 nations to survive. Katakuri only regretted not following to Wano Kuni, as Perospero and Smoothie were of no help at all. Without a top-level strongman to suppress them, even without an invasion by foreign enemies, the races in the 10,000 nations will be against each other, and then division will be inevitable. Katakuri glanced at Perospero, the guy who loved to cause division. In this world dominated by humans, you know how other races are treated outside of the 10,000 nations, except for powerful races like the giants. If it weren't for Captain Buggy, many members of the BIGMOM pirates would have become slaves of the celestial dragons. It's not that we choose to join Captain Buggy, but only he can save the nations. Save this place where multiple races coexist. You're right, Linlin's innocent ideals have now become a burden. Longbread sighed, if she had listened to my advice. After leaving Rock's pirate, Longbread realized that Charlotte Linlin had gone crazy. The woman who once wanted to be the king of the sea now has a fairy tale ideal. At the peak of her strength, she wasted most of her time giving birth to children. 39 daughters, 46 sons. Except for the last few years, Charlotte Linlin has been pregnant and has taken the position of 4 emperors with this status. If Charlotte Linlin could use this time to practice, Whitebeard would have been pushed off the throne of the strongest human long ago. This terrifying talent allowed the soul fruit, which had little effect on Sister Carmelo, to be developed to its limit. But it might also be the awakening of the soul fruit that turned her into that. Longbread even suspected that she had torn apart her soul along with her memories in order to escape the truth of that year. With the power of the BIGMOM pirates, it is entirely possible to find out the true identity of Sister Carmelo, but Charlotte Linlin stubbornly refuses to believe it. Let's go back to Cake Island with you, said Longbread. I'm old and I don't have many years left to live. If possible, I'd like to die there. The 90-year-old Baguette has witnessed the rise and fall of countless powerful people, and has become indifferent to Charlotte Linlin's failure. It should be fine to go back to Cake Island, but it has become something else. When Katakuri came out, Cake Island was no different from a scorched earth except for a few more buildings. I understand that with my ability alone, Cake Island can be restored to its original state, said Longbread confidently. Having been a chef for so many years, he has become accustomed to this kind of life. Then let me ask, Katakuri took out the Den Mushi. The Longbread is coming back too. After listening to Katakuri's report, Den Mushi let out a surprised voice. Buggy didn't expect that Katakuri not only captured Monder, but also pirates Wang Zulin would come back with him. Are he and Perospero really father and son? Buggy asked. That's right. Katakuri didn't understand why Buggy cared about such things. The loaf of bread and Perospero were very similar, as if they were carved from the same mold. Buggy immediately had great respect for the baguette. It's a pity that there is only conqueror's hockey in the pirates' world. If there is a forgiveness hockey, Baboon should be able to reach the maximum level directly and beat the others. Auntie is someone who can write a pirates' world race assessment guide. However, Big Mom gave birth to Perospero when she was 18 years old, so Longbread still has a moral bottom line. No problem, it would be great if he could restore Cake Island to its original state. The more distinctive islands like this, the better. When you take them back to Cake Island, bring Monder to Wano Kuni, Buggy said. He will live there from now on. Go to Wano Kuni, let Monder be the warden. As long as you pay attention to fire prevention, Monder's book prison is the strongest prison in the world. Of course not. The purpose of books is to impart knowledge. Isn't it missing the point to use them as prisons? Buggy said. From now on, he will be responsible for education and make all the books look like classrooms. The Shushu fruit possesses the 2 strongest attributes of space and time. Entering a book not only allows you to communicate with the outside world, but also allows you to not feel the passage of time. In other words, as long as the user of the book fruit does not die, the people in the book will be immortal. Teachers can teach in the book world, and scientists can enter the book world to conduct research. Moreover, in Buggy's opinion, the person who possesses the ability of the book fruit is the most suitable person to undergo the immortality surgery, with the highest cost effectiveness. The ant uses the Shushu fruit as a prison, which is a complete waste of resources. Classroom. Monder didn't expect that he still couldn't escape the fate of a warehouse manager. It's just that the people who were originally responsible for managing the rare beasts have now become humans. I understand, Katakuri said. I will bring Monder to Wano Kuni safely. Thank you for your hard work. Buggy said. The user of the book fruit has also been found. In Buggy's heart, this fruit is 10 times more important than the munch fruit. Munch fruit can only bring material and economic convenience. If the fruits of books are used well, they can drive the world to achieve leapfrog development. If people like Vegapunk were given infinite life, they would completely change the world within 100 years. Therefore, the upper limit of devil fruit still depends on Paramecia devil fruit. What's the point of having a mythical beast species? Can it bring about the ability to change the rules? Buggy was thinking when the Den Mushi rang again. This time it was his old friend Morgan's. Before Buggy could say anything, Morgan started shouting loudly. Buggy, not only do you have the ancient weapon Poseidon, but Wano Kuni also has the ancient weapon Pluton. Chapter 130. Only the right person is worthy of using the BB fruit. You are well informed. Did you get this information from Doflamingo? Buggy didn't expect Doflamingo to be so efficient and contact Morgan so quickly. Yes, he contacted me and provided me with information about the 3 ancient weapons. To be honest, I couldn't believe it at first. It was not until they received news from the Holy Land of Mariajoy and saw the 5 giant Sea King's creatures in the photos sent by the news bird that the Morgans believed that the information provided by Doflamingo might be true. So you have one more ancient weapon than celestial dragons? Morgans asked. Pluton is still hiding somewhere in Wano Kuni. I only have Poseidon here at the moment. But does Doflamingo have any information on Uranus in the hands of the celestial dragons? Buggy is very interested in this. Uranus and Yim should be all the cards celestial dragons have. No. Besides Poseidon being a mermaid princess, Uranus and Pluton Doflamingo only gave an address. Mogo said, this is the first time I'm so conflicted. Publishing this kind of news will only bring chaos to the world, but if we don't publish it. Even if you don't announce this kind of news, Doflamingo will make it known to the whole world with his personality. Buggy said, instead of that, you might as well publish it in your newspaper. I see. Morgans put aside his worries. This is another issue that will sell out. But I will put your deeds on the front page. You are the liberator of slaves in the Holy Land Mariajoy and the owner of 2 ancient weapons. Buggy didn't expect that he had stolen the headlines from Doflamingo. Will Doflamingo be willing to accept that? Buggy feels that Doflamingo has completely abandoned his original ambitions, and now the meaning of his existence is just to cause trouble. The information he provided was vague to begin with. Except for the whereabouts of Pluton and Uranus, the rest was found out by my men, Morgans said. Your subordinates are quite capable. Buggy suspected that there were news birds keeping watch around every large pirates group, otherwise where would they get all the first-hand information from? It's up to you to decide on the front-page headline, but I remember that submissions to your newspaper are paid, right? Buggy asked. Supernova Apu made a lot of money by reselling first-hand information about the Wano Kuni battle. That's true, but are you still short of money? As the most successful businessman in the past 2 years, Morgans couldn't guess how much money Buggy made. I don't want the reward this time. Just help me put a reward in the newspaper. I want to find 2 devil fruits, both of which have been reborn recently. Buggy not only needs the devil fruit, the dog fruit, the mythical beast type, Nine-Tails fox form, but also wants to offer a reward for the pen fruit. Kanjuro is dead, and the BB fruit should be reborn in a range outside of Wano Kuni. The creatures drawn with the BB fruit have subjective consciousness and can also draw realistic humans. It is simply the devil fruit that Peace Station artists most want to obtain. If we could cultivate master painters like Asanagi and Mizuryuke in the pirates' world, and give them the pen fruit. Buggy told Mozgan the names of the 2 devil fruits. If he can get them, Buggy plans to keep these 2 devil fruits for future use. The mythical beast devil fruit is known to be rare, so even if someone gets one, they may not give it out. The BB fruit is not so bad. The power of this fruit seems to be quite weak. No one will like it. Buggy heard the sound of pages flipping from Morgans' side. He must be checking the devil fruit encyclopedia. I'll put the reward in the newspaper, Morgans said, but it's best not to get your hopes up. Currently, except for celestial dragons who look down on devil fruit, in other places, devil fruit is a symbol of wealth and power. This devil fruit that even the 4 emperors Buggy cares about must be very powerful. After discussing the matter with Buggy, Morgans immediately contacted Doflamingo. There was some incomprehensible laughter first, and then Doflamingo's voice came over. How about this, Morgans, you can ask your men to verify whether what I said is true. No need, I've already asked someone to verify it. Morgans said, that's great, this will be the theme of tomorrow's newspaper. Doflamingo laughed. This may not be possible. Morgans said, tomorrow's newspaper will feature Buggy using the power of Poseidon to free slaves in Mariajoy, the Holy Land. Of the 3 ancient weapons you mentioned, only Poseidon has appeared in the world. Pluton and Uranus are still unknown, so I can only leave you the middle one. Doflamingo didn't respond for a long time. Hey, are you still there? If the Den Mushi wasn't still communicating, Morgans would have thought Doflamingo had hung up the phone. Buggy the clown, it's him again. Den Mushi uttered these words through gritted teeth. At this time, Doflamingo was hiding in a hidden stronghold. The celestial dragon's men controlled by Shadow Knight String have fallen in a pool of blood. Ah, that's right, Morgan's voice came. I just contacted Buggy, and the mermaid princess who is Poseidon is already under his protection. If it is true as you say, that the celestial dragons control Uranus, and Buggy controls Poseidon and Pluton, the world is still in balance. Balance. These 2 words were the last thing Doflamingo wanted to hear. Won't the world be in chaos because of this? This is an ancient weapon. I've thought about it carefully, and it's highly unlikely. If the ancient weapon had no owner, it would probably cause a fight. But now the ancient weapon is in the hands of celestial dragons and Buggy. Unless they go to war, who else in this world would dare to challenge them? From today's situation, celestial dragons would rather free all the slaves than to clash with Buggy. Morgans wanted to continue, but this time Doflamingo hung up the Den Mushi directly. You don't even want the reward for the tip-off. Morgans was a little surprised. Inside the hiding spot, Doflamingo stood like a statue for a long time. I didn't expect that even the opportunity to report it was suppressed by Buggy. My life has been a complete failure from beginning to end. When the newspaper was published, Doflamingo knew that he would become the main target of the world government. The pirates don't have a place to stay either. The whole world is your enemy. If you change your identity and hide for the rest of your life, you can actually live safely. Doflamingo suddenly burst into laughter. But I'm Doflamingo, not a gutter rat. He took off CP0's suit, took out the pink feather coat from the hiding place, and then left the hiding place without looking back. At this moment, Doflamingo suddenly remembered what the cowardly and incompetent father had said. Chasing dreams, dreams that will never come true. Endure unbearable pain, challenge, an invincible opponent. Trek, the road no one dares to take. Is this the Don Quixote family motto? Foo, it's really suitable. Doflamingo wrapped the clouds with silk threads and flew into the air, heading towards the holy land of Mariajoy. There is still time, even if it costs my life. I'd bet on Buggy the Clown once, even if it's just in the newspaper. Chapter 131. Birdcage in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Holy Land Mariajoy, between powers. More than a dozen celestial dragons gathered here and surrounded the five elders. We need an explanation for what happened today. A fat celestial dragon sat on the sofa and looked at the five elders. As the leader of the world government, you negotiate with a pirate. You have lost the glory of celestial dragons. The fat celestial dragon said in an aggressive tone, if there is no reasonable explanation, we will initiate impeachment procedures and re-elect the person in charge of the world government from the remaining 12 families. The rest of the celestial dragons also began to shout. 5 pieces of trash. All the slaves I have been collecting for a long time have been taken away. My home is tainted by the stinking marine. I need to tear it down and rebuild it. When are we going to get some more slaves? But the 5 elders were not moved at all. Shut up. Why didn't you stand up when Buggy was under the holy Mariajoy? Map leader sneered. Now that the enemy has retreated, you come here to ask for punishment. Of the 20 nations that originally formed the world government, the Nefertari family abandoned their identity as celestial dragons and returned to Alabasta. In the Battle of God Valley, the Fegelin family suffered heavy losses and moved away from the center of power. The Don Quixote family has recently been marginalized due to the emergence of 2 rebels. Together with the 5 elders, representatives of the remaining 17 families gathered in power. The 5 elders knew that they were just trying to take this opportunity to seize power. Don't forget, the Figalin family was exterminated by the pirates you despise. The 5 elders holding the first-generation Kidetsu said, who among you can destroy Buggy? I will give him my position at any time. If you can't, then don't mess around here. He pulled out the first-generation Kidetsu. The owner of the Holy Land doesn't want to be disturbed. When the master of the Holy Land was mentioned, the power room seemed to be blown by a cold wind and there was complete silence for a moment. Why don't we go deal with Buggy? It's because we're afraid of disturbing Lord Yimu. The 5 elders, who wore a flat hat and had white curly hair, tapped the ground with his cane. If you want to impeach us, you can file a petition in the Council of Gods. Your task now is to appease those idiots in your family and prevent them from causing trouble in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. If they disturb Lord Yim, your family just wait to disappear, said the map head. There were already 3 fewer families among the 20 back then, and Lord Yim wouldn't mind losing a few more. The celestial dragons were obviously frightened and their voices became much quieter. Actually, the reason we're here is about slaves, one of the celestial dragons whispered. He usually gets pleasure from torturing slaves, but now that his slaves are gone, he has lost a lot of fun. Wait for a while, the Nefertari family will soon become history. By then, all the people in Alabasta will become slaves, and you will be included, said the map head. Then I feel relieved. We will leave now. Just as they were about to leave, a shrill alarm sounded throughout the holy land of Mariajoy. The 5 elders' expressions immediately turned furious. What did you idiots do? We didn't do anything. Yes, we just want to get some benefits. Could it be that Buggy the Clown has come back again? Celestial dragons immediately began to release. The 5 elders walked quickly to the window between the thrones and looked out. Countless silk threads form a huge arc-shaped birdcage, covering the villa area of the holy land of Mariajoy. The buildings turned into threads, revealing the celestial dragons inside. The celestial dragons that were once so arrogant were now running around like frightened mice, but they couldn't escape under the cover of the birdcage. At the top of the birdcage, silk threads formed a throne. Doflamingo, wearing a pink feather coat, was sitting on the throne, looking at the scene below with great interest. He casually controlled the 2 celestial dragons with silk threads, manipulating their bodies and making them tear each other apart like livestock. He hung more celestial dragons on the wall, with burning firewood underneath. There were some guards in the birdcage, but Doflamingo simply controlled a few celestial dragons to move forward and stop the guards. They didn't dare to fight the celestial dragons. Don Quixote Doflamingo, map head growled, how dare this guy come back? What happened in the holy land of Mariajoy? The originally peaceful place was hit by riots one after another. The Revolutionary Army, Buggy the Clown, and this time Doflamingo. And the commotion this time was even bigger than the previous 2 times. The map leader regretted not leaving a marine admiral to guard this place, otherwise things would not have developed like this. It's no use saying anything now. We have to find a way to stop him. The 5 elders holding the first-generation Kidetsu jumped out of the window, drew their swords and slashed, and a huge sword energy flew towards Birdcage. The sword energy collided with the birdcage, and the birdcage was safe and sound, but the celestial dragons inside died miserably, as if they were cut into pieces, with blood spurting out of their bodies. Doflamingo noticed the commotion here and started laughing uncontrollably. Foo, these guys have silk threads planted in their bodies. Once Birdcage is attacked, the silk threads in their bodies will resonate. This is the solution Doflamingo came up with in Impel Down Prison. What exactly do you want to do? Doflamingo. The 5 elders have arrived above the birdcage and are confronting Doflamingo. Revenge. Doflamingo looked at the celestial dragons hanging on the wall and thought of himself many years ago. When we requested to return to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, it was these guys who rejected our request. Doflamingo snapped his fingers, and some puppets controlled by silk strings added some firewood. The flames burned more vigorously. Some of the celestial dragons hanging on the wall begged for mercy loudly, while others cursed. But soon the flames burned them, and in the end, only screams were left. Doflamingo looked at the scene in front of him and grinned. From that time on, I made a decision. One day, I will kill them all, leaving no one alive. But you can't run away. 5 elders formed up in all directions and surrounded Doflamingo. Foo. Ever since I returned to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, I never planned to leave alive. The firelight reflected on Doflamingo's glasses, and he stood up. Now everyone in the birdcage was completely under his control. These puppets gathered together and slowly moved towards Pangu City along with the birdcage. But before I die, I want to see what is hidden deep in Pangu City. Chapter 132 The Last Don Quixote. You'll only stop here. An old man with hair and beard shaped like the Huxia character, Sean, stood in front of us. World Government, Commander-in-Chief of the Army. Doflamingo recognized him. I almost forgot that you old dog was also in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Sora didn't care about Doflamingo's insult at all. Stop it. You don't stand a chance anymore. Stop. Are you kidding me? Doflamingo waved his hand, and dozens of celestial dragons were instantly separated from their heads and bodies. The celestial dragons, whose death would once have caused the world to tremble, are now slaughtered by him like pigs and dogs. Either I kill all the celestial dragons in the birdcage, or get out of the way. I want to meet the guy who underwent the immortality surgery. The 5 elders were not moved by the death of celestial dragons. Instead, their expressions were a little shaken when they heard about the immortality surgery. This kind of thing is also a secret in the Holy Land of Mariajoy, and only celestial dragons of a certain status can know it. Only the Don Quixote family knows more clearly. That's impossible. Doflamingo, are you trying to threaten us with the lives of those guys? Said Map Head. You overestimate their value. Really? There are your descendants here too, right? Do you want me to look for them? Doflamingo controlled another group of celestial dragons to the edge of the birdcage. No need to look for them. They are from the Mikhail family and my direct descendants. The map leader casually pointed at a few celestial dragons, ignoring their wailing, and said indifferently, you can take action at any time. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Yes, cold and ruthless, this is what celestial dragons should think. So why is there a naive guy like my father among you? The birdcage shrank, and the celestial dragons on the edge were instantly cut into pieces. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Maphead didn't care about the death of his clan members at all. Instead, he had some impression of Doflamingo's father. It's easy for some freaks to appear in your Don Quixote family. Maphead knows Don Quixote's family better than Doflamingo does. Looking back, the ancestors of celestial dragons were all heroes. Among these heroes, first generation's Don Quixote is almost like a saint. Noble moral principles, fearless spirit, heroic deeds, firm belief in justice and loyalty to love. After years of corruption, most of the hero's descendants have now become good-for-nothings who only know how to eat, drink and have fun. Only in the Don Quixote family, a few freaks appear from time to time, who are out of tune with other celestial dragons. Even under their leadership, some moderate factions emerged among the celestial dragons. It's just that Don Quixote Homingu was too gentle and made the same mistake as the Nefertari family. Originally, the 5 elders had some expectations for Doflamingo. He was cruel, ruthless, and would do anything to achieve his goals. He seemed like an orthodox celestial dragon. I just didn't expect Doflamingo to be too orthodox. That's right, it's not surprising that a guy like this who can abandon even his own relatives would do anything. Sora, go ahead, don't worry about the lives of the celestial dragons in the birdcage, just kill Doflamingo. The map head gave the order. Clear. Kong's body grew rapidly and turned into a demon ape several dozen meters tall. Human fruit mythical beast demon ape form. The demon ape swung its fists at the birdcage, but the sharp silk threads did not cause any damage to the demon ape's fists. Instead, the silk threads that made up the birdcage could not withstand the pressure and broke one after another. Kid, do you know how Kong got his nickname? Apart from Garp's iron body, I have almost no rivals in terms of defense. Doflamingo watched this scene expressionlessly, as Sora's strength was beyond his expectations. Is this where we have to stop? But even if I go to hell, I will take some more people with me. Birdcage. Slaughterhouse. The name of this move is the same as Law's, but Doflamingo turns the inside of the birdcage into a veritable slaughterhouse. Countless silk threads crisscrossed together, forming a web of death that cut repeatedly. The ground of the Holy Land of Mariajoy was stained red with blood. The blood of the celestial dragons flowed on the ground, seeping into the land stained with the blood of slaves and merging together. In the face of death, there is no difference between so-called gods and slaves. That's really crazy, Doflamingo. Kong was also stunned by Doflamingo's ruthlessness. This guy completely cut off his retreat. Moreover, he killed more than 60% of the celestial dragons in the Holy Land of Mariajoy in one fell swoop. Although they were only low-level celestial dragons, it was still an unprecedented achievement. Even the Revolutionary Army doesn't dare to do this, otherwise it will provoke endless revenge from the world government. Only Doflamingo can do this. He is alone now, all his family members are dead. The world government can't kill him twice. For a moment, Sora admired Doflamingo. Although he was a pure evil man, he made a small contribution to the world in the last moments of his life. With so many celestial dragons dead, there should be less celestial gold this year. But as a thug for the world government, Sora cannot show this emotion. Doflamingo, on the other hand, hated Kong very much. If it weren't for Kong's interference, Doflamingo would have wanted to try to kill the 5 elders. You're in the way. 1,000 arrows piercing the heart feather strike line. Thousands of silk threads wrapped in armed colors formed the shape of flamingo wings and stabbed at the demon ape. Iron bones. The demon ape took a defensive stance, a black light flashed across its body, and it withstood Doflamingo's attack. Hateful. No matter how Doflamingo drove the silk thread, it was still difficult to leave a wound on the demon ape. You are still too young, little kid from the new era. Sora seemed to have seen Doflamingo's limit. I will use my strongest power to give you a decent death. This was the best he could do, to let Doflamingo die painlessly. The demon ape howled towards the sky and its body expanded further. Doflamingo set his sights on the demon ape's heart. Could it be that he had no choice but to drag this old man down with him to hell? Just as the demon ape was about to attack, a cold voice stopped him. Stop, Sora. Yim's attendant, Gabriel, appeared on the scene. Lord Yim wants to see him, the last Don Quixote. Sora looked at the 5 elders in confusion. The 5 elders looked as if they had eaten shit. Has Lord Yim been disturbed again? Not this time. This farce made Lord Yim very satisfied. Gabriel looked at the blood-stained ground and said, these inferior celestial dragons have reproduced too much recently. It's rare that someone has taken the trouble to clean them up. It was someone from the Don Quixote family who did it. Doflamingo is no longer a celestial dragon, and there are others in the Don Quixote family. The 5 elders were about to explain when they were interrupted by Gabriel. Celestial dragons is just a name you call yourself. Except for the Nefertari family that withdrew from the early days of creation, the other 19 families are no different from mortals in the eyes of Lord Yim. For Lord Yimu, regardless of good or evil, only this guy deserves the title of Don Quixote. Chapter 133 Conqueror's God Slaying, Weeping God. Back off, Sora. The 5 elders gave the order reluctantly. The demon ape shrank in size and made way. Come with me. Lord Yim is waiting for your audience at the Void Throne. Gabriel looked at the blood-stained Doflamingo with disgust and took the lead. It seems that this is not my burial place. Doflamingo retracted the thread, ignored the gazes that wanted to tear him into pieces, and walked towards Pangu City with a wild laugh. Let the Knights of God clean up this place. The 5 elders gave the order reluctantly. What should we do then? The remaining celestial dragons were a little scared. Even the holy land of Mariajoy was not safe. We will station a marine admiral in the villa area, and this will not happen again. The 5 elders were in no mood to deal with these matters, as they were speculating on why Lord Yim wanted to meet Doflamingo. Doflamingo followed Gabriel to the center of Pangu City, the Void Throne. In the magnificent hall, a figure covered in a black robe was sitting on the throne. The sun was falling from the dome, and Doflamingo couldn't see the black-robed man at all. He could only see a pair of eyes with red pupils staring at him. Are you playing secretive? Doflamingo sneered. How dare you? Gabriel wanted to teach Doflamingo a lesson, but was stopped by I am on the throne. You may withdraw now, Gabriel. As you command. Gabriel glared at Doflamingo fiercely, bowed and left the Void Throne. I didn't expect that the mastermind behind the world government was actually a woman. Doflamingo identified Im's gender from her voice. Why, this incident is not recorded in the history of your Don Quixote family. Yim asked calmly, or is it only recorded about the immortality surgery? The history of the Don Quixote family. Only my naive father knows that. I have only read some fragments. Doflamingo didn't understand why this guy was so confident that he was alone with him in this hall. He sprayed out dozens of almost transparent thin silk threads from his palms, and then these threads twisted together to form a thick thread column like hair, piercing towards I am on the throne. Super whipped Doflamingo's move with the longest attack range. Reckless. A powerful aura emanated from I am, and the entire Void Throne was suddenly filled with black lightning. As soon as the line column reached within 3 meters in front of I am, it was frozen by the momentum that was as real as substance. Doflamingo's pupils constricted. This aura had affected him, making him unable to control his body. Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo can only use his Conqueror's Haki to fight against it. Paramecia's string fruit. I am looked at the string pillar in front of him. Even though it has awakened, its power is still not enough. This fruit limits your development. In fact, the most suitable devil fruit for Don Quixote should be the Op fruit. Doflamingo gave up control of the line post, and under the suppression of Yimu Conqueror's Haki, the line post collapsed directly. The selfless Op fruit. That kind of thing doesn't really fit my personality. Doflamingo attached armament Haki to the thread and continued to attack I am, or do you want to do the immortality surgery again? I'm not as stupid as Don Quixote from the first generation. Were these things also recorded? Yim asked with interest, but you were right about one thing, that guy is indeed a fool, so stupid that he performed immortality surgery on others. But whoever dared to stand up and resist at that time was not a fool. I am thought of the guy who kept talking about chivalry all day long, but in the end gave himself the last and strongest ability of the Op fruit. It's a pity that there are not many people as stupid as him. IM stood up, and the aura emanating from his body surged, suppressing Doflamingo so that he could not move. I heard that you also wanted to obtain the op fruit, but instead created a powerful enemy for yourself. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's face, partly because of the excessive pressure brought by IM, and partly because he was angry with IM. This is an eternal pain in his heart. He cannot understand Rocinante's thoughts at all. He was abandoned by the world, but Rocinante, as his younger brother, regarded him as an enemy. Why are there such good-for-nothings in the world? Why are such people his relatives? Very interesting expression. Yimu looked at Doflamingo with his crimson eyes. It really adds a lot of fun to have you here. Do you want to stay by my side and be a clown for me? After all, awakened conquerors, celestial dragons, are rare. Yim said in a mocking tone, or if we throw those guys out of the holy land of Mariajoy, the chance of awakening conquerors will be higher. Whether it is Shanks from the Figallan family or Doflamingo from the Don Quixote family, they are all conquerors who awakened outside. You want me to be a clown? What do you think you are? Of course it's God. Yimu suddenly laughed, possessing eternal life, strength that surpasses everyone else, and the power to destroy the world. She pointed to the weapon stuck on the steps of the Void Throne and said, "This is the title given to me by the descendants of heroes. When victory was achieved after much sacrifice, I saw the flame of ambition in their eyes. They worship me as a god, and then turn around and claim to be the creator themselves. All the sacrifices are just a joke. The world remains the same, it just changes the rulers. How about it, do you want to submit to me?" Doflamingo's face flushed abnormally. It seems very interesting. But, now I want you to die even more. A bloody thread flew out from Doflamingo's heart. This was his last resort. He thought he would use it on the five elders, but he didn't expect to meet the mastermind behind the world government in the end. Doflamingo gambled everything. The bloody thread carried all his strength, including his life force. His conqueror's hegemony was attracted by the blood-colored thread, entangled in it, pierced Im's heart, and caused an explosion at her heart. This is Conqueror's divine killing launched by Doflamingo with his life. I'm very curious, why would you, a selfish person, do such a thing? Im touched the wound with his finger, bringing out a drop of blood, and then the wound healed rapidly, as if it had never occurred. This is the miracle brought by op fruit, the immortality surgery. It saves Im's physical state, and will immediately overwrite the saved state after receiving fatal damage. Nothing, I just don't want to be a dog. Unlike his hypocritical attitude towards the five elders, once Doflamingo surrendered to Im, he knew that there was no chance of turning things around with his own strength. In that case, it is better to die with pride. Anyway, there is nothing left in this world for me to be nostalgic about. When all your relatives and companions have left you, the so-called eternal life has become a curse. God, what remains here is just an empty monster. The next moment, Doflamingo's body was knocked away by the furious Im. When she came to her senses, Doflamingo's scent had disappeared. A monster. Yim's laughter resounded throughout the Void Throne, but tears flowed from his dark red eyes. Damn it, Don Quixote. Chapter 134. Celestial Dragons Fall from the Altar, the one and only Pluton. In the underground printing factory, Morgans was staring at a pile of photos. Is this okay? The photo clearly records the tragic situation in the holy land of Mariajoy. It proves how much damage a strong person can cause when he is prepared to sacrifice his own life. Morgans remembers that the last time such massive destruction was caused was by Golden Lion. But Golden Lion only destroyed half of the Marine headquarters, which was nothing compared to the results caused by Doflamingo. He directly killed a large number of celestial dragons. That guy should be dead by now. After such a devastating incident, Morgans couldn't imagine that Doflamingo could have survived. Morgans thought about the last call he had with him. Just for a front-page headline, is that worth it? He walked into the printing room where the latest newspapers had been printed and were waiting to be distributed. The news about the three ancient weapons was already shocking enough, but Morgan still felt that what Doflamingo did was even more sensational. Don't distribute the new newspapers yet, we need to print a supplement. Morgan said loudly. He handed the pile of photos in his hand to his men and said, print all of these and sell them together with this newspaper. But we sell newspapers, not books. The subordinate took the thick stack of photos and was a little dazed. Do you want to pick out a few? No, all of them are printed. I think people in the world don't want to miss any of them. Morgan said, at worst, the price can be raised. How much Baileys do you want to sell it for? Asked the subordinate. 1,000 Baileys. Morgan's thought of a pirate whose bounty had skyrocketed. We have to keep up with the times. Isn't this too expensive? The subordinates didn't know what the president had gone crazy for. Let the newspaper delivery seagulls try to sell to rich people first. As for poor areas, we give them away for free and let them pass them around, said Morgans. Even if I lose money, I won't allow anyone to miss this issue of the newspaper. Following Morgan's order, printing houses around the world began printing at full capacity, and newspapers were delivered to all parts of the world by seagulls. Have Morgan switched to selling books. At this time, the ship of the Oath Noah had docked at the side of Wano-kuni. 5 giant sea creatures swam away to find food, and Noah also lost the ability to move. Buggy and his crew were just about to head to the ancient country submerged on the seabed to check out the situation when they encountered a seagull that came to deliver a newspaper. Buggy took the newspaper, which was as thick as a book, and found that the cover was a wanted poster for Doflamingo. But the reward amount has become a question mark. The most evil criminal in history, Heavenly Yaksha bathed in the blood of the gods. This title is so exaggerated, what has Doflamingo done again? Buggy took a quick look and finally understood why Doflamingo surpassed the 3 ancient weapons and became the headline. This guy finally made something big. Buggy saw information about 3 ancient weapons on the last page of the newspaper. However, to ordinary people, ancient weapons were like stories and legends and had no value at all. The ones in the front are what they are interested in. Doflamingo really beat us this time. Buggy handed the newspaper to the person next to him. If it weren't for these photos, I would have suspected that the newspaper was fake. Crocodile took the newspaper and read it. What exactly does Doflamingo want to do? Maybe he just didn't want to live anymore. Buggy understood Doflamingo a little, so he did what he wanted to do most. Pass the newspaper around, especially to the slaves rescued from the Holy Land of Mariajoy. They should be happy to see this, said Buggy. The newspaper did not report Doflamingo's fate, but Buggy estimated that he was dead. Will the world government go crazy if so many celestial dragons die? Crocodile asked, should we make preparations in advance? No, the more celestial dragons die, the less valuable they become. Fortunately, I killed my first celestial dragon early, otherwise no one would have paid attention to it until now. Doflamingo single-handedly brought celestial dragons down from the altar, and he can be regarded as a hero of his generation. On Thousand Sunny, the newspaper delivery seagull also delivered the newspaper, but encountered some obstacles. 1,000 Baileys, why don't you go and grab it? Nami pulled Chopper over, do you know what 1,000 berries means? Chopper punched the 4 emperors and kicked the 3 disasters, and the bounty is only 1,000 berries. Nami, this newspaper looks really thick. Maybe it's really worth 1,000 belly. Luffy said, give us one. HMPH. If it's not worth it, this is the final deal. Nami handed the money to the newspaper delivery seagull angrily. It was only when I took the newspaper that I realized there was a familiar face on the cover. Isn't this Doflamingo? Nami found that she could face this kind of enemy calmly. She was also a big pirate with a bounty of 300 million, and she had Zeus as her helper. After flipping through the newspaper, Nami realized that she was still too naive. People like Doflamingo are the real pirates. She should just continue to be a little thief. Buggy rescued the slaves of the Holy Land Mariajoy, and Doflamingo attacked the Holy Land Mariajoy. Jinbei took the newspaper. The ship of Oath, Noah, surfaced on the sea, the whole family of the Fishmen Island relocated, and there was news about ancient weapon. Jinbei never thought that he could read so much news in a newspaper. Did King Neptune choose to join Buggy? As a fishman, Jinbei knows that the situation on the Fishmen Island cannot be solved by flying the pirates' flag of the Straw Hat Pirates. The deterrent power of the Straw Hat Pirates is almost zero, far less than the former Whitebeard Pirates and BIGMOM Pirates. But he had no other good solution. Now that the Fishmen Island has chosen to join Buggy's forces, it might be a good thing. This newspaper is really worth 1,000 berries. But the ancient weapon information we obtained with great effort is now published directly in the newspaper. Nami said, Shirahoshi's identity is exposed, is that okay? She would be safest if she stayed with the Buggy Pirates, Jinbei said. The Buggy Pirates are not only powerful, but they are also allies with us in the Red Hair Pirates. Even if they knew that Poseidon and Pluton were in Buggy's hands, who would dare to attack them? Pluton, Frankie said, I really want to see what it looks like. Haven't you seen the Pluton's construction drawings? Usopp asked curiously, can't we build another one? Well, they're called construction blueprints, but they're actually just the design drawings for the Pluton, Frankie explained. I can do some repair work, but I can't build another Pluton. The special materials used to build Pluton are no longer available. The Pluton stored at Wano Kuni still has an impact on Wano Kuni today. Really, I don't see any sign that Wano Kuni is affected in any way. Luffy touched his head, but Robin already understood what Frankie meant. You mean, Seastone. Chapter 133 Vivi's request for help, Wano Kuni's founding. As the newspaper was distributed, news of what Doflamingo had done spread around the world. Marshal Sakazuki, Admiral Aramaki has received orders from the 5 elders to leave the warship and head for the Holy Land of Mariajoy. I understand. Don't worry about him. Akainu put down the Den Den Mushi, and next to it was the newspaper that had just been delivered today. If Akainu had encountered such a situation of cross-level conscription in the past, he would have had to argue with the 5 elders. But this time the situation was indeed a little special, and 2 happy things happened at the same time. Akainu was in a good mood, so he didn't bother to care. If only all the evil people were as crazy as Doflamingo, the world would be a much quieter place. Find a chance to expel Aramaki from Marine in the future. Akainu's Holy Land Mariajoy is the right place for him to stay. At the Revolutionary Army headquarters, Long also conveyed the order to the subordinates to temporarily stop all the actions of the Revolutionary Army to avoid provoking the world government at this point in time and letting them vent their anger on the Revolutionary Army. Chief, should we help Alabasta? Sabo recalled the intelligence he had received. It's very chaotic there right now. Many of the side royal families have their own supporters. The whole country is about to split apart. That's Alabasta's internal affairs. We are not suitable to get involved. Long said in a deep voice, don't forget, you are still charged with the crime of murdering Cobra. We can support Vivi. I don't know why, as the legitimate heir of Alabasta, no one supports her. I think there seems to be some conspiracy here. Sabo said, and Vivi is a very good friend of Luffy. It is not reasonable for us to just sit back and do nothing. Sabo, don't bring personal feelings into the cause. The situation in Alabasta is not bad enough to require the intervention of the Revolutionary Army. Long directly rejected Sabo's proposal. Doflamingo has done something big. If the amount of heavenly gold handed in this year decreases, our actions should change. As long as there is a possibility of survival, people can endure oppression and will not choose to join the Revolutionary Army to change the world. Long is very clear about this. In fact, the biggest cancer in the world is celestial dragons. If the celestial dragons can be wiped out in one go, the world will be a much better place. But celestial dragons have controlled the world government for so many years, they must have hidden power. Doflamingo caught celestial dragons off guard, and this opportunity will probably never come again. Use this time to improve your strength, Sabo. Mera Mera fruit has great potential, don't disgrace the title of Entei. Long said, without real strength, it's useless to have ideals. Regarding Alabasta, we can only choose to trust Vivi. Newspapers were also delivered to Alabasta, but such great news did little to calm the chaotic situation. Instead, after receiving some secret orders, Alabasta started a separatist war. The members of the Nefertari family fought endlessly for power, and the whole country fell into war. In comparison, the internal strife started by Crocodile was just a minor fight, but this time it is a fight to the death. Why did it turn out like this? Back in Alabasta, Vivi, the legitimate heir to the country, was unable to stabilize the situation. She wanted to stop the war and get them to stop fighting, but it was of no use. Only the captain of the Kingdom Guard, Bell, and the Minister of Environment, Kosa, chose to support her. It's the world government. There are people from the world government cipher pole behind those rebels. Kosa said, and they spread rumors that Her Royal Highness the Princess was from Baroque Studios and was the culprit of the Alabasta cholera. The people were deceived. Bell sighed, you were undercover there to save the country. It doesn't matter what the truth is. They have already gained the right to speak. What the public sees and hears are all the news they spread. It is too easy to discredit someone. Kosa said, Cipher Pole is very skilled at this kind of thing. This shouldn't be the first time. For the first time, Vivi realized how important the right to speak was. In a short period of time, she went from being a beloved princess to a bad woman in the Baroque studio. No one thought about it carefully. She was already a princess, so why did she join the Baroque studio? Moreover, Baroque studio has been disbanded now, but it was brought up again by Cipher Pole, who threw all the dirty water on it. Baroque Studios was founded and disbanded not long ago, but it is responsible for the evil deeds that happened decades ago. But no one thinks about whether it is reasonable or not, they just want to find a channel to vent. As a result, Vivi, who had joined the Baroque studio, was labeled a traitor by the people of Alabasta. Admiral Fujitora, can the Marine stop the war? Vivi's men were too weak, so she could only ask the Marine for help. I'm sorry, but I can't do anything. Marines cannot participate in a country's internal war. Fujitora shook his head, he has the power to stop the war, but he has no reason to intervene. His identity as Marine Admiral constrains him. It was you, the world government, who started the war. If King Cobra hadn't attended the World Summit, so many things wouldn't have happened. Kosa said angrily, the Revolutionary Army has no grudge against Alabasta, so why would they try to assassinate King Cobra? Considering Cipher Pole's active involvement in Alabasta, it is obvious who the real murderer is. I can only say sorry. And I can't stay here for long. The Marine headquarters has been urging me to go back. Fujitora said, Princess Vivi, you'd better leave here. I'm worried that you will be in danger here. There is Cipher Pole behind Alabasta, and Fujitora is very clear about their methods. Bell and Kosa alone cannot protect Vivi. Thank you for sending me back, but I can't leave here. Vivi said, this is my country, I can't abandon him. Although I'm reluctant, the only ones who can help you now are the pirates, Fujitora said. Your Highness, why don't we ask Luffy and the others for help? Bell suddenly perked up. The Straw Hat Pirates are now one of the 4 emperors and are fully capable of handling the Alabasta issue. They have their own dreams. Should I ask them to give up their dreams and return to Alabasta? Vivi shook her head. Even if we ask Luffy and the others to come back and defeat the opponents, once they leave, the world government will still not let Alabasta go. Vivi doesn't understand what Alabasta did wrong to be treated like this by the world government. What should I do then? Bell was at a loss. I have a way. Vivi gritted her teeth. Now someone can save this country. As long as Alabasta is kept out of the flames of war, Vivi doesn't care if she is the ruler or not. That guy was once a hero of Alabasta, and he did protect Alabasta from the pirates. Didn't Cipher Pole spread rumors that I had any connection with Baroque Studio? Then it is as you wish. As one of the employees of Baroque Studio, Vivi also has Crocodile's contact information. She took out the Den Den Mushi with trembling hands, ready to contact her former boss. Miss Wednesday. Crocodile's puzzled voice came from the Den Den Mushi, did you call the wrong number? No, I have something I want to talk to you about, Mr. Crocodile. Quote, even though she was mentally prepared, Vivi still found it difficult to speak. I'm busy now, let's talk later. The Den Den Mushi was hung up mercilessly. Well, at this time, Crocodile was standing on the cliff of Wanokuni. Not only him, but also the cadres of the Buggy Pirates were gathered here. After a rough exploration of the ancient kingdom hidden underwater, Buggy prepared to blow up the cliff, and they followed to watch the fun. This was a rare scene. Don't you guys think about this? Once the cliff is blown open and the water is released, it will be difficult to store it again. Buggy asked Neptune. The environment of the ancient underwater country is similar to that of the deep sea, which is suitable for the immigrants of the Fishmen Island to live there. Buggy was going to let them live there, but Neptune said the mermaids didn't want to live underwater anymore. They prefer to live on land where they can see sunlight. The key point is that Buggy asked and found that the fish people below did have this idea. What a strange race. Captain Buggy, if it weren't for the reality, who would be willing to stay in the dark seabed? Neptune said, when Otahime promoted the plan to migrate to the land, it actually represented the wishes of the majority of the people. I didn't expect to find a suitable place for us to live here. It is not only surrounded by the sea, but also surrounded by tall cliffs, protecting us like a wall. Neptune also went down to take a look at the situation and found that these cliffs could be used as natural city walls. When it comes to these cliffs that can serve as walls, Buggy has a strong sense of déjà vu. A mermaid without a sense of security, a country surrounded by tall walls, and a princess with the power to control giant creatures. Could there be some giant sea kings hidden in this cliff? So, today I am recording my life. Buggy suddenly spoke a series of words that others could not understand. Is this some ancient language? Neptune looked confused. Do you really think it's good to be surrounded by cliffs? One day, a clown fishman named Alan might think that these cliffs are like fish tanks, restricting his freedom, and want to destroy them. Why? Neptune couldn't keep up with Buggy's train of thought. This cliff was not something that ordinary people could destroy. It seemed that there was no such thing as clownfish among the merfolk. And how could such a vast place be like a fish tank? Captain Buggy, do you also have the ability to predict the future? The mermaid fortune teller surely felt that Buggy was talking about things that would happen in the future. No, it's just an analogy. That was one of the rare times when Buggy was reading a serious comic and was killed by the author in the form of a minotaur, so it left a deep impression on me. Look, Oden, this is how Mikasa uses her scarf. What is the double NTR of body and spirit? Even the book doesn't have such free imagination. Buggy shook his head to shake off the bad memories. Since you guys are willing to live on land, I'll start. Found Wano-kuni today. Chapter 134. Wano-kuni's wall. Outside the wall is the sea. A deafening explosion sounded, and the nuclear explosion directly blew a gap of more than 1,000 meters in the cliff. A rush of water gushed out of the breach and fell into the ocean below. Buggy added a few more nuclear explosions to widen the gap. It looks like a big project. It will take some time to drain all this water. I'm worried that we won't be able to drain the water and that the bottom won't be connected to the sea, said Crocodile. Please rest assured about this. I have checked the records left by the Kazuki family. It is said that these cliffs seem to be the city walls of ancient Wano-kuni, and this water is the accumulated rainwater over the years, said Kazuki Hiyori. Later, as the water accumulated, Wano-kuni moved to the hills and the area was abandoned. Such a big event, Kazuki Hiyori, Denjiro and others also came to watch the fun. She read the diary left by Kazuki Sukiyaki and learned a lot of Wano-kuni's secrets. But now these secrets are basically revealed, including the legendary ancient weapon Pluton, but Kazuki Sukiyaki's description of Pluton is a bit vague. Are you kidding me? Unless it's been raining in Wano-kuni, how could so much rain accumulate? Crocodile didn't believe this at all. Were the ancient Wano-kuni people fools who could build such a huge wall without a drainage system? However, judging from the intelligence of Wano-kuni and others, it seems that this is not impossible. Neptune tasted the water on the inside of the cliff. It seems to be a little different from the sea water. It feels like something is missing. The truth will be revealed once the water level drops to a certain level. But why did the ancient people of Wano-kuni build such a high wall? Buggy said, guard against giants. Although Wano-kuni is not far from Elbaf, the giants in the pirates' world are only 100 meters tall. This city wall is almost as high as the part of the elephant that is exposed above the sea. The elephant is 35,000 meters tall, and the part that is exposed above the sea should be about 10,000 meters. Not to mention the giants, even to guard against the demons, such a high wall is not needed. This was not written in my grandfather's diary, and he probably didn't know about it, said Kazuki Hiyori. Perhaps there were people with sand fruit abilities in ancient Wano-kuni. By the way, you call devil fruit abilities ninjutsu here. A wall of this size doesn't look like it was built by human power, but rather looks like a masterpiece of the devil fruit's ability. Buggy can already imagine the scene of building a city wall. Ninjutsu, earth style, sky sand barrier. Then a huge city wall rose from the ground. I just don't know if that ninja carries a gourd. The guy who built this thing is not only powerful, but also has a lot of free time. Building a city wall is not difficult, but building a 10,000 meter long wall surrounding the entire country is difficult, and the thickness of the wall is also extremely exaggerated. This can already be called a miracle building. Crocodile estimated based on his own ability that it would take more than 10 years to build such a thing. If it's 10,000 meters, it seems to be about the same height as the red line. Aokiji has been to the holy land of Mariajoy and compared the heights of the two places and found that they are almost the same. Is there any connection here? As high as the red line? Buggy thought about it and suddenly thought of a possibility. What if the purpose of building this wall is not to stop the enemy, but to stop something else? What could be so tall? It could only be the elephant. With the strength to build a city wall, we can easily kill the elephant. Crocodile felt that if he gave himself some time, he would be able to deal with the elephant owner. The water in the city wall is not rainwater at all. Just like Lao Sha said, even if it rains continuously, we can build some drainage holes to solve the problem. And according to our investigation, this city wall doesn't even have a single exit. I thought of a possibility. Buggy looked at the sea below. What if the wall was built to block the sea outside? The people around looked at each other in bewilderment. No one expected Buggy to come up with such an outrageous guess. Well, the place where we are standing is a bit far from the sea. If we don't go to the harbor, it will be difficult for ships to come up. If the sea water can flood here, wouldn't the outside world be a vast ocean? Everyone expressed their opinions. That's impossible. If there was such a flood, how could there not be one in history? Hawkeye suddenly stopped talking. There is no record, right? Buggy knew what Hawkeye wanted to say, and continued, because history is blank. If 900 years ago, the seawater suddenly began to rise. The people of Wano Kuni discovered the situation. Fortunately, there is a huge vine mountain here where they can hide. But the relocation of a country takes time. Fortunately, Wano Kuni has a sand fruit ability user. He began to build a wall around the entire Wano Kuni to hold back the sea, partly to buy time but also because he didn't want to give up his old territory. As a result, the sea level kept rising higher and higher. Perhaps his ability was limited, and the city wall still couldn't hold back the sea water. But most people have already taken refuge in Fujiyama. After the sea water stopped rising, they opened up a new country on Fujiyama. The rising sea water lasted for a while and finally receded, but the water inside the city wall remained. That's the most reasonable explanation I can think of, Buggy said. According to the captain, the sea level has risen so high, so the humans outside will be extinct. Aokiji frowned. Not only humans, but other creatures will also be extinct. Only marine life can escape this disaster. There is a place that can escape the flood, and that is the red line. As for living things, there is also a place where there is a backup. Buggy thought of Noah's Ark under Mermaid Island. Shirahoshi said that the bloodline genes of most creatures in the world are preserved there. After the flood, the remaining humans on the red line established a world government, calling themselves celestial dragons and claiming to be the creators. But the real creator should be Noah's Ark at the bottom of the Mermaid Island, which respread the seeds of life. Buggy also began to doubt the origins of the mermaids and murlocs. If they were a race that originally lived in the sea, they would not have such a desire for sunlight and land, unless they were originally human beings. The life science and technology in the ancient pirates' world should be very advanced. Buggy suspects that except for the giants, all other races should have evolved from humans. Because there is no reproductive isolation between different races. This is the conclusion drawn by the pioneer of biology through her own practice. The reason why the giants are temporarily excluded is because Big Mom has never given birth to a child with a giant. But the giant prince once pursued Lola, and it seemed that there was no reproductive isolation between giants and humans, but there was no example to confirm it. But these are just guesses after all. I wonder if the ancient Wano Kuni left any clues. Chapter 135 Scattered they are stars in the sky, gathered they are. As the water level dropped, the outline of the city wall hidden under the water gradually emerged. That's really exaggerated. Did that guy spend his entire life building the city wall? Looking at the endless city wall, Crocodile sighed. As a user of the sand fruit ability, he can build some ordinary buildings instantly. However, to build such a giant, miracle, building, it can only take time. Unless the power of that person is many times greater than his. I guess some special method was used. Buggy didn't think Wano Kuni's sand fruit user could be this strong. Crocodile was about to speak when the Den Mushi on his body started to ring again. Annoying guy. Crocodile took out the Den Mushi in annoyance. Didn't I tell you I'm busy? Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. When did Mr. Wednesday become so bold? He was still waiting for the water to drain before going in search of the legendary Pluton. After being defeated by Whitebeard, he briefly viewed the ancient weapon Pluton as a means of revenge. Crocodile just didn't expect that after he spent so much time in Alabasta, Pluton would end up in Wano Kuni. His years of planning turned out to be a joke. Although he has no need for Pluton now, he still wants to see what this ancient weapon looks like. But, the situation in Alabasta is very bad. Vivi's voice came from the Den Mushi. Civil war is imminent. In the capital of Alabasta, people carrying weapons have begun to gather abnormally. They are obviously from the same country, but driven by ambition, they are ready to draw their swords against each other. What does that have to do with me? Crocodile was a little surprised. I'm not from Alabasta. He had no feelings for Alabasta, including sympathy. Don't you want to seize the rule of Alabasta? Now is your chance. Vivi stuttered a little. As long as you can stabilize the situation in Alabasta, I am willing to help you. Once a civil war breaks out, ordinary people will suffer the most casualties. That was in the past. I have no interest in that place now. Crocodile said, you should go find the Straw Hat crew. Maybe they will continue to help you. It's different. Luffy and his friends are good people. They can't intimidate those ambitious people. Luffy is certainly stronger than Crocodile, but Vivi knows that the people of Alabasta are more afraid of the latter. Luffy can only defeat the enemies, but once he leaves, the ambitious people will reappear. Crocodile can solve these problems once and for all. Thank you for reminding me that I'm a bad guy. Crocodile was speechless because someone was listening next to him. Don't bother me anymore. Baroque Studio has been disbanded, and I have bigger goals now. Crocodile wanted to hang up the Den Den Mushi. Please wait a moment. Vivi's voice became anxious. I know that you are now a senior cadre of the Buggy Pirates, but don't you think you have too few subordinates? Since Vivi was planning to invite Crocodile to Alabasta, she also made some preparations. Other cadres have their own subordinates, but you, boss, only have Mr. One by your side. Don't you think it would be more convenient to have more people to do things? Jin, Katakuri and Marco lead the remnants of the 4 emperors. Cat Viper and Dog Storm also have the support of the Zofur tribe. Could there be tombs or something on top of those treasures? That's my home turf, and the new Baroque studio is headed by Nefeltari Vivi, the legitimate heir of Alabasta. But at that time he had not yet thought about his future path and wanted to calm down in prison, otherwise he would have left long ago. In fact, my former subordinates had this idea, but I rejected it. Where did you get so much money? Buggy remembered that Crocodile had just been released from prison. Why, you want to rebuild the Baroque studio? Buggy heard his conversation. Is it so profitable to open a casino in Alabasta? What kind of talent can there be in that broken place? And I just need to control everything from behind. Crocodile laughed. The world government and the Marines have no excuse to interfere. Buggy knew who he was talking about, Miss Golden Week, one of the few people with superpowers in the pirates' world. Vivi saw that Crocodile didn't hang up the phone, so she knew there was still hope. Boss, your reputation is still very loud here. I don't know why, but when I saw you acting like the mastermind behind this, I suddenly wanted to beat you up. What do you want the notebook, for the Momo fruit? Buggy asked curiously, but Empress Hancock has the 9 Snakes pirates, and Hawkeye is said to have many baboons. However, rebuilding the Baroque studio is something you can consider. Boss, you can reorganize the Baroque studio. Once the situation in Alabasta is stabilized, Alabasta can send talents to the studio. The Tyrant Bear is not very smart, but Moria doesn't need a partner. Does that mean I have to be on par with these 2 guys? Crocodile appears to care nothing for money. It's quite far from our territory, it can be considered an enclave. If anything goes wrong, we won't be able to help you. The Buggy Pirates are also divided into large and small groups. Then the only ones left with few men are Tyrant Bear, Moria and myself. Miss Huang Jinjo can be said to be his most loyal subordinate. After he was injured and imprisoned, she even risked her life to break into his prison. Ahem, there are a lot of treasures buried underground. With my ability, it's easy to find some. These are not important. There are relatively few of them who were former Shichibukai's subordinates. I will personally add another 3 billion berries to the bounty, so the chances of obtaining the ink fruit will be higher. Crocodile said. After all, he was a kid whose dream was to become a mustache painter. This is already a huge amount of money, but Crocodile thinks it is worth it. Crocodile suddenly remembered something. Captain Buggy, I saw you put a reward on the ink fruit in the newspaper. If you get it, can you give it to me? With her abilities, combined with the Momo fruit, her future achievements will be limitless. Crocodile said, their talents should not be buried. I want to take Alabasta and transform the country. It seems to make some sense. Crocodile suddenly found Buggy looking at him with a strange expression. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my plan? I have a subordinate who is very suitable for the ink fruit. Crocodile said. Buggy also received some intelligence from Alabasta. After Cobra was killed, the series of events clearly had the shadow of the world government behind them. Chapter 136 Big Bear Express, the exiled map head. Despite his sudden displeasure, Buggy still agreed with Crocodile's plan. Baroque Studios was originally the local boss of Alabasta. With Crocodile's strength and the title of Vivi's heir, there was a great possibility that he could take over Alabasta. When are you going there? Buggy asked. It will take some time to drain the water from Wanokuni, but from what Vivi said, the situation in Alabasta is not very optimistic. Bonnie, does Tyrant Bear have a location for Alabasta? Crocodile asked. Bonnie inquired and received a positive answer. As long as he has been to a place, he can knock people away. Then he can also send people or objects to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Buggy thinks this ability of Tyrant Bear is really useful. Big Bear Express, mission accomplished. Maybe one day I could send some gifts to the Holy Land of Mariajoy, which would be more convenient than delivering them through the mirror world of the Mirror Fruit. Then send me to the capital of Alabasta, said Crocodile. This is much faster than other modes of transportation. Mr. 1, go here and gather Mr. Golden Week and the others. Crocodile gave Daz an address. They opened a spider cafe here. Xiao Feng is still locked up in Impel Down. Do you still want to rescue him? Buggy was impressed by the real man Xiao Feng. He stayed in Impel Down to cover their retreat, but now he has become the queen of the 5.5-story Ladyboy Paradise. This is a bit difficult. If we attack Impel Down, the Marines won't just sit there and watch. Crocodile doesn't understand why Buggy mentioned Xiao Feng. We can ask the Revolutionary Army for help. One of their officers is a monster giant who escaped from Impel Down. With her ability, it won't be difficult to pick someone up from Impel Down. Buggy was impressed by the miniskirted giant Ladyboy Jasmine, both in terms of her fruit ability and her appearance. The 5.5th level of Impel Down was created by him. With Jasmine's ability, she can easily enter Impel Down from underground and bring Xiao Feng out. After listening to Buggy's introduction to the Ladyboy Park in Impel Down, Crocodile gave up the idea of rescuing Xiao Feng. Since Xiao Feng has become the queen there, let's not disturb him. Maybe he will be happier there. That guy doesn't have any ambitions, he just values the relationship between his companions very much. With Xiao Feng's sense of responsibility, he might not want to leave Impel down at all. Crocodile was about to leave when Aokiji said, I'll go with you. Hey, my Baroque studio can't accommodate a big shot like you. Crocodile doesn't know why Aokiji is interested in Alabasta, is it because he doesn't trust his ability? Ah, don't think too much. I just want to go to Alabasta to do something. The gap between the rich and the poor there is quite big. Aokiji also knew something about Alabasta. Which country out there has a small gap between the rich and the poor? Crocodile complained. When he opened a casino in Alabasta, business was always very good, and there was never a shortage of people spending huge amounts of money in the casino, but there were also a large number of people outside who were hungry. I'm going to do some liquidation there, Aokiji said, to see if the wealth of those rich people was obtained through legitimate means. Crocodile once lied that the purpose of the Baroque studio was to overthrow the Alabasta royal family and establish a new ideal kingdom. Is the lie that he told going to come true? Then thank you very much, Bear, to take me to the capital of Alabasta. Crocodile was not going to wait for Pluton. It was just a ship, and it would be the same in the future. The pink bear paw bubble surrounded Crocodile and then flew out at an extremely fast speed. Aokiji was also knocked out shortly afterwards. At this moment in the capital of Alabasta, a huge meteorite was suspended in the air, intimidating the crowd below. Fujitora couldn't help but take action. Please calm down, everyone. We are all citizens of Alabasta. Why are we turning our weapons against each other and becoming victims of our own ambitions? Vivi stood on the base of a collapsed statue and shouted loudly. Ironically, it was the statue of Cobra that collapsed. Since Vivi turned from a national hero into a national sinner, Cobra was also dragged into becoming a foolish king. Shut up, you criminal. I heard that you are also from Baroque Studio. You deceived us. You are also involved in the evil deeds of Baroque Studio. We want to take back the power of the royal family and get the criminals out of the country. All kinds of insults were heard, and Belle and Kosa tried to help Vivi clarify, but to no avail. Everyone, if you have anything to say, please put down your weapons and discuss it slowly. If you want to take action, I will not sit idly by. Fujitora said slowly. The meteorite in the sky fell a little bit more. A young man in elegant clothes stood up and said, this is our internal affairs in Alabasta. Do you Marines want to interfere? I will not interfere in your internal affairs, but I do not want to see bloodshed. Fujitora said, you can resolve the dispute through negotiation. Negotiation? What's the use of that? The young man said disdainfully, the strong is king, this is the tradition of the Nefertari family. You're talking nonsense. The Nefertari family doesn't have such a tradition. Vivi looked at this branch of the family. We can even give up our identity as celestial dragons, so how can we have such a barbaric tradition? It's because we gave up our identity as celestial dragons that this country has become plagued by disasters. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to hand over the heavenly gold at all. The young man sneered. If it weren't for Vivi's stupid ancestor, maybe he would be a celestial dragon now. Thinking of this, the young man was filled with hatred for Vivi. But remembering the promise of world government, he was full of motivation again. The winner of this battle for the throne can become a celestial dragon again, but there is only one spot, and the other members of the Nefertari family must be killed. The young man and other competitors looked at each other, murderous intent in their eyes that could not be concealed. But first we have to deal with our biggest rival, Nefeltari Vivi. Everything is your fault, and now you want to come back and inherit the throne. Do you agree? The young man began to incite the people. I don't agree. A deafening voice rang out. No one was willing to pay the heavenly gold, and everyone thought that Vivi's ancestors had done something stupid. You have no idea how disgusting celestial dragons are. Vivi thought of what she saw in the holy land of Mariajoy. My ancestors did nothing wrong. How dare you mock the creator of the world? Let's go together and kill her. Don't worry about that Marine, he doesn't dare to do anything. The young man drew his weapon and pointed it at Vivi. Just as Fujitora was about to use gravity to control these people, a voice stopped him. That's enough, Fujitora, how long are you going to keep messing around? The crowd parted and one of the 5 elders' map heads walked out from behind. 5 elders, why are you here? Although Fujitora knew that the world government was behind the unrest in Alabasta, he did not expect that the 5 elders, the supreme leader of the world government, would personally take action. It's because you're making trouble here. Map head had a gloomy face. He was exiled by Lord Yim. You go to Alabasta and sort out the issues there. Although you are relatively incompetent, you are quite capable in splitting up the country. If you can't even do this well, there's no need for you to come back. Hearing Lord Yim's order, Map head felt extremely humiliated. The culprit is Fujitora in front of us. Fujitora, let Alabasta handle its own issues. If you still want to be a Marine, resign. Chapter 137. I have finished speaking. Who agrees? Who disagrees? The meteorite suspended in the sky was moved by Fujitora and dropped outside the city. Very good. Map head nodded with satisfaction. Since King Cobra of Alabasta was assassinated and left no heir, the new king will be chosen according to the tradition of Alabasta. Strong Nefertari people can become electors and join the fight for the throne. Since Cobra was assassinated by the revolutionary army, after a new king is elected, the new king must carry out endless revenge for Cobra. Map head glanced around and said, this is the decision of the world government. But we have an heir. King Cobra has already chosen Princess Vivi as the heir to Alabasta, Bell explained. According to our investigation, Nefeltari Vivi is related to Crocodile, the prison escapee from Impel Down, and therefore is not eligible to inherit the throne of Alabasta. Maphead said indifferently, the judicial authorities will investigate you later. How could you do this? Bell was anxious. He didn't expect the world government to be so shameless. This is our right. As a member state, you can only choose to obey. Several CP0 agents appeared behind the map boss. Come with us, Nefeltari Vivi. Bell wanted to explain something, but was stopped by Vivi. That's enough, Uncle Bell. There's no point in talking to them. Thinking of her dead father, Vivi held back her tears and sniffed. They're just a bunch of damn bastards. You're so outrageous, do you know what you're saying? Everyone present was stunned. Vivi raised her middle finger directly at Maphead. Old man, I say you are a damn BD. Maphead was stunned for a moment. This was the first time in his long life that he was insulted in person. You are such a vulgar person. No wonder you are related to the pirates. You are a disgrace to the Nefertari family. Lord Five Elders, we will take her down now. The young man who had just become the elector wanted to show himself, so he took his men to capture Vivi, but Bell turned into a birdman and stopped them. Yes, I am related to pirates. Vivi raised her left hand with an X sign drawn on it. Ignoring everyone's surprised looks, she said loudly, I am not only an employee of Baroque Studios, but also a partner of the Straw Hat Pirates. Baroque Studios once wanted to overthrow Alabasta, but the Straw Hat Pirates saved the country. You know those things, but you believe those rumors. Then it's as you wish. Just now, I contacted Crocodile. I won't give the throne of Alabasta to you guys. If you want it, let's see if the four emperors agree. My companions and I once risked our lives for this country. If you want to fight for the throne, you must also bet your lives. If you want to disrupt this country, be prepared to lose your life. Following Vivi's words, silence fell all around. You're talking nonsense. You're just a traitor to the Baroque studio. Why would Crocodile stand up for you? The young man didn't believe Vivi's words at all. If he shows up, the first person he'll deal with is you, the traitor. Hee, since you know it, why do you still spread rumors? Vivi sneered. It doesn't matter what the truth is, just go to jail obediently. The young man asked his men to stop Bell and Kosa, and he went to catch Vivi himself. Stupid guy. Vivi moved her little finger, and the silk thread tied to the ring on her little finger stretched out and turned into a chain like a peacock feather. I am a killer who has fought in the dark world. The chain wrapped around the young man's neck, and then suddenly tightened. The sharp chain directly cut off the young man's head. Do you think what I just said was a joke? The spurting blood splashed onto Vivi's face, but she didn't even try to wipe it off. Maphead frowned and said, you are quite courageous, but courage alone is not enough. Alabasta's demise is inevitable and no one can change it. The weak must learn to bear their own fate. Resistance is meaningless. Don't embarrass Fujitora, Mr. Big Whale. The map leader's face turned gloomy. He was afraid of this kind of troublemaker. The originally easy task became complicated. Bend down and lie down, don't get swept away by the sandstorm. He waved his hand, and some sand soldiers holding spears appeared on the ground and surrounded the CP-0s. Crocodile said, anyone else object. The yellow sand gathered into a human figure, and Crocodile, wearing a black coat and holding a cigar in his mouth, appeared next to Vivi. The objection is invalid. Kill her quickly, said Maphead hurriedly. The temperature around became a little lower. Aokiji, wearing sunglasses, slowly walked out from the yellow sand. Fujitora, take him down. The Maphead signaled Fujitora to take action. Maphead waved his hand and said, just kill her. A member of the royal family who was also an elector said, we don't welcome the sea here. I have finished speaking. Who is in favor and who is against? Fujitora on the side couldn't help but grasp the handle of the knife, but suddenly realized something and let go. The wind suddenly blew in the originally peaceful royal city, a large amount of sand and dust was blown into the air, and the surrounding environment became dim. Crocodile, why are you in Alabasta instead of staying with the Buggy Pirates? But luckily there is a Marine Admiral here. It's still unclear who is the strong and who is the weak, 5 elders. As the sandstorm coming, why is there no sign at all? Because there is a stronger guy hiding in the dark. Before he could finish his words, 2 sand soldiers appeared beside him and pierced him with their spears. He thought of the worst possible scenario. I'm sorry, I can't do that. Fujitora whispered. No one dared to speak anymore. If they opposed, they would be killed, so they had no choice but to agree. Crocodile, you are such a reckless person. Are you going to rebel too? You are a Marine, don't forget your responsibilities. Maphead widened his eyes. It wasn't before, but now it is. Ah la la la, isn't it the Marines' responsibility to do justice? Provoking civil unrest in other countries is not something the Marines should get involved in. The Maphead looked at the uninvited guest and said bluntly, this is not the sphere of influence of the 4 emperors. Alabasta will no longer be a member of the world government. It will be the territory of the Buggy Pirates. Ordinary people in the royal city all fled to avoid the sudden sandstorm, only a few strong people remained unmoved. I didn't expect to catch a big fish in the desert. I'm really lucky. CP0 agents dressed in white and wearing masks stepped forward one after another, ready to take action. Crocodile held the cigar in his hand. The throne of Alabasta can only be inherited by Vivi of the Baroque studio. I object. Chapter 138 SSG Seraph, Vegapunk who blasphemed life. Are you ready to serve your new master so soon, Kuzan? When the map leader saw Aokiji appear, he knew that the originally simple task had become complicated. Crocodile is not difficult to deal with, Fujitora can handle him, but adding Kuzan makes things different. But luckily I was prepared when I came out. The world government has never treated you unfairly. The power of the Marine Admiral is higher than that of the king of an allied country, but you defected to the pirates. The map head scolded. Ah la la la, sorry, power means nothing to me. Aokiji touched his head, and a chill began to spread. I won't work for anyone, whether it's the world government or Buggy. I just want to enforce justice. Ice Age. Huge icicles rose from the ground, forming walls that surrounded the nearby area. Is your justice to become a pirate? The map head said sarcastically, the reason why this world is so chaotic is because of their existence. Really, who messed up Alabasta like this? Aokiji looked around. Is it the pirates? It was the Revolutionary Army. They assassinated. Before map leader could finish his words, he was interrupted by Aokiji. Enough, are you lying to yourself? Since Cobra's death, there have been many more world government people in Alabasta. Aokiji said, now that you've come here, you want to put the blame on the Revolutionary Army. Map head was silent for a moment. It seems that you have a lot of opinions about the world government. Forget it, Fujitora, go and tie up Kuzan. The map head ordered, leave Crocodile to us. It seems that I am looked down upon. Crocodile handed the Den Den Mushi to Vivi. Old man, you better be as strong as you are. Vivi took the Den Den Mushi in a panic. The Den Den Mushi had already started talking. It was Buggy's voice. What happened over there? Do you need to contact me, Crocodile? Is that Captain Buggy? I'm Vivi. One of the 5 elders appeared in Alabasta. Vivi said to Den Den Mushi. Oh, alone 5 elders. Den Den Mushi narrowed his eyes. It's very valuable. We must catch it alive. With pudding, it is entirely possible to extract the memories of the 5 elders. Buggy is very interested in the secrets of world government. Don't worry, leave it to me. Crocodile heard the voice from Den Den Mushi. His arms turned into sand and rolled towards the map head. Arrogant fellow, I'll use you to test the effectiveness of my weapon. Faced with the attacking Shaolan, map head did not dodge. A huge figure fell from the sky and blocked his way. The sand and rain hit the figure and turned into scattered sand. When Crocodile saw the figure clearly, the cigar in his mouth fell to the ground. What is this? What on earth did you bastards do? Crocodile exuded a murderous aura that was as real as a substance, and entered a state of rage. Vivi behind also exclaimed. What happened? Asked Buggy on the Den Den Mushi side. A large one appeared. No, a small one. Vivi became incoherent and took a deep breath to calm her mind before describing what she saw. It's a giant child with white hair, brown skin and black wings. He looks very similar to the boss. Vivi was a little confused. Could it be that this was the child of her boss and a giant? It looks kind of cute, but what about the wings at the back? Is he a mixed race? The boss is really good at playing. It's not almost the same. This is what I looked like when I was a kid. Crocodile gritted his teeth and said, what the hell is this? SSG Seraph, the weapon that punishes sinners. This guy has your bloodline in his body. How does it feel, Crocodile? Maphead proudly introduced, it is really the most suitable thing to end your life. The next moment, 2 lasers shot out from the Seraph's hands, piercing through Crocodile's body and causing an explosion. Desert Diamond Sword. In the smoke, a sword of sand wrapped with armament hockey appeared and slashed at the Seraph. The Seraph stretched out his hand and grabbed the sword of sand. The armament hockey wrapped around it couldn't break his defense at all. Crocodile saw the blazing flames burning behind the Seraph and immediately understood the reason. This is the ability of the Lunalia tribe. That's right, the Lunaria tribe, known as the tribe of gods, has been created by us and is even more perfect. Now Jin is of no value. Maphead said, this is the power of science. You uneducated pirates will only be eliminated by the times. Is this the world government's trump card? Aokiji looked into the empty starry eyes of the Seraph. What does Vegapunk think of life? Unlike the mechanical pacifist, Aokiji felt the breath of life in the Seraph. Aokiji was deeply uncomfortable with the childish appearance, the empty expression, and the way he obeyed other people's orders like a puppet. They are just bred by blood factors, not real life. Fujitora explained on the side. He had been to Vegapunk's institute and had some knowledge of these things. Fujitora, is your heart blind as well? A frost sword appeared in Aokiji's hand. Or do you regard them as weapons? Living weapons. Sir Kuzan, the appearance of Seraph can reduce the sacrifice of Marines. Fujitora said, that's no excuse for desecrating life. Vegapunk has crossed the line. Aokiji didn't expect that even after destroying Punk Hazard with Akainu, Vegapunk still developed the technology of jauntization. Perhaps not perfect yet, since the Seraph retains the appearance of a child. But this makes Aokiji even angrier. In the distant Wanokuni, everyone focused their attention on Jin. Why are you looking at me? I was captured by the world government and used as a test subject since I was a child. I have been studied for so many years, so I have been mentally prepared for this. Jin said. Jin was studied before Tyrant Bear, so he was surprised that Vegapunk created the pacifist first. Aren't you angry? Bonnie asked. A little bit, but it would be nice if Vegapunk could create some rational Lunaria. After all, I'm the only one left in our tribe. Jin spoke out his thoughts. Then you should have gone to Charlotte Linlin before. She's more useful than Vegapunk. Buggy said. Jin shuddered. Then I'd rather the Lunaria tribe be exterminated from my place. Forget it, just send me to Alabasta too. I want to see what that thing looks like. From what I've described, it looks like you're in Crocodile's child. Bonnie directed Tyrant Bear to activate his ability, but why does it look like Crocodile? That thing should be a mass-produced product. Since there is even a crocodile, maybe other Shichibukai will also. Before Buggy could finish his words, a cold voice came. Bonnie, please take me to Alabasta as well. I have something to ask the 5 elders. Hawkeye with a sullen face stood behind Jin. Ah, okay, Bonnie said. Send me there too. Hancock's face looked unhappy too. The Tyrant Bear ejected the men one by one, and Bonnie turned his attention to Moria. Unexpectedly, Moria waved her hand and said, I won't go. I don't care about this. It seems that Shichibukai also has a different attitude towards this kind of thing. Wait, Bonnie suddenly thought of something. Captain Buggy, you seem to have been one of the Shichibukai. Really, did the world government also create some small buggies? Buggy began to recall whether he had ever had his blood drawn, but his memory in Impel Down was already fuzzy. Send me and Pudding over as well. I want to see what's in the 5 elders' heads. Buggy gave up thinking and decided to go and see for himself. Don't worry, there is no model of yours among the Seraphs. In fact, one was built, but it was destroyed by another model during testing. Chapter 139 Vegapunk. Leaked all over the floor. Everyone's eyes were focused on Tyrant Bear. It was he who made the sound just now, but the sound came from his chest. Father, what are you doing? Bonnie didn't understand what happened to Tyrant Bear. You really created a copy of me. Buggy stared at the Tyrant Bear's chest. Vegapunk. A window opened in the Tyrant Bear's chest, and the original flesh had been replaced by mechanical parts, with complicated wires connecting to a silver metal box. That's where the sound came from. You don't seem surprised at all, Captain Buggy. You have always been in contact with the Revolutionary Army. Buggy said, but why didn't you speak up when you rescued Tyrant Bear? Long had asked Buggy to notify him immediately if there was anything unusual happening to Tyrant Bear. Buggy guessed at the time that Tyrant Bear had a device that could contact Vegapunk. The Revolutionary Army sacrificed a powerful senior cadre in order to contact Vegapunk. Now it seems that their action was successful, but Vegapunk did not say a word at the time. I need to observe it carefully. Who can support me to continue my research? The metal box made a sound. Research. Yes, you don't think this is just a communication device. This is actually a part of me. The metal box calling itself Vegapunk continued. My original body didn't want to leave the science core, so I created this. The latest version of SSG Seraph has appeared. You will soon be able to see their strength. Do you want to have this power? Vegapunk said, you have perfect conditions here. Not only do you have the bloodline of the Lunaria clan, the Primarch Jin, but there are also many more powerful people. Give me some time, I can create a stronger Seraph. So, why don't you want to leave the science core? Buggy asked an unrelated question instead. Because the world government can provide me with the best research conditions, said Vegapunk. But you lost your freedom. Freedom. For a scientist, this thing is useless. The laboratory is my whole world. Vegapunk said, there is no place more free than the laboratory. No matter what materials I need, the world government will help me find them in the shortest time. Does the materials you mentioned include humans? Buggy said in a flat tone. Of course, this is a must for studying bloodline factors. Unfortunately, there are not many strong people who can cooperate with Tyrant Bear, so the feedback from the strong people themselves is still very important. Vegapunk said, this is also the reason why Pacifist came out earlier even though the Seraph project was studied first. But you are stronger than the world government. As long as your subordinates cooperate with the research, I can create a stronger Seraph. And I'm also very interested in your ability. How does the ability to split into pieces create such a high energy explosion? The research on Den Den Mushi is also very interesting, but if you want to complete your idea, you should find inspiration from her. Tyrant Bear's arm rose and pointed at Shirahoshi, startling her. Is it me? Me? Shirahoshi looked around and found that there was no one else around. That's right, you are the highest masterpiece of the bloodline factor, the ruler of collective consciousness, ancient weapon Poseidon. Vegapunk said, I don't know how the ancients did it, they programmed the power to control Sea Kings into their bloodline genes and passed it down from generation to generation. In your bloodline factor, there should be something like a control panel. When the control panel is enabled, the mermaid princess can communicate with the Sea King's creatures and control them. If I can crack this secret, maybe I can program ability into the bloodline factor. Vegapunk's voice suddenly became louder. Imagine that the power of the devil fruit can be passed on through reproduction, and humans can customize the abilities of their offspring. There may even be humans who master multiple abilities. So Princess Shirahoshi, can you cooperate with me in my research? I don't understand this, but if it's good for us. Shirahoshi was about to agree, but Buggy stopped her. Vegapunk, I want to ask, can Tyrant Bear's consciousness be restored? I don't know. Vegapunk answered cheerfully. Theoretically, he has lost all consciousness, but the strange thing is that his brain waves fluctuated when he saw Bonnie. I see. Buggy's arm suddenly flew out, grabbed the silver box, and pulled hard. The wires connecting the silver box broke one after another, and the box flew out of the Tyrant Bear's chest. What are you doing, Buggy? The silver box continued to make a sound. My vision system is connected to the bear, and now I can't see anything. Isn't this perfect? You can think with peace of mind. Buggy shook the silver box and found that there seemed to be liquid inside. Why are you doing this? Vegapunk couldn't understand Buggy's behavior. I can help you with a lot of research, maybe even surpass the world government. No need. Buggy said, you are a pure scientist, and you turned yourself into this for research. Even though it's only a part of you, I still admire your courage. I admire you, but since you used humans as experimental materials, you have become the kind of person I hate the most. Buggy said to the silver box in his hand, my subordinates are also my companions. They will not become your experimental subjects. You may not know the greatness of blood factor research. Vegapunk said, it is enough to change the world. I know, maybe I know more than you. If you continue your research, you might be able to create something that surpasses the ancient weapon. Buggy said, you created a god with a mortal body. In the pirates' world, you may be the most powerful scientist. But I've seen many scientists like this. They are smart and conceited. They can abandon everything, including humanity, for the sake of research. But we can't blame them because in their eyes, even they themselves can be used as research subjects. Vegapunk, is your research intended to make the world a better place, or is it simply to satisfy your curiosity? In response to Buggy's question, Vegapunk was silent for a while and suddenly spoke. Where are those scientists you mentioned? I've never heard of them. It certainly can't be Geis or Judge, they don't have that kind of spirit. Vegapunk went on to say, I used to be obsessed with machinery, but later I discovered that bloodline factors are the most amazing things in the world. Whether it's the devil fruit or the different races, they are all controlled by bloodline factors. Once you start this kind of research, you can't stop it. You're right, I just want to satisfy my curiosity. The only thing I didn't expect was that you would object to such research. Vegapunk, it seems a bit regrettable that Buggy's research materials are richer than world governments. This part that split from the main body only remembers the technology of the blood factor. If you don't need me, just destroy me. If I can't conduct research, my existence has no meaning. How many seraphs are there? Buggy asked. Not many have been cultivated. The combat power of various types of seraphim also varies. Currently, there should be only one of each type. In the future, we will decide which type to mainly produce based on actual combat situations. Vegapunk, I am reminded of the Buggy type seraph that was the first to be eliminated. It is estimated that this type will no longer be produced, which will only waste resources. Thanks for letting me know, scientist. Goodbye. Buggy exerted force with his 5 fingers, and the silver box began to twist into form. Red liquid leaked out and dripped onto the ground. This reminded Buggy of bad memories. This kind of scientist without moral sense is the real monster. Chapter 140 Vegapunk's Persistence, the moral bottom line of the pirates. Really, why would a marine admiral like me have to escort prisoners with a kid like you, and in the deep sea? A submarine was diving on the seabed. Kizaru looked at the seawater outside the window and kept complaining. There's nothing we can do, old man. This time the prisoner is a bit dangerous. Zon Taowen said, if he escapes again, there will be another big riot. Next to him was a burly man who was tightly bound with seastone chains. Douglas Barrett, another troublemaker from the Roger Pirates. Kizaru sighed, why would Vegapunk want to see him? It's not that the doctor wants to see him, but the world government needs more models of seraph. Zon Taomaru said, try which model is the strongest. Don't you have Buggy's bloodline factor? Why do you want to use his? Kizaru remembered that the first batch of seraphim used the blood factor of Shichibukai. Buggy, when did that guy ever compare with me? Baylight seemed to have heard some joke. When he became Roger's right-hand man, Buggy was still an ordinary trainee and Baylight didn't take him seriously at all. Not long ago, he encountered Buggy again, dressed like a clown, with no other purpose except to be funny. How pitiful, another guy who was deceived by Buggy's acting skills. Kizaru shook his head, didn't anyone show you the newspaper? Except for Doflamingo, no one else has this treatment. Zon Taomaru said, he doesn't know what happened recently. Hey, were you really defeated by Straw Hat Luffy? Kizaru suddenly became interested. Think back, have you ever been hurt inexplicably? What are you talking about? It was a shame for Pallet to be defeated by a group of little devils, even though there were a few old guys among them. You don't really think you're the strongest in the world, do you? But you have the guts to fight those guys alone. You're brave enough to be called the strongest in the world. Seeing that lineup, Kizaru would have run as far away as possible, but this idiot dared to force his way in. Baylight snorted coldly, except for Roger, the other guys are not worth mentioning. You've been caught twice, don't you feel the consequences? Do you really think that Roger is first and he is second? Kizaru determined that Barete was actually a crazy fan of Roger and immediately lost interest in communicating with him. The submarine came to an underwater crater and slowly sank. Zon Taomaru took out an instrument and operated it. The rocks at the bottom of the volcano separated, and a hole appeared for the submarine to enter and exit. The submarine entered and saw a long obsidian passage in front. Is this the secret research institute that Sakazuki helped build? Kizaru asked. That's right, this is the doctor's blood factor laboratory, where the seraph was born. Zon Taomaru introduced. Those kinds of things. Kizaru felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of the appearance of the seraphim. Why do they all look like children? Because once they get older, the blood factors in their bodies will conflict with each other, and there is a risk of blood collapse. Zon Taowen explained, the doctor said this is a rejection reaction. By the way, old man, do you want to leave some blood? Asked Zon Taowen. Doctor, how did you have time to eavesdrop on us? Buggy. Vegapunk thought of the clone that just died in his hands, he is such an unpredictable guy. No need. Kizaru thought about himself growing wings, Vegapunk will be chopped to death sooner or later if he keeps doing this. You guessed it, someone has already done it. The horn on the submarine suddenly sounded. Seraphim versus Primarch. What kind of evil is this? Do you want to die? Kizaru glared at Zontaomaru. Cooperating with Vegapunk to study lasers is already my limit. There are many screens here, but the one in the center shows a fight scene. Doctor, this is Baylight. His physique and strength are enough to become the blood donor of the Seraphim. Zontaomaru said, yeah, but Buggy just crushed it, Vegapunk said, so I made another one. Something unexpected happened, which disrupted my plan. Vegapunk's voice came, come in and talk. Will being crushed become addictive? This is the first time Kizaru has heard such a request. I can help you directly. Zontaomaru said, the doctor can help you create an offspring, a normal offspring without the transformation into a giant. The blood of the Lunaria clan is super strong. But he spent most of his time doing research and rarely paid attention to other things. Crocodile. Bale-Te recognized this old rival. I just didn't expect Buggy to be so averse to human research. You said that pirates have a higher moral bottom line than marines. Is this reasonable? As long as he wanted, he could use machinery to control all the movements in the institute. It can't be worse than Buggy's, right? Zontaomaru saw that the seraph that fought against Crocodile was made of his bloodline factor. Let's give it a try. I wonder how compatible it is with the blood factors of the Lunalia people. Vegapunk said, I'm not trying to make weapons like the seraph. I just think it's a pity that you don't even have any offspring. Zontaowen didn't find it strange at all. Once he entered the research institute, he arrived at the field of Vegapunk. Both Kizaru and Zontaomaru were trustworthy, so Vegapunk said directly, send them to Buggy. This is my newly made split and I need someone to help me deliver it. Vegapunk said, Doctor, the two people in front of you are marines, not pirates. Zontaowen said helplessly, this is an act of collaborating with the enemy. And hasn't your clone been taken away by the tyrant bear? The submarine stopped on a mechanical platform, which then began to descend, and after 100 meters entered a sealed space. One of Vegapunk's eyes had been replaced by a mechanical eye. The crimson electronic eye glowed and glanced up and down at Baylight. They were once evenly matched, and were both defeated by Straw Hat Luffy. It can be said that they have quite a connection. After the seawater outside was pumped out, Kizaru and Zontaomaru escorted Baylight out of the submarine. Vegapunk showed little interest in the battle, and instead came to a lab table with a silver metal box on it. At this time, there was already a semi-mechanized human waiting for them outside. They are different. That split records the blood factor technology, and this split records the mechanical technology. Vegapunk said. Zontaomaru found it a little unbelievable. He was the only Shichibukai who became 4 emperors, but the seraph created with his bloodline factor was the weakest. Vegapunk led the group forward and into the center of the institute. Without the power of the devil fruit, relying only on the fire of the Lunaria tribe is still a little lacking. Chapter 141 The uniqueness of devil fruit. Scientists are not shipbuilders. I'm really sorry, but aren't you the one with the lowest moral standards, Doctor? Kizaru spread his hands and said, look at what you have come up with, why not just create some pacifists? No matter how strong a pacifist is, he can never reach the level of a Shichibukai, even if you add your laser ability and copy the meatball fruit. Unless we find a more powerful way to operate energy, such as the explosion that Buggy used his ability to trigger. Vegapunk said, the power of machinery has reached its limit. I can only find another way to seek a breakthrough from the blood factor. So you created a weapon like the seraph. It's because of this that the outside world has become a mess. Kizaru complained. Without the appearance of seraph, the Shichibukai system would not be abolished, and there would be no subsequent events. Why don't you just make some artificial devil fruit? They're pretty useful. Kizaru doesn't understand why Vegapunk gave up the research on artificial devil fruit and focused on the blood factor. Devil fruit is unique. What really works is hidden in the black box. No matter how you imitate it, it can never be perfect. Vegapunk opened a storage box and took out a devil fruit covered with scales. Want a devil fruit, Zontaomaru? Is this the fish fruit, the mythical beast, the blue dragon form? Zontaomaru said in surprise. Yes, it was once the devil fruit of 4 Emperors Kaido, but it wasn't like this some time ago. Vegapunk said. Originally this fruit was the same as the one abandoned in Punk Hazard, just a failed imitation, but it suddenly changed not long ago. The day Buggy landed on Wano Kuni, this devil fruit grew scales. You mean it changed from a fake to a genuine devil fruit? Kizaru took the fish fruit and observed it carefully. Maybe it's the reincarnation of the devil fruit. The rebirth of the devil fruit begins the moment the ability user dies. Vegapunk said, this fruit should be generated when Momonosuke died. I have an interesting guess. When Kaido died, the uniqueness of the fish fruit was transferred to Momonosuke. And when Momonosuke died, this property was transferred to this imitation fish fruit, turning it from a replica into the original. Kizaru was a little surprised. It sounds like the devil fruit is running around like a living creature. They are not dead things. Especially Zone's devil fruit, which is clearly different from Paramecia and Logia. Vegapunk said, Zone's devil fruit can fuse with inanimate objects, but other types of devil fruit cannot do this. How about it, Zontaomaru, do you want to become a demon fruit power? Kizaru handed the fish fruit in his hand to Zontaomaru. This is a very powerful demon fruit. No, I still enjoy the feeling of swimming. Zontaomaru said, well, I'll find something suitable to fuse with the fish fruit some other day. There's a different attitude toward science. It will be quick. Vegapunk put the blood into the instrument and began to analyze the differences in the blood from that of ordinary humans. That's what happens when you draw blood from someone. Kizaru pointed at the screen, where Crocodile was still fighting the Seraph. Becoming a weapon of the world government. Not just them, the blood factor maps of all races in the world are similar. In my eyes, they just look a little different, and they all belong to the human race. The same voice as Vegapunk came from the silver box, but why don't you build me a robot body? I need to find a place where I can study mechanics, and Buggy's is the best choice. Vegapunk sneered, their bloodline factor map is basically the same as that of humans. The so-called God clan is just some humans with wings. You are just a part of me. I don't know if you can drive the devil fruit. If they all become Lunalia, wouldn't that mean the human race will be extinct? Kizaru said. Vegapunk put the fish fruit back into the storage box. Their true value is that they have proven that humans can achieve a leap in life levels by changing their bloodline factors, thereby completing overall evolution. Some tools popped out of Vegapunk's robotic arm and began to transform the silver box. But Buggy is different. He really wants to change the world through science. He made 2 holes in the metal box and installed a device that could detect external information. That makes sense, Vegapunk said, but the mechanical body is a bit too big and could easily attract other people's attention. The Seraphim were originally the phased products of the Human Enhancement Project. You used them as weapons, Vegapunk said as he worked. Why do you have to go to Buggy's place? Kizaru was a little confused. He does not need to use this ability to fight, but to conveniently change into various bodies. Because only there can I show my value. The silver box spoke for Vegapunk. Isn't there Lei Te over there? How about making a replica of the fusion fruit? Silver box suggested. How is it? Can you see the scenery outside? Vegapunk patted the silver box. Vegapunk came to Lei Te and drew a tube of blood under Lei Te's angry glare. Hey, do you want to imitate the devil fruit on the spot? I don't have that much time to waste here. If I can't study bloodline factors, Buggy won't refuse to study other things, right? If you go out there, you'll be welcomed in any country, why choose pirates? The world government has completely placed its research focus on bloodline factors and no longer invests resources in mechanical research. Kizaru didn't want to stay in this depressing place for long. Narrow-minded, you don't think the Lunaria tribe is a race of gods? The silver box said, it's like a guy who entered my institute, studied for a while, and chose to be a shipbuilder after leaving. Vegapunk thought of Buggy's research on Den Den Mushi, that's where scientists should be. Before cracking the devil fruit's black box characteristics, there is no point in studying the devil fruit, so I shifted my focus to the bloodline factor. Doctor, he just killed your clone once, said Zontaomaru. After eating the devil fruit, the blood factor will also change accordingly. Unfortunately, the sample is too small, and you Marines are not cooperating with the research. It's just to draw some blood. Chapter 142 The True Use of the Fusion Fruit. The main body of Vegapunk was busy, and the silver box, which was a split consciousness, replaced the main body to chat with Kizaru and others, which made Kizaru feel very uncomfortable. He has seen Frankie from the Straw Hat Pirates. Frankie has more mechanized parts than Vegapunk, but Kizaru still thinks Frankie is still a human being. But Vegapunk gave him an inhuman feeling, and what he saw was just a monster pursuing science. He even used his own body as research material. How long will it take? Doctor, my time is very precious. Something big has happened outside. Kizaru said. The 5 elders actually went to Alabasta and clashed with the Buggy Pirates. However, no call for a mobilization has been issued yet, which seems to indicate that they are very confident in the strength of the Seraphim. When did you care about the safety of celestial dragons? Said the silver box. Hey, don't say that. I'm a Marine, of course I have to care about his safety. Otherwise, why don't you worry about the pirates? Kizaru shrugged. You are the creator of Seraph, do you think his power can match that of the Shichibukai? Of course not. The silver box said. Seraphim is a mass-produced product, and there is still a gap between it and the original. Right now, Seraph is relying on the fire of the Lunalia clan to provide defense. He still has little combat experience. Mass production type. Kizaru felt a chill down his spine when he heard this. How many units are there in production? Why, are you afraid that they will take Marine's job? Vegapunk chuckled. Don't worry, I will control their production. If the world government dominates alone, investment in scientific research will be small. Only when they feel pressure will a steady stream of resources be sent here. Speaking of which, I have to thank Buggy. It's much easier to defraud scientific research funds now. In other words, as long as Vegapunk is willing, it can produce a large number of Seraphim. Even if their strength is not as good as Shichibukai, once their numbers increase, the 4 emperors will not be their match. Besides, Vegapunk has Kaido's blood factor sample in his hand, so he is fully capable of creating a stronger Seraph. If such a seraphim takes the fish fruit, Kizaru doesn't know how powerful he will be. Fortunately, it is not the celestial dragons that possess this power, otherwise the marine would really lose its meaning of existence. Kizaru was sighing when the busy Vegapunk started waving at him. Since you are in a hurry, let's use a quick method. I need more Lei Te blood. Even though Yebolite had a strong physique, he was almost dying from the blood draw this time. You bastards, don't let me escape, or I will definitely kill you. Especially you. Lei Te stared at Vegapunk. Really, maybe the result will disappoint you. Vegapunk said, if the experiment is successful, you will not be my opponent at all. A large amount of blood gathered in a small pool. Vegapunk threw a seed into it. The blood began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye and was absorbed by the seed. When the blood disappeared, only a blood-red devil fruit remained in the small pond. Vegapunk took out the devil fruit and placed it into the instrument along with the silver box. As the instrument started up, the devil fruit slowly merged with the silver box. How does it feel? Vegapunk asked. It worked. It seems that the devil fruit has treated me as a life. Even the Paramecia devil fruit can be consumed, although the way of consumption is different. Are there any residual souls living in the devil fruit? Vegapunk suddenly asked a sharp question, attracting everyone's attention. No, but taking devil fruit does have a small impact on my subconscious. I feel very close to inorganic matter now. They are like my partners, but I feel alienated from life. The silver box said, Douglas Lei Te, as the owner of the fusion fruit, chose the path of being alone. Are you also affected by the fusion fruit? Nonsense, I just think I can become the strongest without relying on anyone. Baelite cursed. The pride of being a strong man made him dare not think about this problem. He really didn't want to communicate with others, but that was determined by his own personality, not the influence of the fusion fruit. Right now it seems that Zone Devil Fruit has the greatest impact on a person's personality, Paramecia is second, and Logia is the least. The structure of the scales was learned from a species of Den Mushi, which has the hardest shell of any living creature ever discovered. How horrible, isn't this my Yasukani no Magatama? Vegapunk's split gradually turned into a metal monster that looked like a lobster. The flowing metal liquid gradually turned into a human form, and a metal Baelite appeared in front of everyone. I'm telling the truth, Metal Lei Te's body changed. In fact, the human body is very inefficient in combat. If I were in my prime, I wouldn't fight you in close combat. Baelite discovered his weakness. I can attack you from a distance, so I won't give you a chance to hit me. He will only fuse more inorganic matter, become larger, and thereby increase his attack power. Hundreds of laser beams lit up at the entrance of the cave. As long as I have energy, I can consume it endlessly. Do you want to compete with me in long-range attack methods? At the same time, the arms also changed, shrinking and hiding like giant claws. The silver box emitted an invisible force, and the Wapol Alloy melted into liquid and wrapped around the silver box. Speed is power, that's what you always say, Borsellino. The metal monster's abdomen opened, and some tentacles appeared, sucking in the concentrated energy on the ground. Can you control the power of the fruit now? This fusion fruit looks very interesting. Although it doesn't have Haki's blessing, it's enough for close combat. The originally straight body gradually became hunched, and dense metal scales appeared on the body. These scales were Uzumaki-shaped, like snail shells. Baelite remained silent. Could it be that the fusion fruit could be used in this way? The monster's claws popped out instantly, and Kizaru's observation Haki suddenly felt a sense of crisis. He stood up, and the Uzumaki-like scales on his body opened up in the middle, turning into black holes. Sorry, this is the memory of the blood factor. Metal Lei Te spoke, I don't want to do this either. This weak look is not suitable for fighting at all. I need to adjust myself. Vegapunk trusted his own judgment and took all the Wapol alloys in the research institute. The structure of my claws was inspired by the claws of a shrimp. The special physical structure allows me to punch more than 100 times in 1 second. The hardest body, the most powerful close-range fire fist, and long-range attack methods with unlimited potential. Even Kizaru felt that Lei Te was a little pitiful. Doctor, don't be angry with him anymore, he is also one of the few strong people in the world, give him some face. With the roar coming from the monster's belly, the originally silver-white Wapol alloy gradually turned red, astonishing heat came from him, and the temperature in the hull began to rise. Don't use my looks, you damn guy. Lei Te's eyes turned red. Doctor, with such power, why do you still work for the world government? Long-range attack. The metal monster looked as if he had heard a joke. The metal monster looked at its claws and saw that they were already showing signs of melting. 20,000 degrees of heat, this is a real fire fist. What kind of creature is this? Kizaru had never seen such a strange thing. Kizaru didn't expect that in addition to lasers, Vegapunk had mastered methods similar to his Yasukani no Magatama. Lei Te, can you catch this punch? Is this the power of the fusion fruit in the hands of scientists? For a moment, Kizaru seemed to see a flicker of fire in the claws, and he felt an astonishing temperature there, far exceeding the temperature of Sakazuki's lava. Lei Te was so angry that he almost passed out. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever used the word weak to describe him. The silver box ignored Lei Te and said to itself, I want to fuse some things now. Please help me get the Wapol alloy from the laboratory and some concentrated energy. Chapter 143 Adam and Eve, Devil Fruit. Before this, Kizaru knew that Vegapunk was a scientist who only cared about research. Although he claims to have a mind that surpasses human intelligence by 500 years, he is essentially an ordinary person. For his safety, the world government even arranged for Zontaomaru to protect him closely. And now, Vegapunk's clone has surpassed Baylight in strength by using only a replica of the fusion fruit. Is the fusion fruit too powerful or is Vegapunk too perverted? What Kizaru couldn't understand was that with Vegapunk's strength, there was no need for him to stay in this dark research institute. Judge Vinsmoke, who was far inferior to him, was able to establish the kingdom of Germa, so it would not be difficult for Vegapunk to conquer an area of sea. It's very simple, I can learn and master any knowledge, but I can't master people's hearts. Vegapunk said slowly, the future country of Bakumoa, the country where I was born. There is a huge ruin underground. Although it has been abandoned for a long time, the items left behind are beyond our imagination. They are relics left by creatures far beyond our civilization. They are also the place where I was enlightened on the path of becoming a scientist. Vegapunk took out a disc and flicked it gently. The disc emitted electric light and floated in the air. This was my favorite toy when I was a child. I got it from the ruins. How is this done? Kizaru did not find any device to assist flight on the disc. Do you know Upside Down Mountain? Vegapunk asked an irrelevant question. Of course I know. The place where the four seas meet is also one of the entrances to the Grand Line. What kind of force do you think allows the water to rush directly to the Red Line, which is 10,000 meters high? Looking at the confused Kizaru, Vegapunk put away the disc and continued, it is the power of the planet under our feet. It is this power that makes the disc float. The planet still has power. Kizaru stepped on the ground. Yes, it is the magnetism recorded by the recording pointer, that is, the force of the magnetic field. Vegapunk took out a record pointer, and the pointers on it pointed in 3 directions. In this sea area, it will be difficult to move forward without a record pointer. Because the world's magnetic field is too chaotic, it has created many miracles like the Upside Down Mountain, although this miracle is full of traces of human intervention. Vegapunk looked at the bewildered crowd and knew it would be difficult for them to understand the power of the planet's magnetic field. Let's continue talking about the kingdom. With the items excavated from the abandoned ruins, Bakumoa became a well-known future kingdom. They sold the items in the ruins, but they didn't know how valuable the wealth was. Later, I formed a research team called MADS with some scientists who came here to see the site. We stopped this behavior and started studying the ruins. MADS, that notorious organization. Doctor, you were once a member of it. Kizaru exclaimed. Quinn, Geisa Current, and Vinsmoke Judge were all members of the MADS organization. Notorious, perhaps, at least in the eyes of the people of the kingdom of Bakumoa, we have monopolized the ruins, preventing them from exploring, and causing them to lose a lot of income. As compensation, we used the technology in the ruins to create some robots for them to drive, freeing them from labor. Because Bakumoa is a winter island, I also built a huge heating system so that they don't have to worry about the cold anymore. Isn't this great? You both got what you wanted. Kizaru said, no need to work, just enjoy life in peace, it's simply a dream way to live. I thought so too, but I underestimated human nature. No longer working, they turned their attention to the ruins again. Since the MADS organization is willing to spend such a huge price to monopolize the ruins, there must be something of higher value in it. That's what they think. Vegapunk smiled bitterly. People are preparing to excavate the ruins again, and this time, there are also disagreements within our MADS organization. Quinn and Judge are prepared to use violence to combat this behavior, while Geisa wants to use some dark means to control them and become the king of Bakumoa. And my good friend Eugene was originally dissatisfied with driving robots. He believed that robots were also alive, so he simply took the courtship that drove the robots and left. The robots that lost their courtship stopped functioning, and the conflict on the island became more intense. Seeing that the struggle was inevitable, I simply contacted the world government and told them about the discovery of the life design. The world government's army arrived, and Bakumoa was instantly at peace. The ruins were sealed off, the MASD organization was disbanded, and the once enraged people became as docile as sheep. Professional things should be done by professionals. I am just a scientist, and research is what I should do. Being a ruler is not suitable for me, nor am I interested in doing it. Bring my clone to Buggy. He should be able to play the greatest role there. And this is my utopia. Vegapunk looked at his research institute as if it was the whole world. Have you ever thought about the impact your research will have on the world? Kizaru said, especially Seraph. Influence, maybe a little, but not much. Vegapunk said, Borsellino, don't underestimate the world government. The ruins of my hometown have been developed for many years. The world government did not care about it before, until I took out that life design and then sent people over. Not only that, the world government is not eager about my research results. Instead, your Marines often come to my place to check on my research progress. Vegapunk looked at the screen. Crocodile had suppressed the Seraph, but 2 more Seraphs appeared next to the map head, like young versions of Hawkeye and Hancock. Vegapunk originally disdained the legend of the 3 ancient weapons, but after seeing Poseidon Shirahoshi, his mind changed. He saw in Shirahoshi the highest masterpiece of that life design, the mark of ability engraved on the blood factor. Who created this perfect creature? Was it the legendary god? In the holy land of Mariajoy, among the flowers, next to a giant straw hat, is a mural. At this time, Yimu once again stood in front of the mural holding Shirahoshi's photo. In the mural, a man and a woman are surrounding a strangely shaped tree. The woman looked exactly like Shirahoshi, and she was holding a fruit she had plucked from a tree. The man in the straw hat looked at the fruit covered with patterns, seemingly lost in thought. Seemed to hear Joy Boy's loud voice again in his ears. The ancient text on it is a little blurry. Adam, Eve, and the fruit that was tempted by the devil to eat. This fruit seems to be similar to the one I ate. Is it the devil fruit? The expelled Adam and Eve, the departed God, the caged world. So those guys who claim to be God are just slaves. We defeated them, and there is no God in this world anymore. You said I look like Adam. Stop kidding, it says here that Adam is dead. Adam left a method to unlock the cage in a hidden location. Let's go find that place. This straw hat looks good. Who can make me one that looks similar? Yim stroked the mural and said, Joey boy, you got one thing wrong. God will not disappear. The God Slayer became the new God in this cage world, and I, who mastered the weapons left by the gods, became the king of gods. The guy wearing your straw hat has set out on the journey to find Raftel. That guy ate the same fruit as you. Is this fate? What did you leave behind in Raftel? Hopefully it will end this boring world. Otherwise, one day, I won't be able to resist and clean up the whole world myself. Chapter 144, Fruit of Wishes, Raftel. After leaving the Hall of Flowers, came to the Hall of the Void. Sitting on the throne of the Void, activated the power of the throne, and a mysterious force pulled Im's senses into the Void. In the darkness, a blue planet appeared in front of Im. As Im's fingers slid, the planets began to spin according to her will. As long as Im wants, she can launch a devastating attack on any place on the planet. This is the power of ancient weapon Uranus, godlike power. Activate the communication system and initiate communication with Noah's Ark. Im gave the order. Commander, the communication request has been sent, and we are waiting for the other party's response. A mechanical voice came from the void. Not long after, a ray of light appeared in the void, and then a figure resembling Shirahoshi appeared. It was Eve, the ship spirit of the Ark of Promise. The ship spirit Eve was more than 10 meters tall. She looked down at Im. This was not the first time she had received a communication request from Uranus. Nice to meet you again, Lady Eve. Im spoke first. Rebel, you'd better cover yourself up. The boat spirit Eve looked at Yim with disgust. Which one of those people are you? I'm not ashamed to see people, but as a god on earth, I have to maintain a certain sense of mystery. Those winged tribe people we defeated before did the same thing. Yim chuckled. They have studied religion very deeply, and there are still churches that believe in them. You dare to call yourself God when you can't even be omniscient and omnipotent? Said the ship spirit Eve mockingly. Yim stared at the shadow of the planet in front of him. At least here, I am God. It's up to you. The more ignorant people are, the more they like to put themselves above ordinary people. I also know that you call yourselves the Creator, which is a title that can only be obtained by those who can independently transform the ecology of the planet. The ship spirit Eve shook her head. Neither she nor Adam had the title of Creator. Mr. Eve, I have always had a question. Why did you and Adam take the devil fruit in the first place? Yimu thought of the mural he had just seen. You obviously have everything. Why were you expelled from God's home for the power of a mere devil fruit? Devil fruit. God's home. The ship spirit Eve was confused and it took her a while to sort out her thoughts. What records did those damn winged tribe leave behind that led you to have such a misunderstanding? Adam and I took the initiative to leave the Garden of Eden and no longer continue our space voyage. That's because we wanted to study the power of the fruit of wishes, which you call the devil fruit. The ship spirit Eve looked at the blue planet beside her and fell into deep thought. The Eden is a spaceship that constantly wanders in the universe, pursuing the mysteries of the universe. The Eden, sailing in the universe, discovered this planet and found the Tree of Wishes, a magical plant. The fruit of the Tree of Wishes can be transformed into fruits with different abilities according to the wishes of living beings, and the person who takes it can gain the power of hope. Some creatures long for the power of nature, which formed the Logia devil fruit. Some fruits fell into the bodies of wild beasts and merged with them, strengthening their abilities and becoming zone devil fruit. Some wish fruits are transformed into Paramecia devil fruits because of the strange ideas of living beings. The power of devil fruit varies, but each fruit has the power to go against the rules. Furthermore, once the devil fruit is formed, it will reappear on the planet after the user dies. The Eden was somewhat worried about this power, which was completely different from their technology and full of uncontrollable factors. The planet also became chaotic because of the appearance of devil fruit. The creators transplanted the Tree of Wishes, which had 3 wish fruits left, onto the Garden of Eden and prepared to seal up all the devil fruits. But Adam and Eve disagreed, believing that this power could be studied and mastered. Later, Adam traveled around the world on the battleship Pluto to collect research materials. If the research is successful, they can also be awarded the title of Creator. After seeing the devil fruit ability of the man named Joey Boy, the ship spirit Eve felt that the guy must be related to Adam. The seawater almost submerged everything, and the ship spirit Eve also lost contact with her main body at that time. With the blood factors stored in Noah's Ark, mermaids and sea kings appeared. From then on, the ship spirit Eve began her revenge plan. As the creation of the soul fruit, she had almost endless time. They activated the satellite, and due to the influence of the satellite's gravity, continuous tsunamis were generated on the planet. Uranus did not shut down, it started up. In order to prevent any mistakes, After discovering that the demon fruit power was afraid of seawater, the Eden transformed the planet and turned it into an ocean world. After the flood, she watched as the Winged Tribe became the rulers of this world and began to enslave other races. The boat spirit Eve found a familiar straw hat on a man's head, which looked the same as the straw hat Adam often wore on his head. After countless sacrifices, they achieved victory. Is your wish to be a shapeshifter? Eve asked. As Eve, the ship spirit, waited for the closure of Uranus, another great flood swept the world. The ship spirit Eve told them the biggest secret and also told them the control key of Uranus. Adam and Eve stayed on the planet to conduct research, while the Eden continued its interstellar voyage. She accepted the Alliance's proposal and sent the first generation's Deep Marine Regiment. A sound like a war drum sounded in Adam's body. It seems that the fruit gives me a way to quickly recover my strength. At the same time, the natural satellites next to the planet were transformed as a last resort of defense. Let's go here. The boat spirit Eve gave Joyboy a location. This is where Adam lost contact. Adam and Eve used the wish fruit, and the wish fruit in the hands of Life Research Officer Eve formed the Paramecia soul fruit. When Joyboy appeared in front of the ship spirit Eve again and told her everything that had happened, there was no way for the ship spirit Eve to save the situation. After the Eden left, Adam and Eve originally conducted research on the satellite, but later found it inconvenient, so they entered the planet and transformed the clouds to create Sky Island. At their strong request, the Eden agreed to their plan. While she was quietly accumulating strength, a group of people came to Mermaid Island, claiming to seek an alliance in order to overthrow the rule of the Winged Tribe. Just when the research was making progress, the Winged Clan, the servants who had stayed behind on Sky Island, launched a rebellion. It's worthy of being the wish's fruit. Adam stretched and transformed his body at will. It can actually generate such power according to my will. No, I want the ability to bring happiness to others. Adam inflated himself like a balloon. As a medical officer, I also want a super strong vitality. Find the Void Throne, take back control of Uranus, and shut down Uranus. It's also his research base, Raftel. Medical Officer Adam's wish fruit turned into a strange fruit. Eve built the Kunois Ark, the bloodline factor of the entire planet, on the bottom of the sea, and split off some souls to become the ship spirits of Noah's Ark. The ship spirit Eve became more certain of this when she saw Adam's battleship Pluto. The key to victory or defeat lies in Uranus. The last wish fruit merged with the fruit of the Kabbalah tree of life on the Eden to form the Op fruit. Chapter 145 Eternal Life, Fated Soul. I saw that the ship spirit Eve did not respond for a long time, so he reached out and tapped the shadow of the planet. The area that was clicked quickly enlarged, and a city in the desert appeared in front of the two people. A fierce battle was taking place in the city. Fortunately, a thick layer of ice covered the battlefield, otherwise the city would not be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle between these powerful men. HMPH, you have completely controlled Uranus, said the ship spirit Eve. Of course, Yim admitted generously, observing the scenery below is one of my few pleasures. That's the weapon we created, the Seraph. Yimu pointed at the figures below and asked, Ms. Eve, what do you think of their strength? Did you come up with this name? A real Seraph is a spiritual creature, not a mixture of flesh and blood and machinery. The ship spirit Eve could tell the true and false of this Seraph at a glance. It has integrated various powerful bloodline factors and looks very strong, but it lacks the fighting will of a strong person. However, the fact that the technology in the outside world has developed to this level surprised the ship spirit Eve. Really, they're just some toys anyway. Yim, who controls Uranus, doesn't think highly of Seraphim. The guy who created Seraphim is quite interesting. I can see his ambition. That man named Vegapunk wanted to create something that surpassed the ancient weapon, but he had no idea how great a miracle Uranus really was. Yim thought that the ship spirit Eve would laugh at Vegapunk's arrogance, but she said solemnly, Vegapunk. I'll remember this name. Considering the scientific level of the outside world, Vegapunk's talent has surpassed this era to be able to develop blood factor technology to this extent. A scientist is someone who makes the impossible possible. Uranus is just a technological creation, not a miracle at all. Only an ignorant person like you would regard a weapon as a miracle. As long as there is a spirit of continuous exploration of the unknown, Uranus will be eliminated sooner or later. The ship spirit Eve felt a little regretful, as the Devil Fruit's abilities were actually very suitable for interstellar travel. 900 years ago, the people of this planet had the opportunity to break out of the planet and enter the endless universe. But because of the selfish desires of some people, the civilization on the planet was almost destroyed. After so many years, the fire of civilization was rekindled and people began to adventure and explore the world again. One day, after exploring the entire world, they will turn their eyes to the endless starry sky. Really, even if someone defeats me, do you think he will choose to shut down Uranus, or become the new controller of Uranus? Waved his hand and multiple virtual screens appeared, with Buggy, Luffy, Dragon, Shanks and others appearing on the screen. Yim said, with just one thought, you can become the king of the world. Can anyone resist such a temptation? There are too many ambitious people in this world. Even that kid wearing a straw hat keeps talking about becoming the king of pirates. There are always people who choose a different path. The ship spirit Eve looked at Luffy and Buggy for a moment longer. For some people, some things are more important than power. They have no choice at all. I am invincible as long as I control Uranus. I can destroy them at any time if I want. Yim looked at the ship Spirit Eve, the three ancient weapons, Uranus and the other two were not on the same level at all. Now Trafalgar Law does have hope of reaching the level to perform the immortality surgery, and once he has reached that level of strength, IM wants to give it another try. The ship Spirit Eve pointed forward, your men seem to be in trouble, don't you want to help? The boat Spirit Eve didn't expect that IM would actually find Adam's broken straw hat and keep it away. The immortality surgery gave IM endless life, but is this really just a blessing? Whatever, it doesn't matter if you destroy the world. The ship Spirit Eve said mockingly, when all the living things in the world disappear, you will suffer eternal loneliness. Yimu was silent for a while, then asked, what is the Op Fruit's immortality surgery all about? Looking at the smiling ship Spirit Eve, IM knew he had been fooled. There's nothing in that huge straw hat, roared IM. The boat Spirit Eve's mood suddenly became very good. How sad. Death is a luxury for you. Why not focus on something else? Wouldn't it be fun if I wiped them out now? As the world recovers and more countries join the world government, IM's mentality changes. I really don't know. Op Fruit was created by the stupid Adam. Unfortunately, he is dead now. But there may be some clues in his belongings. The ship Spirit Eve pondered for a while, and seeing that IM was staring at her, she knew that she must be very nervous. It's just an ordinary straw hat. Adam made it for fun. Would you leave anything on a hat? UBD. If the immortality surgery cannot be undone, then if a new immortal person appears, will the effect of the old surgery disappear? The ship Spirit Eve roughly knew what was happening. Life is infinite, but the light of the soul gradually dims under the polish of time. I'm sorry, I don't know. The ship Spirit Eve thinks the latter possibility is more likely. If another person develops the Op Fruit to its limit, can the immortality surgery be undone? Immortality is a forbidden option for creators exploring the universe. The restrictions on performing an immortality surgery are very strict. The Op Fruit has appeared several times in the past 800 years, but no one has been able to develop it to the point of performing an immortality surgery. IM has already experimented with the Op Fruit's personality transfer surgery, but her personality is too strong, and the Op Fruit cannot transfer her personality. In the capital of Alabasta, the battle was beginning to turn in the other direction. After IM became the king of the world, she initially behaved like a qualified king. Endless life made her see too much darkness. Gradually, she began to become indifferent, lost her initial interest in power, and no longer appeared in front of the world. But it seems that you really don't want to live anymore. It's really ironic that you, who are blessed with the eternal life surgery, want to end your life. Devil fruit does have an inexplicable evil taste. The ship Spirit Eve had long discovered that something was wrong with IM. Her long life had caused her mental problems. Uranus's space-based weapons can launch attacks anywhere on the planet. As long as IM is willing, she can destroy all enemies and become the eternal king of the world. They will use various methods to prolong their lifespan, but when they lose interest in everything, they will choose to enter eternal sleep. Otherwise, the long life will become a curse and the soul will not find peace. Eventually even her name was lost to history, with only the top leaders of celestial dragons knowing of her existence. But now she turned a blind eye to her enemy. Either she wanted to play a game of cat and mouse, or she had become disgusted with endless life. I have no idea. Yim ignored the ship Spirit Eve's mockery and asked another question instead. Chapter 146. Abandoning the ashes of racial rejuvenation, Uranus activated. The map leader didn't expect that the Buggy Pirates would have reinforcements, and they came so quickly. After Hawkeye and the others descended from the sky on the bear paw bubble, he realized that he had always ignored the ability of Bartholomew Kuma's fruit. This ability to provide strategic support around the world is outrageous. When Vegapunk said that Bartholomew the bear was no longer worth researching, they just gave the bear to the celestial dragons as a mount. Now the map head feels very regretful, and when he asked for the Seraphs, Vegapunk insisted that the production was limited and only gave him 5. Now it seems that Guy has some problems too. Facing these genuine Shichibukai, the Seraphs, strength is still insufficient, and 5 of them are simply not enough. The reason why they can still hold on is not only because the fire of the Lunaria clan has extremely high defensive power, but also because there is a guy on the opposite side who is not doing his best. The 3 reinforcements of the Buggy Pirates, Hawkeye, Hancock and Jin, the map head turned his eyes to Jin. Hawkeye and Hancock became furious when they saw the appearance of Seraph and launched a desperate attack. But Jin was different. When he saw these Seraphim, he began to look dazed. They are just children, can you be gentler? Seeing Hawkeye's black knife, he blocked Seraph's weapon and slashed towards Seraph's chest. Jin couldn't help but draw his sword to block Hawkeye. You call this thing a child? Hawkeye was speechless. Well, although they look bigger, they are indeed children, right? Jin said somewhat unnaturally. I understand how you feel. As the last member of the Lunaria tribe, you suddenly found so many fellow tribe members. Hawkeye said, but they are not living beings at all, they are weapons. The Seraph who was saved by Jin did not have any emotions. The giant sword that looked similar to the Black Blade Knight slashed directly at Jin, who was facing away from him. The fire at the back of Jin's head was burning fiercely, and he used his body to withstand the attack of the Seraphim. Wake up, Jin. Hawkeye swung his sword to block the Seraph's pursuit. Don't go crazy on the battlefield. If you want to revive the Lunalia clan, you can go find Ivankov. Crocodile in the distance said, as long as you open your mind, you can emulate Charlotte Linlin. How is that possible? Jin's face looked a little ugly. How is it impossible? If Den Den Mushi can do it, are you worse than them? Crocodile sneered, if you don't have that kind of courage, don't talk about reviving the tribe. Otherwise, you'd be worse than a Den Den Mushi. Even though they are not voluntary. The combination of the Tui Tui fruit and the Shu Shu fruit is too terrifying. Fortunately, this fruit did not fall into Charlotte Linlin's hands. Otherwise, with her personality, the size of the Ant Pirates group would be 10 times, or even 100 times larger than it is now. Jin retreated silently. What Crocodile said made sense. He didn't have the determination to sacrifice everything to revive his tribe, otherwise there would be other ways. But that method. Jin shook his head, shaking off this horrible thought. Forget it. Anyway, I'm the only one left of the Lunalia tribe since I can remember. No one asked me to revive the Lunaria tribe, so I'd better exterminate them. He really can't do the things that Den Den Mushi does. But even if you destroy this stuff, the world government can still make more, just like the pacifists. As a veteran experimenter, Jin is well aware of Vegapunk's capabilities. This kind of thing can't be made casually. The cost of a pacifist is equivalent to that of a warship. This one must be more expensive. Hawkeye said, do you think the world government cares about money? Jin's answer silenced Hawkeye. As long as the world government is willing, it can collect a large amount of money and resources from the member countries, especially with the addition of things like Seraph. The Seraph has limited effect on top-level strongmen, but it is still easy to deal with those member states. Even big countries like Alabasta and Dressrosa are no match for the Seraphim. Why don't we capture the Seraphs? Pudding can modify their memories and make them normal people. The world government knows that we have the means to restrain ourselves, and will not create Seraphim on a large scale. They could only kneel outside the door of the Void Throne, waiting for news from inside. Uranus has been activated. He can't be caught by the Buggy Pirates, he knows too many secrets, and the Buggy Pirates now have a user with the ability of the memory fruit. Since you are going to die, take these people with you to be buried with you. Let's go and ask for an audience with Lord Yim. Map had told them the situation here. Only this one made Jin a little angry when he saw it. This was made with Moria's bloodline factors, and its appearance is the lowest among all the Seraphim. Without the power of fire, this unarmed Seraph was pitifully weak and was knocked to the ground by Jin's wings, and then stepped on by the pterosaur's claws. We understand. The other 4 or 5 elders said solemnly, we will head to the Void Throne now. The opponent looks almost exactly like herself when she was a child, but the biggest difference is that her pupils look like stars. Hancock looked at his opponent. And why are her eyes so strange? Until the voice of the map head came from Den Den Mushi. Maybe it's Vegapunk's bad taste. He always likes to do these things. Jin said, as for whether they are alive or not, we will know after we catch them. Map head took out Den Den Mushi and contacted his colleague far away in the holy land of Mariajoy. Without reinforcements, his fate was already sealed. When it comes to controlling fire, Jin's experience far exceeds that of these Seraphim. Jin still wanted to save these Seraphim and made a suggestion. The flames behind the Seraph were neutralized by the ashes and almost extinguished, and the powerful defensive power brought by the flames also disappeared. Alabasta will be wiped out, along with me. The map head said calmly. The ship Spirit Eve watched her silently. What a waste. He didn't want his bloodline factors to mix with Moria's bloodline factors. The pterosaur's claws grabbed the Seraphim, and then the flames on Jin spread to the Seraphim. The Seraph swung its claws to meet the enemy, but the pterosaur dodged. Yim, who was far away in the virtual space, had already seen this scene. If that's the case, then let's all disappear. He wanted to leave, but he was surrounded by Aokiji's ice. I think all other looks of Seraphim Jin are pretty good, even the one that looks like a murloc is kind of cute. The flames behind Jin suddenly disappeared, and he transformed into a pterosaur, rushing towards a Seraphim at an extremely fast speed. When Jin joined the battle, the map leader knew that the balance of victory had tilted towards the enemy. Are you sure? If Lord Amu chooses to take action. The 5 elders on the Den Den Mushi side hesitated to speak. The gate to the Void Throne was tightly closed, blocking the 5 elders outside. Vegapunk is wrong about one thing. Before Moria got the Shadow fruit, he used a sword. The question is, are they really considered living beings? They are just made of blood factors. Why did Vegapunk build such a weird thing? Chapter 147 I bet my clone on Buggy. Alabasta, the clear sky was covered by thick clouds. A thunderstorm appeared in the clouds, and in the flashing light of lightning, a huge black shadow could be vaguely seen disappearing in the clouds. What's going on? Aokiji stopped and looked up at the sky. He had a bad feeling. There seems to be a ship in the clouds. Fujitora roughly sensed it through observation haki, but was still a little uncertain. In the laboratory on the seabed, Vegapunk and his friends also saw the scene of Alabasta through the camera Den Den Mushi. What's going on? Kizaru asked. Is this the power of the devil fruit? It should be the Celestial Dragon's trump card, used for the lone 5 elders, said Vegapunk. Celestial dragons have this kind of power. You must be kidding. Without enough power, how can celestial dragons, a bunch of idiots, rule the world? Doctor, you're also working for that bunch of idiots. Kizaru shrugged. Is it really okay to curse your boss behind his back? Really, I'm just stating the facts. Actually, I think you do the same. Do you know how many properties of light there are, Borsellino? Vegapunk asked. Will it glow? Kizaru tentatively gave an answer, but when he noticed Vegapunk's disdainful look, he quickly changed the subject. There's no way. Compared with the pervert scientist in front of me, I am almost a mentally retarded person. As celestial dragons trump card the legendary Uranus. It looks like it has a huge range. In the images sent back by Alabasta, the edge of the cloud could not be seen at all. It shouldn't be. Vegapunk shook his head. Uranus won't be that simple. I've seen this kind of scene before. Baylight, who was looking depressed, suddenly said, soon after the Battle of God Valley, dark clouds like this appeared in the sky. Later, when we went to check the situation, we found that the Valley of the Gods had disappeared. Hey, this sounds bad. This thing appeared above Alabasta, doesn't it mean? Kizaru's expression changed slightly. Alabasta is the country with the largest population in the world, with a population of over 10 million. Is the world government crazy? Is it going to attack the entire Alabasta just for 5 elders? Doctor, do you have any ideas? Kizaru asked. No. Vegapunk shook his head. It's too far away, and that thing is in the sky. The only thing I can do is to get some information about it. He ran to a test bench and took out an almost completely mechanized Den Den Mushi. The Den Den Mushi's eyes glowed red, and orders began to be transmitted. On the seabed near the Eggman of Future Island, a giant robot stands on the seabed. Alabasta, it's very far away. The girl in a tight rubber suit inside the robot said distressedly, we can only take O3 to get there. The plan has changed. Just take my clone out of the research institute and someone will contact you. Vegapunk handed the mechanical Den Den Mushi to Kizaru. I'm a marine, why should I do this kind of work? Despite saying this, Kizaru still placed the mechanical Den Den Mushi on his shoulder, right next to Kusanagi. Just consider it as doing me a favor. The funding for mechanical research has been stuck, and the world government now only approves funding for the Blood Factor project. I need to find a new sponsor. Vegapunk said, so you're betting your clone on Buggy. Kizaru felt weird. There's no other choice, is there? Vegapunk said, besides the world government, Buggy is the most powerful. In fact, there is another force. Kizaru ordered Zontaoan to take Lei Te away, and then whispered, Sakazuki has been doing some tricks. Akainu was unaware that Kizaru had a wide range of reconnaissance capabilities, and as a Marine Admiral, Kizaru had great influence in the Marines. There are actually a lot of people who slack off in Marine. After all, if there is a possibility of slacking off, most people will not refuse it. Kizaru knew that Akainu was secretly cultivating the Iron Blood Force. Given the increasingly tense relationship between him and the 5 elders, it would not be surprising if Akainu pulled out a part of the Marine to become independent from Kizaru one day. Compared to world government, Vegapunk has a closer relationship with Marine. Rather than letting Buggy get an advantage, it is better to let Vegapunk help Akainu. I refuse. After listening to Kizaru's introduction, Vegapunk directly rejected his proposal. The reason is simple, do you have money? No, Marine's money is distributed by the world government, and it has no source of income of its own. If you don't have money, I can only help you research the bloodline factor. Forget about the mechanical part. Vegapunk said, the investment in this thing is a bottomless pit. Even the world government is unwilling to pay for the high investment, let alone the Marine. Buggy is different. From what I've observed, he's very interested in scientific research. Isn't the Den Den Mushi on your shoulder a product of that company? How did you know? Kizaru was shocked. Is Ain your man? No, I just know that they are researching Den Den Mushi there. Your Den Den Mushi has suppressed the desire of living things, and it's obvious that it's made by Wano-kuni. Vegapunk looked at Xiaowo. Do you want me to transform it into a mechanical version? It will be more powerful. As Xiaowo looked at his fellow creatures that had been transformed beyond recognition, he suddenly felt that the outside world was just as dangerous. The lifespan of Den Den Mushi is too short. Mechanization can greatly extend its lifespan. Or inject Kaido's blood factor into it and turn it into a dragon blood Den Den Mushi. No need for that, it's fine like this. Kizaru said quickly, it's just a Den Den Mushi, it can just make and receive calls, no need to make it so exaggerated. You won't think that way anymore. Vegapunk has already considered the transformation plan for Den Den Mushi, as Buggy has a large number of Den Den Mushi. In the void, the ship Spirit Eve saw what I am summoned. Is this the second-generation Titan-class battleship that originally stayed at Sky Island, the Kronos the Destroyer? Seeing the Black Shadow's appearance, the ship Spirit Eve recognized it. I thought you would use Uranus. It's just to destroy a country. Kronos' power is enough. I said. It was enough. The ship Spirit Eve knew that Uranus's frigate Kronos had this power. I remember their ancestors were once your companions. That happened many years ago. Time will dilute everything, Yim said coldly. The Kronos in the clouds has begun charging, with its main gun aimed at Alabasta below. Those sea kings you created can't attack Kronos. Enjoy the destruction of Alabasta. Ship Spirit Eve sighed. Yes, there are currently few who can fight against Titan-class battleships. But you seem to have forgotten that there is a Titan-class battleship on this planet. Third-generation Titan-class battleship, Pluton. Chapter 148 Pluton starts, the crime of extinguishing the light. Near Wano-kuni, the elephant owner who was walking suddenly stopped and looked back in the direction of Wano-kuni. What's going on? Have the effects of the hormones worn off? Mochi didn't know what was going on and was about to pour some more water when the elephant owner suddenly walked towards Wano-kuni. In the deep sea, some Sea King's creatures also stopped moving. At the same time, Luffy, who was sailing on the sea, was startled suddenly, and a special voice came into his ears. Pluto, restart. We are so far away from Wano Kuni, why is there such a sound? Is the elephant nearby? Luffy asked curiously. What's wrong? Zoro asked. There are inexplicable voices in my head, like hearing the Sea Kings talking. Luffy was explaining when another mechanical voice sounded. The central console is restarting. Authorization verification. You have level 2 authority. The owner of level 1 authority has disappeared. Authorization is being transferred. Pluto is restarting. The ship is currently suffering from severe damage. 35% of the external armor is gone. The repair robot is damaged. It urgently needs to return to Uranus for repairs. The robots of Uranus have been restarted, but they seem to have chosen to follow a new master. The female voice that reached Luffy's ears was accompanied by a hint of laughter. I've already said that it's inappropriate to add a virtual personality system to a robot, but Adam, that idiot, said it was interesting. But even if those robots are still there, Uranus doesn't belong to us anymore. Pluto, how much energy do you have left? 100%. According to the order of level 3 authority user Joy Boy, the work of refining energy has never stopped. It has been refined for 803 years and a large amount of solid energy has been stored. That's enough. Those solid energy sources are no longer useful. Pluto, execute the final order and engage Kronos. The creatures in this world have grown up. The cradle period has ended. Next, we have to rely on their strength to break out of the cage. This is all we can do in the end. In a huge space beneath the flooded ancient Wano Kuni, a black metal warship is resting. The space is connected to the ocean outside. Seawater is constantly sucked in and filtered by the warships, and certain elements in the seawater are extracted and then discharged. The battleship is surrounded by blue stones, which are sea stone, the nemesis of demon fruit power. Following the order from the ship Spirit Eve, the Pluto, which had been stationary for nearly 1,000 years, was restarted. The engine started running, and the dark battleship broke through the Earth's crust and began to float upwards. Buggy was asking Alabasta what happened, and amid everyone's exclamations, he discovered a huge black shadow rising from the water. Immediately afterwards, Pluto broke out of the water, showing its tens of thousands of meters long steel body to the world. What is this? Moria's voice shrieked. A flying ship. Moria is not one of those ignorant pirates. His pirate ship, Thriller Bark, is one of the largest in the world. However, the ship in front of him was not only flying in the air, but was made entirely of metal and was covered with scars. There is also a large hole running through the hull, through which various machines of unknown meaning can be seen. Even though it is covered with scars, it still exudes a murderous aura, and the densely packed gun barrels on the hull tell the world that it is a killing machine. Moria also felt an uncomfortable aura from it, just like sea stone. This should be the ancient weapon Pluton. Just looking at its appearance, it's hard to imagine that it was made by the people of Water 7. Buggy said, putting aside the reason for Pluton's sudden appearance, just looking at Pluton's appearance, it is obviously not designed for sea sailing, and the style of painting is incompatible with the pirate's world. If the people of the Seven Waters could have built this thing, they would have already reached the moon. Buggy now became curious about the Pluton design drawings that Frankie had. Could it be that the thing was actually a blueprint of a space battleship? With its tail flame spurting out, Pluton emerged from the water but did not stay, but flew away from Wano Kuni. Our ship, Bonnie exclaimed. Buggy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. That thing obviously has an owner, and judging by the direction it's heading, it's obviously related to the abnormality in Alabasta. Vivi, how's the situation over there? Buggy said to Den Den Mushi. I don't know either. Vivi's panicked voice came from the Den Den Mushi. Everyone has stopped. Mr. Kuzan has captured 5 elders and is interrogating him. In the capital of Alabasta, Fujitora has stopped since the abnormality appeared in the sky, allowing Aokiji to grab the map head. The map head, who was being held at risk by several ice spears, showed no fear. Go ahead, Kuzan, the entire Alabasta will be buried with me. This ending is not bad. What did you do? Aokiji's face was full of frost. Alabasta is also one of the member states of the world government. It won't be that soon. When the light of judgment comes, Alabasta will disappear from history. It's a pity that you won't be able to witness it. Maphead laughed and said, look, it's so easy to turn off a lamp. This is the power of God. The pirates, the Revolutionary Army, and even the Marines are just puppets on the table. When everything gets out of control, we will reset everything. No matter how you perform, celestial dragons are the eternal rulers of the world. Maphead looked up at the sky, waiting for the coming of the light of judgment. But after half a day, he did not wait for that national treasure to launch an attack. Only the vaguely visible black shadow in the clouds proved that it was still there. I don't know what happened, but it should be different from what you expected. I think you can say more. Hawkeye and others gathered around and had already controlled the Seraphim. Maphead was a little flustered. He was ready to die, but why didn't the attack come as expected? Yimu was not a soft-hearted person. In the void, IM had already seen Pluton flying away from Wano Kuni. The damage on the battleship was still left from the original battle. Why do you want to save these guys? IM found it difficult to understand the thoughts of the ship Spirit Eve, the outsider. You used the entire planet as a testing ground, but now you're acting like saints. You got one thing wrong. This is not our testing ground. Our goal is to light a lamp here. The ship Spirit Eve said, in the infinite universe, every spark of civilization is extremely precious. The reason why we left all these restrictions is because we are afraid that the devil fruit unique to this planet may cause harm and affect other civilizations. When we confirm that the power of the devil fruit is harmless, an infinite world will appear before you. The ship Spirit Eve stretched out her hand and pointed at the void in front of her. The view of Alabasta shrank rapidly, and the planet of the pirates' world appeared. Then the planets turned into tiny invisible dots, and countless planets appeared in front of IM. A little bit of light lit up from these planets, and the planets in front of us formed a brilliant river of light. This is the fire of civilization, bringing light to this empty and lonely universe. Is there anything more romantic than this? The boat Spirit Eve said, so, turning off the lights is absolutely unforgivable. Chapter 149. The difficulties of landing on the moon, listening to the truth of the voice of all things. The dark clouds over Alabasta dissipated, and Kronos, who had been hiding in the clouds, appeared before the world. Vegapunk in the Institute couldn't help but whistle. Is this the ship that can break through the constraints of the planet and sail in the starry sky? Only this kind of thing can reach the legendary infinite moon. Vegapunk looked toward a glass cabinet where a balloon was stored. That was the gift floating balloon given to him by his good friend Eugene, a product of the ruins. You want to fly to the moon with this? It's just a toy from an ancient civilization. At that time, Vegapunk thought Eugene was a little whimsical. It's not me, but my children. Eugene said, that should be the origin of everything. What's the point? If you want to go to the moon, you can just build a spacecraft. At that time, Eugene just smiled and said nothing. It was not until Vegapunk really started researching that they realized how difficult it was to build a vehicle that could fly to the moon. Because the magnetic field of this planet is chaotic and disordered. It is so chaotic that even if you are sailing on the sea without a record guide, you will get lost. Without the help of the power of the planet, relying only on the power of the aircraft itself, the energy consumed will be an astronomical figure. Either a powerful energy source must be found, or the changes in the planet's magnetic field must be fully explored. Otherwise, with the resources available to Vegapunk, it will be difficult to build a spacecraft that can fly to the moon. I don't know what the situation is with that ship, but it's a pity that someone of his status didn't even know that celestial dragons had such a thing, which shows how much importance celestial dragons attach to it. I really want to go and study it. Vegapunk was still sighing when the Kronos turned around and flew in one direction. The map head looked at this scene in horror, not understanding what IM was doing and why he gave up on destroying this place. It seems that you have been abandoned. The identity of 5 elders is not that important. Aokiji immediately knocked him out. Jin, send him back to Wano Kuni. We need to dig out what's in his brain. Okay, then what about these seraphim? Jin was a little worried about his fellow tribesmen. The most important thing now is what was just above my head. I didn't expect the world government to have such hidden means. As for these seraphim, Aokiji turned to Fujitora and asked, will you continue to work for the world government? I'm just doing this for Marine. Fujitora was interrupted by Aokiji before he could finish his words. You just heard it. The world government only uses the Marine as a tool to maintain order. The world is now moving in a positive direction, but what is hindering the development is the world government. Would you like to go together and see the secrets in this guy's mind? Aokiji held up the unconscious map head and invited Fujitora. As 5 elders, we can learn the true thoughts of the world government from his memories. If you still want to return to the Marine after reading this, I won't stop you. Let me think about it. Fujitora groaned. He once thought that Marine Admiral was the highest fighting force of the world government, but now it seems that the world government is not as simple as he imagined. Moreover, this attitude of destroying a country at will. I'll go back to Wano Kuni with you guys. Fujitora made up his mind. He also wanted to go there and take a look. Then let's rely on your ability to fly back. What do you think? Aokiji looked at the others. You guys go, I'll stay in Alabasta. Crocodile said, I'm going to rebuild the Baroque studio here. What if the thing that just left comes back? Hawkeye had heard of Golden Lion's flying fleet, but compared to what he just saw, the flying fleet was like a toy. If that is the legendary ancient weapon, Crocodile alone is no match for it. Did that thing leave in the direction of Wano Kuni? The Den Den Mushi in Vivi's hand spoke. After getting a positive answer from the other side, Buggy roughly guessed that Pluton's purpose was to appear on the ship in Alabasta. But who controls Pluton? Buggy quickly contacted Morgans, whose news birds were spread all over the world, and this kind of thing should be left to professionals. Awakened ancient weapon. I got it. I'll send out the nearby news birds and wait for my news. Morgans said excitedly. Ancient weapon, or rather, an alien spacecraft. Buggy knew that there was a huge underground city on the moon in the pirates' world, and once guessed that it was left by the ancestors of the Sky Islanders. But seeing Pluton's appearance, Buggy became uncertain again. Perhaps the people who built underground cities on the moon are actually an alien civilization. The Elephant Lord stopped when he saw Pluton flying away from Wano Kuni. Its mission is to guard Pluton here and wait for the promised day to come. But Joy Boy's successor did not appear, and Pluton had already left. However, the one who awakened Pluton was a being of the same level as its creator. After thinking for a long time, the elephant owner tried to send a message. Mr. Eve. The ship Spirit Eve didn't expect that there would be creatures in the spiritual channel that would contact her. The spiritual channel actually connects to many living beings, most of which are sea kings created by the ship Spirit Eve. They would just wait silently for Eve to give orders without making any sound. You were Adam's creation, the island elephant, and the first-generation experiment of the Active Land Project. Adam once proposed a plan to create a giant creature called the island elephant. The island elephant would carry islands on its back, and an island elephant would be a country. Island elephants walk around the planet along fixed paths, and whenever two island elephants meet, the two countries will communicate. But later on, they discovered that this plan was totally unrealistic. Once a war broke out, if the island elephants died, the country on its back would also be destroyed. The Activity Land plan was cancelled, but Adam still created an experiment. That's right, 800 years ago, I made a mistake, and Lord Joyboy asked me to guard the ancient weapon Pluton here, said the Elephant Lord. As that's so, then your mission is over and you are free. The ship Spirit Eve said, do whatever you want. She checked the Spirit Channel and found that in addition to the Sea King's creatures and the Elephant Master, there was another user in the Spirit Channel, Joey Boy. It's just that he only has the authority to receive information, not the authority to speak in the mental channel. After the ship Spirit Eve checked Joyboy's information through the mental channel, she found a familiar straw hat. He actually put the spirit receiving device into the straw hat. The ship Spirit Eve was speechless. Wearing that straw hat, she would probably receive some strange messages. There are not many such mental receiving devices. After thinking about it, the ship Spirit Eve did not cut off the other party's access to the mental channel. She looked through the records and found that another user named Tianyushi had appeared in the spiritual channel, but the link had turned gray at this time. Is he dead? Tianyushi, this name seems familiar. After hearing the order from the ship Spirit Eve, the Elephant Master hesitated for a while. Freedom, to do whatever you want. Mr. 3, who was in the room inside the elephant, found that a cabinet was glowing and then opened automatically. There was a headband in the cabinet. What's this? Mochi picked up the headband, studied it, and tried to put it on his head. Then an angry voice exploded in his mind. Stop playing with my body. Chapter 150 Titan Falls, The Empty King. In the Void Realm, the surveillance system from high altitude locked onto two ancient warships. Compared to Kronos, Pluton is not only smaller in size, but also has many scars on its hull. Although I don't know as much about these weapons as you do, I have seen the strength of Pluton. It is no match for Kronos. IM had experienced the war that year. At that time, Pluton was still a friendly force, resisting the artillery fire of the Moonwing people at the front. After gaining control of Uranus and finding the unactivated Kronos on Sky Island, IM also conducted experiments. Possessing the power to destroy a country with one blow, Kronos is far more powerful than Pluton. They are not weapons, but you just gave them the name of ancient weapon. Yim interrupted the ship Spirit Eve and pointed at the hideous-looking warship and said, if this isn't a weapon, then what is it? It's hard to explain to you, but anything that can't turn a planet into glass can't be called a weapon. The ship Spirit Eve said, also, don't you think the names of these two warships are a bit strange? Initiate the transformation sequence, Pluto, and send a challenge signal to Kronos. Following the order of the ship Spirit Eve, the voice of Pluto's machine was heard through the mental link. Ring the bell once, push the lever to activate the piston and pump. Ring the bell twice, press the button, start the engine, ignite the turbo and breathe life into it. Ring the bell 3 times. Sing together and praise the God of all things. Quote, under Im's surprised gaze, Pluton transformed from a battleship into a giant robot. It raised its iron wings behind it and pointed the black giant sword at Kronos. What is going on? Just as IM was about to command Kronos to fire a shot at the robot, he found that he had lost control of Kronos. Kronos also automatically transformed into a robot holding a giant sickle. In the upcoming mecha battle, the sacred treaty those guys created has a higher authority than your command authority. Before the winner is decided, you can only be a spectator. IM watched as the two robots gave up their powerful firepower and instead engaged in a primitive battle with the weapons in their hands. And Pluton was the one who had the upper hand, because the giant sickle in Kronos' hand only looked scary, but was actually far less suitable for combat than the giant sword. Why would Kronos use such a stupid weapon? Yim was a little confused, as the person who made it a fool. Although the Scythe of Destruction is not suitable for combat, it is very cool. Although the ship Spirit Eve didn't know what was so cool about it, in the eyes of her companions who were obsessed with mecha transformation, the sickle was indeed more popular than the giant sword. I mean, why go through this pointless change? It is obvious that the battleship form is more suitable for combat, but they insist on transforming into human form to engage in meaningless fights. Because they like it. They say that giant robots are the romance of men. Eve, the ship spirit, said, but in the final analysis, both Pluto and Kronos are just their toys. What about Uranus? IM is worried that Uranus will suddenly turn into a giant robot one day. The ship Spirit Eve understood her thoughts. Don't worry, although there is a creator obsessed with machinery who did transform a planet into a robot, it is not in this star field. So what was the original function of Uranus? In the eyes of the real creators, Pluton is just a toy, so what is Uranus? A bigger toy. Didn't I tell you? Uranus is the prison of this planet. It has been affecting this planet. Only by shutting down Uranus can this planet truly develop. The ship Spirit Eve felt a little regretful. If the original body or atom was still there, shutting down Uranus would be a very simple matter. Uranus created the planet's chaotic magnetic field, so the creatures here have not yet fully explored the entire world. Moreover, the chaotic magnetic lines of force make it impossible for them to produce primary energy such as electricity on a large scale. But with the advent of the Age of Pirates, they will eventually explore the entire world. Here at Raftel, hopefully Adam will leave something useful behind. It's time to end. The ship Spirit Eve watched the feathers on Pluto's steel wings fall off one after another, and knew that the fight between robots had reached its final stage. Those guys installed a self-destruct program on every robot, and it is said that this provision is also written into their sacred treaty. A robot is incomplete without a self-destruction program. The ways of activating the self-destruction programs of these robots are different, but the ship Spirit Eve knows that the self-destruction program set by Adam is hair loss. Steel feathers fluttered, Pluto's eyes flashed red, he dropped his giant sword and hugged Kronos, and then a shocking explosion occurred. She wanted to accelerate the growth of the demon fruit powers through hatred, but was stopped by the ship Spirit Eve. I can't do anything about it. But since it's an effect brought about by the devil fruit, maybe the devil fruit can help to remove it. And then live alone as an immortal. The ship Spirit Eve knew that she did have this ability. Then tell me how to cancel the eternal life surgery. I.M. said hatefully. It doesn't matter. I can still destroy the world as long as I want. I.M. said calmly. Even though they are the highest level of the world government, they still have no status in Yim's heart. Vegapunk looked to the left, where there was a red button that was very eye-catching. I wonder if Buggy is interested in robots. Eve, the ship Spirit, was unconcerned about the impending death. If you destroy the world again, Noah's Ark will no longer sow the seeds of life. HMPH. My patience is almost at its limit. Yim said. They don't have much time left. The door slowly closed, and I.M. was the only one left in this empty hall. We will retreat now. 5 elders left the void hall with sweat on their foreheads. She only felt endless emptiness. When the smoke and dust cleared, there was no trace of the 2 robots at the scene. There is a self-destruct option on the design of the relic robot. So this is how it is used. Among the robots with simple shapes, the girl version of Vegapunk wearing a latex suit is giving orders to the mechanical shark. Do you know, during our space travels, we have encountered many people who were pursuing immortality. They did succeed, but in the end they all turned into indescribable monsters. The figure of the boat Spirit Eve gradually faded. You have no choice but to wait. But she doesn't need these now. Search quickly, don't miss a single fragment. Go away, don't bother me over such trivial matters anymore. Below the sea where the giant robots were fighting, a mechanical shark was constantly searching on the bottom of the water. The 5 elders were extremely surprised. Saint Mikhail knew a lot of secrets. If he was tortured by the enemy, the consequences would be disastrous. The door to the Hall of the Void slowly opened, and the 5 elders walked forward with their heads lowered and knelt in front of her. Is this a small matter? 5 elders cursed in his heart. Then what is a big matter? Eve, the ship Spirit, said, if you use Uranus's power again, you will end up like that. Im's figure also disappeared and returned to the Void Throne. But, unfortunately there's not much left. I better go and reunite with Borsalino. I forgot to tell you that my soul fragments can no longer hold on. What awaits me is eternal peace. Beneath the Void Throne, numerous weapons were inserted on the steps, representing the various countries that had submitted to her. He's just a waste, don't bother with him. Yim said coldly. Lord Yim, Mikhail has been captured by the Buggy Pirates. What should we do next? You have one less power to use. The ship Spirit Eve said, how do you feel? Don't you understand what I'm saying? Yim looked at the 5 elders. Those murderous eyes gave them great pressure. Chapter 151 Social Death, Indispensable Scarlet Letter Warning. Some time has passed since the Battle of Alabasta. In a dark room in Wano-kuni, members of the Buggy Pirates group were watching a film together. A first-person movie starring Mikhail Saint, one of the 5 elders' map heads. After Aokiji brought him back to Wano-kuni, putting cold most of his memories out. Looking at the piles of films, Buggy couldn't help but marvel at the magic of the memory fruit. However, this was also the first time for putting to extract all of a person's memories, and the huge workload made her very exhausted. After finishing the work, she simply deleted this bad memory of overtime work and instantly regained her vitality. After his memory was taken away, Mikhail Saint turned into an idiot who could only scream, Abba Abba. Looking through these memories is also a big project, so Buggy simply commissioned Ian to develop a film playing machine to play Mikhail's memories as if they were a movie. This should be the first movie in the Pirates universe. But after fast-forwarding through Mikhail Saint's life, Buggy knew that the film would have little chance of being released. After Mikhail became a sensible person, this movie started heading towards being banned without any breaks. During the reign of this generation of 5 elders, more than 5 countries were destroyed. Even more countries were bankrupted by the high amount of heavenly gold and became slaves of celestial dragons. If people from outside see these things, there will definitely be riots. Aokiji sighed. He still overestimated the bottom line of celestial dragons. No, in the eyes of outsiders, celestial dragons are already as bad as shit. There is no room for them to get any lower. Buggy said, besides, they rule the world not by reputation, but by strength. If Pluton hadn't stopped them, Alabasta would have been destroyed in an instant. Saint Mikhail has memories of countries being destroyed by space-based weapons. The celestial dragons are stronger than expected, and even Saint Mikhail himself is confused about the full power of the celestial dragons. Because most of the power of celestial dragons is in the hands of IM, even Saint Mikhail, who has become one of the 5 elders, does not dare to explore the secrets of IM. He only knew that Yim had undergone an immortality surgery, and she had been the master of the Void Throne since the appearance of the Celestial Dragons. The king hidden by history. This is big news. Can you let me copy the memory film? Morgans also attended the movie as a special guest. It's fine to copy it, but this kind of news that is not conducive to unity should not be released. Buggy said, you have kidnapped the 5 elders, and now you are talking to me about unity. Morgans looked confused. Did I hear wrong? We can't start a full-scale war now, especially when the Celestial Dragons have weapons of mass destruction. Pluton has been blown up. If IM still has space-based weapons, Buggy will have no way to deal with it and can only bomb the Holy Land of Mariajoy. If the war turns into this situation, there will be no winner. But the biggest beneficiaries should be the mermaids who can live in the deep sea. Judging from Mikhail Saint's memory, IM's methods do not have much effect on creatures in the sea. Is the ocean the direction of future biological development? The first life was born in the ocean, and will eventually return to the ocean. Unfortunately, Buggy is a demon fruit power and has no connection with the ocean. I see, but you captured Mikhail Saint. Didn't the Celestial Dragons give you any trouble? Morgans asked. At least not yet. There is no sign of the Marines being transferred. Perhaps in IM's eyes, Saint Mikhail is just something dispensable. Buggy said, 5 elders is just a position. Yim just needs someone to carry out her orders. As for who the Celestial Dragons sitting in that position are, she doesn't care. Of course, this was just Buggy's guess. He didn't know IM's personality, and he didn't even know what she looked like. Even the 5 elders were not qualified to see IM's true appearance. Then what are you going to do with Mikhail Saint? Morgans looked at Maphead, who was squatting on the ground and drooling. It was hard to imagine that he was once one of the most powerful people in the world. Well, considering the crime he committed, he can't avoid the death penalty. But, Buggy suddenly thought of a philosophical question. Which one do you think is Saint Mikhail? This body without any memory? Or these films that store all his memories? Ah, Morgans hadn't thought about this question either. It should be the body. After all, it has life. But these films are not dead. Pudding is fully capable of stuffing them into other bodies. When a person has all of Saint Mikhail's memories, does that mean Saint Mikhail has been reincarnated? Then put these memory films back and then kill him. Hancock said excitedly. No, I have a better solution. There are 2 kinds of death, physical death and social death. I think the latter is more suitable for him. Monder, lock Saint Mikhail's body into the pages of the book, and then put this projection device with the memory film on another page. Buggy ordered. Monder, the user of the book Fruit, carried out Buggy's order. A 3-meter-high giant book appeared and opened from it. One page was a cage, and Mikhail Saint's body was locked inside. This page will continuously play the film of his memory. His life will be completely exposed to the world, leaving no privacy. Buggy said, I think this kind of punishment is more interesting. Let's call the book, The Life of Saint Mikhail. Okay, let's open an exhibition hall someday and put this book in it for people to appreciate. Is this social death? How cruel. Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Everyone had some secrets that were difficult to tell. If these memories were exposed in front of everyone, it would be better to die. Especially since the real bodies of these memories are still in the pages of the book next to them. This thing is more of a warning than a street lamp. Buggy suddenly became excited. Next time we catch a criminal, we can pick out some typical criminals and make a biography of them. Then, regularly organizing people to watch such biographies will definitely have a great warning effect. Buggy looked at the book in front of him and always felt that something was missing. When the memory film played to the scene of young Mikhail performing a passionate scene, Buggy realized what was missing. He quickly pulled Monder over and gave him a few instructions, and Monder nodded, not quite understanding. There was an extra line of big red words on the page of the book playing the memory film. Buggy Pirates Warning, 18+, Chapter 152. You will get involved if you do this. Morgan's purpose of coming to Wano Kuni this time was not only for the interview, but also to purchase a batch of Den Den Mushi to take back. Wano Kuni's new conch-shaped handheld Den Den Mushi is small in size, multifunctional, and cheaper than the original Den Den Mushi. Buggy advertised this new Den Den Mushi hand snail in Morgan's newspaper. Morgan's tried it out and felt it was good, so he planned to equip all his newsbirds with one. After packing the necessary goods, the idle Morgans flew and circled over Wano Kuni, wanting to see the country ruled by the pirates. The original Wano Kuni has become a country on the mountainside. At the foot of the mountain is a wider territory. The original Wano Kuni people have migrated down and live with the mermaids. The land is surrounded by a 10,000-meter-high wall, and the only entrance is a breach blasted open by the Buggy Pirates. Ships would come in from time to time through the gap, and Morgans knew from the mushroom flags they hoisted that they were merchant ships coming to Wano Kuni to buy and sell goods. Currently, most of these merchant ships are converted from pirate groups that do not have a very bad record. They bring in supplies from outside, exchange them for Wano Kuni's specialties and sell them back, making a considerable profit. After the captain of the West Blue Pirate Group, Silver Fox Foxy, voluntarily accepted an interview, the number of merchant ships sailing between the four seas and the New World increased. Most people go to sea just to make money. Now there are better ways, so why risk their lives to become pirates? Of course, there are also some guys who follow the old ways of pirates. They believe that pirates are all about burning, killing and looting. In their eyes, these merchant ships loaded with wealth have become fat sheep floating on the sea. However, these merchant ships are basically some whitewashed pirate groups, and their strength is not weak. There are even tough guys like Capone Beige who want to live a stable life after having a wife and children. Even if the robbery was successful, attacking a merchant ship flying the mushroom flag representing peace would violate the rules set by Buggy. These people will face the relentless pursuit of the Buggy Pirates, who seem to have the ability to predict the future and can catch these people wherever they go. After Morgan's newspapers published several reports on the fate of these people, no one dared to attack merchant ships again. When the Marine, 4 emperors and the Revolutionary Army all shared the same will, everyone knew that the glorious era of pirates had come to an end. But more people choose to set sail in pursuit of the legendary golden route full of wealth. Morgans took this opportunity to introduce the specialties and prices of each island, which successfully increased newspaper sales. That guy really ushered in a new era. Morgans looked at the beautiful mermaids walking openly on land, a scene that was simply impossible before. Every beautiful mermaid can be sold at a high price, and these walking Baileys will attract countless covetous eyes wherever they go. Only here, the foreign merchants dare not have any other ideas. This is the benefit of having the protection of a strong person. Even Whitebeard didn't do that back then. It's not that Whitebeard is not strong, but because the 4 emperors were hostile to each other, Whitebeard couldn't provide much protection to the mermaid kingdom. Now times have changed, and after the Buggy Pirates, Red Hair Pirates, and Straw Hat Pirates joined forces to annihilate the Blackbeard Pirates, the world knows that the new 4 emperors have become a close alliance. This is a force that can rival the Marine, and is even more terrifying than the Marine. Because they are not like the Marine who was bound by justice, these guys kill people without blinking an eye. Now the few remaining pirates groups have basically moved away from the Buggy Pirates sphere of influence and are only active in the Marine sphere of influence. If you are caught by the Marine, the worst that can happen is that you will be put in impel down, but you may still have a chance to be released from prison in the future. If you are caught by the Buggy Pirates, there will be no future. Morgan's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a strange fragrance while flying. It tastes like grilled seafood. As the user of the albatross form of the bird fruit, Morgans has an unusual liking for seafood. He landed on the ground and found a barbecue stall run by a fishman. Hachi's secret takoyaki. The stall owner was an octopus man, waving his 8 arms busily. In front of the stall, there was also a green-haired mermaid soliciting customers. Are these takoyaki sold by the octopus fishman? Morgans watched the stall owner dance the knife in his hand into a circle of light, fearing that he would accidentally chop off his arm as food. Mr. Bird, would you like some takoyaki? The green-haired mermaid greeted enthusiastically. Morgans bought some, tasted it and was immediately impressed by the deliciousness of the takoyaki. It's so delicious. Of course, Xiaoba's cooking skills are the best. Many big shots praised it after eating it. The mermaid said proudly. Only Lord Buggy refused to taste it. Was there something I didn't cook well enough? The chef stopped what he was doing and scratched his bald head with his tentacles. Is that guy so picky? A young girl's voice came from nearby. Old man, can we really get research funding from him? Maybe, but first we have to show our worth. Let's buy some takoyaki first. These little brats are almost crying with greed, said a burly man made entirely of metal. We saved them, and we're already doing a great job treating them to a meal. I worked hard to earn this money by robbing the pirates. Morgan saw a girl in strange clothes coming up to him, cursing and buying a bunch of takoyaki, which she shared with the children who were traveling with her. Eat and leave immediately. We always have to clean up the mess that the world government makes. Morgans found an acquaintance among the group, Kaku, a former member of CP0. Thank you very much, Master Vegapunk. Kaku's words made Morgan's jaw drop. Could it be that Vegapunk? After a while, Buggy, who received the message, also arrived here. Buggy didn't expect that after he crushed a box of Vegapunk last time, 2 more Vegapunk came to his door not long after. And their appearances are more bizarre each time. What kind of combination is this latex beauty and metal baelite? Because of the use of baelite's blood factor, the body will become like this if you don't pay attention. Metal Vegapunk said, I think he and you were once on the same ship, so why not just keep it like this? Doesn't it feel familiar? Friendly A. When he was in the Roger Pirates, Bailte always acted like Roger was the boss and I was the second, and everyone except Roger was trash. It would be strange if such an attitude could make people popular. As for O2 Evil Lilith, it is a split body I made. It looks nice, right? Metal Vegapunk said proudly. It's not just good, it's at a level that can be included in a book. Doctor, have you studied in Rhode Island? Chapter 153 Secretary Selection, Infinite Land. You attacked Guanao Island and rescued the children who were being trained there, then encountered a storm on the way, and were finally rescued by a giant robot. That's right, Captain Buggy, Kaku said. These 2 claim to be Dr. Vegapunk, and they have come to Wano Kuni to seek your help. I understand. Runty, settle these brats in school. Buggy ordered. As for you, he looked at the former CP9 members and said, just go back to your old ways. You want us to become agents? Kaku's eyes dimmed. He couldn't escape this fate anywhere. What are you thinking about? Go work in the shipyard. Buggy was well aware of these people's undercover capabilities. A mission that could have been easily completed was turned into a paid vacation by them. However, years of undercover career have made them professional shipbuilding talents. Anyway, He has no shortage of combat power, so he just lets these guys go to the shipyard. No problem, we are absolutely professional in shipbuilding, Kaku said confidently. He really loves shipbuilding, otherwise he would not have become a top shipbuilder. By the way, Khalifa doesn't have to go to the shipyard anymore. You should continue to work as a secretary. As the area of rule expanded, there were more and more trivial matters, and Buggy lacked someone who could help deal with them. Hey, are you going to give me such an important task? Khalifa used to be Bingshan's secretary, but Bingshan was only the mayor of Water City 7, while Buggy's power was enough to compete with the world government. The two cannot be compared at all. I can't help it, there aren't many people here who have this ability. Buggy tried to get Runti, Black Maria, Pudding and Perona to do secretarial work, but the results were not satisfactory. The nutrients of Runti and Black Maria were all supplied to other places, and my mind was empty. Perona ran away after working for only 2 days, and the only reliable Pudding was a schizophrenic. Khalifa is already a rare normal person. No need to go through so much trouble. Just give us some funds and we can create a few clones for you. Lilith, who was standing by, heard this and said, this is much better than being a secretary. How can it be the same? Can the clone also wear fishnet stockings? Wait, Vegapunk's clone technology seems to be able to customize the appearance. Is this the power of the world's strongest scientist? It's really too practical. In comparison, Judge and Guy are just low-class scoundrels. Tell me more about this. How was a clone like you created? Buggy asked with interest. Among the androids, the best one is of course number 18. It's very simple. First, separate the soul. As soon as Lilith started to introduce herself, Buggy noticed something was wrong. He thought Vegapunk used copy, but it turned out to be cut. And what is the price? What is the price of dividing the soul? There is no cost at all. It just separates emotions and it does not affect reason. Lilith said, our research capabilities have not been affected at all. In other words, except for research capabilities, all other areas have been affected. Judging from Lilith's appearance, maybe Vegapunk has awakened the female in her heart. Your latex suit, yes, according to our speculation, that is the origin of ancient civilization. Our next step is to go there and take a look. Before Vegapunk could finish his words, he noticed that several people were looking at him with murderous intent. Hey, don't come close to me, especially when you're wearing a tight latex suit. Yes, the quantity is large and the purity is high. The hard currency of the ant pirates is food, not money. It's boring, but it doesn't matter, as long as you can provide research funding. I heard that you pirates have a lot of treasures. Lilith came forward, this money should be used for great scientific research. From this point of view, the world government must know something about the moon. It's a pity that O'Hara's Tree of Omniscience was destroyed. I heard that there were some star maps and a galaxy model there. Vegapunk said with some regret. Buggy said, but there is a project I can invest in. Can you make some eat fruit? The moon. Buggy pointed to the sky. Eat the fruit. I think I understand what you mean. But the cost of making Paramecia devil fruit is much higher than Zone devil fruit. It's not cost effective at all. The infinite land is a legend of Sky Island, and Buggy suspects they are immigrants from the moon. Then why don't you continue to cooperate with the world government? Buggy asked. According to simulation calculations, the strength of a monster with full attack, defense and endurance is more than twice that of the current Seraph. You don't want to encounter that kind of thing on the battlefield, do you? I can make them into special devices. Once the ships are equipped with them, they can safely cross the comm belt. Lilith said. However, the application to manufacture aircraft was rejected, and the attitude of the world government also became cold. Sky Island should have retained some of the moon's technology, otherwise Enel would not have been able to create the arc proverbs out of thin air. You also think that the people of Sky Island are related to the moon? Lilith rushed over and asked, do you want to go to Sky Island together? There are still many scientific research results that can be turned into commodities, such as Seraph. Every ship has this stuff and it's a good source of money, Vegapunk said. Vegapunk said, as for the research funding, we can figure it out ourselves. You have a lot of seastone here, right? This is the legacy left by Pluton. The reason why Wano Kuni is rich in seastone is precisely because of it. Buggy took over 3-4 Emperor's groups, not to mention the Whitebeard Pirates group, which was penniless. Because the research funding has been cut off, it seems that our research has touched upon some taboos of the world government. Vegapunk said, do you know the legendary infinite land? First of all, we don't have much money. Because pirates have no human rights. Lilith said disapprovingly, we have already held back, otherwise your opponent would be the Seraph created with the blood factors of Kaido and Jin. Actually, I just want to ask, will this latex suit bulge when you fart? Secondly, there are many places to spend money now. Before doing scientific research, I have to make sure my people have enough food. As for Beast's pirates, in order to fulfill the wish of Fury Control Kaido, all the wealth was replaced with artificial devil fruit. As a scientist employed by the world government, this is my greatest kindness. Very perceptive, isn't it? This is the latest generation of combat uniform. The one that Judge is researching is just an outdated product. Lilith said disdainfully. Buggy shook his arms. If it was a real beautiful girl, it would be fine, but the soul inside was a gentleman scientist. So your goal is the moon. Then we should go to Sky Island. You were so ashamed to mention Seraphim. Hawkeye, who was always calm, drew out his black knife. Why did you create them in our image? Forget it, I still can't accept such advanced technology. Buggy directly rejected Lilith's proposal. He did not have the spirit of devoting himself to science. Chapter 154 Virtual Light and Shadow, Star Forging Titan. In the end, Buggy still didn't figure out whether the latex suit was bulging or not, but the furious Lilith did let him experience the power of the combat suit. Unlike Germa's battle suit, the Vegapunk version of the battle suit has the ability of sparkling fruit attached. It seems that Kizaru has been studied a lot. Lilith can perform a powerful light speed kick and can also fire a small amount of Yasukani no Magatama, which makes her as powerful as an ordinary marine vice admiral. But what Buggy cares more about is that she can use light to create several lifelike clones. His attack went straight through the clone, and it looked like the clone was just a holographic image. But after Lilith touched the clone with her hand, the clone turned into a physical entity again and could launch attacks. This thing is very interesting. Buggy grabbed a clone. How did you do it? It's because of the light pressure gloves. Lilith raised her fist and showed the black gloves on her lower hand. It can transform light and shadow into tangible objects. This is quite amazing. The technology tree is really crooked. Buggy instantly thought of many ways to play. Don't you just know how to transform light and shadow into real objects realistically? Just as Buggy was about to study it, the clone in his hand turned into a phantom again. Is there a time limit on this thing? Of course, in order to maintain the existence of the entity, the light pressure gloves must continue to exert influence. Lilith introduced. Although there are shortcomings, the light pressure gloves are obviously a good thing. They can help wives get rid of the state of paper people, which is similar to the ink fruit. Please help me make some light pressure gloves. I also want to learn the technology of making holographic images. If you can design your own virtual character, Vegapunk's technology is indeed unique. Okay, get the funding first. Many studies cannot be promoted due to insufficient funding. This is why we came to you. Lilith said, once the money is in place, everything else can be discussed. Whether it's controlling the weather or modifying the environment, we can do it. How much research funding do you need? Buggy thought it should be a considerable amount. The starting point is 10 billion Baileys, and there is no upper limit. Lilith said, no wonder the world government doesn't support your continued research. It costs more to support you than to support the Marines. Those short-sighted guys. Lilith was a little indignant. They don't understand the significance of scientific research at all. It's not that they don't understand, they just don't want to change. Buggy, who had browsed through Mikhail Saint's memories, knew clearly what the top celestial dragons were thinking. For those who hold the highest power in the world, what they hate most is change. Their ideal world is one of class solidification, where they, being at the top, only need to enjoy the offerings from the lower classes willingly. They believe that Vegapunk research is somewhat dangerous and can easily overturn the balance of power and affect class stability. If it weren't for the rampant pirates, Vegapunk's fate should have been impelled down. What about you? Are you willing to provide a little funding for scientific research? Lilith's eyes sparkled. Personally, I'd love to do that. I also really like your virtual lighting technology, but... Buggy spread his hands and said, I don't have that much money. Shouldn't you pirates have a lot of treasure? Lilith's eyes widened. You are the biggest pirate now. I think you misunderstood something. I have never met many wealthy pirates. But if you guys help, making money is not a difficult thing. Wano Kuni has a large amount of seastone ore, and recently a large amount of pure seastone rough stones have been discovered, which is a huge fortune. But seastone's largest buyer is the world government. I don't know if they are still willing to do business with me now. However, the cultivation of Den Den Mushi is also on the right track, and it is also a steady source of income. With the addition of Vegapunk, with his ability, he might be able to develop Den Den Mushi into more functions. Buggy has always felt that the special creature Den Den Mushi has the potential to become the carrier of the pirates' world's internet. Although electricity is not widely available in the pirates' world, it should not be difficult to achieve this goal with the help of the strange technology tree. Go to my research institute first. All my wealth is there. Buggy brought Vegapunk's 2 clones to the old Wano Kuni halfway up the mountain. After the civilians here moved away, Buggy transformed this place into a base. It looks quite large. Lilith looked at the huge research center. Do you have so many researchers? No, Buggy said, it takes at least 10 years to cultivate such talents. This is despite Buggy's emphasis on education. Buggy also considered a quick method, which is to let pudding extract knowledge from other people's minds, then copy it in large quantities, and then stuff it into other people's minds. However, this approach was full of uncertainty, so Buggy did not implement it. The person in charge of the research here is Ain. She also served in the Scientific Marine Corps. You should recognize her. I have an impression of him, a guy with limited research talent. Lilith recalled. What about Quinn? Didn't you recruit the beast's pirates? Vegapunk asked. His abilities are stronger than Ian's. I killed him. Although I'm not a good person, I still can't tolerate people who use viruses as weapons for research. Buggy looked at Vegapunk and said slowly, Doctor, even if you were a scientist, there are some bottom lines that cannot be crossed. Both Quinn and Geisa are scientists on Buggy's blacklist, but the former is unlucky and falls into Buggy's hands. And no one knew where Guy ran to, but he managed to save his life for the time being. Is this why you crushed my clone? Vegapunk asked. I thought you also used children as giants and created something like Seraphim. Buggy explained, but then I looked through St. Mikhail's memories and realized I had misunderstood you. The children in Tokushima are now being cared for by the Marines, and the scientific Marine Corps is treating them. The giant experiment has actually been completed, but I didn't hand over the technology to the world government. I didn't expect Guy to use some patchwork experimental records to conduct experiments on children. Vegapunk said, Geisa is a real jerk. Don't worry, he won't live much longer. But why did the world government conduct the giant experiment? Buggy didn't find the reason for this in Mikhail Saint's memory. Because the giants are closest in size to the primitive creator, said Vegapunk. Creator, isn't that the title celestial dragons boast about themselves? Buggy didn't understand how this had anything to do with the giants. The original creator was the one who created the ancient civilization. There is a relic of an ancient civilization under Future Island. Judging from the daily necessities in the relic, they were all giants over 10 meters tall. Vegapunk explained, according to the information I have, these creators have another name, Star-Forging Titans. Chapter 155, Infinite Energy, Soul Division. Vegapunk told Buggy the information he had, but found that Buggy was not surprised at all. You don't seem surprised at all about the ancient civilization. I've seen this kind of thing many times and I'm used to it. The protagonist upgrades too quickly and the original boss can't keep up with the strength. At this time, we can only introduce new forces. Buggy shrugged, speaking words that only he could understand. There is already a precedent next door, from the village war to the fight against aliens. The pirates' world map is so large, and there are already space pirates, so it is normal to have some alien creators or something, right? It's just that the aliens next door are planting a sacred tree, so could it be that the tree planted here is the devil fruit tree? What do you mean by upgrading too fast? Vegapunk obviously couldn't keep up with Buggy's idea of letting go. The battle power is expanding too fast. The Marine Admiral, 4 Emperors, Shichibukai and other guys who were originally at the top of the world are no longer enough for Luffy to deal with. Not only did Luffy level up too quickly, but his companions and allies also rose to prominence too quickly. Fortunately, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo is dead, otherwise if we encounter the current Luo Huang's Red Heart Pirates group can directly solo the entire Doflamingo family. It's only been a few months. By the way, Vegapunk also made a lot of efforts. He successfully made Shichibukai a unit of measurement. Forget it, this kind of thing is not important. Let's talk about ancient civilizations. Some things cannot be explained. Maybe the people in the pirates' world think that Luffy and his friends' upgrade speed is normal. I don't know much about this. There are not many records found in the ruins, and the historical records of the outside world have been almost destroyed by the world government. But I can show you the power they left behind. Lilith on the side snapped her fingers, and light shot out from her gloves, forming a virtual image in midair. The sky was covered with dark clouds, a white light of destruction fell from the sky, a huge mushroom cloud rose, and the island below disappeared. This was once the Valley of the Gods, but now it has disappeared. Vegapunk said, if Pluton hadn't shown up to mess things up, Alabasta would have ended up like this. The projection in the air turned into a battle between giant robots, and finally both sides were destroyed in the self-explosion. It's still because we don't have enough resources. The robots we build are far inferior to them. Lilith put away the virtual projection. But I heard that Wapol was kidnapped by your pirates. Do you have an endless supply of Wapol Alloy? How is that possible? Wapol is not a machine. The amount of alloy he can produce is limited. Knowing that there was no hope of escape, Wapol was very cooperative, but his strength was limited and the ability of Munch Fruit could not be fully utilized. Pudding checked Wapol's memory and determined that he was not lying. We can increase the output by modifying it. Vegapunk disagreed, there's no rush for that. I mainly want to study your power. Hey, don't you want your clone again? Although Vegapunk's technology is very attractive, Buggy is not confident in letting Vegapunk study him because of the Tyrant Bear experience. I just wanted to see your power up close. It's important. Maybe it can change the world. Vegapunk was indifferent to Buggy's threat and still insisted on his own ideas. You mean the power of fission? Buggy probably knew what Vegapunk wanted to study, and with a flick of his finger, a small-scale explosion appeared in front of him. Yes, that's the power. Vegapunk seemed a little excited. As long as we study it thoroughly, we can have almost endless energy. In other words, you are a collection of infinite energy and have infinite possibilities. Lilith also exclaimed, do you want to consider it? Wait, your ideas sound dangerous. Buggy interrupted her, this power comes from the power of my devil fruit. I have tried it, and other materials besides my body cannot cause fission. Then just use your body. It's very simple to clone some clones. This technology has been mature for a long time. Lilith said, you think too simply. The power of fission is unstable. Fission and fusion can create an artificial sun, but the challenge is how to control the artificial sun to output energy stably. Wait, Vegapunk's technology seems to be beyond Buggy's imagination in some sense, maybe he does have a way to control it. After asking about the principle of fission, Vegapunk's words confirmed Buggy's idea. All you have to do is sacrifice a little and control the speed of fission a little bit, and I can create a device to convert it into energy. If the price of obtaining unlimited energy is that I have to act as a controller, then you should give up this idea as soon as possible. I am not noble enough to do that. Buggy is not opposed to doing good things, but he does not have the idea of sacrificing himself for the world. Why don't we talk about virtual light and shadow? I think that's more interesting. How can virtual light and shadow compare with infinite energy? I can give you all my technologies, including the technology to create Seraphim, just in exchange for a possibility. Is it possible that the noble side of your character does not reject this kind of sacrifice? Vegapunk suddenly said, what's the meaning? Soul division technology. These clones of ours are separated from the original body and represent a part of the original body's personality. Lilith pointed at herself and said, I am the part that represents evil. These clones each have their own duties and are actually independent individuals. Even the images of the clones are generated according to the cognition of different personalities. Vegapunk said, then why did your personality become female? Buggy asked, I developed this technology to create some scientific research assistants. If you were a researcher, what would you subconsciously want your assistant to look like? Vegapunk asked, I see, just like men like to play female characters in games. Who likes to see a male Torn's butt wiggling around on the screen? Aren't female Draenei's hooves more attractive? You want me to split out a clone with a noble character to serve as an energy source? Buggy understood what Vegapunk meant. That's right, don't worry, it won't cause any damage to the soul. I have tested it many times. If you don't believe me, you can pull out my memory and check it. Vegapunk knocked his metal head. Sorry, I forgot this body is made of metal, but it shouldn't affect the power of the devil fruit. That's right, the power of devil fruit is more like a force of rules. As long as it is regarded as a living thing, the memory fruit can be used. Pudding said he could extract Brook's memories, but he doesn't have a brain. Since the clones are independent individuals, have you ever thought about what to do if the clones don't want to sacrifice even if I agree to split the soul? Buggy certainly knew the importance of unlimited energy, but he felt that he did not have such a high level of awareness. Whether we succeed or fail, we will work for you. Even if the clone doesn't cooperate, you will have an extra capable assistant. Do you still need to hesitate about this? It's very tempting, but Buggy is worried that it might create some weird clones. Go call Pudding over. I'll first see if there's any harm in splitting the soul. Chapter 156 Scientist. Archaeologist. People's physiques cannot be generalized. The amount of information stored in Vegapunk's brain is at least 100 times more than that of an ordinary person, and Pudding, who is extracting his memory, is like entering a maze. By the time she, dizzy and confused, found the technique to create clones in Vegapunk's vast memories, the bored Vegapunk had almost analyzed her fruit ability. You can read, remove, replace, and tamper with memories. What a useful ability. If I had met you earlier, I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of developing clone technology. I could have directly copied the original body's memory. Vegapunk sighed that compared to world government, the devil fruit ability of the pirates, 8-Gate is more worthy of study. Having the ability of the memory fruit but rarely using it, in a sense, Charlotte Linlin is really a naive guy. Don't you consider the ethical issues at all? Buggy understood what Vegapunk meant, and after roughly browsing his memory film, he found that the number of clones created by Vegapunk was beyond his imagination. Doesn't this guy consider the feelings of his clones? What if they start to rise up? Ethics. It's hard to imagine this word coming out of the mouth of a pirate. Vegapunk said, don't worry, although the clones we created have different personalities, they all have the same goal and will not cause chaos. If our soul power wasn't insufficient, we would have wanted to have as many clones as possible. Lilith at the side also spoke up, the other researchers can't keep up with our thinking, and they can't do their assistant work well. A typical mad scientist who has transcended vulgar interests and regards research as his mission. But this technique looks familiar. This clone looks a bit like the homies my mother made. Pudding's words reminded Buggy that these clones cut out from the soul were actually homies, but Vegapunk created bodies for them. You're right, the soul-splitting technology does use the bloodline factor of the soul fruit. Vegapunk said, impossible, Mom has no connection with the world government, how could you have the bloodline factor of the soul fruit? Pudding retorted, it seems that you haven't read all my memories. Vegapunk discovered the limitations of Pudding's ability. Charlotte Linlin is not the only user of the soul fruit. Did you get the blood factor from the nun? Buggy asked. Lilith looked at Buggy in surprise. Well, the previous soul fruit user was indeed dressed as a nun, but she was working for the world government, and the identity of a nun was just a cover. But this matter should be confidential. Do you have spies in the world government? Vegapunk asked. We captured a 5 elders and extracted his memories, Buggy said. In fact, there is no such little thing in Saint Michael's memory. Does he have any detailed information about Uranus in his memory? Vegapunk was not interested in the nun's affairs, but asked about other things, or information about the ancient kingdom. He does not have the trust of the world government, and only has a cooperative relationship with the world government. He does not know many secrets. The people who contacted him more often were the Marines, but neither the Marine Admiral nor the Marine Marshal knew much about the celestial dragons. Unfortunately, none of what you said is in Saint Michael's memory. Buggy shook his head. There are some secrets that even the 5 elders have no right to access. Only the ruler of the celestial dragons, the Lord of the Void Throne, Yim, knows them. The rumors are indeed true. The Void Throne has an owner. Vegapunk said, she is the one who inherited the most powerful weapon of the ancient civilization. Vegapunk wanted to ask more about IM, but that was all Buggy knew. Come to think of it, most of your technology seems to have been mined from ancient civilizations. Buggy changed the subject. He looked through Vegapunk's memory and couldn't figure out whether Vegapunk was doing scientific research or archaeology. Just like a certain big country, once it encounters any difficulties, it will look through the database left over from the Cold War, perhaps there are some treasures in it. That's right, my hometown, Future Island, was developed based on the remains of ancient civilizations. I have been exposed to the technologies left behind by ancient civilizations since I was a child, and my research direction is the same as theirs. Vegapunk said, although they are called ancient civilizations, our current civilization is actually more primitive. He turned on the virtual light and shadow again, and a mechanized city appeared before everyone. This is my research base, Egghead Island, another relic left by an ancient civilization, which I have restored and put into use. Vegapunk introduced, they inherited the technology of the creator. Thousands of years ago, they created giant spaceships that can travel between planets, cloud islands floating in the sky, and robots with self-awareness. Later, for some reason, the ancient civilization perished, and even traces of their existence were erased from history by the world government, leaving only the legend of the three ancient weapons. So the so-called Vegapunk that is 500 years ahead of current technology and 500 years beyond human intelligence. The result is that ancient civilization is 800 years ahead of modern technology, and Vegapunk is 300 years behind ancient civilization. Although still very powerful compared to others, the dazzling halo suddenly dimmed a lot. What was the reason for the demise of ancient civilizations with such advanced technology? I am, who had undergone the immortality surgery, should know something, and the rest can only be found in the historical text. But one thing is certain, Vegapunk's clone technology is similar to that of the soul fruit in creating homies, so there shouldn't be any danger. There was a reason why Zeus betrayed Big Mom. Both Prometheus and Napoleon were loyal to Big Mom. Buggy believes that the homies he created shouldn't be that unreliable, right? However, the reason for creating the clone is to burn him as uranium. What would the clone think? Thinking of this, Buggy glanced at Vegapunk. Could this guy have another avatar who likes art? What's wrong? Vegapunk noticed that Buggy was looking at him in a very subtle way. When do we start making clones? No rush, you should first create a machine that can convert the fission force into energy. Let me see if there is any other way to replace the clone. Other methods. Do you want to go in and serve as fuel yourself? Lilith complained. Have you forgotten that I am the user of the chop fruit ability? Buggy split his body into two pieces. Although I can only control the movement of my body within 100 meters, the range of my body splitting is unlimited. Chapter 157 Wapol Castle, Mind Controller. Damn pirates, one day I will eat you all. Hiccup. Wapol opened his mouth wide and poured a cart of metal ore into his mouth. Then he activated his ability to decompose and fuse the metal ore in his body, and finally converted it into Wapol Alloy before spitting it out. After being captured here by the pirates, this became Wapol's daily life. I wonder if those useless subordinates of the Dark Drum Kingdom have found a way to save themselves. But Wapol knew that he could not count on them. What those bastards would most likely do was to divide up his wealth, including his wife, Miss Universe Kindrella. Thinking of this, Wapol felt a faint green light appearing above his head. Damn, it turns out that the amount of malachite in the ore exceeds the limit. Wapol digested the malachite with hatred, and the green light above his head disappeared. He continued to think about his way out. This time is different from the last time. Not only can he save his life by being defeated by the simple-minded and idiotic Straw Hat Pirates, but he can also make a comeback. But what about fighting against the infamous Buggy Pirates? They are lunatics who dare to kill even celestial dragons. Thinking of this, Wapol shrank his almost non-existent neck and decided to obey them. At least he could save his life. If only I could be stronger. Wapol was about to swallow another cart of ore when a sharp voice suddenly came to his mind. Waste, you finally want to become stronger. Who? Startled, Wapol looked around, but there was no one around him. Hey, what are you doing, you tin hippo? Wapol's actions caught the guard's attention. Be honest, you haven't finished your share for today yet. Waste, don't draw attention to yourself. I'm in your body. The sharp voice sounded in Wapol's mind again. I didn't expect that the strongest devil fruit would fall into the hands of a loser. Who are you? Wapol asked in a low voice. I am the demon soul residing in the munch fruit. The voice introduced itself. It is rumored that the devil fruit contains the soul of a demon, but Wapol always thought it was a rumor. Unexpectedly, listen carefully, you idiot. The swallowing devil said viciously, among all the hosts of munch fruit, you are the worst one. But I invented Wapol Alloy. If I hadn't been captured by the pirates, I would have become the richest man in the world, Wapol retorted. So what if I become the richest man in the world? The Tuntun devil said disdainfully. What happened to the previous richest man in the world? It should be an impel down now. Wapol was silent. So the most important thing in this world is power. As long as you have power, everything else will be within your reach. Do you still remember the Straw Hat Boy? What made him become the four emperors? It wasn't the so-called courage and friendship, but the power of the devil fruit. The Tuntun demon said, without power, you can only become a pig that can be slaughtered at will. Just like you are now, do you want to spend your whole life like this? Of course not. I am also an ambitious man, otherwise I would not have established the Dark Drum Kingdom. Wapol clenched his fists. Very good, as long as you have ambition, you can leave the rest of the problems to me. The tone of the swallowing demon softened a little. So what should I do? Wapol asked. The ability of the munch fruit is to turn anything eaten into a part of the body, or to synthesize something new. The devouring demon said, That means that as long as you keep eating devouring ore, you will gain strength in the process of synthesizing Wapol Alloy. Really? Wapol was a little confused, but I didn't notice any change in my strength. That's because you haven't pushed yourself to the limit, and your potential has not been developed. How many carts of ore can you consume in a day now? About 20 cars. Too little. Let's increase the number tenfold first. Wait, Wapol felt something was wrong. Not to mention that the workload had increased tenfold. If he did this, wouldn't he be working for the Buggy Pirates for nothing? It's the Buggy Pirates who are working for you. After hearing Wapol's doubts, the devils laughed out loud. The ores they worked so hard to collect finally became your nourishment for becoming stronger. Really? Wapol felt his brain a little confused, as if he had forgotten something. He just felt that what the Tuntun demon said made sense. When he swallowed another cart of ore, he vaguely felt a warm current in his body. Don't do unnecessary things, Lilith. This guy has only been able to survive until now by constantly injecting dopamine. If he fuses the power of other fruits, he will collapse. A cylindrical machine was emitting light, and Wapol's memory film was playing continuously on it. If it is mass-produced, it will disrupt the whole world. Just as Wapol was about to make his request to the guards, they had already brought cartloads of ore to him. Wapol felt his body expanding rapidly as if it were inflated. Buggy thought about how ironic it was that the capitalists who made a certain game put their most desired weapon on the Red Empire. Wapol devours ore like a machine, converting it into Wapol Alloy and spitting it out. Wapol's body turned into a metal castle several dozen meters high. Two figures jumped onto the top of the castle and entered Wapol's head. Boss, the script you wrote is pretty good, the devouring demon and all that. Do you feel it? This is the power absorbed by the munch fruit. The swallowing demon laughed wildly. As long as you keep swallowing it, your power will become stronger and stronger. The fusion of bloodline factors went more smoothly than expected. Huh, why? Lilith was a little surprised. Wapol's memory scripts were all written by Buggy. There was no way he didn't know the power of the mind controller. Then I need more ore. Is it so easy to become stronger? Well, you are the boss, you have the final say. Now it seems that the two experiments of mind controller and Wapol factory have been successful. These were the only two thoughts left in Wapol's mind. She felt that she had created something extraordinary. The mind controller developed based on the memory fruit was extremely powerful. It's not surprising. The ability of munch fruit is not only synthesis and transformation, but also swallowing demon fruit power can gain their abilities. Otherwise, Blackbeard wouldn't be thinking about this devil fruit. Lilith looked at the memory film, but you seem to have a problem with the Straw Hat Boy. Lilith shook her head and asked tentatively, the power of that mind controller is stronger than expected. Do we need to mass produce it? Buggy placed his hand on the mind controller, which he could use to manipulate and modify Wapol's memory, turning him into a tireless machine. You seem to have a deep understanding of devil fruit. Do you want to fuse some blood factors into it? No, classify this technology as top secret and keep it sealed. Although a dragon slayer will eventually become a dragon, I don't want to become the kind of person who deserves to be hung on a street lamp one day. Buggy said, isn't what's said in that script true? No matter how loud the slogans are, it's still his strength that keeps Luffy going. It's that simple. The swallowing demon seemed to have read his thoughts. This is the terrifying ability that only the munch fruit has. I really want to refute it, but this world seems to be like this. Don't stop. Eat until you die. The devil's whisper echoed in Wapol's mind. It's time to inject new blood factors. Devour. Become stronger. When he felt his body reaching the brink of collapse, he faintly heard a voice. It is simply the super weapon that capitalists dream of. No, in a sense, we are still allies. He felt that his body was gradually reaching its limit, but the increasing strength stimulated his nerves. His thoughts became fuzzy and strange sounds from the outside world continued to come. 5RN. Chapter 158 Universal Capsule, Vegapunk's Brain. A steady stream of ore is swallowed up by the Wapol factory, decomposed and refined internally to become Wapol Alloy, increasing its efficiency by more than 100 times compared to before. Lilith manipulates the mind controller, and the alloy inside the Wapol factory shapes itself into various parts. You turned this thing into a 3D printer? Buggy asked. What is a 3D printer? Do you mean the method of making parts out of metal? Lilith operated the mind controller and said, the munch fruit itself can control the objects it swallows, and the newly added castle fruit bloodline factor has strengthened this ability. With Lilith's manipulation, the parts were assembled into a motorcycle. Next is an interesting ability of the castle fruit. A curtain of light swept across, and the size of the motorcycle shrank by about 100 times, becoming like a toy. Then a transparent gelatin wraps the shrunken motorcycle, turning it into a capsule. Done. Lilith handed the capsule to Buggy. The castle fruit has the ability to shrink nearby objects. The gelatin contains the blood factor of the castle fruit, which can preserve the shrunken object. Opening the capsule can restore the object to its original state. Buggy took the amber-like capsule and asked, can this ability be extracted? The blood factor injected into Wapol's body comes from Capone Beige, the user of the castle fruit, who can indeed shrink his subordinates and absorb them into his own body. This former supernova has given up the idea of competing for the Pirates King and switched to become a businessman. As a former gangster, he has a rebellious blood running through his bones. Relying on the power of the castle fruit, he stores a lot of goods in his body for smuggling, in order to evade taxes. After being discovered, They still wanted to resist, but the Flame Tank Pirates regiment that was powerful enough to dominate West Blue was no match for Wano Kuni and was suppressed by his men without alerting Buggy. If the Chiffon sisters hadn't found pudding to plead for mercy, Buggy wouldn't even know about this little thing. This kind of smuggling situation relying on Devil Fruit's ability has never happened before. Buggy thought about it and let Capone Beige go. But as punishment for tax evasion, Capone Beige bled, literally. Not only did they have to pay double the tax, but they also had nearly a third of their blood drawn. We all speculate that the Munch Munch fruit contains a factor that inhibits blood collapse, but I've done a rough inspection and didn't find anything unusual. Following Lilith's instructions, Buggy cut the capsule in his hand and threw it forward. I'm afraid that won't work. The clones can come over, but the main body can't move. Buggy was silent for a while. I've decided, it's better to call this thing the Universal Capsule. Since Lilith and the others can come here, the other clones can naturally do it as well. The main body is the user of the brain fruit. Over the years, the main body's brain has grown enormous and has merged with Future Island. If we want to take over all the clones, we can only move Future Island as well. The world government will not sit idly by. Are you ready to wage a full-scale war with the world government and the Marine? Bulma's Universal Capsule is very convenient to use and recycle. The Vegapunk version of the Universal Capsule comes from Devil Fruit and is more complicated to operate. Lilith said proudly, isn't it interesting? I call it a portable capsule. Are there any other amazing female scientists in the world? Can you still contact her? Lilith asked with interest, maybe we can work together. Just help me make a few capsules as toys, and don't worry about anything else. Buggy dispelled Lilith's idea of finding a research partner. How is the research on the blood factor of Munch Munch fruit going? If the secret of the Munch Munch fruit can be researched, double or even multiple Devil Fruit abilities will no longer be exclusive to Blackbeard. In Vegapunk's opinion, Buggy is already one of the strongest people standing at the top of the world. Lilith thinks Buggy is exaggerating. Among the Devil Fruit, Munch Munch fruit is a special one, as it can use their abilities by devouring demon fruit power. The reason why you can't take the second Devil Fruit is because different bloodline factors will conflict with each other and cause bloodline collapse. Lilith reported on the research. The problem now is that we are short of manpower. Unless we bring those clones here, it will be difficult to make any progress in the research on Munch Munch fruit. Sentiment. When I was a kid, I knew a scientist named Bulma. She always carried this universal capsule with her, but her universal capsule was much more convenient. Buggy knew that Vegapunk had several clones. Why don't you just ask them to come over? The world government won't give you research funding anyway. In less than 3 seconds, he would be on his knees begging me not to die. Lilith didn't see how the portable capsule could be omnipotent, but seeing Buggy's firm attitude, she didn't hesitate anymore. Compared to the Dragon Ball powerhouses that followed the Hand Blast Star, Demon Fruit power suddenly seemed harmless, and Buggy found that Luffy's sit-up ability wasn't that hard to accept. It doesn't matter what it's called. Like all other inventions, it can't be mass-produced. The shrunken motorcycle suddenly expanded and returned to its original shape. Vegapunk extracted the blood factor of the castle fruit and used it on Wapol. Analyzing and cultivating bloodline factors requires a large amount of resources. In Lilith's opinion, this universal capsule has no other function except making it convenient to carry items, so it is not worth investing too much in it. Don't even think about it. Her husband is a very fierce man. Buggy said casually, without a distinguished bloodline and without any cheats, can you still be called a protagonist? Lilith hesitated for a moment, but still told the truth. Some memories are not stored in the clone, but in the cloud, so the memory fruit cannot detect them. It's a pity that Blackbeard was destroyed by you. Otherwise, if we study his bloodline factor, we might be able to find something valuable. How fierce is he? Is he more powerful than you? Help me build some universal capsules. Let me see. Can you help me seal a ship, and then a house inside? Buggy asked. It now appears that not only has Wapol's capabilities been improved, but very interesting accessories have also been developed. Of course, I can. Lilith just wanted to demonstrate the power of the castle fruit, but she didn't expect Buggy to make such a request. What's the point of doing this? Basically no progress. Lilith was a little distressed. Once you take the devil fruit, the blood factor of life will change. Chapter 159 Thinking World, Artificial Sun. Buggy still underestimated Vegapunk. He didn't expect that he would dig out his brain. What is this? Flesh and blood are weak, and machines ascend. Vegapunk was born in the wrong world. People like him should shine in the Mechanicus. Life is limited, and death is not something to be feared, but I am afraid that knowledge cannot be passed on. Lilith projected a virtual image of the future island. On the top of Egghead Island, there was a giant semicircular building that looked like an Armstrong cyclotron jet cannon and did not look very serious. I wanted to create a device that could store all the knowledge in the world, so I split my brain. Lilith took off the antenna on her head. Not only that, this knowledge will be shared for everyone to learn. People can access my brain through this antenna. She adjusted the antenna and handed it to Buggy. How about visiting the smartest brain in the world? Is the Holy Kara connecting us all? Buggy took the antenna. Lilith wanted to explain the principle of the antenna to Buggy, but Buggy had almost figured it out. Vegapunk turned his brain into a wetware server to store knowledge, and he wanted to make it open for everyone to use. This is so. Sparacy. Isn't this the internet? Next, your subconscious will connect to my brain. Don't worry, there is no danger. It is York's turn to be on duty there today. If you have any questions, you can ask her. While Lilith was still introducing, Buggy had already pressed the switch on the antenna. New visitor is requesting a link. Generating personal profile, signal transmitting. Along with the sound coming from the antenna, Buggy felt an illusory channel appear in his consciousness, sucking his spirit in. Welcome to Vegapunk's world of thought. Knowledge is the greatest treasure in the world. When Buggy woke up, he found himself in the void. Under his feet was a steel platform floating in the void, and above the platform, countless glowing neurons were like stars, connected to each other, forming a galaxy that stretched as far as the eye could see. It's spectacular. A cute long-haired girl appeared next to Buggy. She had some freckles on her face, wore goggles, and wore a bra with the words, Punk 06, printed on it on her upper body, but only a pair of underwear on her lower body. The girl yawned and said lazily, "My name is York, and I am the incarnation representing Vegapunk's desire." The clone of desire, I can roughly tell. Buggy nodded. What a generous gift. Vegapunk is really enthusiastic to give out benefits right at the start. I heard from Lilith about your purpose. Since there are other visitors on the island and other clones are receiving them, I can only take you to visit this world of thought. This world is illusory, and you and I are just projections of the spirit. York pointed to the glowing neurons in the sky and said, that's where the brain cells, the main body of this thinking world, are stored. All knowledge is stored there. York waved his hand, and the steel platform teleported directly in front of a neuron. Outside the neuron were clusters of nerve fibers. York pulled a nerve fiber over and handed it to Buggy. Buggy took over the nerve fiber, and a series of drawings were transmitted from the neuron. As this, the blood factor blueprint of the flesh ball fruit. Most of the drawings sent over showed complicated double helices, which Buggy couldn't understand at all. He could only recognize what these things were through a few words. That's right, this is the blood factor analysis diagram of the meatball fruit. With this, you can easily copy the meatball fruit. York said, do you have any misunderstanding about the word, easy? Although neurons do transmit complete knowledge, what the eyes see and what the brain learns are two different things. It's like giving yourself a book on advanced mathematics. You can recognize the words and there isn't much content, but when you put them together, your brain starts to freeze. Buggy loosened his nerve fibers and tried to throw the knowledge just passed on into the depths of his memory. I'll feel dizzy if I look at this kind of stuff for too long. If I have time, I'd better ask Pudding to help me brainwash myself. Seeing that Buggy didn't say anything, York thought he was digesting the knowledge he had just acquired. He pointed at the surrounding neurons and said, there are nearly 100 blood factor drawings of devil fruit here, all of which have been analyzed. Do you want to make a copy? No, I'm not interested in this kind of thing. In order not to increase the workload of Pudding, Buggy rejected York's proposal. Wait, Buggy sensed something was wrong. Where did Vegapunk get so many devil fruits for research? Well, aren't there a lot of research subjects in Impel Down? Some Marines will also cooperate with my research. York explained, however, most of the devil fruit analyzed are zone devil fruit, which is not very valuable. Impel Down. Buggy thought of the origin of Seraph. Is there information about chop chop fruit here as well? Well, yes, it is, but the analysis failed. York said hesitantly, originally, the priority of chop chop fruit was not high. We treated it as an ordinary devil fruit. It was not until you became the 4 emperors and displayed your amazing strength that we conducted a detailed study on the chop chop fruit again. Based on the information we have, we all agree that the secret of endless energy is hidden in this fruit. York brought Buggy to a huge neuron. As she operated, a large number of virtual screens popped up in front of the neuron, showing various papers. Buggy took a quick look and found that they were all research related to energy. Initially, Vegapunk placed its hopes for endless energy on devil fruit, especially Logia's devil fruit. The one at the top is a research paper on sparkling fruit. It seems that Kizaru has been studied a lot, but most of the research results have nothing to do with energy. Instead, they have been developed into weapons. Buggy also saw Paramecia fruit. It seems that Vegapunk also got Ace's blood. However, Paramecia fruit lived up to its name. Vegapunk soon gave up its research and finally gave it an evaluation, insufficient sustainability. Vegapunk initially gave the research on Paramecia fruit the title of an artificial sun, but eventually crossed it out and transferred the title to a new paper, which is the research on chop chop fruit. He even did a cover with a mushroom cloud. However, the paper is covered with red crosses, which shows that Vegapunk's research is not going well, even though they have created artificial chop chop fruit. You can see that even if we create the chop chop fruit and equip it on the seraphim cultivated with your blood, we can't replicate that ability. York said, even though they have the same body and the same devil fruit ability, Buggy is the weakest among all the seraphim and is beaten by other seraphim. This is something we cannot understand. Your ability seems to be the only one. Chapter 168. The Power of My Thoughts, Artificial Awakening of Devil Fruit. After discovering the existence of Seraph, Buggy knew that he would inevitably become one of the experimental subjects. I just didn't expect York to say it so casually. Looking at her nonchalant expression, Buggy was helpless for a moment. Vegapunk treated him as a test subject, so what else could he ask of him? In the environment of the pirate's world, Vegapunk's moral bottom line is already high. As long as he doesn't learn from a colleague who makes something like ammunition packs, some over-the-top research on Buggy is tolerable. Buggy clicked on the virtual light screen in front of him, searched the experimental records, and found the experiment related to his own in the section on Seraph experiments. Vegapunk first created S. Joker Seraph version and then created the artificial Chop Chop fruit. It turned out that S. Joker only had the ability to break his body into pieces and could not use the power of fission. Vegapunk suspected that the Chop Chop fruit had requirements for bloodline, so he removed Jin's bloodline factors and created a clone of pure bloodline. The experiment failed again. After removing Jin's bloodline factor, S. Joker's combat power became even more touching, and he couldn't even break the defense of other Seraphim. Vegapunk terminated the experiment and wrote down his own speculation at the end of the experimental report. The obstruction of knowledge and perception. After seeing Vegapunk's speculation, Buggy was speechless. In the pirate's world, there is a devil fruit called the Buddha Buddha fruit. Kaido's moves are named after the 5 great kings, and there are professions like nuns where no one knows which boss they believe in, but it still feels a bit weird to see such religious terms in an experimental report. Is this obstruction to knowledge and perception the same as what one knows? Buggy continued reading. In the experimental summary, Vegapunk believed that even if the artificial devil fruit was exactly the same as the original, the abilities it displayed in different people would be different. He believes that the development of devil fruit's abilities is related to the ability user's recognition of the devil fruit's true name. Devil fruit has a real name, which represents the original ability of this devil fruit. This original ability is a miracle, condensed from strong wishes. The more the user understands the original power of the devil fruit, the more miracles the devil fruit will give back, and it can even distort reality. However, if one does not understand the original ability of devil fruit well enough, one will fall into the obstacle of knowledge and perception, and devil fruit will not respond to the person with ability. The barrier of knowledge and perception is not insurmountable. If the spirit of the person with the ability is strong enough, will it affect the devil fruit if the devil fruit is formed by the desire? By Vegapunk. Writing devil, read as wish. After reading Vegapunk's final record, Buggy felt that his guess was probably true. In Buggy's opinion, the power of devil fruit is about the same as my power of thinking. I am a user of the Chop Chop fruit ability. I think that since my body can be broken into pieces, the atoms that make up my body should also be able to be broken into pieces. Since the body can split up and move freely, I think it is also possible for the body to split into atoms and then generate electricity through friction. If friction can generate electricity, then I think it is normal to create some magnetic field power. That's what the sea tiger next door does. As a result, Chop Chop fruit actually responded to Buggy's idea and fed back the miraculous power. It turns out that I am green-skinned. In other words, demon fruit power is all green-skinned. As long as your spirit is strong enough and your imagination is big enough, devil fruit will give you the corresponding power back. Buggy suddenly thought of something and turned to ask York, did you guide the Kuma to develop the meatball fruit? York was stunned, then hesitantly said, it can't be considered guidance. We just gave him some suggestions. Bear's meatball fruit had already been developed to a great extent, but it was mostly for combat. We thought that the meatball fruit had the concept of bounce, so why not try to bounce some virtual things? York chuckled and said, it turns out that the meatball fruit can really bounce away fatigue and pain. It's true. As for the situation where Vegapunk speculated that the ability user would in turn affect the devil fruit, Buggy had also seen it. The green-skinned lord, King Luffy, relied on the power of my thinking to defeat Enel by defeating the strong with the weak. I am a rubber man, it is reasonable that lightning has no effect on me. What, 200 million volts of high voltage is enough to break through rubber? Lightning also carries high-temperature attacks. Sorry, I am not educated, I don't understand these. I think your lightning is ineffective against me, so your lightning attack can't cause any harm to me. As a result, the Nika fruit really responded to Luffy's wish and gave Luffy a physique that was immune to Enel's special attack. The reason why he is only immune to Enel's special attack is that we have to talk about Kaido's Thunder 8 trigrams. Luffy can take all the physical and magical dual attribute attacks. However, after Luffy figured out the power of sit-ups, Kaido's attack was no longer enough. Shit, could the original power of the Nika fruit beat God? The power to make your wishes come true. Hey, you can take your time to look at these things later. I have limited time and I have to share the feeling of fullness and excretion with other clones later. York yawned. There are still 3 people whose desire for rest has not been satisfied today. I can understand the feeling of fullness, but what the hell is the feeling of excretion? Buggy feels that these clones of Vegapunk are having a lot of fun. Today's harvest was pretty good. I found out a lot of secrets of devil fruit. Just as I was about to leave, I saw a virtual light screen out of the corner of my eye. The font on it attracted Buggy's attention. Research on the awakening of Zone Devil Fruit. What's this? In response to Buggy's question, York lazily replied, it means exactly what it says. We have tried to artificially intervene in the awakening of devil fruit. Among the 3 types of devil fruit, except for a few mythical beast species, the blood factor diagrams of most zone devil fruit are very simple. Their upper limit is relatively low, so low that we can try to artificially help the zone demon fruit power awaken, but it is limited to ordinary species. Is zone devil fruit so miserable? Where did I put my chopper god tier? Oh, chopper god tier is the noble human fruit, so that's fine. While Buggy was daydreaming, York took Buggy to a new neuron and showed Buggy the information inside. A virtual screen popped up in front of Neuron, with several familiar figures appearing on it. The cows, rhinos, Madara horses and koalas that are as tall as giants are the jailer beasts in Impel Down. Oh, and in front of them stood someone more familiar to Buggy, Sati-chan, who was also huge. I remember you've also been in Impel Down, so you should know them. York said, pointing at the jailermen on the screen. They are the fruits of our research. Chapter 169 The Cost of Artificial Awakening. Artificial Awakening of Devil Fruit. Has Vegapunk advanced the technology to this point? There are only a dozen or so Devil Fruit Awakeners in the entire Pirates world. If what York said is true, then Vegapunk has added fuel to the collapse of the Pirates world's combat power. Since his appearance, the value of Devil Fruit began to depreciate. Now even the awakened fruits are going to be everywhere. However, looking at the jailermen in the picture, Buggy felt that the awakening of this fruit should be flawed. The jailer beasts all have long snot hanging from their faces, and they don't look very smart. Flaws? I didn't notice any. After artificial awakening, their vitality and recovery ability increased many times. The overall strength of these guys can't be said to be strong, but it is also at the level of ordinary Marine Vice Admirals. Hearing Buggy doubt his skills, York was a little anxious. These guys have the most common zone Devil Fruit. It's already a success to reach this level. Has the Marine Vice Admiral become a unit of combat power calculation? That's right, Vegapunk can mass-produce things like Seraph, so it has the qualifications to say that. But I feel like there's something wrong with their IQ. Are you sure artificial awakening won't affect their brains? Buggy said, I have dealt with these jailer beasts before. York patted his chest and said, don't worry, our research is very rigorous. We conducted a test after the jailerman awakened, and there is no difference in IQ before and after awakening. Buggy suddenly thought of a possibility. Wait, what is the standard for your test? This kind of testing certainly has strict standards. York called up a virtual screen with densely packed test questions on it. This is a test to test IQ. Jailerman couldn't answer any of the questions before the awakening experiment, and it was the same after awakening. This proves that their IQ hasn't changed at all. Buggy glanced at the test paper and found that it was just like studying advanced mathematics in college. He knew every word, but had no idea what they meant when they were connected together. Why did you choose such a difficult test? Is it difficult? York was a little confused. These are all common sense questions. Is this the world as seen by geniuses? If Vegapunk uses this method to test IQ, there is no difference between ordinary people and fools. Hey, do you want to give it a try? York was interested. I've wanted to calculate the intelligence levels of Marines and pirates before. Aren't you in a hurry to deal with the desires of other clones? Don't waste time. Buggy looked a little unnatural and rejected York's suggestion. Although he thinks his IQ is many times higher than that of Jailerman, in the eyes of Vegapunk, there is probably no difference. That's right, I still have work to do. York turned off the virtual screen. I remember you have quite a few animals with demon fruit power. Do you want to help them with artificial awakening? Can those artificial devil fruits also awaken? Buggy asked. Most of the members of the original Beasts Pirates took artificial devil fruit. It's one of those defective products made by Geisa. York first expressed his disdain for Geisa's work. Geisa stole the technology for making devil fruit from me, but he didn't steal it completely. But the general technology is correct, and there should be no problem with artificial awakening. It turns out that apart from the poison gas weapons, all other technologies of Guy were stolen from Vegapunk. This guy is really useless. However, regarding artificial awakening, Bass thought about it and still couldn't make a decision. Although it can immediately improve the strength of your subordinates, but at what cost? Everyone turned into users of the sticky fruit, with long snot hanging from their faces. This technology definitely has some impact on IQ. Perhaps in the eyes of Vegapunk, who has an IQ of 500, a drop from 2 to 1 doesn't make much of a difference. But for the group of Zone Demon Fruit powers under him, who were not very smart to begin with, their intelligence was cut in half. The voice of a professional mage echoed in Buggy's mind. He's stupid to begin with, and you're teasing him. Forget it. Just pass this technique to my head and I'll see if there's any possibility of improvement. Buggy wants to find a way to improve the strength of his subordinates without affecting their IQ. It's no problem to pass it to you, but are you sure you can understand it? York connected the tentacles on the neuron to Buggy, and a large amount of knowledge was transferred from the tentacles. I still don't quite understand. Buggy simply ignored the things he didn't understand and found the core principle of artificial awakening. In Vegapunk's view, the awakening of devil fruit is an evolution of life. In a sense, after taking the devil fruit, the blood factors in the body of the ability user will change. The blood factor of the devil fruit pollutes the original blood factor of the organism, entangles with it, and gives the devourer various special abilities. Awakening is to accelerate this process, allowing the devil fruit's bloodline factor to take the dominant position. The easiest to manipulate here is the zone devil fruit. Compared to the unpredictable Logia and the imaginative Paramecia, the awakening of zone devil fruit is all in one direction, which is to enhance vitality and recovery. The blood factors of zone devil fruit are different, but some of them are exactly the same. Vegapunk stimulated these blood factors, causing them to proliferate rapidly, increasing the degree of pollution, and indeed promoted the awakening of the zone devil fruit, and the jailer beasts were born. Buggy discovered a problem. These blood factors proliferated on a large scale under the stimulation of external forces, and during this period they devoured a large number of normal blood factors. The human part of Jailerman disappeared too quickly, and the animal nature of zone devil fruit began to take the dominant position. Although they gained vitality and recovery power after the awakening of the fruit, they also lost the ability to control their own bodies, leaving only the half-beast form, and can only survive as jailer beasts from now on. This technology is still a semi-finished product, how dare you say it's successful? Buggy was speechless. It was indeed a success, and all parties were very satisfied. York said, the world government and the Marines are very satisfied, and even the jailers are very happy. If we hadn't intentionally exaggerated the difficulty of the technology, these technologies would have been popularized very quickly. But they have lost the ability to transform back into human form and can only survive as beasts. Buggy found it difficult to understand Vegapunk's thoughts. Is this important? York was a little confused. Captain Buggy, it seems you still have some misunderstandings about this world. In Vegapunk's mind, a figure wearing a mask and a robe appeared next to Buggy and York. For some people without power, this world is like hell. It's hard to survive in hell. In order to survive better, they are willing to become demons. A mere human form is really unimportant in the eyes of the jailerman. Chapter 170 The Fuse of World War. Nice to meet you. I am one of Vegapunk's avatars, Shakia. The Shakia with the word 01 printed on his robe seemed to be the leader of Vegapunk's clones. When York saw him, he lazily called out, Boss. This name, could it be that he was the one who came up with the concept of knowledge and perception obstacles? Buggy thought of the experimental report he had read before. You said these jailer beasts became like this voluntarily. Buggy pointed at the snotty-nosed foursome in the image. Of course, Sakya nodded. They only paid a small price and gained a dozen times the power increase. Both the experimenters and the experimental subjects are very satisfied with this. Power is the only passport to this world. Shakia sighed. Even if the awakening technology has some flaws, there is still an endless stream of people who sign up to become jailermen. Even if we exaggerate the cost of awakening the fruit, with the power of the world government, they could have already established a fully awakened jailerman corps. After all, the Zone Devil fruit is easy to replicate. But, Shakia paused, they don't seem to be very interested in this. Why? Buggy was a little curious. Even if this technology had some flaws, the improvement in strength it brought was real. How should I put it? Shakia pondered for a moment. From the outside world's perspective, the world government and the Marine are one and the same, but in fact, there are huge differences between them. The Marines on the front line of the battle have always wanted to strengthen their own strength, but the world government in the rear has always set various restrictions on the Marines, putting shackles on the Marines. It's not surprising. Isn't that what the Five Elders always do? Buggy said, they are quite experienced in attacking friendly forces. Without their reckless command, there wouldn't be the current pirates' heyday. Kaido was captured by Marine numerous times, earning him the title of the strongest creature in the world, which made Buggy believe that Kaido was truly immortal. Result: since Kaido could be killed by Luffy, Buggy doesn't believe that Garp the Fist can't kill him. So what exactly is the reason that made Kaido so arrogant for so long? You seem to look down on the Five Elders. Shakia chuckled, they are professionals in maintaining balance. There is one thing you need to understand. The enemy of the world government has never been the pirates. On the contrary, they are the ones who most want the pirates to remain stable. Otherwise, they would not be in a hurry to fill the position of the Four Emperors. Unfortunately, before the new Four Emperors could even get comfortable in their seats, Blackbeard was killed by the guy in front of him. Buggy also ended the pirates' era, which was good news for Marine but bad news for world government. What kind of heresy is this? Buggy was speechless. The one that most wants pirates to continue to exist is the world government. Just like Azeroth must have a Lich King, does the pirates' world also have to have a pirates' king? What is the purpose of the existence of pirates other than adding trouble to the world and making civilians disgusted? Wait, disgusting the civilians? Buggy looked at Shakia. The world government wants the pirates to continue to exist. Do they want to give the people a target to hate? You've thought of this, too. Shakia nodded. No one is more suitable than the pirates to be this target, because they are not good people to begin with. When pirates run rampant, the world government can collect high amounts of heavenly gold. We need to eliminate all the pirate groups, big and small, and we need a lot of military funds to train Marines. But are the pirates really that powerful? As the most powerful pirates at the moment, if you go against the Marines, what are your chances of winning? Asked Shakia. Well, let's just split it 50-50. Buggy wasn't quite sure either. Putting aside Green Bull, the Shame of Admiral, Fujitora and Kizaru are still very capable. And Akainu should be a little bit stronger than Aokiji. Together with the older generation of Sengoku and Garp. During the Summit War, Whitebeard was really brave to attack. A few years ago, if the Marines came out in full force, which pirates group in the world could resist them? Shakia said, they keep the pirates just to make it easier to rule. And now, the pirates are gone, but the suffering remains. When the people's resentment accumulates to a certain level, then, bang, Shakia made an explosion gesture. Now only a major event can temporarily divert the public's attention. And there is only one event that is big enough. War, said Buggy. It's the best way to divert conflict. That's right, I have a few acquaintances in the Marines, and there are already signs of mobilization there. Shakia said, that's why I'm eager to move. So my actions have become the fuse for the war. Although what Shakia said made sense, Buggy always felt that there was something strange about it. Ahem, yes, it's your fault. Shakia said, you are responsible for us. He pointed at York and said, it's easy for his clones to leave, but the brain that stores all the knowledge is not easy to move. It needs a big ship to carry it. I think Noah is a good choice. Hurry up, or the Marine will attack. York interrupted. Hey, even if we're going to go to war, why would we start with you? Buggy looked at Shikia suspiciously. If Marine wants to fight, it's going to be Wano-kuni, right? This is because. Although we couldn't see Sakya's expression, his voice was obviously weaker and he seemed a little embarrassed. Because the Marine was originally coming for us. York yawned. Our research into forbidden knowledge has been discovered. The world government is about to issue a buster call on us. So you've been talking nonsense for a long time. Buggy stared at Shikia, who looked a little flustered. So Marine's target is you. No nonsense. Shikia waved his hand and said, I have inside information. The next target of the world government is Wano-kuni. We are all within their attack range. I said this because I'm afraid you'll give up our brain. Shikia looked around. If this place is destroyed, our years of research will be wasted. It is impossible to give up. There is a possibility of developing this into the internet. How could Buggy give up? Noah has no power at all. It relies on the towing of the Sea King's creatures. It takes a long time to go back and forth. When will the Marine attack? Buggy had a headache, but if Vegapunk had notified him earlier, things would have been much simpler. The first batch of warships is already on the way. Sakya was a little embarrassed, but the leader is someone we know, so we can delay the process. I'll go back and prepare. Buggy sighed. If it doesn't work, we can just fight Marine here. As long as our treasure is not harmed, it will be fine. Shikia said, we have some helpers on the island who can help. Where did you get the help? They came to me on their own initiative. Their leader's father and I are old acquaintances, so I am considered their elder. Who are those guys? They are the Straw Hat Pirates. Chapter 171. I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light. In the vast ocean, 10 giant warships are breaking through the waves. Admiral Borsellino, the G-14 base is ahead. The base commander, Rear Admiral Prince Kuruz, is awaiting your orders. On the deck of the leading warship, Kizaru, holding the golden Den Den Mushi in his hand, received a report from the crew. Give him a silver Den Den Mushi and have him gather everyone at G-14 base and follow us to fight. After this battle, there is no point in G-14 base existing anymore. Putting away the Den Den Mushi, Kizaru stretched lazily. Oh my, I have to take action against my former colleague again. I feel really complicated. Admiral Borsellino, are you really going to launch a buster call on Dr. Vegapunk? Behind Kizaru are 5 Marine Vice Admirals headed by Gion. After learning the target of this buster call, they became suspicious. Among the Marines, only the Marine Marshal and the Marine Admiral are qualified to initiate a buster call, and this time the order was initiated by the Marine Marshal. How could this be false? Our ruthless Marshal specially let me, the Marine Admiral, lead the team just to be sure of success. Kizaru pointed at himself with a distressed look. Last time it was Zephyr-sensei, this time it's Vegapunk. Why do I have to do such dirty work? I didn't see you refuse. Hearing Kizaru's complaint, Gion curled his lips. It is said that Admiral Fujitora had a quarrel with Marshal Sakazuki after receiving the news, and then they parted unhappily. But the man in front of him took the task directly. Vegapunk is a mysterious figure that is hard to find, and Gion has no connection with him. But the influence of Vegapunk is everywhere in the Marines. Marines enjoy the research results of Vegapunk, and even the warships under their feet are modified by Vegapunk. In terms of contribution to the Marine alone, there are few people in the entire Marine who can surpass him. But now Vegapunk has become a so-called rebel. The Marine headquarters has directly issued a buster call. Everything and everyone in the sea near Future Island has become the target of elimination, and even the island will be completely destroyed. Admiral Borsellino, what did Dr. Vegapunk do wrong to deserve being treated like this? Gion asked in a low voice, staring at Kizaru's back. Wrong. His biggest mistake is that he has an unrealistic dream. Kizaru put his hands in his pockets and looked in the direction of Future Island. I want to use the research results to benefit the whole world and let everyone live a life without worries about food and clothing. What do celestial dragons think? Isn't this a good thing? Gion's eyes widened. This will also be good for the celestial dragons' rule. Everyone has enough food and clothing, so where do celestial dragons' slaves come from? Kizaru said, slaves are a necessity for the celestial dragons. Last time Buggy caused a commotion in the holy land of Mariajoy, he took away all the slaves. These guys are now catching slaves all over the world. After hearing Kizaru's words, the Marine generals nearby all looked unhappy. The celestial dragons' slave-catching operations were carried out with great fanfare. Their slave-catching ships often passed by the Marine headquarters. These ships flying the celestial dragon's hoof flags sometimes swaggered into the Marine headquarters for rest and recuperation. These ships were filled with slaves with numb expressions. Some Marine commanders had been to the holy land of Mariajoy and knew what a miserable life was waiting for them. But facing the sky-soaring dragon's hoof, the Marines could do nothing but feel angry. These slave ships, like the Shichibukai in the past, all had legal plundering licenses and could plunder with impunity on this sea. Except for the ships flying the mushroom flag. 4 Emperors Buggy once said that ships flying mushroom flags belong to his mobile territory, and any attack on ships will be regarded as a provocation to him. Faced with Buggy who dared to kill even celestial dragons, the celestial dragons' subordinates avoided these ships as far as possible, fearing that they would get into trouble. It's really ironic that they are not afraid of the Marine Admiral, but are afraid of a small flag. These slave-hunting teams captured slaves in all the vassal states of the world government, but avoided Alabasta because it was now Buggy's territory. The boat tickets to Alabasta suddenly became sky-high in price. Not only was it safe there, but there was also no need to pay high heavenly fees. Originally, Alabasta was still in the chaos of power transition. After the assistance of celestial dragons, the people of Alabasta found themselves the envy of the outside world and immediately began to support the rule of the sand crocodiles. The country quickly stabilized. What exactly are we protecting? Gion said hatefully. Of course it's justice. Kizaru threw his cape aside. Can't you see the words so big? Admiral Borsellino, please stop joking. Gion grabbed the cloak on his body with his hands. I feel that this clothes is getting heavier and heavier. Our current behavior is simply tarnishing these two words. Looking at the depressed marine officers, Kizaru held his forehead and sighed. This team is getting harder and harder to lead. Can't you guys have a little more morale? Not only us, the soldiers below are even more confused. Gion said, Admiral Borsellino, do you know what the most common commodity on merchant ships is now? It's people. People who abandoned their hometown and fled to the area ruled by Buggy. Some marines even took advantage of their positions to send their families there on warships. If we go to war with that side, I really can't imagine which side these marines will support. I heard that you've been to Wano Kuni. Is life there really as good as it's said in the newspapers? As Gion asked this question, Kizaru realized that everyone on the deck was focusing their attention on him. Even the sailors cleaning the deck moved a little closer to him and pricked up their ears. So it's popular to run to the pirates' territory. Kizaru scratched his head. It's all because of Buggy that the world has become so chaotic. People could have tolerated the darkness, but Buggy insisted on bringing some light. How should I put it? As long as you don't break the rules set by Buggy, it's really a good place to retire. Hearing Kizaru's reply, Gion felt even more depressed. If people's hearts turn to the pirates, whose justice are we upholding? Of course it's our marine's own justice. Kizaru was serious for once. Maybe there are some bad guys among us, and some fools who don't do anything. But the vast majority of marines are worthy of justice in their hearts. In the chaotic times, it is the marines who fight against the pirates, protect the people, and maintain the last bit of order. The world has undergone unprecedented changes. You can freely choose where to carry out your own righteous path. Just like Zephyr, Dragon, Kuzan and others, Marine is not an impel down and will not restrict your freedom. Looking at Kizaru slowly walking towards the cabin, Gion couldn't help but ask, what is your choice, Admiral Borsellino? I'm not like you youngsters. I've been in the Marines for half my life and have witnessed countless sacrifices. If Marine is a ship, when it is about to sink, the last people accompanying it must be a ship guarding dog and a monkey staying in the watchtower. Chapter 172 Geisa and Stussy. Adjust the angle, target future island, and fire. Accompanied by the roar of artillery, hundreds of shells were fired towards the future island. Pythagoras, open the force field shield. Following Sakya's order, the giant robot with a clockwork on its head started operating, and a transparent protective shield appeared out of thin air, covering the future island. The shells touched the protective shield and caused an explosion, and ripples appeared on it. On Future Island, Vegapunk's real body and clone gathered together, with a group of tourists standing beside them. Except for a few heartless people, most of the tourists looked unhappy. What's going on? Nami pointed at the marine warships outside the island and asked with gritted teeth, if I'm not mistaken, those guys are Marines. Yes, it's Marine. The short Edison quickly operated the machine in front of him and replied casually. Aren't you scientists affiliated with the world government? Why would the Marine attack you? Usopp looked at the huge Marine fleet and his legs began to tremble. A situation of this scale is a Buster call. Robin looked at the bursts of flames on the protective shield and recalled the bad past. Buster call. Nami and Usopp were stunned. Ah, this is Buster call. Luffy put his hand on his forehead and looked into the distance. It doesn't look like anything special. For the four emperors, Buster call may not be a big deal, but for ordinary islands, they can't bear the bombardment of the land. Vegapunk looked at Robin. This is how Ohara was destroyed. At this time, the second wave of shells had begun to be fired, and Edison had completed the work at hand. The Yashachong system is activated. Countless dazzling light bombs flew out from Future Island and intercepted the second wave of artillery shells. Why does it feel like Admiral Borsellino is on the other side? On the deck of the warship, since Kizaru was resting in the cabin, Momonosuke Gion, the admiral candidate, became the temporary commander. The defenses of Future Island looked very familiar to her. Next to Gion was the veteran Marine Vice Admiral Huo Shaoshan, who was experienced and had participated in many Buster calls, and was also sent out. That's normal. Admiral Borsellino is the best match for Dr. Vegapunk's research. Many of the Doctor's weapons are developed based on his abilities. I'm just afraid that a Seraph version of Admiral Borsellino will pop up on the other side. Seraphim. It's not impossible, but the Shichibukai version of Seraphim all look like children, and Gion really can't imagine what Kizaru looked like as a child. When she entered the marine, Kizaru had a lewd look on his face, and it hadn't changed in all these years. Gion has also seen Seraphim, and even the non-human Jinbei version of Seraphim is quite cute. If a Kizaru version sneaks in, regardless of their strength, at least their appearance will lower the average level of Seraphim. Don't worry, nothing like that will happen. Points of light appeared around Gion, and finally gathered into a human shape. The surrounding Marines saluted hurriedly. Admiral Borsellino. To create a seraph, you need the blood of an esper. As a Logia user, I can control the elementalization of blood. Unless I want, Vegapunk has no chance of getting my blood. Kizaru first dispelled Gion's doubts, and then smiled obscenely. As for you, Gion, I hope your blood sample is not in Vegapunk's blood factor library. You're joking. How could the doctor be interested in my bloodline? Gion forced a smile. Although she thought seraphim were cute, she didn't want anyone who looked like her to be among them. It's hard to say, Vegapunk is a bit of a pervert. Kizaru thought of the female clones that Vegapunk created and labeled Vegapunk as a pervert. I just saw some good-looking ones through the ability of sparkling fruit, but Vegapunk directly made them. It's really too disgusting. Admiral Borsellino, the shells are not working, should we change our attack method? Gion didn't want to discuss with Kizaru whether Vegapunk could become a pervert, so he changed the subject. Death Realm, you're just playing with fire. After saying that, he jumped up into the air, raised his leg to gather strength, and then kicked out hard. Then I'll go down and prepare. Beneath the seafloor, a fleet larger than the marine fleet is lurking quietly. Sorry, I forgot that you can't even be called a human. Guy looked down at Stussy. In his eyes, the guy in front of him was just a soulless clone. Do you want to die? Guy's current. Guy walked away angrily, and Stussy elegantly lowered the white flower hat on his head. On his ears, which were covered by his long golden hair, there was a small antenna device. HMPH, once I deal with Vegapunk and take his place, you'll know who the stupid one is. They are covered in coatings and the flags of the world government are hung on their masts. You are still as stupid as ever, Guy. Stussy ignored Guy's sarcasm. I heard that your head is worth a lot of money, so you must protect it well. Don't worry about it, Spandine said gloomily. How is the layout of the Kingdom of Death going? Kizaru looked down at his feet. Otherwise, the supervisors underwater will tell on us. This scene was recorded by the camera Den Mushi and transmitted to the bottom of the sea. These guys don't care about what Guy has done, but are very interested in the weapons of mass destruction in his hands. No hurry, I want to see what big fish I can catch with this Vegapunk bait. When the world changed drastically, Guy thought his weapons of mass destruction were finally put to good use and was ready to sell them for a good price, but he found himself on the wanted list of the underworld. Even if her real body was there, Geisa would not look down on her. In the original 5-member team, Geisa and Quinn sympathized with each other and both despised Judge and Stussy's research. The two parties hit it off immediately, and Guy joined Cypherpole and became its subordinate scientist. The light turned into a crescent shape and flew out, hitting the protective shield. After a moment of stalemate, the protective shield shattered. The intelligence says that Vegapunk is connected to Buggy, so that BD must come this time. Spandine clenched his fists. He wanted to avenge his son's death. I will break the protective shield on the island and then conduct a landing operation. As long as the goal can be achieved, those Marines can be sacrificed. Spandine didn't care about the lives of the Marines above at all. Then I'm relieved. When will the Kingdom of Death be activated? CP0 member, one of the kings of the underground world, Queen of the Pleasure District. Stussy looked at Guy coldly. Age was a taboo topic for her. Guy couldn't wait any longer. Once Vegapunk died, he would become the world's #1 scientist. Guy laughed exaggeratedly and said, but my Kingdom of Death does not distinguish between friend and foe. Those Marines are also within the attack range. Tianyanu. Heavenly Hand Power Strike. The one who laughed was Guy Saw, who had disappeared for a long time. Not long after escaping from Cake Island, Guy Saw had a comfortable time and even had a competition with his old friend Judge. As for Vegapunk, that BD's technology is not even within the scope of discussion. Shish, shish, with just one order from you, the area within 10 miles will become a poisonous hell. He had no experience with Buggy and didn't understand why he wanted to kill him. After being wanted by both the Marine and Pirates forces, in order to save his life, Guy contacted Cypherpole of the world government. Geisa was about to go and adjust the layout of the Kingdom of Death when he spotted a familiar figure on the bridge. Shish, it turns out to be you, old woman. Shish, Commander Spandine, it looks like we've been discovered. Chapter 173 The Beautiful Swordsman with Meat. Zon Taomaru, take the pacifists and stop Borsellino and the others first. Seeing Kizaru leading the Marine to land on Future Island, Shikia adjusted the antenna on his helmet and contacted Sen Taomaru. Doc, are you kidding me? In an underground space on Future Island, there stand dozens of pacifists wearing guard uniforms and sunglasses. Zon Taowen sat on the shoulder of the leading pacifist and complained, this is not a seraph, how can it possibly stop the old man and the others? Besides, I'm a Marine too, why should I be an enemy of them? I'm sorry, Zon Taomaru. According to the information from the inside, you are also on the elimination list. Shikia's voice was filled with an undisguised smile, you know too much. They won't let you go. I am the most tight-lipped man in the world. It's okay to lie to others about some things, but you won't lie to yourself too, right? You're so long-winded. Zon Taowen felt a little embarrassed and annoyed when he heard Shikia's teasing. Let me make it clear first, I can't hold on for much longer. Following Zon Taomaru's order, dozens of pacifists started up and prepared to go to the battlefield. Don't worry, reinforcements will be here soon. Shikia hung up the communication and turned his gaze to Luffy and the others. The reinforcements you mentioned are not us, are they? Nami heard what Shikia said in the communication. Shikia nodded and said, we are not good at fighting. You are the only ones on the island who can resist Borsalino. That's impossible, you don't know how powerful that guy is. Nami pointed at Kizaru and his group in the surveillance video. When they were in Sabayati Archipelago, the Straw Hat Pirates were almost destroyed by Kizaru. She still felt a little scared when she thought about it now. I know, I have Borsalino's detailed information, including your records of fighting. Shikia projected a virtual image, in which Kizaru was raising his foot to gather strength, with a wounded Zoro under his feet, while Usopp and Brook were attacking Kizaru frantically, trying to stop him. Hey, how come you have something like this? Zoro's face darkened, a rare moment of embarrassment for him. Each pacifism has a recording function, which will record what it sees and upload it to my brain. Shikia explained the source of the video. Borsalino bullied you so badly, don't you want to beat him up to vent your anger? Kizaru in the virtual image looked relaxed, and seemed to not take the Straw Hat Pirates seriously at all. Luffy, you decide. Zoro asked Luffy. How amazing. Luffy was looking at the virtual image with shining eyes. This thing is great. If I had this, I could record all the adventures along the way. I can give you a few sets of recording equipment as a reward for helping to resist Marine. Sakya said. Luffy was about to nod his head in agreement, but Nami, who knew his character well, grabbed his face and pulled it half a meter long. Are you an idiot? You're going to fight a Marine Admiral for such a small thing. Shikia didn't care and projected a virtual image of another person, Momonosuke, who was standing next to Kizaru. This person is a Marine Admiral candidate and one of the best swordsmen in the Marines. Swordsman. Zoro's eyes suddenly lit up. Beauty. Sanji looked at Momonosuke's projection and his eyes turned into peach blossom eyes. By the way, have you tried the automatic cooking machine I have here? How was it? How did the food taste? I can give it to you. Sakya said slowly. It tastes good. Luffy stammered as he tried to say something, but was interrupted by Sanji, who had regained consciousness. Despite saying this, Nami still released Zeus and fed it a few thundercloud bubbles. Doctor, are you familiar with this Marine Admiral? Robin, who was at the back, suddenly stopped and pointed at the virtual image that was still being projected. The most impressive meal for him was not some delicacy, but the moldy food that Zapu gave him when they were trapped on a desert island. That's right. Sanji immediately regained his spirits and cast his gaze on Momonosuke's projection again. There are still beauties like this in Marine. Vegapunk said, only then will the third-party forces hiding in the shadows of history take action. Robin shook his head. It seemed that he could not ask anything more, so he turned around and chased after his companions in front. If what Vegapunk says is true, then automatic cooking machines really will become the greatest chefs. Damn, the chef's pride was crushed by a machine. Is there anyone prettier than her? Sanji excitedly said, let's go. Luffy took the lead, and the others followed closely behind. Vegapunk scratched his head. I started dealing with Borsalino not long after I joined the world government. We are old friends. At this time, Luffy broke free from Nami's clutches and patted Sanji on the shoulder. Don't be depressed, isn't your dream all blue? It's not to become the strongest chef. Of course, that's the woman that even the strongest man in the world is obsessed with. You are a bunch of single-celled idiots. There is no cure for you. After the Straw Hat Pirates walked away, Shikia spoke up. With the help of the Straw Hat Pirates, the balance of power has become balanced again. Now it depends on who will make the first move. What do you mean by waiting? Vegapunk looked confused. There were many suspicious things about the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, but Vegapunk was definitely one of the insiders. Luffy pounded his fist on his palm and said excitedly, let's go for it. This time it won't be as embarrassing as last time. Sanji was silent. He wanted to retort, but what Vegapunk said made sense. We don't need that kind of thing. Food made by machines has no soul at all. This is a meaningless invention. Is Marine Admiral Borsalino outside really an enemy? The power that has ruled the world for 900 years. Sanji held Vegapunk's hand tightly. Please introduce me to him. Shikia said, it can convert energy into food. If this machine is promoted all over the world, no one will suffer from hunger anymore. And it will become the greatest chef in history. A long time has passed, and Kizaru in the virtual image is still raising his foot to gather strength. If it weren't for Usopp and Brook on the screen who were constantly attacking, the virtual image would seem to be still. In the virtual image, Kizaru woke up as if from a dream, took a step forward, but was blocked by Rayleigh, who arrived late. No point. In my opinion, the automatic cooking machine is one of my most successful inventions. Usopp covered his face and sighed. It's over, the beautiful swordsman is bringing meat. I can already predict what's going to happen next. Doctor, don't forget your promise. Sanji lit a cigarette. It's not that I don't trust you, I just want to broaden my horizons. Vegapunk's real body suddenly ran to Sanji's side and whispered, if you go to help, I will introduce you to a more beautiful beauty later. After all, 99% of people in this world only care about whether food can fill their stomachs, but not whether the food has a soul. Of course, Zoro patted the sword hanging at his waist. There aren't many swordsmen in the Marine. I hope she's stronger. So what do you think he was waiting for? Robin asked. We've calculated that in the end, the strength of the Marines and pirates will be roughly balanced. Chapter 174 The Forgotten Past. Oh no. There's an unexpected enemy. Kizaru, who landed on Future Island, discovered that there were not only new peacekeepers guarding the island, but also a group of troublesome guys. When did Vegapunk get involved with the Straw Hat Pirates? That guy, Sentomaru, didn't report this at all. Is that the grandson of Mr. Garp? He has become a big man who influences the world now. Momonosuke on the side suddenly took out a Den Den Mushi and asked in a teasing tone, Admiral Borsellino, the opponent is the new 4 emperors. According to the rules, we cannot easily conflict with the 4 emperors. Do you want to ask the higher-ups for instructions? Are you hinting at something, little Momonosuke? Kizaru glanced at Momonosuke. Momonosuke said seriously, I remember that the Marine Admiral doesn't have this power either. Then we can only ask the Marshal for instructions. You seem quite resentful. Kizaru still had a playful look on his face. Are you dissatisfied with the decision made by the higher-ups? I'm not the only one who's unhappy, Admiral Borsellino. Sometimes I feel like transferring to Sword, Momonosuke said. At least there's more freedom there. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Momonosuke. Naval Headquarters has decided to take back the command of the Sword Force. Kizaru said. Why do you do this? Momonosuke was a little puzzled. On the surface, the Sword Force is an independent team that is not controlled by the Marine and does not obey the orders of the world government. Although these Marine high-ranking officials know that the Sword Force is a deliberate split from the Marine to circumvent the Marine's regulations that cannot deal with the Shichibukai and the 4 emperors. Kizaru also brought the Sword troops with him during the attack on Future Island, but he unexpectedly planned to have them return to the Marine headquarters. Sword is inherently deficient and too weak. Although it has done some things since its establishment, it has not achieved the results we expected. It is no longer necessary for it to exist. Kizaru shook his head. Of course, it's not their fault. After all, the Sword Force was just established and their commander defected. You mean Drake Rear Admiral? He went undercover and is back now. Momonosuke was interrupted by Kizaru's laughter before she could finish her words. Little Momonosuke, the Sword Force was originally created to fight against the Shichibukai and the 4 emperors. You don't think Drake can handle this responsibility? Who is the defecting commander? Momonosuke didn't know that there were hidden masters in the Marine. There were not many people in the world who could face the Shichibukai and the 4 emperors. The person who was most suitable to lead the Sword Force was. Kizaru looked into the distance and saw a figure wearing a straw hat rushing towards him shouting. The son of Marine hero Garp. 4 emperors Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. Momonosuke's hand holding the Den Den Mushi trembled violently. You are talking about the Revolutionary Army. That's the guy, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army and the most wanted criminal of the world government. You never expected that, Kizaru said. I've heard rumors about him. Are you familiar with him? Momonosuke was very curious about the relationship between Kizaru and Long. Momonosuke only knew that Garp's son had been a Marine, but the details were unclear. The Marine headquarters deleted his files and erased his information, leaving only a few people who knew about it. At that time, Sakazuki, he, and I were all well-known radicals in the Marines, and were also recognized as the golden generation in the Marines. Kizaru said with some nostalgia. Momonosuke feels that Kizaru is lying because there is a guy inside who doesn't fit in with the other two. Radical. Kizaru is famous for being lazy. You don't believe it. Kizaru saw Momonosuke's doubtful look. Uncle me, when I was young, I was more radical than Sakazuki. Of course, I'm still not as radical as Long, he's a little too radical. Why did Long defect? Momonosuke couldn't help but ask. When she graduated from the Marine Academy, the golden generation of Marines was Kizaru, Akainu and Aokiji. If Long had not defected and instead became the commander of the Sword Force, with his abilities, the Sword Force would not be what it is now. How would I know about this? Maybe people in their family are born to mess around. Kizaru shook his neck slightly, and in the next moment he turned into light and disappeared, leaving only his voice, prepare for battle. Times have changed, and the original restrictions have been lifted. Even if there are any problems, Sakazuki will help us clean up the mess. When Kizaru appeared again, he was already in front of Luffy, and kicked Luffy's head with his leg carrying golden light. The black arm surrounded by white flames blocked Kizaru's attack. Facing an enemy like the Marine Admiral, Luffy had already entered the 5th gear state in advance. Uncle Monkey, I was too weak last time, so I was easily defeated by you. This time is different. Are all the kids nowadays so arrogant? Kizaru looked down at Luffy. In the stalemate between the strength of his legs and arms, Kizaru seemed to see the figure of another person in Luffy. That was the first time the holy land of Mariajoy was set on fire, and he and Long were ordered to pursue the Sun Pirates. This was also the last time they joined forces. During the pursuit of the Sun Pirates, the dragon became increasingly silent. The Sun Pirates sent slaves from the holy land of Mariajoy back one by one. Most of these slaves' hometowns were in turmoil. The people here no longer regarded Marine as their protector, but as an opposing enemy. When they found the Sun Pirates, the first captain, Fisher Tiger, had died, and Jinbei became the second captain of the Sun Pirates. At that time, Jinbei was no match for Kizaru and was easily defeated. Just when Kizaru was about to deliver the final blow, his attack was blocked, just like today. Are our actions really just? That's why we have to become stronger so that we can change the world in the future. Nothing will change if we continue like this. Haven't you noticed? The greatest evil in this world is in heaven. Nothing can be changed unless we overthrow those guys who claim to be gods. You know their strength. How much sacrifice would this bring? Someone has to take a different path. Someone needs to stand up and tell those guys that the people below are not lambs to be slaughtered. If there is to be sacrifice, let it start with me. That day, Kizaru captured most of the crew of the Sun Pirates and took them into Impel Down, except for Captain Jinbei. Along with Jinbei, a rising star of the Marines also disappeared. Years later, Jinbei joined the Shichibukai in exchange for the world government releasing the imprisoned pirates of the Sun Crew. At that time, the Revolutionary Army had already emerged in the world. It was rumored that most of the backbones of the Revolutionary Army were composed of slaves from the Mariajoy incident in the Holy Land. A style called Fishman Karate was popular among them, and it seemed that they had a good relationship with the Fishman tribe. Take your people and leave here, Straw Hat Kid. Kizaru collected his thoughts and said to Luffy, if you continue to mess around, your adventure will end early. What are you talking about, Uncle Monkey? Luffy laughed, and black flashes began to gather around him. This is Uncle Vegapunk's home, you are the ones who should leave. Are all the people in your family stubborn idiots? Chapter 175 Don't Trust Vegapunk. In the center of Future Island, black lightning was looming, and golden light was passing through it. Are all the new players nowadays monsters? They can even use Conqueror's entanglement at will. This growth rate is really scary. Yasukani no Uzumaki. Kizaru leapt into the air, clasped his arms together, and countless dazzling light bullets appeared out of thin air and flew towards Luffy. Luffy wrapped armament hockey around his arms and blocked the incoming light bullets one by one. Light bullets continued to explode, but there was only smoke but no damage. Yasukani no Magatama's attack did not cause much damage to Luffy. Admiral Borsalino, please be serious and stop being lazy at a time like this. Momonosuke shouted from a distance. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Kizaru knew that even though he hadn't fought with all his strength, the attack just now was enough to knock down several supernova-level enemies. So, how did this kid train to improve his strength so much in such a short period of time? After repositioning Luffy's strength, Kizaru stopped using Yasukani no Magatama to attack, but instead condensed the Kusanagi sword and slashed at Luffy. If scattered attacks don't work, then concentrate your strength and launch close combat attacks. The sword of aim no Kume collided with the black fist, causing a shock wave. It hurts, but it feels so good. Luffy laughed, this is how fighting should be done. Don't keep hiding, Uncle Monkey. Kizaru's dodge speed was too fast before. Hockey entanglement can damage elemental enemies, but only if it touches the target. But Luffy's punching speed could not keep up with Kizaru's elemental flash speed. Even if observation hockey captured Kizaru's position, Kizaru would have flashed away when his attack arrived. This speed-type opponent was really annoying, and made Luffy miss fighting Kaido. The kind of hardy punch-to-flesh fight is refreshing, and the way to win is also simple. The one who is still standing at the end is the winner, and Luffy has rich experience in this regard. No one is more resilient than me. Now Kizaru's fighting style suits Luffy's mind. The lightsaber in his hand looks very cool, but it is still not as good as Kaido's mace in terms of damage. In that case, let's just exchange injuries for injuries. Luffy stopped trying to block the Tenjokumo sword and took its attack head-on, swinging out countless punches at Kizaru. Kizaru frowned, and his figure kept flashing back, avoiding Luffy's attack. Exchanging injuries for injuries was never something he considered. Hey, Uncle Monkey, are you only relying on the power of the devil fruit to dodge? Luffy threw several punches in the air. Is your physical skills really bad? This brat, I should have taught him a lesson back then. When facing the combination of Kaido and Big Mom, the two four emperors, he still had confidence. He believed in himself, his companions, and other allies. I'm obviously very sad, but why can I still laugh out loud? Ace. Ha ha ha. Luffy covered his eyes, but still laughed unconsciously. Don't trust his words about events that affect his scientific research. But this time is different. If Kizaru is not lying, the Straw Hat Pirates will face the strongest force in the entire marine on their own. Make your decision, Monkey D. Luffy. Hey, Borsalino, don't exaggerate. Luffy didn't understand why Kizaru asked that. I just feel happy, whether it's fighting or something else. Kizaru said, have you forgotten that you are still a captain? Every decision you make is related to their life and death. That guy only has technology in his mind. He can sell himself to anyone as long as he can continue his research. Shikia turned to Luffy. Don't worry, the marine reinforcements won't arrive so quickly, and our reinforcements are on the way. Luffy's eyes widened, as if a fist pierced through his chest. Blood and magma mixed together, dyeing everything red. If Mr. Zephyr had understood this principle at the time, he would have just found a devil fruit and eaten it, and the tragedy that followed would not have happened. Can you withstand it? Are you sure you want to risk the lives of the entire Straw Hat Pirates for Vegapunk? Good guy. Kizaru seemed to have heard something funny. I've known him for more than 10 years. He may be the smartest guy in the world, but he is not a good guy. But I think Uncle Vegapunk is a good person. Luffy said. So, Kizaru looked at Luffy deeply. Your emotions have been affected by the devil fruit. I advise you to use this awakened form less often. Luffy was stunned. Then I must stay here and end things with that guy, ha ha ha. This time is different. Kizaru looked at the building on top of Future Island, where the brain of Vegapunk was located. The entire marine has received a mobilization order to destroy this island at all costs. Once the devil fruit awakens, this effect will be magnified. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not. Kizaru looked into the distance and began his final persuasion. Those omnipresent news birds are coming soon. You still have one last chance to leave. Otherwise, when the battle here is exposed to the world, you will be regarded as Vegapunk's accomplices and become the target of Buster Call. At this time, a round metal sphere flew between the two people, projecting the virtual image of Shakyamuni. The weakness of not being able to swim after eating the devil fruit is nothing compared to the strength improvement brought by taking the devil fruit. Really, I think you're the one who really relies too much on the power of the devil fruit. Kizaru looked at Luffy, who laughed from time to time and had some guesses in his mind. But how can I fight you without using Gear 5? Luffy did not dissolve the Nika form, still posing in a fighting posture. I just feel happy, it's no big deal. Before Shakia could finish his words, a laser shot out from Kizaru's hand and destroyed the metal sphere. Vegapunk took advantage of you and put you in unnecessary danger. Kizaru was a little unhappy. What does it mean to only rely on the ability of devil fruit? Isn't devil fruit part of strength? Ha 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 ha. I don't know how you defeated Kaido, but have you become so arrogant now? You actually want to challenge the Marine Marshal directly? Buster Call. Luffy didn't care. We are already in a hostile relationship with the world government. Do we still care about this? Among the 3 types of devil fruit, the zone devil fruit is the most special one. It will slightly affect the personality of the ability user. If you keep making trouble here, Sakazuki will come over. Will anyone risk their life to save you this time? Kizaru dispersed the Kusanagi sword in his hand and distanced himself from Luffy. Straw Hat Boy, you haven't stopped laughing since a while ago. Is there something funny? Chapter 176 The Real Beasts. A huge ship as big as an island is sailing towards the future island. It is the ship of the Oath, Noah. The main force of the Buggy Pirates is basically on the ship. Something has happened on Future Island. Lilith reported the information she had just received to Buggy. Once the Straw Hat Pirates leave, the island's defenses alone won't last long. Meeting the Straw Hat Pirates was an accident. I'm curious, if you hadn't encountered them, how would you have dealt with the attack from the world government? Buggy asked. After a period of contact, Buggy discovered that Vegapunk was not the kind of scientist who was ignorant of the world and only focused on research. Knowing that their research violated the world government's taboos, would they not be prepared? The most precious thing on Future Island is my brain. It has an emergency escape device. If the situation becomes desperate, I can fly away from Future Island. Lilith said, but if possible, we should try to empty the resources on Future Island. The world government has invested countless Baileys in it over the years. It would be a shame to destroy it. Your betrayal is so complete. Buggy was a little speechless. The world government invested so much in you, and then you sold it all and invested in someone else. Why do I feel like NTR? The yellow-haired guy is actually me. Those stupid guys don't understand the greatness of science. They just want some outdated technology to maintain their rule and are extremely wary of the development of new technology. Lilith said with disdain, without any sympathy for the victims. Is it possible that it is precisely because they understand that they forbid you to study? Okay, since you have a backup plan, let's just follow Noah. If we use the bear's ability to send us over, it will only irritate the Marine. Buggy made the decision. If you want to empty Future Island, you still have to rely on Noah's carrying capacity. If the main force is sent over in advance, the aftermath of the battle between the strong will only destroy Future Island in advance. Okay then, I'll ask them to delay the time as much as possible. Lilith nodded. Has the transformation plan for Beast's Pirates been completed? Buggy asked about another matter. After visiting the Vegapunk database, Buggy discovered that there was a large amount of knowledge about human body modification. He just happened to have a headache and needed Vegapunk's help. After recruiting the Beast's Pirates, Buggy discovered that Kaido had left him a mess. In order to realize his ideal, Kaido made most of his subordinates take the artificial devil fruit smile. This inferior fruit made by Guy had a low success rate, and many people became people who could only laugh. These guys are now his subordinates, and Buggy can't just leave them alone. In Kaido's eyes, the successful gifter is only so-so in strength and is half-human, half-beast. It would be better to just start all over again. It has been made, but it will cost a lot of money to modify it according to your requirements. Lilith said, not only do we need to install a second heart, a hematopoietic organ, a neutral stomach, multiple lungs and other organs, but we also need to transform the nervous system. Is it necessary to go to this extent? So this is possible. You are a professional indeed. Lilith handed Buggy a stack of documents. You should be able to understand this. Buggy took the document and started looking through it. Lilith recorded the transformation process in detail, as well as the biological donors for various organs. The second heart derived from the manatee beast is 10 times more efficient than the original heart. The hematopoietic organ derived from the Madara horse fish can produce a large amount of blood in a short period of time. It comes from the medium-sized stomach of a giant burrowing earthworm, and has a strong digestive ability. It can even absorb nutrients from the soil and survive by eating soil. A third lung that can filter poison gas, external gills that can breathe freely in water, eyes that enhance dynamic vision. Will these organs from different organisms cause rejection when transplanted into the human body? Buggy asked. Rejection reaction. Lilith was a little confused. Why would there be a rejection reaction? Only the blood factors of different devil fruits will reject each other. Organs can be used as soon as they are installed. Well, Buggy once again marvels at the magic of the pirate's world. But why are you so obsessed with biological organs? These things can be completely replaced by machines, the cost can be saved a lot, and the technology is also mature. Lilith suddenly remembered something. Do you want to preserve the possibility of their fruit awakening? The smile fruit can also be awakened. Buggy knew that Vegapunk was more adept at mechanical transformation and had transformed many semi-mechanical creatures, but he was somewhat averse to this approach. As for the awakening of the fruit, he had never thought about it at all. Maybe, I can. Lilith was not sure. Although it is man-made, the core is almost the same. Maybe there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that it can awaken. Their powers come from different animal organs, and their combat power is equivalent to the sum of these organs. But once awakened, these organs will be integrated into a whole under the power of the devil fruit, and their combat power will be multiplied. Lilith suddenly became excited. 1. As long as there is an awakened sample, I can extract the blood factor that integrates the organs of different animals from him. This is the real blood of all beasts. The fake beasts only have one animal ability, transformation, and are restrained by seawater. A true beast, it carries dozens of animal organs on its body. It can breathe freely even if it falls into the sea and can adapt to various harsh environments. It doesn't matter whether you are awake or not, just follow this plan. Buggy said. Those who laughed were all avid fans of Zone Devil Fruit, and Buggy gave them the opportunity to realize their wishes. If this technology matures, it can be promoted appropriately. The gap between the strong in the pirates' world and ordinary people is too big. Even if most ordinary people work very hard, they can only reach the level of ordinary marine pirates. It is also very rare to find a super-ordinary person who works hundreds of times harder than others. If you want to cross the class gap, transformation is one way. Why is it not important? Do you know the significance of the bloodline of all beasts? Maybe we can use it to reversely research the Zone Devil Fruit. Lilith explained to Buggy the function of Zone Bloodline. I don't know how Blackbeard got the power of 2 Devil Fruits, but if Zone Bloodline is really researched, Zone Devil Fruit may be able to be fused. There's only one problem left. Lilith stared at Buggy. Find a potential Smile Fruit user. Do you have any recommendations? Batman. I think he has potential. Chapter 176 The Real Beasts. A huge ship as big as an island is sailing towards the future island. It is the ship of the Oath, Noah. The main force of the Buggy Pirates is basically on the ship. Something has happened on Future Island. Lilith reported the information she had just received to Buggy. Once the Straw Hat Pirates leave, the island's defenses alone won't last long. Meeting the Straw Hat Pirates was an accident. I'm curious, if you hadn't encountered them, how would you have dealt with the attack from the world government? Buggy asked. After a period of contact, Buggy discovered that Vegapunk was not the kind of scientist who was ignorant of the world and only focused on research. Knowing that their research violated the world government's taboos, would they not be prepared? The most precious thing on Future Island is my brain. It has an emergency escape device. If the situation becomes desperate, I can fly away from Future Island. Lilith said, but if possible, we should try to empty the resources on Future Island. The world government has invested countless Baileys in it over the years. It would be a shame to destroy it. Your betrayal is so complete. Buggy was a little speechless. The world government invested so much in you, and then you sold it all and invested in someone else. Why do I feel like NTR? The yellow-haired guy is actually me. Those stupid guys don't understand the greatness of science. They just want some outdated technology to maintain their rule and are extremely wary of the development of new technology. Lilith said with disdain, without any sympathy for the victims. Is it possible that it is precisely because they understand that they forbid you to study? Okay, since you have a backup plan, let's just follow Noah. If we use the bear's ability to send us over, it will only irritate the marine. Buggy made the decision. If you want to empty Future Island, you still have to rely on Noah's carrying capacity. If the main force is sent over in advance, the aftermath of the battle between the strong will only destroy Future Island in advance. Okay then, I'll ask them to delay the time as much as possible. Lilith nodded. Has the transformation plan for Beast's Pirates been completed? Buggy asked about another matter. After visiting the Vegapunk database, Buggy discovered that there was a large amount of knowledge about human body modification. He just happened to have a headache and needed Vegapunk's help. After recruiting the Beast's Pirates, Buggy discovered that Kaido had left him a mess. In order to realize his ideal, Kaido made most of his subordinates take the artificial devil fruit Smile. This inferior fruit made by Guy had a low success rate, and many people became people who could only laugh. As for the awakening of the fruit, he had never thought about it at all. It is also very rare to find a super-ordinary person who works hundreds of times harder than others. So this is possible. You are a professional indeed. Well, Buggy once again marvels at the magic of the pirate's world. Buggy knew that Vegapunk was more adept at mechanical transformation and had transformed many semi-mechanical creatures, but he was somewhat averse to this approach. Lilith suddenly remembered something. Do you want to preserve the possibility of their fruit awakening? These guys are now his subordinates, and Buggy can't just leave them alone. In Kaido's eyes, the successful gifter is only so in strength and is half human, half beast. It would be better to just start all over again. Lilith said, not only do we need to install a second heart, a hematopoietic organ, a neutral stomach, multiple lungs and other organs, but we also need to transform the nervous system. Is it necessary to go to this extent? The Smile fruit can also be awakened. If this technology matures, it can be promoted appropriately. Lilith explained to Buggy the function of Zone Bloodline. I don't know how Blackbeard got the power of 2 devil fruits, but if Zone Bloodline is really researched, Zone Devil Fruit may be able to be fused. A third lung that can filter poison gas, external gills that can breathe freely in water, eyes that enhance dynamic vision. It has been made, but it will cost a lot of money to modify it according to your requirements. Rejection reaction. Lilith was a little confused. Why would there be a rejection reaction? Only the blood factors of different devil fruits will reject each other. Organs can be used as soon as they are installed. The gap between the strong in the pirates' world and ordinary people is too big. Maybe, I can. Lilith was not sure. Although it is man-made, the core is almost the same. Maybe there is a 1 in 10,000 chance that it can awaken. Those who laughed were all avid fans of Zone Devil Fruit, and Buggy gave them the opportunity to realize their wishes. It comes from the medium-sized stomach of a giant burrowing earthworm, and has a strong digestive ability. It can even absorb nutrients from the soil and survive by eating soil. Why is it not important? Do you know the significance of the bloodline of all beasts? Maybe we can use it to reversely research the Zone Devil Fruit. Lilith suddenly became excited. 1. As long as there is an awakened sample, I can extract the blood factor that integrates the organs of different animals from him. This is the real blood of all beasts. A true beast, it carries dozens of animal organs on its body. It can breathe freely even if it falls into the sea and can adapt to various harsh environments. The hematopoietic organ derived from the Madara horse fish can produce a large amount of blood in a short period of time. Buggy took the document and started looking through it. Lilith recorded the transformation process in detail, as well as the biological donors for various organs. Lilith handed Buggy a stack of documents. You should be able to understand this. Batman, I think he has potential. Their powers come from different animal organs, and their combat power is equivalent to the sum of these organs. But once awakened, these organs will be integrated into a whole under the power of the devil fruit, and their combat power will be multiplied. But why are you so obsessed with biological organs? These things can be completely replaced by machines, the cost can be saved a lot, and the technology is also mature. The second heart derived from the manatee beast is 10 times more efficient than the original heart. It doesn't matter whether you are awake or not, just follow this plan. Buggy said, there's only one problem left. Lilith stared at Buggy, find a potential smile fruit user. Do you have any recommendations? The fake beasts only have one animal ability, transformation, and are restrained by seawater. Will these organs from different organisms cause rejection when transplanted into the human body? Buggy asked. Even if most ordinary people work very hard, they can only reach the level of ordinary marine pirates. If you want to cross the class gap, transformation is one way. Chapter 177, Transformation King Jack. Batman happened to be on the ship of this expedition. Lilith asked him to do some tests, and then came back to Buggy angrily. As the guy you recommended reliable? Buggy was puzzled. Is there something wrong? Fruit awakening. That Batman's aptitude is not even as good as the jailerman in Impel Down. Even if I help with artificial intervention, the probability of that guy's fruit awakening is very small. With the strength shown by Batman, Lilith was even afraid that he would die in the upcoming war. Then there's nothing I can do. Buggy spread his hands. Among the many gift givers, he only remembered a few. Batman was one of them. At least he still had some highlight moments. As for the awakening of the fruit, Buggy thinks that Lilith is just daydreaming. There are only a few awakened people in the entire pirate's world. Hey, why don't you care about this matter at all? Lilith saw Buggy's perfunctory attitude. Because this matter is not urgent, I just asked you to come up with a plan. Haven't you been working on infinite energy? Buggy said. Unlike other scientists, Vegapunk's research is diverse and covers all directions. However, among the messy research, there are several areas that are Vegapunk's key scientific research directions, and the first one is unlimited energy. That's something the main body is interested in, and it has nothing to do with me. Lilith said, I want to study the bloodline of beasts now. Mr. Buggy, please help me. Wait, aren't your memories stored in external brains for sharing after a period of time? Buggy discovered the blind spot. You want to focus on studying other things. Do the other Vegapunks agree? It's selective sharing. Lilith pointed at herself. Every Vegapunk has an independent personality. Who would be stupid enough to share all their memories? Buggy finally understood that Vegapunk had split his body and spirit. If you have the energy, why not help me research other things? That network plan. This is Buggy's main goal, especially after exploring the memory world of Vegapunk. With the level of technology in the pirates' world, they should be able to create something like the internet, or even go further. Well, part of it has been completed. Lilith said. When was it completed? Buggy was stunned. Why didn't you report such an important matter? The technology is already there. Den Den Mushi already has the ability to communicate. We just need to modify it and add some functions. As for why you didn't report it, Lilith stuck out her tongue. After discussing it, we decided that since you care so much about this technology, why not use it to defraud some funds? As you know, money is never enough. We will gradually release the technology, and you will continue to invest money in it, just like squeezing toothpaste. Stop. Buggy stopped Lilith. You want to transform Jack into a seraph? Buggy took out his Den Den Mushi and contacted an acquaintance. Of course not. Seraphim was born after the fusion of the bloodline factors of Jin and Shichibukai. The added bloodline factor library cannot achieve the effect of Seraphim, but it is more flexible. Then what about the funds? I wouldn't lie. Lilith seemed insulted. After saying that, Lilith turned around and wanted to leave. I'll go find Jack right now, he will definitely agree. If the cost is not a consideration, I can implant a blood factor library in him and add different blood factors. How about Jack? Lilith didn't give up. Although his brain isn't that good, his talent is still okay. What he really cares about is the internet. Now that the research on Vegapunk has been completed, all that's left is the last piece of the puzzle to complete the construction of New World. Speak clearly, I'm afraid they will team up to kill you. Buggy didn't let go. Lilith had no guilt about cheating the funds, and said carelessly, how about I help you with the network plan, and you help me find a zone ability user who has a chance to awaken the fruit. Not much. There's no way this can be popularized, otherwise I'll write it into the transformation plan. Let me go, I want to find Jack. Buggy didn't care. With Jack's physique, he was more than capable of withstanding these transformation surgeries. Wait, Buggy grabbed her by the back of her collar, what are you going to do to impress Jack? No, most people cannot refuse this kind of enhancement. The abilities of the Lunalia clan are simply a panacea. It doesn't have to be a smile user. Lilith said, a zone user is also fine, such as Jin. Didn't the world government set up a Thanksgiving Day to commemorate it? Buggy said casually, even though you are my boss, your idea is too beastly. I'll ask him if he wants to be Jin's half-brother. Lilith said, as long as he wants, I can help him realize it. Shanks, was the World Divas concert exciting? What are you daydreaming about? Jack's brain isn't working very well, but he's not stupid. Buggy thought of a possibility. Do you want to exaggerate the effect of the surgery and deceive him? Buggy suddenly began to understand the world government a little better. Sometimes it is time to teach them a lesson. Where can I find someone for you? There are only so many smile users. Buggy loosened his grip, and Lilith disappeared from his sight at an extremely fast speed. Lilith said, do you think Jack will refuse this enhancement? Or will Jin object to Jack obtaining the bloodline of the Lunaria tribe? Add Hawkeye's blood factor to improve your understanding of swordsmanship. How many blood factors do you have left? Buggy asked. Lilith blushed. Cheating funding can't be considered cheating. Cheating funding. Scientists. Can it be considered cheating? The guy who did this is a beast. Let's get back to the point. Jin will never cooperate with you. It's all the world government's fault. What does it have to do with me? Lilith shirked all responsibility. It was the world government that exterminated the Lunalia tribe. It is said that when the world government first arrived at the Red Line, the Lunalia tribe helped them, but in the end they got revenge for their kindness. Given their strength, these transformation surgeries really won't have much effect. But I can continue to add additional surgeries. Add Jinbei's blood factor to obtain. Oh, they are all fishmen, so this can be omitted. Have you forgotten what you've done? Buggy thought Lilith was courting death. You dare to mention this to Jin. Jin won't kill you, that's because he has a good temper. Add Jin's bloodline factor, gain the ability of the Lunalia family, and strengthen defense. Even if all those transformation surgeries are completed, they will not improve Jin's strength, and may even reduce it. Jin would have to be crazy to agree to this. Chapter 178. You were right, but the concert has been cancelled. Shanks' voice was a little tired. Not anymore. I don't want Yuta to be a singer. Wow, Yuta's fans are all over the world. Aren't you afraid that they will come after you? By the way, you can fight better than them all combined. If you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. But, have you ever asked the child for his opinion on erasing his dream so easily? In the music capital, Elegia, the once luxurious concert venue has now become a mess. Yuta fans who came from all over the world were driven away by the Red Hair Pirates. Between their idol and their life, they chose life. Of course, there are also some guys who didn't know their own strength and paid with their lives. There are always some guys who dared to face the wrath of the 4 Emperors-level pirates, such as the Jellyfish Pirates. Shanks looked at his adopted daughter, whose eyes had lost their luster, and felt irritated. Buggy, you know nothing. This child is too naive. The world is not as simple as she imagined. When Shanks found out that Yuta was going to sacrifice her life to realize her dream, she decided to stop it, even if she was hid. It's not bad. It's not easy for an idol who grew up without parental love to grow up like Yuta. At least she wasn't deceived by a scumbag and got pregnant, and then stabbed to death by a fanatical fan after giving birth. Buggy. Shanks was so angry that he almost crushed the Den Den Mushi in his hand. Although he didn't understand what Buggy was talking about, his blood pressure rose when he thought of such a scene. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll come over and chop you up. Unfortunately, I'm on my way to chopping someone up. Then what do you want to talk to me about? Shanks was about to hang up the Den Den Mushi. I want to give that child a straw hat to encourage her to pursue her dreams. You want a fight, Buggy. Shanks didn't understand what Buggy's intention was, but he could still hear his sarcasm. I'm not kidding, Shanks. I need the power of the Song fruit. Looking at his stubborn adopted daughter, Shanks was already considering whether or not to make a trip to Wano Kuni. Yuta pointed around. Shanks, my power destroyed this country. If there is a destiny, then my destiny is to atone for all this, even if it costs my life. You were right, but Snail World is a brand new open-world adventure game independently developed by Buggy Pirates. The game takes place in a fantasy world called New World, where you will play as a snail and meet companions with different personalities and unique abilities during your free travel. Together with them, you will defeat powerful enemies, upgrade equipment, and break through evolution. At the same time, you will gradually discover the truth of New World. Actually, there is no truth. Now everything is ready, except for the creator of the fantasy world, Ms. Yuta, to join. Closing square bracket. Let's create happiness together with our heart. Shanks said, you just need to be patient and wait. Soon, someone will change the world and create a new era. The girl with dim eyes looked up and found that the Den Mushi had been hung up. Luffy is different, Yuta. Some things are destined. Shanks said helplessly. Shanks had a headache. He was really not good at dealing with this kind of thing. And then, Yuta looked at the person who was once closest to him. What will you do after seeing the real world? If there really is such a person, why can't it be me? Find a place and live happily. Shanks said, you are still a child. Tears flowed from Yuta's eyes. Even if you know it's wrong, it's better than doing nothing. But what about you, Shanks? The other members of the Red Hair Pirates focused their attention on Shanks. Everything started with the fight for the devil fruit. Buggy, stop making trouble. You don't understand what's going on here. Shanks yelled at the Den Mushi. At this time, the Den Mushi started beeping again. The final island, Raftel, where only the chosen ones can. Shanks clearly knows every word, but he can't understand it when they are put together. You misunderstood. What I need is the special ability of the Song fruit, not her power. If you want to destroy the world, my power is enough. My goal is the same as Yuta's, to create a new world where everyone can be happy. We have a newly developed internet phone bug that will spread the interface of the fantasy world all over the world. The wetware server created by Vegapunk, the user of the brain fruit, will save the fantasy world created by Ms. Yuta, you just need to create it, and we will take care of the rest. You're a fool. Shanks looked serious, but softened when he saw Yuta's expression. Yuta, come with us. I'll show you what the world really looks like. Shanks didn't know where Buggy had found out about the power of the Song fruit. If Yuta's power goes out of control, it would be enough to destroy the entire world. I bet them on the new era. Facing Yuta's question, Shanks laughed out loud. You know that person, he's your childhood friend. You left me here. What have you done all these years? Where are your straw hat and your arms? Shanks. Yuta grabbed Shanks' clothes and said angrily, I know I'm childish. I know I can't control the power of the Song fruit. But this plan is the best way I can think of. Yuta wiped away tears. If that's the case, what's the point of working hard? My efforts and dedication over the years are not as good as destiny. Maybe Yuta's dream can really come true there. It's Luffy, his reputation has spread here. Yuta whispered, why do you trust him so much and leave me aside? It was a naive idea to lock everyone in Yuta's world, but fortunately we stopped her before she could act. Everyone has his own destiny, and we must face it calmly, Yuta. You are the future of this world, and our role is to protect you, the young buds of this world. The Den Mushi made no sound, but slowly spit out a piece of paper from its shell, and the other party used the fax function. The traditional network is rubbish. With the blessing of the Song fruit, you don't even need a brain-computer interface and can directly enter the virtual new world. Impossible. This kind of power is too dangerous for Yuta and the world. I won't agree to it, Shanks said in a deep voice. The Song fruit can create an illusion that covers the entire world, and can also create various objects in the illusion. Once combined with a network system, virtual reality technology can be realized immediately. Chapter 179 Humph. Want to escape? Report. Buggy Pirates found. When the photo of Noah from the Ship of the Oath was projected onto the wall, the atmosphere in the room suddenly froze. The Marine executives gathered together and quietly looked at the projection on the wall. Noah, which is as big as an island, has an extraordinary sense of oppression, but even more oppressive are the people on the boat. Experts with strength equivalent to that of Marine Vice Admiral were as numerous as miscellaneous soldiers, but no one paid attention to them. However, the names of some people attracted everyone's attention. Enemy of God Buggy, the world's greatest swordsman Hawkeye, former Marine Admiral Kuzan defected, Tyrant Bear, etc. Humph. They came out in full force without any attempt to hide their true colors. How arrogant. Marine Marshal Akainu glanced around. What do you think? I'm more concerned about whether the Sea Kings have any unusual movements. Vice Admiral Crane looked at the 5 giant Sea Kings that were dragging Noah forward. The legendary Poseidon is on the ship. So far, no large gatherings of Sea Kings have been found. Akainu pointed to several locations on the sand table and said, I have set up monitoring points on the route to Future Island. Once we find a gathering of Sea Kings creatures, gather all your strength during the battle and kill the mermaid princess Shirahoshi at all costs. On the sea, Poseidon's power is simply invincible, with its only weakness being Shirahoshi himself. If they are not beheaded quickly and the Sea Kings gather together, there is only one outcome waiting for the Marine, total annihilation. Calm down, Sakazuki. The situation you're expecting won't happen. The gray-haired former Marine Marshal Sengoku sat with Garp and participated in the meeting as non-staff members. Poseidon is a double-edged sword. If Buggy had any sense, he wouldn't let her do it. After all, there are some guys who possess equal, or even greater power. Uranus. The atmosphere in the conference room became slightly relaxed. When both sides had the ability to overturn the table, the strongest weapon became a decoration. Well, putting aside the Poseidon factor, if the two sides go to war, the outcome is not very optimistic. He said, according to the deduction of the General Staff, the most optimistic scenario is that both sides will suffer losses. And that's not even counting the unexpected troublemakers. Crane adjusted the projector, and Luffy and Nika form appeared on the wall. Cough cough cough. Garp choked while eating. Ha ha ha, I'll take care of this little BD. Garp used laughter to cover up his embarrassment. If they insist on joining the battle, I'll have no choice but to kill them for the sake of justice. I hope you can keep your word and not repeat the scene of Summit War. Akainu didn't treat Marine Hero well, mainly because there were too many scumbags in his family. He asked the Dark Horse next to him, is there any action from his son? No, Dark Horse's attitude was very serious. Ever since the world government demonstrated its power in Alabasta, the activities of the Revolutionary Army have almost come to a standstill. Akainu waved his hand. As long as Pluton Rayleigh doesn't leave Sabayati Archipelago, don't bother with those trash. There are many pirates whose bounties don't match their strength. These small fry are typical examples. These guys can't affect the battle situation at all. You're already retired, why are you still worrying about this? Garp said dismissively, that's what young people should do. We just need to protect them. Then there will be no other troublemakers. Target Future Island, all forces attack. Garp said nothing more. Even if his grandson Luffy became a pirate, he was just taking risks under the name of pirates. Keep keeping a close eye on them, especially the dragon's movements. Akainu gave the order. The guarding of the Holy Land of Mariajoy has been taken over by the Knights of God, and a large number of personnel have been expelled, making it difficult for Marine to get news from there. And we want to let the world know who is the guardian of this world. By the way, Marshal Sakazuki. News came from Sabayati Archipelago that the deputy captain of the Buggy Pirates, Mr. 3, the Sage of Despair, and his crew have left Pluton Rayleigh and are heading towards Future Island. Dark Horse recalled the information he had just received. The Revolutionary Army knew the value of Vegapunk and even deployed people around Vegapunk in advance. Akainu was worried that they would come and disrupt the situation. They appeared in the music capital, Elegia, and expelled everyone around Elegia, said Dark Horse. Garp, I'm a little worried about Marine's future. Sengoku boarded Garp's ship and looked back toward the sky, which was the direction of the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Sengoku patted Garp's shoulder, don't worry, Roger is not a stingy person. Let's go find him together when the time comes. Akainu estimated the distance and found that the Red Hair Pirates did not have time to participate in this war. Everyone, the only enemy we are facing is the Buggy Pirates. The world government's order is to destroy Future Island and kill Vegapunk at all costs. If Garp were more reliable, Marine's strength might be 1/3 stronger than it is now. Sengoku sighed. In the end, that guy opened a new era with his own life. But his son Long is different. That guy is determined and wants to subvert the world with all his heart. He will not be influenced by anyone. I really miss the time when we were young and all we had to do was chase Roger around. It had only been a short time since the 3 Imperial regiments and the Revolutionary Army joined forces to encircle and suppress Blackbeard, forcing Akainu to be cautious. A huge fleet sailed out from the Marine headquarters, with the leading ship flying the flag of the Marine Marshal. Any information on the Red Hair Pirates? UBD. Sengoku knew that Garp was thinking of Ace. Roger is also an idiot, actually believing in your teaching ability. Originally, Marshal Marine was responsible for guarding the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Now the 5 elders actually agreed to let Marshal Marine go on the expedition. It seems that they have lost trust in the Marine. Ha ha ha, will we continue to arrest him then? Maybe there's something wrong with this world. Garp remembered something and tears welled up in his eyes, but I can't face seeing him again. The countries that were overthrown by the Revolutionary Army have also begun to evacuate their populations on a large scale. There are too many merchant ships on the sea now, and we don't know where they have finally gone. I really want to beat him up again. What went wrong with my education? Garp scratched his head. There have always been Marine spies near Pluton Rayleigh, but he doesn't care about this situation, and a lot of intelligence is received openly. Humph, you want to escape. He could drive Luffy away as a joke, but if he encountered a dragon, it would be a life and death battle. Chapter 180 Raftel's Great Secret Treasure. Shaki, give me a drink. Rayleigh pushed open the door of the bar. Finally got rid of those little brats. I want to celebrate. Your disciples are about to go to the battlefield, and you want to drink to celebrate. Shaki rolled his eyes at Rayleigh, but still poured him a glass of strong liquor. Rayleigh picked up the wine glass and drank it all. I don't admit that they are my disciples. Although I am not good at being a teacher, their growth rate is too slow. This is normal. Luffy's growth rate is abnormal. Shaki corrected Rayleigh. Yes, this world is so unfair. Rayleigh sighed, although they have tried very hard, but there are always some extraordinary existences that make their efforts seem meaningless. Just like the devil fruit, there is a deep gap between the animal species and the mythical beast species, and it is the kind that cannot be crossed. Maybe you really didn't teach them well. Shaki blew out a smoke ring, but it's useless to say these, I can only wish them good luck. Just watch the live broadcast. They are the worst class I've ever coached. Rayleigh said, I hope these guys don't embarrass me. You're just going to watch. Shaki asked, are you not interested in a battle that affects the world? I have other things to do. Rayleigh waved her hand. I haven't had time to practice coding lately. My skills are getting rusty. Do you love the job of coding craftsman so much? Shaki was speechless. Don't underestimate the coding craftsman. Maybe one day, this skill can save countless lives. Rayleigh laughed. Of course, I hope this day will never come. Do you know something? As an intelligence dealer, Shaki keenly realized that Rayleigh should know some big secrets that are unknown to others. Well, I don't know how to put it. Rayleigh was a little embarrassed. It's related to. It's about Raftel, right? After being together for so many years, Shaki knew that Rayleigh would only remain silent about one thing, and that was about Raftel. That's right. Rayleigh was a little nostalgic. as if she had returned to many years ago, and murmured, "The place where everything started, Raftel." Roger lied. Shaki concluded, "There is no treasure there at all. People like Roger and Rayleigh don't care about money and power, otherwise Rayleigh wouldn't be working as a coding craftsman in Sabayati Island." Well, Roger deceived the world in his last moments. But why would someone who could reach Raftel care about worldly treasures? Anyway, they won't be disappointed. There are even more amazing things left by Joy Boy. A great secret treasure that can change the world. Rayleigh's eyes sparkled. Even if the timing is not right, we still feel that the adventure along the way is worth it. Shaki punched Rayleigh on the head. If you can't explain it clearly, don't tell us half of it and leave us hanging. It is really hard to explain. Some things can only be understood by Roger, who has read the complete historical text. Rayleigh touched his head and smiled bitterly. I can only tell you that Joy Boy passed by here, borrowed something from the first-generation mermaid princess, and then went to Raftel to try to change the world. But Joy Boy failed. Some guys, the ancestors of the celestial dragons who now claim to be gods, chose the opposite path. They once chose to take up arms to resist because they were oppressed, but after victory they became the new oppressors. Rayleigh talked to Neptune about the holy land of Mariajoy. The weapons under the Void Throne represent the attitude of the ancestors of the celestial dragons. Rather than being heroes, they want to be the creators of the world. What does this have to do with Raftel's great secret treasure? Shaki asked. Let me put it this way. Rayleigh scratched his head. If you want to change the world, you have to start it, but starting it requires conditions. The most important condition is time. Shaki already understood that this was also what Roger lacked the most. Yes, money, power and authority. The Pirates King Roger has everything, but the thing he lacks the most is time. Rayleigh laughed until tears came out. This is such a big joke. If Roger had lived in the same era as Joey Boy, he could have changed the world with him. If he could live a little longer, Roger could wait until the promised day. Unfortunately, there is no if. So you chose Luffy to complete what Roger didn't do? Shaki asked. It wasn't us who chose Luffy, it was the Nika fruit that chose him. That devil fruit has its own will, and it has no effect if eaten by ordinary people. Otherwise, it wouldn't be Shanks' turn to snatch it. Roger told Rayleigh some things before turning himself in. It was not until Shanks broke his arm in East Blue that Rayleigh realized those things were not a joke. There really is a devil fruit that can choose its own owner. So, the person who will finally reach Raftel has already been decided, right? Shaki's tone was somewhat amused. How do you, and Shanks, view Luffy? Is he the spiritual successor of Roger, or the successor of Joy Boy? There's no difference. Roger and Joey Boy are similar people. Rayleigh started to play dumb. You know what I mean. If the Nika fruit had chosen someone else instead of Luffy, Roger's straw hat might have been worn on someone else's head. Shaki sighed. It suddenly feels so boring. One Piece exists, but who gets it is already determined. It's not as serious as you say. Rayleigh was a little embarrassed. Anyone can reach Raftel. The reason why we chose Luffy is not just because of his devil fruit, but because we saw his spirit of pursuing freedom. Besides, even if Luffy reaches Raftel, he won't be the only one who needs to make a choice. This world is like a cycle. The former god is crumbling, and the enemy of God who pointed their weapons at God, will they choose to become the new god after victory? Will the old god, unwilling to perish, drag the entire world down with him before dying? Besides, Rayleigh was interrupted by Shaki before he could finish his words. My business is just booming, and I don't want to hear your alarmist talk. It's like the world is about to end. Don't worry, even if the world ends, we can live a long time longer with my coding skills. Rayleigh pushed his glasses and said confidently. Chapter 181 Automatic Coding Machine. The old coding technology is outdated. Look at my newly invented automatic coding machine. Ship of the Oath on nose deck. Vegapunk is showing everyone his new invention, a fist-sized instrument. 3 seconds, only 3 seconds, it will form a swimming coating covering the entire body. You can also add an automatic sensing device so it will open automatically when it encounters seawater. With it, Demon Fruit Power will no longer be afraid of seawater, and others can also move freely in seawater with the help of the swimming coating. Not only that, the coating efficiency of large ships has also increased by more than 100 times. Ordinary warships can complete the coating in just 10 minutes. In the future, when encountering bad weather, such as storms, they can dive to the bottom of the sea to avoid it. The boring voyage made many people with nothing to do gather around Vegapunk, and everyone sighed in unison. It sounds great, but it doesn't seem to be very useful. Living in the sea all year round, everyone has good swimming skills. Only the rare demon fruit power needs swimming coating. Then we will be unemployed. The only ones who are worried are the coding craftsmen from the Fishman Island. After half a lifetime of hard work, their skills are not as good as those of a small machine. There's nothing we can do. Outdated technology will eventually be eliminated. Vegapunk said, once the automatic coding machine is mass-produced, you will be unemployed sooner or later. Change your career as soon as possible. Without the world government as a stable major financial sponsor, scientific research funding has shrunk massively. Although Buggy was quite generous, most of the funds Buggy gave were used on the research projects he designated. Vegapunk can only turn some technologies into commercial ones and make some money to research projects that interest it. As this thing is magical as you say, some people questioned the effectiveness of the automatic coding machine. You'll know if it works after you try it. Jack, Show us. Lilith snatched the automatic coating machine from the main body and threw it to Jack. Attach it to your belt and try it in the water. Oh, Jack installed the automatic coating machine, came to the edge of the deck, jumped directly into the sea, and then sank straight down. Not bad. Lilith secretly gave Jack a thumbs up. Although his brain is not working well, Jack has a good attitude. After Lilith proposed cooperation, Jack, as a dynamo, readily agreed. As long as he can become stronger, Jack said it doesn't matter what he becomes. It would be great if someone could cooperate with the research like Jack did. His body could be torn into pieces, but his application for a small piece of his body for research was rejected. Although I have Buggy's blood factor in my hand, it was extracted when Buggy was imprisoned in Impel Down. It does not have the ability of Fruit Awakening, the ability to split matter. Lilith felt that the main reason why the original body chose to join Buggy was largely because of this ability. Didn't they say that it would take only 3 seconds for the coating to cover the entire body? It's been almost 30 seconds, why hasn't Brother Jack floated up yet? Lilith was still thinking about something, but the people watching the fun noticed that Jack sank and there was no movement. Should we go and rescue him? Brother Jack is a demon fruit power, he won't drown, right? He's a merman, how could he be drowned? At most he sank to the bottom of the sea, we can just fish him out later. Quiet down. Vegapunk stopped the noisy discussion. The covering time of the swimming coating is calculated based on the standard body size. For Jack's body type, the covering time will be longer. But even giants can cover their entire bodies before drowning, so there is no doubt about the safety of the equipment. What if it's the demon clan? Someone in the crowd interrupted. The demons seem to be extinct, Vegapunk explained, and no new demons have been discovered so far. If there were a giant who ate the great fruit, like San Juan Wolf. Hey, are you guys trying to pick a fight on purpose? Lilith looked around and said, even if there is such a guy, we can just make a special version. At this time, there was movement on the sea. Jack had floated up and was looking at Nose Tall Hole, thinking about how to get on board. Catch. With it, you no longer have to worry about falling into the water during a naval battle. Our understanding of doctors may be a little different. If it was before, I might agree. But now my ideal is to be a good ship doctor. Actually, I am also a doctor, and I have to perform a major operation soon. If you don't have money, you can exchange it for something else. A blue phoenix flew down from the boat, picked Jack up, and then changed back into human form. Marco did not doubt Lilith's ability, but after the destruction of the Blackbeard pirates, he no longer had any desire for power. Marco, do you want to try one? Lilith greeted him, experience the feeling of swimming in the ocean. Forget it, I'm just here to watch the fun. Marco refused with a smile, besides, I don't have that much Bailey. Of course, Vegapunk took out a machine and handed it to the fat man, what's your name? Lilith has been coveting the blood factor of the mythical beast Phoenix for a long time. After hearing the price of the automatic coating machine, the crowd around them dispersed a lot. Jack didn't react much, 500,000 Baileys was just a small number to him. I love diving, there are a lot of treasures hidden in the ocean. If you can make money every time you go to the sea, your invention will definitely be very popular. If the high defense Lunaria fire and the high regeneration Phoenix fire can be transformed into each other. Just as he was about to leave, a fat man called him. Miscalculated, Marco is more suitable for reconstructive surgery than Jack. Diver Dave, the blue Phoenix fire has a powerful regenerative ability and can also heal others. If this ability can be extracted and integrated into Jin's blood fire. Marco, do you want to become stronger? Lilith used a familiar rhetoric, I have a lot of good things here. Vegapunk felt that its idea of earning funding had failed, as this thing was not as popular as it had imagined. On this side, Lilith is coveting Marco's blood factor, and on the other side, Vegapunk is working hard to promote his own invention. Marco didn't see how Lilith looked like a doctor, but as long as I don't draw blood, I can still help. The coating craftsmen who were on the verge of unemployment have rekindled their hope. Although the effectiveness of automatic coating machines has been proven, the price makes many people reluctant to buy them. The production of Seraphim has been banned. I need your bloodline factor to make something else. Dr. Vegapunk, I can't come up with 500,000 Baileys right now. Can you let me experience it? Thanks, Marco. Jack patted the water off his body, this stuff is really good. Marco took a step back. He didn't want to be like Jin, with a bunch of winged brothers and sisters. Lilith took out a syringe and said, like blood or something. Marco used all his money to aid Whitebeard's hometown. Among the senior officials, he was the poorest. Miss Lilith wants to create Seraph again. Lilith patted Jack's strong body and said, would you like to cooperate? 500,000 Baileys, remember to give it to him later. Lilith pointed at Vegapunk. Instead of spending 500,000 Baileys on a toy, wouldn't it be better to swim by yourself? Chapter 182 Freedom and Justice. Bluefin tuna is a fish that can be found everywhere in the ocean and is suitable for being cut into fillets and eaten raw. Octopusman Hachi threw the bluefin tuna in his hand upwards, six-sword style, tuna party. The knife flashed, and the fish fillets as thin as cicada wings fell onto the tray in front of Xiaoba. Enjoy your meal. Next, Chef Xiaoba, how do you like my fish? One of the pirates asked while holding the fish with a mouth like a spear. Striped swordfish is more valuable than bluefin tuna and is best eaten grilled. Xiaoba took a quick glance and recognized the origin of the fish, who can help me light the fire. A group of pirates were about to help light the fire, but Jin stopped them. You just need to be responsible for slicing, and I will take care of the grilling. Xiao Ba used the same trick again, throwing the fish into the air and slicing it. 4 sword styles. Grilled striped swordfish. 4 kitchen knives flew up and down, and the remaining 2 tentacles scattered the sauce into the air. Fire Dragon Emperor. At the same time, Jin drew his sword and swung it, and the shadow of a fire dragon flashed by. When the fish fillet fell, it had been roasted to a brown color and exuded a fragrant aroma. The next one. Look at mine, look at mine. The pirates brought all kinds of strange and bizarre fish to Xiao Ba, waiting for him to identify them and make them into food. And guys like Bonnie, the big eater, have already started eating and drinking like crazy. 3-colored squid, crimson golden eye snapper. This is a megalodon. It looks intimidating, but it's actually worthless. Throw it away. This, could it be the legendary nunchuck fish? I heard that someone is buying this fish at a high price on the black market. Expensive. Then it must be delicious. Bonnie immediately became interested. It doesn't seem to be for eating. Xiao Ba scratched his head with his tentacles. How about giving it a try? Before Xiao Ba could make a move, the bear behind Bonnie raised its arm, and a transparent bubble in the shape of a bear's paw surrounded the nunchuck fish. The next moment, the fish, which was still struggling, disappeared along with the bubble. Why? Bonnie looked back at his father and found that the bear was still silent and did not seem to have regained consciousness. I'll go find the doctor. Bonnie was no longer in the mood to enjoy the food, so he hurried away with the bear. This small commotion was soon quelled, and the remaining people continued to wait for Xiao Ba to identify the fish and cook it at the same time. On the high platform above the deck, Moria watched this scene, shaking with anger. We are going to fight the Marines, not go on a picnic. Moria shouted in a shrill voice, if you are so careless, you might die on the battlefield. Calm down, Master Moria. Perona on the side released a negative ghost and slapped it into Moria's body, and then removed the ability after he calmed down. Whether it's fishing or cooking parties, everything has been approved by Captain Buggy. That's ridiculous. Shouldn't we be more nervous before a big battle? Without the negative ghost, Moria's anger began to rise again. The more preparations we make, the more hope we have of surviving. It's just a little bit. Perona gestured with her fingers. Instead of being nervous when entering the battlefield, it's better to have some fun before that. I know that too. Moria's mood became low, which made Perona doubt that the effect of the negative ghost had not been completely eliminated. I just don't want to lose another companion. When the enemy disappeared, Moria's ambitions also disappeared. What are you worried about? Perona conjured up a hammer-shaped ghost and smashed it hard on Moria's head. Recognize your identity. You are not the one who should bear the responsibility. Buggy understood Moria's choice. Would you like to join the medical team and be responsible for transporting the wounded? Then why not use this method? Moria couldn't understand. Maybe he's not good at observation hockey. Everyone has weaknesses. Buggy defended the former Shichibukai's face a little. Because victory would be meaningless, Moria. There are differences in strength, but the spirit of sacrificing one's life for one's dream is equal. After he left, ice appeared in the shadows behind Buggy and condensed into the shape of Kuzan. This guy's strength has really regressed. He didn't even notice me. Of course not. The justice of an ordinary marine is no different from that of a marine marshal. The idea of ordinary pirates in the Whitebeard pirates to save their families is the same as Whitebeard's. Buggy scoffed. A meaningless war. It has nothing to do with justice or evil. Everyone is just trying to carry out their own will. Others are fighting with their lives, so what right does he have to deny it? My subordinates believe in me and believe that I will lead them to create a better world. It's about leading, not just watching. So that when they grow old, they can proudly tell their descendants that this world was won by Lousy's hard work, not by watching a bunch of cookie soldiers self-destruct. There is obviously a better way that does not require the sacrifice of companions. Kuzan sighed. He won't, but the attitude of the world government is uncertain. I am a Shichibukai, don't I have any dignity? It's up to you. I said that everyone has the right to freely choose. Whether to fight or how to fight is all free. I want to reduce unnecessary sacrifices. Moria explained. It won't take long. Then go talk to the captain and see if he agrees with your idea. Perona pulled Moria to find Buggy. It's not a bad thing to have one more person to help. We can still do without him anyway. Buggy said. Buggy directly rejected Moria's proposal. We have to keep Vegapunk's brain at all costs. Will Sakazuki put the entire marine on the table? Marine fights for justice, pirates fight for their families. Moria, it is the strong who decide the fate of this world, but the weak should also have the right to speak up. Buggy took out a Den Den Mushi and projected a documentary about Summit War. Both the Marines and the pirates suffered heavy losses in this battle. Before someone calls a halt, their sacrifices are meaningful. I understand your idea. Moria nodded, but I will act according to my own ideas and try my best to protect the lives of my companions. If Sakazuki only follows the orders of the world government, then his justice will stop there. Why don't you tell him that the task of protecting the wounded has been given to me? Are you going to be like this idiot? Compared to your zombie army, Cracker's biscuit soldiers are more convenient and can be created directly. Each biscuit soldier just needs to carry high-performance explosives and rush forward. The Marine will definitely not be able to resist them. Buggy said. Don't underestimate Marine, especially Sakazuki. Kuzan showed his broken leg, although I don't want to admit it, he is indeed a little stronger than me. Moria stormed off. Buggy is confident, In the struggle between freedom and justice, freedom will surely defeat justice and insult it. In the video, Kirby stopped Akainu and shouted loudly. In this battle, Kuzan was responsible for setting up the battlefield and isolating the wounded from the battlefield in a timely manner. Moria remembered his zombie plan, which only required some corpses and shadows. Moria, you would be insulting them if you asked them to withdraw from this fight. Chapter 183 Future Island Before the War. Newsbirds all over the world make it so that there are almost no secrets in this world. Excluding the world government hidden behind the scenes, the Marine and Buggy Pirates are already the two strongest forces in the open. When the fleets of the two forces sailed towards the same location, Future Island became the most eye-catching place. Future Island, which is the focus of the world, has become peaceful at this time. The advanced Marines and the Straw Hat Pirates have reached a truce, and the new pacifists have lined up to separate the two sides. Luffy brought the automatic cooking machine over, ignored the Marine opposite him, sat on the ground and ate without restraint, replenishing the energy consumed by running in fifth gear. Hey, Uncle Monkey, would you like to eat something? With his mouth full of food, Luffy raised the piece of meat in his hand and said, it tastes good. Kizaru suspects that Luffy's family's personality is inherited from generation to generation. Luffy's personality is not like a dragon at all, but is exactly the same as his stupid grandfather. Why don't you leave, kid? You don't have much time left. I'm not leaving. Luffy smiled brightly, it's going to get lively here soon. If I want to become the king of pirates, I can't miss a battle like this. You will put your companions in danger by doing this. Kizaru was interrupted by Luffy before he could finish his words. Uncle Monkey, do you take me for a fool? Marine and Buggy are both targeting Uncle Vegapunk. Buggy is your opponent. In this situation, do you still have extra strength to deal with us? Luffy stuffed the meat into his mouth and said incoherently, in this situation, we are the safest ones, right? Kizaru remained silent. This kid was just like Garp. He usually pretended to be stupid, but he actually understood things better than anyone else. Luffy was right. If the Straw Hat Pirates could maintain neutrality, Marine would be very happy. It's just that these guys don't seem like they can remain neutral, so Garp needs to come and suppress them. Whatever, I'm not your opponent anyway, Kizaru said with an indifferent look on his face. Luffy slapped the automatic cooking machine. Whoever it is, I will beat him to the ground. 10 more servings of barbecue. Come on, if you can beat Garp, I'll have fun for the rest of my life. Kizaru suddenly felt a little excited, but it was a pity that he couldn't watch it live. My opponent is Grandpa. Luffy suddenly realized, I suddenly feel motivated. Don't worry, I will definitely surprise him. Kizaru was very pleased. Yes, I believe this. Your family has always done a good job in fatherly love and filial piety. Thanks. Before Luffy could even say thank you, Nami punched him on the head. Idiot, he wasn't praising you. Alas, a great marine hero who trained leaders for the Revolutionary Army and 4 emperors for the pirates, now has to pay for his wrong teaching. Kizaru just laughed at Garp in his heart, and then he saw his old subordinate Zontaomaru hiding behind the pacifist. Zontaomaru, stop hiding and bring me some food. Kizaru stretched lazily. Uncle, I am about to fight a brutal enemy. A rice ball and a bowl of curry ramen. Zontaomaru walked out from behind the pacifist, operated the machine, and handed the prepared ramen to Kizaru. Here, eat well so you can get going. You're so heartless. Don't you care about my safety at all? Kizaru ignored his image and squatted on the ground to drink ramen. We are enemies now, old man. Zontaowen said. Besides, don't you often brag about your fruit ability? Unless you are looking for death, who can stop you if you want to run? Zontaomaru took off his cloak of justice and said, thank you for your training over the years, but this dress still doesn't suit me. Kizaru somewhat understood Garp's feelings, as he also trained Sentomaru as his successor. Don't you have any attachment to your marine identity? Sentomaru took a bite of the rice ball. Marine didn't let me have a full meal when I was hungry. He is not interested in so-called justice, and the reason he joined the Marine was because of Kizaru. But between Vegapunk and Kizaru, Zontaomaru chose Vegapunk without hesitation, because Kizaru didn't need anyone to take care of him at all. I understand. Kizaru stood up. Be careful, don't die easily, Sentomaru. Don't worry, my defense is the best in the world. Zontaowen said confidently. Kizaru glanced at Luffy and said, you can fool others but don't fool yourself. I'll feel relieved if you can be half as tough as the Straw Hat Boy. Just wanting to be the shield that protects Vegapunk, this kind of awareness won't make you a master, Zontaomaru. Little Momonosuke, pack up. Kizaru waved his hand. Let's go back to the ship. Someone else has taken over here. Are you going to disobey the orders again? Momonosuke said with a smile. They issued a buster call. Momonosuke knew that Kizaru and Vegapunk were familiar with each other, and he didn't expect to see the Marine Admiral killing everyone. But isn't it a bit too much that they don't even pretend to be besieging us? Buster call. I'll just cancel it for now. I have the power to do so anyway. Kizaru didn't take the world government's orders seriously at all. Except for Green Bull, the guy with a problematic mind, the rest of the Marine Admirals can ignore the orders of the world government. The stronger the power, the weaker the constraints of the world government. The only thing that can restrain them is the justice in their hearts. Marine's fleet sailed away from Future Island and formed a circle not far away, waiting for the arrival of the main force. The Vegapunks on the island began to sort out the island's belongings and make preparations for evacuation. The energy plant can be abandoned. We have found a new, eternal energy source. Shikia marked the energy plant on the map and said, Atlas, go blow up the energy plant. Don't leave any debris for the world government. Pythagoras, go check the protection device and emergency escape device of the punk record and stay there. If there is an emergency, take the punk record and escape from Future Island. Edison, you are the smallest, so you hide on the Straw Hat Pirate's ship. Shikia handed Edison a small black box and said, this contains the most important technical information. If the worst happens, you must preserve the spark of technology. The worst case scenario is that Marine wins. York suddenly became nervous, and we die. The chances of Marine winning are not high. Shikia said, precisely because the chances are low, I am worried about another thing. The culprit who caused 100 years of blankness in world history. Chapter 184, Oath and Salvation. On the observation deck of the Noah, a bald man was looking into the distance with a telescope, and the burly man behind him punched him directly. Come on, Caterpillar, have you found any traces of the enemy? I've discovered it. I've never seen so many warships before. But compared to Noah, they are like ants, not worth mentioning. Before the Caterpillar could finish his words, he was punched by the strong man again. Damn Caterpillar, why are you talking so much nonsense? Send a signal quickly. As the signal was sent, the Den Den Mushi on the Noah began to vibrate together. It's finally here. Buggy stretched lazily, otherwise people's hearts will be scattered. The cadres around were speechless. How could the culprit, who allowed his subordinates to act recklessly, have the qualifications to say such things? Do you need to arrange any tactics? We can use Sea King's creatures to break up their formation. Neptune was participating in a war of this magnitude for the first time and was extremely nervous. Maybe I can overturn some warships and cause some trouble for the Marine. Tactics. What is that? Buggy scoffed at the so-called tactics. The end of all tactics is to defeat the enemy in a one-on-one duel. It was a fake war, with both sides coming up with their own unique strategies and the battlefield changing in an ever-changing manner. In a real war, if you kill the enemy leader with one strike, the war will end automatically. These are the rules of war in the pirates' world. Buggy stood up and said, turn on the regional broadcast function of Den Den Mushi. I need to discuss something with the other party. Hey, can you hear me? Red Dog, no. Sakazuki, if you hear anything, just squeak. On the flagship of the Marine fleet, Akainu's face turned gloomy. The Den Den Mushi in front of him kept yelling, making him irritated. What do you want to do? Buggy, the battle is about to begin, let's determine the location of the battlefield. I think the deserted island in the northwest is a good choice. What do you think war is? A game between children. Akainu snorted coldly, we actually have to discuss the location of the battlefield. Marine's intended battlefield is the Noah, and they are going to board it. The battle between the two sides will cause huge damage to the Noah, and it would be great if they could sink this giant ship. It's just that, now I am the god who holds the power to destroy the world. When Uranus's window of heaven opens, what use will a mere Noah be? Akainu was about to punch the golden Den Den Mushi to pieces, but Sengoku pressed his shoulders and said, Five elders, we want a reasonable explanation. My subordinates are incompetent, but we are well prepared to clean up those dirty pirates and disobedient marines. Five elders explained quickly, use the toy-like weapon, Kingdom of Death. Asked I am. Sakazuki, please be aware of your status. Five elders' voice turned cold, this is an order. Just like Buggy said, most of them really don't know what the point of fighting is, just throw your brains away and trust the captain. Under the rule of you useless guys, the ants on Earth have dared to question the authority of God. Im's voice was emotionless. Lies don't hurt, the truth is the sharpest knife. Akainu seemed to have been hurt, and he was furious. There was a thunderous cheer on the Noah, and the pirates raised their weapons and shouted loudly. Sakazuki, agree to Buggy's request. The battlefield can be set up on a deserted island. Isn't this war a game? What's the point of war? To destroy Vegapunk. Den Den Mushi spread Buggy's voice throughout the sea, because of a ridiculous reason, the fate of the entire marine is at stake. In this game, you are just pawns in the hands of the world government. Sengoku, don't do anything unnecessary. The five elders said sternly, follow orders. Otherwise, the position of Marine Marshal will have to be replaced. The five elders also wanted an explanation, but they didn't have the courage to speak. Put aside your stupid idea. Real war is to defeat the opponent by any means. It's not about playing around in an agreed place. Akainu also wants to free the Marine from the influence of the world government, but this cannot be done in a short period of time. Secretly establishing some special forces that can act freely is the limit of what Akainu can do. We have thought of a way to increase the power of the Death Kingdom. When both of them are defeated, we will annihilate them in one fell swoop and then destroy Vegapunk's future island. The five elders felt as if they had been pardoned and quickly retreated from the void. In the empty hall, only Yim, who was sitting on the void throne, was left. Akainu was about to end this meaningless regional call when the golden Den Den Mushi beside him spoke, and the voice of the five elders came over. I don't know. Buggy spread his hands, sometimes I think these guys' fanaticism is a little abnormal. After hearing Sengoku's reply, the five elders hung up the communication with sweat on their foreheads. The murderous intent of IM on the void throne had almost suffocated them. Even if we numb ourselves with the idea that our actions are just, we cannot change the reality that we have no control over our own actions. Under Yim's gaze, the voices of the five elders became lower and lower. The idea was good, but it was uncertain how much effect it could achieve. Ha, I'm different from you. Although my men don't know the value of Vegapunk, nor do they know the significance of this battle. Yim's voice echoed in the Hall of the Void. At this time, they were kneeling under the Void Throne. The order was given by the person on the throne, asking the battle to stay away from the Ark of Oath. Noah meant I am. These subordinates seemed to have their loyalty locked in, and there were signs that they were passing on their skills. Get out. I am lost his patience with these rubbish. What do you think you are? A chess player. Akainu clenched his fists. Just pirates. We are free chess players, and you are chess pieces that have no control over your own destiny. Our identities have never been equal, Mr. Chess Piece. How did you do this? Hawkeye was a little surprised when he heard the cheers from outside. They all seemed to have been brainwashed. Ark of Promise Noah, Joyboy, this is the Ark of Salvation you mentioned. But those idiots believed in me unconditionally and would follow me no matter what decision I made. So, this is the difference between pirates and marines. Have you also been infected by his stupidity? Akainu no longer cared and started to curse. I understand. Sengoku saw that Akainu was on the verge of exploding, sighed, and took over the task. I will discuss it with the other party. Chapter 185. The Battlefield of the Strong. A dazzling white light flashed across the deserted island, and the trees and rocks in the center of the white light were directly vaporized. As the huge mushroom cloud rose, powerful shock waves swept in all directions, creating waves on the sea. The marine warship was rocking with the waves, and the marine soldiers were shouting frantically, trying to stabilize the ship. Ask the non-commissioned officers to restore discipline. This is just a demonstration by the enemy. Why are you panicking? The chaotic scene made Akainu very angry. Before the order was passed on, a strong frost swept in, and all the seawater within a 6 nautical mile radius of the deserted island was frozen into solid ice. It's Kuzan. Sengoku looked off into the distance, trying to find Aokiji. What does he want to do? At this time, Buggy's voice sounded over the regional radio, answering Sengoku's doubts. Since you also agreed to set the battlefield on the deserted island, we cleaned up the place while we were at it. The deserted island is a battlefield for the strong. As for ordinary people, let them fight on the ice around the deserted island. Ha ha ha, such a big fuss is not for demonstration, but to divide the battlefield. Garp laughed, but it's a good idea. After the Summit War, the Marines did some statistics and found that most of the casualties among ordinary soldiers were caused not by fighting, but by bad luck in getting caught up in the aftermath of a fight between powerful men. Garp, what are you still doing here? Akainu glared at Garp. Don't worry, I'll go take care of Luffy and the others right away. Garp clenched his fists until they made a creaking sound. Let that brat know what the iron fist of love is. It's a great achievement if you can stop them. He sighed. Just don't let your grandson teach you a lesson. How is that possible? Garp said unconcernedly. Just wait for news from Gaizan. Watching Garp's departing back, Sengoku couldn't help but sigh. I really envy this simple-minded guy. Doesn't he feel old at all? If the opponent's identity was not special, Garp's single-handed challenge to a 4 Emperors group would be an act of suicide. There's no danger anyway, so let him go and have fun. He said slowly. On the contrary, old bones like us have to go to the island and fight for our lives. Marine Vice Admirals, follow us to the island to fight. Akainu made the decision. The others will stay here and fight under the command of the Rear Admiral. Led by Akainu, dozens of figures jumped onto the ice and headed towards the deserted island. When they were near the deserted island, they met Aokiji. The Marine generals had complicated expressions, but Akainu simply ignored Aokiji's existence and passed by him. Kizaru on the side didn't care about that, and greeted Aokiji with a wink. Hey, Kuzan, you're staying here instead of going to the island. Are you planning to bully the weak? Don't worry, my mission is to maintain this ice battlefield. Of course, if you are worried, you can leave a Marine Admiral to accompany me. Aokiji replied. What a luxury, using Admiral-level combat power for this kind of thing. Kizaru waved his hand. We don't have any extra manpower, but it's not a good idea to leave you alone. How about this, Smoker, you stay and look after Kuzan. What? Smoker was so confused that the cigar in his mouth almost fell out. How do you respond when your boss gives you an impossible task? I'll let you stay here, Kizaru said. Just keep an eye on Kuzan and don't let him interfere in the battle. I'm sorry, I can't do that, Smoker stuttered. If he had the ability to do all that, would he still need to listen to Kizaru's orders? If you can't do it, then find a way yourself. Can Kuzan kill you? You have to believe in your own abilities. You are the man who almost destroyed 4 Emperors. Kizaru left after saying a few words, and Smoker looked at their departing backs, feeling alone and disheveled. It seems like you've become a dispensable figure, Smoker. How did the future star of Marine become what you are now? Although Smoker's situation was not as miserable as Aokiji said, the position of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral was not low either. However, the Marine executives viewed Smoker as a candidate for Admiral. However, after a brief period of glory, Smoker suffered one defeat after another and single-handedly lowered the reputation of Logia Devil Fruit. I don't know why. Before Smoker could finish his words, 3 ice spears pierced through his body. Fortunately, he sensed the danger in advance and turned his body into smoke to avoid harm. Mr. Kuzan, what are you doing? Smoker released white smoke that enveloped the surroundings. You just said you wouldn't participate in the battle. I suddenly remembered something. I saved your life, so I also have the power to take it back. More ice spears appeared around Aokiji. If you don't want to die, fight back with all your might. Freeze time capsule. A shock wave of cold air flew out, freezing any smoke it touched. Smoker cut off his tail to survive, gave up the frozen smoke, and at the same time took out his weapon, 10 hands, to knock away the attacking ice spears. That's a ridiculous excuse, Mr. Kuzan. Okay, I'll come up with another excuse. Aokiji made a giant mace out of ice and then wrapped the armament hockey around it. I want to do a teaching experiment. It is said that as long as you can hold on, you can improve your strength in a short period of time. What if I can't make it? Smoker looked at the pure black mace and swallowed. You'll die. The next moment, the mace smashed down hard. The moment Tenju blocked the mace, the seastone weapon shattered and cracked. Smoker felt a strong force coming at him, and was knocked dozens of meters away, vomiting blood. What kind of crappy teaching experiment is this? If you get hit a few more times, you'll really die. The noise here was reported to the Marine. Kizaru said with emotion, I didn't expect that the first person to take action would be Kuzan. That guy really doesn't keep his word. What a waste of time. Akainu felt that there was no point in leaving Smoker there. Just like I trained Sentaomaru, Kuzan also trained Smoker as his successor. Kizaru sighed, but I didn't expect that Sentaomaru ran away here and Aokiji ran away there. It would be nice if we could wake Smoker up and help him cheer up again. I'm really worried about Marine's future. Sakazuki, please give me a bigger share of this year's salary. I don't have any money. Akainu refused bluntly, but if you want to be a Marine Marshal, I can give it to you. Ever since becoming Marine Marshal, Akainu has killed all the 5 elders in his mind. Only a fool would become a Marine Marshal, Kizaru said, noticing that Sengoku's face was a little stiff. Sorry, I'm not talking about you. It's okay, you're right. Being a Marine Marshal was the dumbest decision I've ever made. Sengoku, the former Marine Marshal, commented, I feel relieved after leaving office. Akainu suddenly felt very angry, but luckily they were about to reach the deserted island where he could vent his anger. The place of the decisive battle is right before our eyes. But unlike some at war, this time Marine became the challenger. Chapter 186, General Blow and Emperor Blow. In the center of the deserted island, the Buggy Pirates, who were the first to land on the island, finally met their challenger. Even with the giant Vice Admiral, the Buggy Pirates' attention was still focused on the front. The pressure brought by those figures was far greater than that of others. Those guys. Buggy suddenly realized something, while wearing the same clothes increased the sense of oppression. Marines each had a cape, and they looked like a whole unit. On my side, on the other hand, everyone wore what they liked. The battle was about to begin, but the captain's attention was on something strange. The Buggy Pirates had already gotten used to the captain's insane behavior and were silently selecting their opponents. Should we also order a set of uniforms? I have a lot of experience in this area. For example, the costumes of the Invisible Empire are pretty good. Hee, little Bommy. Buggy was about to promote his neighbor's clothing collection, but was interrupted by Crocodile. Captain, I came back with so much difficulty not to listen to you. Can you tell me something useful before the battle? All right, Buggy shrugged. When the fight starts, think more about friendship, bonds, the future, and other things. If you can't win, just shout it out loud. Can we talk about something serious? Crocodile's eyes twitched. Friendship, bond, future, do we have that kind of thing between us? I'm serious. Lao Sha, think about how you failed in the first place. Buggy said, don't underestimate the power of belief. Buggy said it so seriously that Crocodile actually thought about it. Is this the reason for the gap between me and the top powerhouses? Even so, if I shout it out loud, it's still a bit embarrassing. What do you think? Crocodile looked around. Why don't you ask the captain instead of asking us? Hawkeye said, would he shout that kind of thing himself? Of course not, it's too embarrassing. Buggy laughed. Crocodile suddenly had the urge to kill. Come on, Sakazuki, but if we shout together, we can consider it. Buggy took out Chu Shui, maybe we can defeat Marine in one fell swoop. Are you dreaming? Buggy, Akainu's arms turned into magma, or I should blow your head off and wake you up. Tisk, you wanna have a trash talk contest? You guys are celestial dragons dogs. Buggy's words made Akainu stunned, and then he flew into a rage. How can a mere pirate understand our justice? You are the dogs of celestial dragons. I'm going to blast you to pieces. Meteor volcano. Akainu punched the air continuously, and magma fell from the sky like a meteor shower, hitting the Buggy Pirates. Oh, I'm so anxious now. I can't handle pressure well. Buggy rushed forward, Haki wrapped around the black sword Shisui, and slashed towards Akainu. You can't expose someone's weaknesses even if you insult them. Kizaru appeared in front of Akainu and raised his leg to block Buggy's attack. We are just part-time workers. How much money did celestial dragons give you to make you work so hard? Before Buggy could finish his words, he saw a red flame pierce through Kizaru's head and hit him. Split. Buggy's head and body separated, avoiding the danger of disfigurement. Can the Logia fruit be played like this? Darkhound's flames dissipated and Kizaru's head reassembled. This is how our Logia fruit works. Is elementalization an extension of the body? Did you and Sakazuki become one in some sense just now? Buggy's words made Kizaru stunned for a moment. He had never considered such a question. Borsalino, this is a battlefield, not a place to be in a daze. Akainu had a gloomy face, jumped up, and punched Buggy with both fists. This is really disgusting. You two are. Kizaru shook his head. I shouldn't be staying with you. Kizaru flashed into the air and looked down at the battlefield, where both sides had already engaged in a melee. Hawkeye found Fujitora, and the sword energy of Hideoyi collided with Fujitora's gravity knife, causing the surrounding soil and rocks to collapse. Why would the world's best swordsman bully a blind man like me? Fujitora complained habitually. I heard that it was you who proposed to abolish Shichibukai. Hawkeye said coldly, didn't you foresee the situation today? At that time, Seraph had just been developed. Who would have thought that the world government would take action against Dr. Vegapunk? Fujitora sighed, actually, I only have issues with villains like Doflamingo. I have disturbed my peaceful life. I hope your swordsmanship can handle this consequence. The huge black knife he pointed at Fujitora. Let me see how strong the Marine Admiral is against the Four Emperors. How can I be compared with the Four Emperors? It was the first time Fujitora heard such a statement. We have Emperor fans and General fans. Emperor fans believe that Four Emperors will definitely defeat Marine Admiral, while General fans believe that the General is at the same level as the Emperor. Hawkeye rarely smiled. It's quite interesting to argue about this every day. Who are the so-called generals? Fujitora was very curious. There are such people in the pirates group. Is it Kuzan? It's our captain. That guy always advocates that the general should be on the same level as the Emperor, and he also has a lot of weird sayings. Bullshit. On the same level as the Emperor. Crocodile's voice came from a distance. With such strength, you dare to challenge the Four Emperors. Crocodile was surrounded by a tornado of sandstorms. Wherever the yellow sand went, plants dried up and died, and the land became desertified. His opponent Green Bull was in tears. When did he ever compete with the Four Emperors? When he met the red-haired Shanks, he retreated far away and did not dare to conflict. This guy who plays with sand is naturally good at defeating me. Can't he just change his opponent? A mere Marine Admiral, a healthy Whitebeard can kill you in one hand. The ground is cracked. The erosion cycle. As Crocodile's ability was activated, the surrounding ground collapsed on a large scale, and yellow sand entangled Green Bull's legs, trying to pull him into the quicksand. Crocodile is a staunch fan of the Emperor. Hawkeye introduced. He was the first to put forward the idea of a healthy Whitebeard, and believed that a healthy Whitebeard would definitely kill Sakazuki. What is the point? Fujitora didn't understand. No matter how much he argued, he couldn't change the reality. There's no point in the first place. We're just having fun. What else are we doing? Hawkeye said. Then, Mr. Hawkeye, do you have any idea about healthy Whitebeard? Fujitora drew out his sword and began to increase the gravity around Hawkeye. Yes, the second best swordsman, Hawkeye. The sharp yellow eyes like an eagle stared at Fujitora. Only challenging a stronger person can really excite me. Chapter 187 How to Use Devil Fruit. The collision of the Black Blade Knight and the Gravity Blade caused powerful sword energy to splash everywhere. The battle between the Marine Admiral and the world's #1 swordsman would have been a major event that would have made newspaper headlines in the past, but now it has become insignificant on this island. Nearly 2/3 of the world's strongest people gather here, fighting and killing each other for their own ideals. No matter which side wins, it will completely change the world. The news birds that received the message continued to gather and circled in the air, disregarding their own safety, just to obtain first-hand intelligence. But in the center of the island, where the most important battle took place, no news bird dared to approach. The land there has turned into magma, and the red magma continues to spread, emitting high-temperature black smoke rising into the sky. In the smoke, one could only vaguely see two figures colliding constantly, but no one knew the specific situation of the battle. After circling in the air for several times, a news bird finally rushed into the thick smoke without caring about its own safety. No matter what, it's a rare opportunity to see the battle between the strong. Even if I die, it's worth the money. However, before this bird warrior could advance a few meters, he was affected by the conqueror's haki. His eyes rolled back and he fainted and fell from the air. Just as it was about to fall into the magma and be destroyed, a floating hand grabbed its neck and threw it out of the magma. You dare to come in and be a war correspondent without any ability? Are you willing to sacrifice your life just to eat melons? Buggy split his palm to save the news bird's life, but Akainu took advantage of Buggy's distraction to fire a dark hound. The red magma was like the jagged canine teeth of a wild beast, trying to tear Buggy's body apart. But before the dark hound hit Buggy, Buggy's body had already been torn apart. A marine marshal conducting a sneak attack, don't you feel ashamed? The shattered body avoided Akainu's attack, and the left hand that remained in place swung the black knife Chushui to slash at Akainu's body. The dark fist grabbed the black knife Chushui. War does not matter the means, the winner is justice. You're a typical pragmatist, Sakazuki. But do you really think you can win? Conqueror's haki exploded, and the black flash on the black knife Shisui exploded Akainu's fist. Then, violent black and red sword energy flew out and slashed towards Akainu's body. Great eruption. A huge magma fireball appeared out of nowhere and blocked the sword energy. The collision between the two sides caused a huge explosion, and magma splashed everywhere. The surrounding land gradually melted and turned into a boiling pool of magma. With the same Logia awakening, Akainu's ability is much more troublesome than Aokiji's. The land turning into ice has little impact on the battle, but it is a different story when it turns into magma. Akainu can stand in it without any worries, but Buggy can only blast away the lava to reveal the land underneath. The battle didn't last long before the two were already fighting in the huge crater blasted by Buggy. This deserted island won't last much longer if the fighting continues. How about stopping for now? The others haven't had enough fun yet. It's a rare opportunity for a team-building trip, and Buggy doesn't want to end it hastily. You want to buy Vegapunk some time to escape, Akainu said. Don't even think about driving Noah to Future Island. Ha, you underestimate me. Noah is just a smokescreen to deceive you. It's not that difficult to save him. What's the meaning? What era is it now? Are you still using old ideas to solve problems? Buggy took out a Den Den Mushi. Blueno, it's time to act. Receive. At the top of Future Island, a translucent air door opened in the void, scaring Vegapunk's clones into preparing for battle. Sorry for not knocking first. Blueno, who had a horn-like hairstyle, walked out of the void door and said politely. Behind him was a tall woman with a long scar on her face. Blueno. Shikia recognized the identity of the visitor and, thinking about their abilities, he immediately understood everything. We prepared for a long time, but it was meaningless. Blueno's door fruit can ignore defenses and sneak into any place, and Brulee's mirror fruit can open a mirror world. The space inside is enough to pack up the entire Future Island and take it away. Brulee clasped her hands together and opened the entrance to the mirror world. Teams of cookie soldiers walked out, and the last one to walk out was Charlotte Cracker. Ms. Bree is a special talent of T0 level. There are always strong people protecting her in the mirror space. Blueno explained. Is this the place? Cracker looked around. We need to take everything away. My cookie soldiers can help. Even if they fight, they have the strength of ordinary strong men. The most important items are the punk records. Shikia introduced. As for the rest of the items, just pack as many as you can. Then I'll go to punk records first, and the rest will be left to you, Cracker brother, said Bree. No problem, you can use these cookie soldiers as you like. As long as there are no problems outside, it won't take long to evacuate the entire island. Cracker looked outside, where there was an impressive enemy. You mean the marine hero Garp? Shakyamuni didn't know that Cracker and Luffy had fought before, so he thought he was talking about the marine hero Garp. Luffy and the others will be able to stop him. We still have plenty of time. Then clear out the entire island. On the beach of Future Island, a unique turn-based battle is taking place. Zoro leaned leisurely against the tree. Compared to here, he was more concerned about the battle in the distance. It seems like I've been fooled. Garp stared with red and swollen eyes and looked into the distance, but it seems to have nothing to do with me. Gear 2. Rubber Rocket Punch. I'm 30%. My mission is just to hold back the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy opened his mouth wide, swallowed the cookie, and stammered, it tastes good. Hey, old man, are you coming yet? It's my turn this time. Luffy yelled. Kid, do you have any senbei-flavored cookies? Garp suddenly felt hungry too. Cracker retorted, and the biscuit soldier who was stopped by Luffy lost power and lay on the ground. Armed Iron Fist. The two men punched each other again and again. Soon both sides were bruised and swollen, but they still gritted their teeth and persisted. Green Algae Head, do you smell the smell of cookies? Sanji asked suddenly. Are you hungry? There's an automatic food machine over there. Ask it to make you some cookies. Zoro waved his hand. Brat, don't think you're great just because you're one of the 4 emperors. You're still young. Garp punched Luffy on the head. Garp staggered and felt his face burning. This kid had indeed become a lot stronger. 2 immature guys, how long will this fight last? Nami covered her face. Should we just stop doing this? Wait, why is the cookie soldier here? You little brat, you're not going to make it. I only used 50% of my strength just now. Luffy covered his head with one hand, and his other arm began to spin non-stop, directly entering the second gear state. Taste this. Garp rolled up his sleeves and punched Luffy on the top of the head again. You still want to be the king of pirates? You are far worse than Roger. It's a pity that Luffy's grandfather is here, so he has no chance to participate in the battle over there. Oh, that's the biscuit soldier. Nami didn't care. It's from the 3 generals Cracker. Under the watchful eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates, the biscuit soldiers dispersed across the island and began to move items from the Future Island. You rude kid, my name is Cracker. For the sake of our friendly forces. I just wasn't serious. I'd rather die of starvation than eat food made by machines. Sanji growled. We don't need that kind of stuff on our ship. Let them go. They will stop when they get tired. I want to eat cookies. I'll fight you later after I'm full. Luffy stopped a cookie soldier and shouted towards the center of Future Island. Hey, Firecracker, can I have a cookie? I used 40%. Thanks, Firecracker. It doesn't hurt at all. Luffy burst into tears and then punched Garp back, hitting Garp hard in the face. You 2 rude guys, go to hell. Give up. Not happening. Didn't you eat enough? Your fists are weak and you don't have any strength at all. Biscuit. It's Biscuit running. Chopper shouted, pointing into the distance. Chapter 188 Fusion, Tyrant Ivan. What happens on the island in the future cannot be hidden from outsiders, and Buggy doesn't want to hide it. Teams of biscuit soldiers emptied Future Island in a short period of time and then disappeared. When Akainu received the news, he was furious. Akainu expected Garp's unreliability, but Vegapunk's way of evacuation surprised him. Buggy, what the hell are you doing? Akainu asked through gritted teeth. In this dispute sparked by Future Island, after both sides had invested their greatest efforts, the target of the dispute disappeared. Then what is the point of this battle? The surging magma was like the anger of Akainu, creating huge waves and rushing towards Buggy. UBD, are you trying to show off your cleverness? Make a big scene with great fanfare, then quietly solve the problem yourself, enjoy the pleasure of playing tricks on others, and treat everyone like a clown. Are you in a hurry now? Chu Shui swung his sword, and the sword energy cut off the huge wave of magma in half. Isn't this good? Vegapunk has been safely evacuated. Now everyone can enjoy the battle to their heart's content. From the beginning, Buggy had already planned his retreat. In Buggy's team, there are some squads composed of non-combatants. Their frontal combat capabilities are not strong, but their special devil fruit abilities can play an unexpected role. This team only obeys Buggy's orders. Bluno and Brule are members of the special team. The infiltration of the Men fruit and the logistics of the Mirror fruit, when combined, the effect of the two is far more than just 1+1. I saved Marine's reputation. If you kill Vegapunk today, how will history record it? The evil Marine killed a great scientist. Shut up, history is not controlled by you. The word, evil, irritated Akainu. It is not the place for a pirate to question the justice of the Marine. Look, you're getting impatient again. Buggy laughed. Did I hit a sore spot, Sakazuki? Let me think about it. If you kill Vegapunk, what will you do? Like Ohara, put the blame on him for researching taboos. History is secretly controlled by the world government, just like the justice advocated by Marine. It is your last fig leaf. I want to know, once this fig leaf is torn off, what are you left with? Buggy, what do you want to do? Akainu suddenly had a bad feeling. Now that Vegapunk has been rescued, there is no point in continuing the fight, and Akainu is already considering retreating. As for the world government's order, to hell with it. He didn't want to waste the Marine's manpower here. I want to talk to you. Sakazuki, how about we join forces? Buggy's words made Akainu's mind go blank for a moment. What are you talking about? The main forces of the Marines are here. We are already the two strongest forces in the world. Together, we will attack the holy land of Mariajoy, kill the celestial dragons, and bring new order to this chaotic world. Buggy wanted to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Akainu's dark hound. Are you a fool? What do you think of war? Is it just a game? Akainu had never thought of such an outrageous idea in his dreams. Although the idea of killing all celestial dragons is tempting. To put it another way, even if the two sides work together, it may not be possible. Wait, maybe. For a moment, Akainu felt that his brain was overheating like boiling magma, and his attack movements slowed down a bit. Your heart is in turmoil. Are you hesitating? Buggy easily dodged Akainu's dark hound. I've studied it carefully, and the plan has a high success rate. You and Kuzan are enough to influence 1/3 of the Marines. Borsalino is a fence-sitter, and Fujitora is an idealist. With a little encouragement, these two guys will agree. When 2/3 of the Marines turn to us, the remaining diehards will also join us under the general trend. What do you mean we? Don't take it for granted. Akainu was so angry that veins popped out. How could the Marines be in cahoots with the pirates? We can no longer listen to Buggy's instigation. Red magma erupts, and a magma giant hundreds of meters high rises from the ground, waving his hands and slapping Buggy. Akainu was also observing the battle situation on the island, preparing to find an opportunity to retreat. Buggy's figure disappeared in an instant, avoiding the slap of the magma giant, and appeared above the magma giant's head the next moment, and the chattering voice still lingered. Sakazuki, would you rather continue to lie down and be the celestial dragon's dog than stand up and uphold justice? Or do you think celestial dragons are just? What's the difference between you and them? The magma giant leapt up and transformed into a huge magma meteorite in midair and smashed towards Buggy. At the same time, the magma on the ground was spinning like a whirlpool, and the huge suction force was pulling Buggy's body. Dead silence and extinction. Such a huge momentum attracted the attention of all the strong people on the island. Don't compare me with that garbage. The next moment, Buggy was surrounded by a blazing white light, and the cells in his body were constantly dividing. The energy generated by the division brought ultra-high temperature and ultra-high pressure. When ultra-high temperature and ultra-high pressure reach a certain limit, the cells that have been split to the nucleus level actually produce a huge attraction. When different atomic nuclei collide with each other, energy far exceeding that of fission is generated. Fusion Tyrant Ivan. The beam of light that pierced through the sky and the earth first pierced through the meteorite transformed from the magma giant, and then the huge explosion came slowly. The island was shattered in the explosion, and the aftermath even affected the surrounding battlefields. The battle is going on fiercely. See, Smoker, faith alone is useless. Without matching strength, nothing can be protected. Watching the battle in the distance, Aokiji used his ability to reinforce the outer battlefield. Even if you say so, I still can't do it. Smoker said with a wry smile, power is not something you can just think about. He has trained hard, but people have different physiques. Can that kind of pervert power really be trained out? Also, can you get up from me? At this time, Smoker's half-body was frozen and he knelt on the ground helplessly. Kuzan used him as a chair and sat directly on Smoker's back. Around them, a circle of Marine petty officers drew their swords, but no one dared to attack former Marine Admiral Aokiji. Why, can't you bear this humiliation? Aokiji exhaled. After all, we are still enemies. I'm lucky enough to be able to spare your life. Smoker kept trying to break free from the icy bond, but finally found that he was powerless. Even if you're not a Marine anymore, it's not good to sit on justice. I have seen greedy and violent Marines, and I have also seen noble pirates. Aokiji stood up and thawed Smoker. Is the justice that we wear so important? I admit that there may be bad people in the Marines and good people in the pirates, but the ratios of the two sides are not the same at all. Smoker got up, sorted out the Marines' flag, and shakily lit his cigar. Mr. Kuzan, no matter what, the Marines at least maintain the order of the world, while the pirates are the destroyers of the world. When people are willing to surrender 1/6 of their lifespan to accept the protection of the pirates, is there any need for this order to exist? Chapter 189 1% and 99%. The magma fell like raindrops, and finally gathered into a human shape, becoming the appearance of Akainu. Damn it, after the earth-shattering blow just now, although Akainu did not seem to have suffered much damage, he had consumed a lot of physical strength. For Logia demon fruit power, physical strength is the most important thing. Only with sufficient physical strength can one transform oneself into an element. Fortunately, the situation on the other side is similar. On the opposite side, Buggy's left arm was like broken porcelain, covered with cracks emitting a dark red glow, and the cracks were emitting an astonishing amount of heat. You can't launch an attack like that just now many times, right? You mean Tyrant Ivan? Buggy raised his cracked left arm. It's the overload cooling stage now, just wait a while. If you want to hurry up. Molten hell. Buggy's left arm instantly split and disintegrated, a large amount of heat burst out, and a giant white steam dragon enveloped Akainu, and the temperature of the surrounding area began to rise sharply. Second stage follow-up attack. Unfortunately the heat attack has no effect on you as a magma man. The disintegrated fragments reassembled into Buggy's left arm, and the dark red cracks on it had disappeared. Cooling complete. In fact, it is just dissipating the heat. The dividing cells are still in a high pressure and chaotic state and cannot undergo fusion reaction again in a short period of time. Compared to fission, fusion produces greater energy but is also more difficult to control. Hey, Sakazuki, you have one last chance. Do you want to cooperate or not? If you cooperate, Marine can maintain his independence. While the skill was on cooldown, Buggy started talking about the conditions again. After killing all the celestial dragons, overthrowing the world government, and establishing a new world, Marine can continue to maintain the order of the world. How about changing the name to World Guard? A Marine who has a lot of work to do but little pay is hated by others. He is a righteous man, so he is suitable for a job like the Guard. Enough. Akainu interrupted Buggy. Are you naive or stupid? How can two hostile forces cooperate? Of course, it's by force. Buggy waved his fist. Power is truth. Otherwise, what else can you rely on? Words. Whether you admit it or not, this world is really a game of house playing between the strong. The will of the strong determines the direction of the world. Whether or not to cooperate depends on the opinions of you and the Marine admirals. As for the opinions of the lower-level Marines, Buggy chuckled, does it matter? A complete Marine organization can maintain order more smoothly, after all, that's what they are originally doing. As for strength, the lower-level Marines combined are not as good as a Marine admiral. Does Buggy still expect the bottom-level Marine to help him reach the holy land of Mariajoy? Quote. Akainu wanted to retort, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Buggy tore off the disguise and revealed the truth of the world. The strength of the pirates is determined by the captain, and the captain's will is the will of the pirates. Isn't it the same for Marine? The future of Marine is also decided by several Marine senior executives. Even so, I refuse to cooperate. Akainu thought for a moment and made a decision. He doesn't trust the guy across from him. Akainu could even work with the Revolutionary Army, since in some ways, their goals are the same. But Buggy was different. Akainu knew the situation in the area ruled by Buggy. Buggy used violent means to quickly destroy the old order and establish an efficient new order. The price is endless blood. Even the Revolutionary Army would say this method is too extreme. Really, what a pity. Buggy took out the communication device made by Vegapunk and hung it to his ear. Lilith, we can start now. Inside the Noah, Lilith imported reels of memory film into the device and remotely activated the projection equipment on the future island. New photos appeared, of children going to school, farmers working the land, workers in factories, and elderly people in their twilight years. Wait a moment, I'm importing the data. Fortunately, there are enough virtual projection equipment on future island, otherwise it wouldn't meet your requirements. This kind of thing is what Vegapunk obtained from studying Kizaru's abilities, so Kizaru should be able to solve it. It's okay if you don't agree, just don't hinder others. It happened to be two of them with wings, Marco and Jin. In contrast, there are farmers who cannot stand up straight, skinny children, displaced beggars, and slaves in chains. Meteor volcano. What will you do, when less than 1% of the people control 99% of the power and wealth, and the remaining 99% of the people are plagued by poverty, hunger, war, and even become slaves? Putting the two photos together is like two different worlds. Buggy didn't react much to Akainu's refusal. It would be difficult for him to agree to such a hardliner easily. The voice of the virtual projection spread throughout the nearby sea area. Unlike the previous tyrant bear, I have killed many people, more than you can imagine. Sakazuki, I really have no other options this time. A mythical beast phoenix with self-healing ability and an ancient species of the Lunalia clan with high defense and strong physical strength. How long will this fight last? Want to fight once, Borsellino? Marco asked. Just as Kizaru was about to take action, two figures surrounded him from the front and back. Besides, it's too late to stop it. New pictures appeared, showing the high and mighty king, the extravagant nobles, the cruel and tyrannical officials, the greedy businessmen, and the celestial dragons above them. The former, tyrant, Bear raised his head and looked at the scene expressionlessly. Amid the interweaving of lights, a huge virtual projection of Buggy appeared in the air, attracting everyone's attention. Borsalino, destroy the equipment, Akainu shouted, or use your powers to shield it. The burning meteor shower fell from the sky and directly penetrated the virtual projection, causing the strong men on the island to dodge. They appeared in different places, but they all had the same smile on their faces. Everyone in the marine, I think you all know me. Buggy the Clown, if you add a prefix, I think the title of Tyrant is more suitable for me. But all the marine members are here, so we still need to dig out the talents that need to be recruited. After the destruction of the Blackbeard pirates, the only real enemies left are the celestial dragons. Kizaru looked around. If it was other opponents, he could still rely on the mobility of sparkling fruit to shake them off. The rest are all objects that can be fought for. At the same time, I also gained more support from people. Noticing that Jin behind him had silently drawn his sword, Kizaru simply raised his hand. Forget it, it's too much trouble. Akainu attacked immediately. He didn't know what Buggy was going to do, but it was definitely not a good thing. The sky was filled with densely packed photos. In the photos, the ground stained with blood was dotted with gallows with corpses hanging on them. The so-called struggle is to reduce the number of enemies and increase the number of friends. Chapter 190. Killing is not as good as destroying the heart. Hateful, Sengoku looked up at the sky and couldn't help but curse, Buggy, that BD. Buggy's behavior is shaking the foundation of Marine. There's nothing I can do about it. Everything he said was true. He just used a little trick to show the two extremes of the world to the world in the most straightforward way. Crane sighed. Unfortunately, in a sense, Buggy is the one who stands on the side of the majority. This was a blatant conspiracy, and he couldn't even think of a way to refute it. Is the world fair? No. The wicked run rampant while the good people endure it in silence. Marine, who believes in justice, does things as if he is wearing shackles and is restricted by various rules. Even the unscrupulous Garp, the most outrageous thing he did was just to scare the celestial dragons, and he would be insulted by the celestial dragons afterwards. Just because Garp is a marine, a good guy, and that's what good guys should be like. What about Buggy? He treated celestial dragons like dogs, but celestial dragons regarded him as a plague god. They were afraid of meeting him and hid in the holy land of Mariajoy and dared not go out. In such an environment, is there resentment within the marine? Of course there is, otherwise Zephyr would not have left. Crane was still thinking, and a golden light flashed around him. Sengoku had turned into a giant Buddha. We can't let him continue talking, otherwise, the marines at the lower levels will lose their morale. Marine is not afraid of fighting or sacrificing, but he is afraid that his beliefs will be shaken. How to stop it? Crane leapt up and landed on the big Buddha's shoulder. The officers of the Buggy Pirates will not let us have our wish. Their opponents in front of them are Kuma, Boa Hancock, Jack and Katakuri. Except for the bear who was looking up at the sky, wondering what he was thinking, the remaining three were staring at them. The two Shichibukai, two high-ranking officers of the Imperial Group, were not easy targets to deal with. Send the retreat signal, Sengoku said. I will take the responsibility. The mission to wipe out Vegapunk has failed, and there is no point in fighting further. If Buggy is allowed to continue to be misled like this, the loss to Marine will be immeasurable. Personnel losses can be solved through world conscription, but if people's hearts are scattered, it will be difficult to gather them together again. Buggy's purpose is not to kill people, but to destroy their hearts. Although retreat is shameful, escape is the most useful method at the moment. The crane was stunned for a moment, then released a flare to signal retreat. What a shame, Sengoku. We could have faced Roger, but now we're running from his crew. If that guy knew about this, he would definitely laugh uncontrollably. Sengoku's fists were already gathering strength. We'll settle with Roger after we die. Now charge out first, I'll clear the way. The golden giant Buddha started running, but the next moment, the black rice cake wrapped with armament hockey rolled towards Sengoku, and Jack on the side also turned into an ancient mammoth and began to charge. Shock wave. The big Buddha knocked Jack to the ground with one punch. When he was about to punch him again, his body was entangled by the rice cake and pulled with great force, and the big Buddha's body could not help but stagger. Then, the Empress jumped up and kicked directly at the Buddha's head. Hancock, 3 against 1 is a bit too much. Crane blocked the Empress, kicked for Sengoku and activated the power of the washi fruit. Hancock has hockey protection, which can't turn her into a flat piece of clothing, but it should be able to wash away some of the malice, a little. But to his surprise, she did not find any evil in the Empress's body. You damned old woman, I know your abilities, but I am a perfect being, and there is no way that kind of filthy thing can be washed away by you. The Empress made a heart shape with her hands, and a pink heart-shaped beam flew towards Crane. Marrow mellow. Is it because of excessive narcissism and strong personal will that one does not acknowledge the existence of malice, and instead restrains the fruit of washing? Crane ignored marrow mellow, and the heart-shaped beam shattered upon hitting her body, having no effect at all. You actually ignored my beauty. This is unforgivable. The angry Empress kicked out the perfume femur and tried to petrify the Crane by force. The two women who restrained each other fought fiercely using the Buddha's shoulders as their battlefield. Commander Marine collapsed and fired several shots, but the bullets bounced off Moria's body. Can't you fight somewhere else? Sengoku not only has to face the siege of Jack and Katakuri, but also has to pay attention to the battle on his shoulder to avoid the aftermath affecting himself. Go to hell, Lieutenant Colonel, since you are in the 1%, of course you can't feel the oppression. Why is it that when there are more good people than bad people in this world, most of the good people live at the bottom of society? Gunshots rang out, followed by the sound of bullets hitting the ice. What are you doing? Pick up your weapons and fight. A Marine Lieutenant Colonel shouted, don't listen to the enemy's lies. Why don't I feel oppression and exploitation? They are aggressive and unscrupulous, but they are only the 1%. What bothered him even more was the incessant chattering in the sky. We are all the same. Why can they be so high and mighty? Why can they exploit the world for hundreds of years? Moria showed a ferocious smile, and his shadows turned into dozens of spears, piercing through the body of Marine Lieutenant Colonel. Isn't this the outer battlefield? Why are the senior officers of the Buggy Pirates here? A Marine soldier couldn't help it and kicked the Marine Lieutenant Colonel down. You are the only one who has no right to say this. I'm a medical worker. Moria flashed the Red Cross armband on his arm. I'm not in the combat sequence. A black shadow emerged from the ice and transformed into a large hand that grabbed Lieutenant Colonel Marine. And your own children will be ruled and exploited by them, for generations to come, without end. Are you willing? Yuan 7 warlords of the sea, Gecko Moria. We know whether it is a lie or not, because the scenes in those photos are our lives. Rebellion, rebellion. Are you, these country dogs, going to rebel? Damn you, trash. As for why I'm here. Because some good people who don't know what's good and what's bad have become accomplices of the evil ones. The Marine soldier with his eyes closed was surprised to find that he was still alive. When he opened his eyes, a burly and huge figure blocked his way. In order to pay the heavenly gold, my family has never had enough to eat. Marine Lieutenant Colonel crawled a few steps on the ground in embarrassment, took out a musket from his arms, and aimed it at the Marine soldier who kicked him. Take away their self-glorifying halo and you will find that they are no different from us. A slave can kill a king, and ordinary people can kill celestial dragons. You are a piece of shit. You became a lieutenant colonel only because you have a rear admiral father. Looking at the Marine soldiers who had lost their will to fight, the Marine Lieutenant Colonel cursed, you cowards, have you forgotten the justice in your hearts? Go and fight. It's already hard to live, having enough to eat is too much of a luxury. You are maintaining the order established by the evil ones. Celestial dragons, kings, nobles, officials, who made these classes? They themselves. If nothing changes, the children of celestial dragons will remain celestial dragons, and the children of the king will become the new king. Justice to NM. On the outer battlefield, the battle between Marines and pirates gradually came to a halt. Your existence insults the meaning of companions, so. Chapter 191 The difference between friends and companions. Retreat flares blared in the sky. All the Marines saw this scene. But it is not easy to escape from the battlefield. On Future Island, Garp also stopped the joking fight. Among all the Marines, he is the only one who can escape and retreat at any time. Hey, aren't you going to fight anymore, old man? Luffy asked with a grin. Both of them had bruises on their faces and noses. Garp felt a dull pain, but Luffy seemed fine. Garp looked at his fist and for the first time felt old. Even though it was just a joke battle, he gradually couldn't keep up with Luffy's pace. Is this the Nika fruit? In a few years, if you want to beat Luffy, you can only rely on your status to suppress him. Thinking of this, Garp suddenly lost interest. Luffy, what do you think of Buggy's actions? Luffy scratched his face, confused as to why Garp was asking that. It's good. Wano Kuni is much stronger than before anyway. Even if he killed a lot of people, it doesn't matter to you. Garp asked. I don't know those people. Oh, no, Tauzi seems to be dead. Luffy suddenly remembered, but Momoko's dream is to be a good general, and Buggy is helping him realize his dream in disguise. All in all, I think there's nothing wrong with what Buggy did. I understand that 99 is greater than 1. But your friend is that 1%. Don't you want to help your friend get revenge? Hearing Garp's question, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates all focused their attention on Luffy. I don't want to. Luffy lay on the ground, looking at the sky, and said slowly, Momoko chose her own path, so she must bear the consequences of her choice. As a friend, I can help him, but I won't take care of him for the rest of his life. Compared to that, my companions are more important. I can't go into battle with Buggy without caring about their safety. This is the difference between a friend and a companion. Garp felt that Luffy was neither like himself nor like a dragon. For a moment, he saw the shadow of Roger in Luffy. He and Dragon could not destroy a country for their companions, but Garp believed that Luffy could do it. Same thing with Buggy. Is this how pirates think? If it comes to revenge, the person I should kill now is Sakazuki. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Zoro tightened his grip on his sword, and Sanji's eyes became sharp. Now is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill Akainu. If this is Luffy's wish, they are willing to give it a try even if it is Marine Marshal. Ace. Garp's tears flowed again. Old man, if I were to kill Sakazuki, would you stop me? Luffy suddenly asked. The straw hat covered Luffy's eyes. Garp couldn't see Luffy's expression, but he could feel Luffy's anger. Luffy was serious. He really wanted to kill Sakazuki. Yes, I won't let you pass until you completely defeat me. I'm not only your grandfather, but also a Marine. This is the fate of a Marine. Garp said. When the two identities conflicted, Garp chose the marine identity. The atmosphere became more solemn, and Luffy suddenly sat up and took off his straw hat. Forget it, Ace definitely doesn't want to see you in trouble. Pirates and Marines were enemies from the beginning, and everyone was prepared to die on the battlefield. Luffy's words made Garp burst into tears again. You little brat. Frankie looked at Sanji with murderous eyes and waved his hands. This thing is too high-tech. I can't fix it. A dog only needs to obey its owner's orders and does not need to have its own thoughts. The current dog is no longer obedient. It's time to get a new one. Except, the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Are we going to take care of things here? Nami asked. Our goal is One Piece. Other things are too troublesome. The only thing she cared about was the successor to Joy Boy's will and the rumored One Piece. As the world government's ship still lurking on the seabed, I.M. asked. Luffy discovered that the automatic cooking machine that Vegapunk left for them was smoking. Soon, Thousand Sunny left Future Island and became the first force to escape from this turmoil. In her long life, she has seen the rise and fall of countless ambitious people, and Buggy is just one of them. The respectful voice froze for a moment, but the Marine is still there. Well, let's load the things Uncle Vegapunk gave us onto the boat, and then we'll be off. Tell Spandine that the Kingdom of Death only needs to be used once. He knows what to do. The news bird only gave Thousand Sunny a leaving shot before hurriedly running off to film other battles. Keep pursuing your dreams. Garp waved goodbye to Luffy and the others. I have to go back to fight. The power of the Death Realm may not be enough. The voice was a little panicked. Guy exaggerated the power of the Death Realm. IM doesn't care about Marine's life or death. There is never a shortage of people in this world. If all of them die, he can recruit new ones at any time. As that's so, okay then, pack up the rest and let's go. Luffy gave the order. It's time to set off some fireworks to liven up this boring performance. Yes, a respectful voice replied softly. Vegapunk escaped, they are waiting for new orders. This battle that attracted the whole world was nothing more than a poor performance in Yim's eyes. Luffy waved the lightsaber left by Vegapunk. Adventures are more interesting. Neither the Marine nor the Buggy Pirates paid any attention to the Straw Hat Pirates leaving. Let them release the Kingdom of Death. Now it seems that the best outcome is for Luffy and the others not to interfere. Garp originally wanted Luffy to help stop this war, just like the Red Hair Pirates stopped the Summit War. She is the only one who remains eternal and unchanging. The rest are trash that can be destroyed at will. The same goes for Celestial Dragons and 5 Elders. Vegapunk has already left, so there is no point in holding back the Straw Hat Pirates. It is better to go back and help Marine retreat. The poison gas is very lethal to ordinary people, but it is not powerful enough to deal with experts. It seems to have some problems. Machines are just so unreliable. Sanji said while slapping the automatic cooking machine vigorously, so chefs are irreplaceable. Buggy's declaration is even more nonsense. It's okay, Frankie can fix it, right? Luffy looked at Frankie. I think we should forget it. Leaving now. Yim on the Void Throne watched Thousand Sunny leave during the live broadcast, and the show became boring. Idiot, from the beginning to the end, there is no such thing as 1% and 99%. Chapter 192, Hundredfold Enhancement, Kingdom of Death. Spandine, who was at the bottom of the sea, received news from the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Shish, are you finally going to take action? Guy on the side rubbed his hands excitedly. My masterpiece is about to be shown to the world. Originally, the Kingdom of Death could have brought him huge wealth, but before he could sell it, he was defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. In the end, the world government took him in, and what made him even happier was that Vegapunk betrayed the world government. How come he is the chief scientist of world government? As for Stussy, what does a clone know about science? Thinking of Stussy, Guy realized that he hadn't seen that woman for a long time. Where did she go? It's time to take action, but we need to make some preparations first. Spandine smiled playfully, so that we can catch all those guys in one fell swoop. Are you going to deal with the Buggy Pirates? The Death Kingdom might not be very effective then. Guy still has some self-awareness. As a weapon of mass destruction, the poison gas of the Kingdom of Death takes effect relatively slowly. It would be great if I could get the blood factor of Magellan's poison fruit. After I've done a great job this time, I can make some demands with the world government. It doesn't matter. I believe in Dr. Geiss's research results. Spandine stretched out his hand. It will definitely surprise those guys. Of course, Geissa shook hands with Spandine, and then found that his body was becoming weak. This feels like Seastone. Spandine ordered, put Seastone shackles on him. Several world government agents appeared and put the handcuffs on Geissa, and Spandine then let go of his hands. Guy collapsed to the ground helplessly, not understanding why Spandine had turned against him. Dr. Guy, although I personally think you are very valuable, the world government needs your dedication right now. Spandine also felt a little regretful. The scientists employed by the world government were not very obedient, and there were also traitors like Vegapunk. It's rare to meet a scientist like Geissa who has no bottom line. He will research anything as long as he is paid, but now he is being treated as consumables. What are you going to do? Guy tried to struggle but he had no strength. I heard that the Kingdom of Death is very compatible with your abilities. If you let it eat you, will it become more powerful? Spandine had someone bring the Kingdom of Death, which was a slime-like poisonous gas monster trapped in a glass container. No, Guy shook his head in fear. Even if it's more powerful, it's not worth my life. As long as I am alive, I can create more and stronger kingdoms of death. Gaisa tried desperately to prove his worth, but Spandine was too lazy to listen. In the holy land of Mariajoy, someone wants to see a one-time death kingdom, and Guy is a dead man. Spandine pulled out a test tube filled with green liquid from his arms. Dr. Gaisa, have you heard of the Momo fruit? Gaisa began to recall the devil fruit encyclopedia he had seen, but there was no information about the Momo fruit. The Momo fruit is also rare in history. It is a very powerful Paramecia devil fruit. The user of the Momo fruit can increase the size and speed of objects they touch by hundreds of times, but there is a drawback: they cannot enlarge or speed up creatures other than themselves. But if they are integrated together, this shortcoming can be circumvented. Spandine shook the test tube in his hand. The world government has captured a Momo fruit user before. This contains the specially processed Momo fruit bloodline factor. Spandine pinched Guy's mouth and forced the green liquid into it. Soon, you, or rather the kingdom of death that devours you, will gain the power of the Momo fruit in a short period of time. Spandine became excited. The 100-fold strengthened death realm will definitely give those guys a big surprise. Facing the attack from the giant golden Buddha, the bear also threw a punch. It will take some time for the Momo fruit's ability to take effect. In 20 minutes, launch Death Realm. Sengoku was a little overwhelmed by the continuous release of shock waves and the consumption of his physical strength. There is only one consequence of taking two devil fruits: the blood factors will conflict with each other and then collapse together. Once Marine's power is weakened, the Secret Service can move from behind the scenes to the front. It's a good thing this way. The body that is about to collapse will make the Kingdom of Death go crazy. Both pirates and Marines are its enemies. When the two fists collided, there was no violent collision as expected. Sengoku only felt an unbearable pain coming towards him. The golden giant Buddha clenched his fist and smashed towards the bear with tremendous force. Guy saw Current, an evil scientist who committed numerous evil deeds and committed countless sins, was finally swallowed up by his own masterpiece. However, the influence of the Valley of the Gods is about to disappear. Sengoku stopped in surprise. Didn't you lose your memory due to the transformation? Bear, it won't disappear. Guy was desperate, because except Blackbeard, who had a special physique, no one else could take two devil fruits. Sengoku was at the forefront, and the giant golden Buddha continuously released shock waves, bouncing back the opponents. The bear had a blank expression on his face, but his eyes were glowing red. It seems so. We were at our peak then, but now we are a little powerless. Even if it collapses in the end, this monster made of venom will turn this sea area into a deadly place. Spandine was lost in a beautiful fantasy. Hey, Sengoku, the last time the three of us fought at full strength was in the Valley of the Gods, Garp said. The influence of the Valley of the Gods will not disappear. Garp, Sengoku, and Crane worked together to clear a path, trying to gather together the Marine executives who were separated and fighting in different places. Garp and Crane stood on the left and right of the giant Buddha to block the flank attack. According to previous experimental data, although the Kingdom of Death can be strengthened 100-fold, the conflict of bloodline factors will eventually lead to its physical collapse. Sengoku said, Whitebeard, Kaido and Linlin are dead, and the three of us are old. After a while, no one will remember the Valley of the Gods. The sacrifices of those people should not be forgotten. Amid the surprised gaze of the crowd, the giant golden Buddha fell to the ground with a loud bang. On the sea battlefield, with the return of Garp, the Marine began to retreat with all its might. Not counting the celestial dragons, he would be the most powerful man in the world. Get out of my way. Although I don't know what happened to the bear, now is not the time to pursue it. He couldn't even wait for the moment when his blood collapsed, for the Kingdom of Death had already come to him, opening its mouth dripping with venom, ready to devour him. That battle still affects the entire world today. Crane said with some emotion, the fall of the Rocks Pirates and the rise of the Four Emperors are all related to the Valley of the Gods. A figure stood in front of Sengoku, and the pink bear paw bubbles bounced off Sengoku's blast. The higher-ups no longer care about Marine's life or death, which is good news. Chapter 193 The Real Hero, Jinny. No one expected that Sengoku would be knocked down by the bear in one blow. Garp stepped in front of Sengoku. Sengoku, how are you? I'm fine. The golden giant Buddha stood up again, and Sengoku was surprised to find that his body was not damaged. The pain just now seemed to be just a feeling in his heart, but it was too intense for him to bear it for the time being. Is it the special ability of the meatball fruit? Or, what on earth does Bartholomew Big Bear, this silent man, carry on his shoulders? Kizaru sighed. He was probably one of the people who knew the bear's past best. What brought down Sengoku wasn't strength, but the anger that the man had stored up for years. Angry at my own weakness, angry at my own incompetence, angry at myself for not being strong enough to protect the people I want to protect. The man was willing to be kind to the whole world, but the world gave him nothing but harm in return. Sakazuki, what do you know about bears? Buggy, who was confronting Akainu, suddenly asked. Quote. Akainu didn't say anything. As a Marine Marshal, he had access to some confidential files that contained records about bears. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities, Buggy continued. This is the words from the Bible that Shang holds all day. He has used his power to save countless people and bear the pain of others. Isn't it great? Just like the Lamb of God, he was born to bear the sins of others. What do you want to say? Akainu didn't understand what Buggy meant by that. Do you know what the Lamb of God ended up like? He was hung on a cross by a guy who claimed to be God's chosen one, tortured in every way, and finally killed. In the teachings of those who call themselves God's chosen, they alone are divine, and everyone else is a slave. Just like the celestial dragons. Buggy got some items from Vegapunk, which were entrusted to Vegapunk by Bear, and hopes that Vegapunk can release them when the time is right. Now is the time. Go ahead, Lilith, Buggy said, and reveal some of the truth about the world. I'm hijacking the Den Den Mushi and trying to let more people know about this. Lilith's voice came. No need, this place is now the focus of the world. In the sky, many news birds are recording and broadcasting real-time news to all parts of the world. Besides, the people who should know about this matter are already gathered here. Buggy's words made Akainu's heart sink to the bottom. Was the declaration that just shook the Marine's morale just the beginning? If possible, Akainu really wanted to kill Buggy on the spot. The damage that Buggy caused to Marine surpassed everyone else. Following Lilith's operation, Buggy's shadow in the air spoke again. A war many years ago changed the world. Pirates King Roger teamed up with former Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine hero Garp to defeat the Rocks Pirates. Maybe many people don't know the name of Rocks Pirate. You just need to know that Whitebeard, Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Shiki are all his crew members. This war that was supposed to shock the world is not known to many people. Even the battlefield where the war took place has been erased. This is the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. This history, which should have been erased, was recorded by some people at the cost of their lives. Ginny, the bear called out the name in a voice that only he could hear. Even though his body had been replaced with a machine, he still felt endless pain. The trigger for the God Valley War was the human hunting conference held every 3 years. It will take some time. The subordinate reported with sweat on his forehead. Mom. Bonnie was stunned. Spandine has gone crazy. Why does it take 20 minutes to fuse the Momo Fruit Blood Factor potion? There were not many people who could spread this evidence to the whole world. Fortunately, Ginny waited for it. Human hunting plan as a tradition of celestial dragons, held every 3 years. They will choose an island that is not a member country, start a massacre competition on the island, kill all the indigenous people, and then declare the island to belong to the world government. An unprecedented silence appeared on Red Force. Pop-up windows appeared in the sky, and in the pop-up windows, the Valley of the Gods 38 years ago appeared before the world. Those things should have been known long ago. Shaki remained calm. Finally someone has the courage to reveal all this. A-hole, how's the fusion of the Death Realm going? 38 years ago, the Valley of the Gods was chosen as the venue for the human hunting project. Remember to clean it up later. Shaki at the side replaced the cup for him. Ginny, weren't you watching very intently just now? Shaki rolled his eyes at Rayleigh. Now, who is Justice? Shanks waved his hands. That beast looks a lot like me. In addition to the natives who were to be massacred, celestial dragons also sent a group of slaves. Among these slaves, there was an expert in communications technology. Spandine desperately hoped that Buggy would talk some more nonsense and launch the Kingdom of Death before producing decisive evidence. The sound from the live broadcast was transmitted to the whole world through Den Den Mushi. Buggy looked at Akainu, whose face was livid, and said, killing someone and destroying their heart, this is the real way to destroy their heart, Sakazuki. Rayleigh smiled bitterly, it's a different nature. Once something like that is made public, the world will turn upside down. All pop-up windows were shrouded in shocking blood. She stole a batch of Den Den Mushi and leaked the island's information to the outside world 2 weeks before the massacre contest, which attracted the attention of the Rocks Pirates. Ivankov burst into tears. She even recorded the evidence. Why didn't she tell us? The whole world should remember her name. She brought justice to countless innocent souls who died unjustly. She is a true hero, Ginny. The indigenous people running around, the pursuers laughing wildly with knives in hand, and the jaw-dropping killing competition. Rayleigh dropped the glass in his hand. Spandine was desperate that someone could record evidence under such circumstances. Fine, hurry up, fire immediately after the fusion is completed. If you delay for even a minute, I will kill you. Is Buggy crazy? How dare he make such a thing public? Rayleigh scratched his head in distress. Then, she also had Den Den Mushi record some footage, recording the process of the Celestial Dragon's massacre. On Red Force, Yasuo pointed at the live broadcast in surprise. Boss, that guy is very similar to you. Yasuo, shut up. Beckman interrupted Yasuo rudely, because Ginny knows that these things are difficult to spread. Long said, without strength, the world government can erase the evidence at any time. Crash. Chapter 194 The Divided Marine. At any time, the act of killing for pleasure is beyond the moral bottom line of normal human beings. What's more, the Human Hunting Conference is an act of organized genocide. When this behavior was exposed, it instantly shocked the world. But the first ones to bear the brunt are the Marines closest to the exposure site. Mr. Kuzan, is this true? Smoker looked at the celestial dragons in the video in disbelief. Those guys were slaughtering slaves with wild laughter, and were proudly competing in the slaughter, showing off who had killed more people. Some people with poor psychological endurance have already started to retch, whether they are Marines or pirates. They are all warriors fighting on the edge of a knife, but the situation in the video has nothing to do with combat. If you want to know if it's true, you can ask the people involved in the God Valley War. The temperature around Aokiji suddenly dropped, and the cruel scene made him unable to control his abilities. In fact, There's no need to ask, Aokiji already has the answer in his mind. He once wondered why Garp didn't become Marine Admiral. In terms of both strength and reputation, Garp exceeded the standards. Now it seems that Garp doesn't even want the title of Marine Hero. Actually, there's no need to ask. The facts are already before my eyes. I just can't face them for the moment. Smoker silently took off his justice banner and said, it's not surprising that beasts like celestial dragons would do something like this. I just don't dare to face my own identity. As a Marine, I actually served such a beast. Do Marines still have the right to claim to be righteous in the future? The white smoke shredded the banner of justice into pieces, and Smoker seemed to have been freed from his shackles. Mr. Kuzan, I don't want to be a Marine anymore. If I join you, I might have a chance to kill my way to the holy land of Mariajoy. Killing all those beasts is the greatest justice. There will be a chance. Kuzan was not surprised by Smoker's choice. Some people become Marines not for any other reason, but because they truly regard justice as their belief. With their abilities, they can live a better life, so why do they have to become Marines and be ordered around? Because they once believed that Marine existed to uphold justice. But now, when the evidence of Celestial Dragon's genocide was laid before him, Marine's justice collapsed. No matter how much they try to distance themselves from the matter, the fact that Marines serve Celestial Dragons will not change. When faith is shattered, it is only natural for those who still have justice in their hearts to leave the Marine. Joining the Marine is for justice, leaving the Marine is also for justice. Kuzan looked at the images in the sky, silently memorizing the appearance of those Celestial Dragons. Maybe I'll meet you later. Smoker's actions triggered a chain reaction, and his Lieutenant Tashigi followed suit and also chose to leave the Marine. During his Marine career, Tashigi had seen many cruel pirates, but none of them were even 1% of what was shown in the video. Many Marine soldiers made the same choice, including some senior Marine officers. Marine Colonel Seal, the user of the soap fruit, Mr. Kuzan, I want to follow you and turn those Celestial Dragons into soap. I want to join, since I'm alone. I still have a family, but I don't want to be a Marine anymore. How could this happen? Marine Colonel Kirby looked at the scene anxiously. Everyone please calm down. There must be some misunderstanding here. Kobe stopped everyone. Don't do something you'll regret later because of a momentary impulse. Especially you, Smoker Vice Admiral, how could you take the lead in doing such a thing? Kirby questioned. The truth of the matter has not yet been found out. What if it is a conspiracy of the enemy? Are you questioning me, kid? Smoker looked at Kobe unhappily. It's not your turn to dictate my life. I'm trying to stop you. As the highest commander of the current region, you irresponsibly left the Marine before the matter was fully investigated. Where is your sense of responsibility? UFG. Smoker couldn't help but swear, I'm not forcing anyone else. Do I need your approval for my own choice? You ignorant kid, do you think I was acting on impulse? Smoker grabbed Kobe by the collar and said viciously, then tell me, what is the future of Marine? Marine's future. Kobe looked confused. Even the pirates have clear goals, but what about the Marines? What are the Marines' goals? Eliminate the pirates. Now all the pirates wandering the sea have been cleared out. Uphold justice. Uphold whose justice? The justice of the world government. Wake up. In the eyes of the world government, we are just a group of thugs, a group of disobedient tools. Smoker roared. Today the world government asked us to destroy Vegapunk. What about tomorrow? Tomorrow they asked us to destroy the countries that don't hand over the gold from heaven. What will you do then? Well, we can choose not to obey orders. Kobe stammered. You ignorant fellow, blatantly disobeying orders, do you want to take your men to their deaths? Smoker suddenly lost interest in continuing the conversation. Although everyone has a brain, some people don't have much of it. The departure of Mr. Zephyr was the first split in Marine. After the Summit War, more Marines fell into confusion, including Smoker. Marine paid a huge sacrifice, executed Ace, the son of the Pirates King, besieged and killed Whitebeard, and broke up the entire Whitebeard Pirates group. Then what? There is no more. Instead of becoming a better place, the world has fallen into greater chaos. Neither Ace nor the Whitebeard Pirates have any major bad records. Marine lost the Marine headquarters, but what did it get in return? The Whitebeard Pirates split and disappeared, and their territory was occupied by the more brutal Blackbeard Pirates. Marine had to reluctantly give Blackbeard the title of 4 emperors. Since then, Smoker has been thinking, what is the meaning of Marine's existence? Aokiji's departure gave Smoker some vague ideas about whether it would be better to leave Marine. Today's incident was the last straw that broke the camel's back, but Smoker did not expect that this straw would be so heavy. Now Smoker finally figured it out. Marine justice does not work within the rules set by the world government. Since being a good guy will be bound by various rules, why not be a bad guy? He used to be helpless against the evil kings, nobles, and officials in his jurisdiction because they were protected by the world government and Smoker didn't even have the right to judge them. Now putting aside the identity of Marine, everything becomes clear. Why do we need to judge the wicked? Why not just send them to hell? The path of justice lies within it. The white smoke on Smoker's body began to boil and gradually turned into a dark black color. The fruit has awakened, Aokiji asked. Not yet, just figuring out some things, Mr. Kuzan. Although the devil fruit did not awaken, Smoker felt that his stagnant strength was beginning to loosen. Smoke fruit exists to take other people's lives. Kobe looked at the silent marine around him and didn't know what to do for a moment. What is the current situation on the island? When will Mr. Garp and his friends come back? Mr. Kuzan, what choices do you think the vice admirals will make? Smoker asked. I don't know, and I don't care. Like you said, everyone's choice doesn't need to be approved by others. Aokiji doesn't care about the choices of the marine vice admirals. The future of marine is ultimately in their hands. Chapter 195. There has never been a savior. The black knife stopped a few centimeters away from Fujitora's head. Hawkeye was silent for a moment, then put away the sword. It becomes boring to continue fighting with an opponent who has lost the will to fight. I'm sorry for not letting you use your full strength. Fujitora sighed. It's just that I've lost the reason to fight now. Fujitora muttered to himself like an old man in his twilight years. When I first joined the marine, I thought the biggest enemy was the pirates. After sending many pirates into Impel Down, I found that the world hasn't changed much. I think it's because of the Shichibukai system. I spent a lot of effort and finally got the world government to abolish the Shichibukai system. Hawkeye felt a little regretful. This BD had disrupted his peaceful life. He should have killed him with a sword to vent his anger. The Shichibukai system has been abolished, and the four emperors have become a concern for Marine again. In the end, I realized that Marine's troubles were not outside, but inside, in the holy land of Mariajoy. It turns out that's the worst place. Fujitora suddenly became excited and shouted, Garp, how much do you know about the truth of the Battle of God Valley? As a direct participant in the Battle of Kamiya, Fujitora did not believe that Garp knew nothing about the massacre. That's the population of an entire country, and it just disappeared without a trace. If it had not been exposed today, those wrong souls would have been erased along with the history of God's Valley, and no one would care about them anymore. I know something. Garp lowered his head. He went to the Valley of the Gods because of Roger, and he didn't care about the Celestial Dragon's school trip at all. When they landed in the Valley of the Gods and found ragged civilians, Garp thought they were being robbed by the Rocks pirates. By the time he and Roger teamed up to repel the Rocks pirates, the Knights of God had already blocked off the island. It wasn't until today that Garp realized that it wasn't the Rocks pirates who actually attacked the civilians, but the Celestial Dragons. The so-called school trip turned out to be something like this. UBD. Fujitora rushed towards Garp and punched him. If you knew, why didn't you say it? Garp remained silent, preparing to take the blow. Calm down, Fujitora. When Fujitora's fist was about to hit Garp, Sengoku flashed in front of Garp and caught Fujitora's attack with his chest. Sengoku, you also know about this? Fujitora retracted his fist and asked bluntly. I know. As a former Marine Marshal, Sengoku inherited some secret information from Sora, among which was the special customs of celestial dragons. Sengoku still remembers what Sora said, this is a necessary sacrifice for the stability of the world. But after the Battle of God Valley, the human hunting plan has been stopped. Sengoku explained, this will never happen again. What about the people before? Did they die in vain? Fujitora pointed to his eyes and said, I am blind, but my heart is not blind. What about you? You all keep talking about justice, but now that you see something like this, where is your justice? Your eyes are not blind, but your hearts are blind. Fujitora's voice echoed around the island, and no one in the marine dared to respond to him for a moment. I am still suitable to be a wandering swordsman. Fujitora took off his marine cape and threw it to the ground. This admiral who entered the marine through the world recruitment chose to leave. Fujitora. Sengoku was about to say something, but Suru stopped him. Forget it, Fujitora can't even stand the Shichibukai system. After what happened, do you still want him to continue working for the world government? When the video spread around the world, he knew that Marine's reputation was over. No matter how you explain it, in the eyes of the world, Marine is an accomplice of celestial dragons. The reputation accumulated over the years collapsed in an instant. If there was another worldwide call, people like Fujitora would never join the Marine. If your goal was to split Marine, then you succeeded, Buggy. Akainu said through gritted teeth. An operation to eliminate Vegapunk eventually turned into a life and death crisis for Marine. If I have to talk about my purpose, I have only one goal, to kill the holy land of Mariajoy. Marine is just a stumbling block on my way forward. Things turned out pretty much as Buggy had imagined. Among the three admirals of Marine, Green Bull is crazy, Kizaru has an ambiguous stance, and the one who is most easily shaken is Fujitora. As long as we make a breakthrough, the rest will be easy. The situation is clear. Marine's foundation is justice. Now your foundation has been shaken. There is only one way to reverse the situation. Use the inferior to defeat the superior, attack the holy land of Mariajoy, kill the celestial dragons, and take back the justice of the Marine. The condition is still the same. After the success, you can maintain the independence of Marine and continue to maintain world order. This time Akainu did not rush to refute, but instead thought seriously about the possibility of success of what Buggy said. Do you know the strength of celestial dragons? Akainu suddenly asked a question. I don't know. Buggy said, they have ruled the world for hundreds of years. Who knows how much power they have hidden? The hidden I am behind the scenes, the legendary Uranus, and the rumored Knights of God. So you also know how powerful they are. I don't know much about the human hunting plan, but the extermination of the Lunaria tribe should be one of them. Akainu said, there was no record of the Marines being dispatched at that time. The celestial dragons wiped out the God clan on their own. When attacking the Holy Land of Mariajoy, if the celestial dragons use their unimaginable power, do you have a plan to deal with it? No. Buggy spread his hands and said, there is no such a plan. The only thing I can do is to gather all the strength and fight together to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. You are gambling with the fate of the world. If you fail, Akainu didn't continue, Buggy should know what the consequences of failure are. If all the forces combined are no match for the celestial dragons, then they deserve to continue to rule the world. If Yimu or Uranus could really defeat the entire world by themselves, Buggy would be helpless. I can work with you, but not now. Akainu said, do you know the savior in the rumors? Buggy looked at Akainu as if he was a fool. Sorry, I don't believe this. There has never been a savior, and we don't need gods or emperors. To create happiness for mankind, we have to rely on ourselves. If the world needs to be saved by a devil fruit, then hard work, passion and sacrifice become a joke, and the only thing left is comedy. Then the world is destroyed. Chapter 196 Professional Savior. Akainu also did not believe in the legend of the savior. But the world government's recent actions indirectly prove that the Nika fruit is the only thing that the world government, or the celestial dragons, cares about. Previously, celestial dragons had been indifferent to the existence of Shichibukai and 4 emperors. Even the biggest enemy of the world government, the Revolutionary Army and celestial dragons, didn't take it too seriously. But after the rubber fruit awakened into the Nika fruit, the world government's secret actions became more frequent. In other words, in the eyes of celestial dragons, Luffy, the guy with the title of legendary savior, is a greater threat than all the others combined. I don't know what secrets are in the Nika fruit, but since the celestial dragons care so much about it, there must be something that can affect their rule, so. Akainu said in a deep voice, it is the celestial dragons who truly believe in the legend of the savior. So now is not the time to take action against the celestial dragons. Makes sense, but how does this relate to dealing with celestial dragons? Hey, you're not trying to delay time, are you? Buggy looked at Akainu suspiciously. I'm just sharing the information I know. Celestial dragons are not as useless as you think. How could a bunch of useless people rule the world for hundreds of years? Akainu put forward his own conditions. I can't bet the fate of Marine on the unknown. Cooperation is fine, but we have to wait until celestial dragons show their true power. So if the celestial dragons don't make any move, you'll just keep being their dog. Buggy taunted. Akainu didn't care about Buggy's sarcasm. When things developed to this point, the first priority was to find a way to reduce the Marine's losses. This was his responsibility as a Marine Marshal. They will take action. In recent years, the celestial dragons have been most concerned about the Nika fruit, or Joy Boy. There are some secret documents in the Marine, which record some vague history. According to the information, celestial dragons betrayed Joy Boy many years ago. They are afraid of Joy Boy's resurrection because according to the prophecy, etc. Buggy seemed to have heard something extraordinary and interrupted Akainu directly. Let me sort out my thoughts. The celestial dragons betrayed or sold out Joy Boy, who was called the Sun God, and killed him, and then they claimed to be the chosen ones of the gods. Now you are afraid of Joy Boy's resurrection. I hope this Joey Boy will not be betrayed by I am and nailed to the cross again. If that's the case, then Joey Boy is really a professional savior. The key is that he also built the savior ship Noah. Why do celestial dragons believe Joy Boy will be resurrected? Buggy found the key, because they suspect that Joy Boy's soul resides in the rubber fruit. The world government has been trying to seal the devil fruit, but has never succeeded. Akainu said, they didn't care about rubber fruit, but rubber fruit awakened its Nika form for the first time in hundreds of years and approached Raftel again, and they were afraid. Are they afraid of the prophesied Joy Boy's resurrection? Or is it that the condition for Joy Boy's resurrection lies in Raftel? Buggy was curious about Raftel for the first time. What was hidden inside it? Was it a card to revive the dead? I don't know about that, but as Luffy approaches Raftel, the celestial dragons will surely take action. It would be better to strike their forces from the outside rather than going directly to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Akainu told all the secret information he knew. Now that we are cooperating, I can only ask Marine to avoid conflicts with you as much as possible. I am different from you. I will not bet everything on an unknown gamble. You are still a coward. Having said that, Buggy understands Akainu's approach. Wait for Luffy to get close to Raftel. It's not impossible. There are 4 red historical text signs, and Luffy has collected 3 of them. All Luffy needs is a piece of red historical text to find Raftel's location. The red historical text that was originally on Mermaid Island was either taken away by Roger or Red Hair, and is now most likely in the giant kingdom Elbaf. Even if we can't find the 4th red historical text, we still have Rayleigh, who knows the location of Raftel. In other words, if the celestial dragons are really afraid of Joy Boy, then they don't have much time left. After this blow, it will be difficult for Marine to stop Luffy, so celestial dragons can only send 5 elders or the Knights of God. Then Akainu's cooperation method is the best. After all, it is impossible to annihilate Marine here. When dealing with celestial dragons, any high-end combat power is valuable, and who knows what they can come up with. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. But if a Marine wants to join us, you can't stop him. Buggy reached out his hand, but found that Akainu did not respond, but looked in another direction. Under the sea, the Kingdom of Death finally completed the engulfment and was launched out by the world government's ship. The more perceptive people in observation hockey have already noticed the abnormality on the seabed, but no one took it seriously. Until the missile rushed out of the sea and exploded in midair, light purple smoke instantly spread. Guy's Kingdom of Death. This guy doesn't know whether to live or die. Through Vegapunk's secret line, Buggy already knows that there are world government troops under the sea. Even the scientist he wanted, Geisa, was on that ship. It was a pleasant surprise to kill this guy who used children for human experiments. Lilith, launch the neutralizer. Buggy contacted Lilith through the headset. Wait a minute, something seems to be wrong. Lilith's solemn voice came from the headset. This is not the Kingdom of Death. The speed of spread is too fast. As he spoke, purple smoke had enveloped the entire island, and thick smoke in the middle began to gather and gradually turned into liquid. A giant purple liquid slime appeared in the center of the smoke, and then fell heavily onto the island. Then, the slime monster turned into a distorted human form, and Guy's appearance could be vaguely seen in its appearance. The monster roared in pain and a huge amount of venom dripped from its body. The ground suddenly made a sizzling sound and corroded into holes of various sizes. Several white shells flew from the Noah and exploded in the center of the poisonous fog. The neutralizer developed by Vegapunk was sprinkled into the poisonous fog, which faded for a moment, and then more and thicker poisonous fog appeared, covering everything. Did you get carried away? Buggy remembered Vegapunk's solemn assurance that it would be a piece of cake to solve Guy's Kingdom of Death. I told you this isn't the land of the dead. Lilith's voice also became anxious. Please bring me a sample. I will study it as soon as possible. Is it in time? At this time, the poisonous gas monster had become the size of a hill and launched an attack on the people on the island. Akainu's face didn't look good either, because this guy's attack was indiscriminate. Damn World Government X2. Chapter 197 Emergency, Toxin Pollution. The purple poison gas quickly spread to the entire island, serving as a ceasefire in disguise. The monster transformed from liquefied poison gas is also growing in size, and its body has occupied half of the island. The poison gas has the effect of paralyzing the body, but those who are qualified to land on the island have at least the combat power of Marine Vice Admiral level and can survive the poison gas for a longer period of time. The samples are all over the floor. I'm afraid you won't have enough time to analyze them. This thing seems to be still growing. Buggy swung a sword and slashed it into the monster's huge body, cutting off a piece of the monster's body. However, the severed body fell to the ground and turned into poisonous water, which was then absorbed back by the monster. It looks a bit like a Logia user. How about trying an explosion? Buggy was about to give the monster a nuclear explosion when Lilith's voice came through his earphones. Intelligence updated. I know how this guy got here, we are in trouble. What's the trouble? Although the monster looks intimidating, its intelligence is obviously low and it can only attack frantically. As long as you are patient, it is not difficult to eliminate it. Even if you leave it alone, you can deal with it slowly after leaving the island. This is a big trouble and time is running out. Should we notify everyone directly? This concerns the safety of many people. Lilith's tone was a little solemn. Is it that serious? You are a professional, use your judgment and notify everyone. Although he didn't perceive the threat, since Lilith took the monster so seriously, Buggy decided to respect her opinion. The Buggy projection in the air disappeared, and then Lilith's voice resounded throughout the sea. I am one of Vegapunk's clones, and I'm interrupting you with an urgent matter. The prototype of the monster before you is the Kingdom of Death, a weapon of mass killing. Now it has devoured its original owner, Geisa, and then the world government has specially strengthened it. Do you know Punk Hazard? The poisonous gas that was rampant there once turned the surrounding area into a dead zone. The culprit was the Kingdom of Death, and the destructive range of this monster is more than 200 times that of the original Kingdom of Death. Because this monster has been specially strengthened, its body is in an unstable state. It will collapse and die after a period of time. When it collapses and dies, the poison gas will burst out, and the surrounding seas will be polluted. What's more terrible is that the toxins will gradually spread with the flow of seawater and pollute the entire ocean. This toxin can cause marine life to become deformed. After consuming this poisonous marine life, the toxin can also be transferred into the human body. Hush. Before Lilith finished speaking, Buggy already understood what was going on. This thing is a pirate's version of Chernobyl. If it is not handled properly, it will become nuclear wastewater discharge. We can only deal with the monster while it is still in liquid form. Otherwise, when it collapses, the toxins will spread to the entire world, and the civilians will be the ones to pay for it in the end. Finally, Lilith projected a bunch of photos showing prisoners whose lower limbs were paralyzed after being contaminated by punk hazard gas. The sudden incident left everyone on the island a little confused, and only a few people reacted first. Damn Spandine. Well, the situation has already gotten this bad, how much worse can it get? Spandine, what are you doing? Crocodile laughed. Come to think of it, I was once a national hero. I really miss that feeling. None of your business. Is there any way to take this monster back? Akainu suppressed his anger and asked Spandine. Oh, world government, oh, celestial dragons. I really want to fight them. Mark Spandine's position. This is an order from the Marine Marshal. Akainu said coldly, since that guy wants to die, I will help him. Although he was reluctant to be a saint, Buggy knew the harm of this kind of thing. If it spread, the time and energy spent on dealing with it would be 100 or 1,000 times more than it is now. That guy Spandine considered us as his target from the beginning. Sakazuki, what do you want to do? Sengoku looked at Akainu worriedly. Spandine's arrogant voice came from the Den Den Mushi, your incompetence has been seen by the whole world. You should think about how to explain your mistakes to the five elders. Following you, I always encounter strange things. Spandine is in that direction. Akainu directly took out the golden Den Den Mushi and contacted the originator of the monster. Although it would be easiest to just walk away, my moral bottom line is not that low. I spent so much effort to create this perfect work. How can I take it back? Don't you want to think about it again? This job is hard and thankless. Lilith teased. How dare you say such a thing? That thing was made by the world government, but you want us to deal with it. I'll try, but my observation hockey's ability is mainly to predict the future, and the detection range is not very large, so it may take some time. Katakuri said. Seeing Akainu hang up the phone in frustration, Buggy couldn't help but say a few sarcastic words. Katakuri, can you find the world government's ship under the sea? Buggy asked. Sakazuki, I should be asking you this. I am following the orders of the Holy Land Mariajoy, what about you? Borsalino, find out where Spandine is. Akainu suddenly said. There is always a way. But before we start, we have to get rid of the culprit first, otherwise it will be too frustrating. Are you serious, Sakazuki? Kizaru looked surprised. Lilith, drive Noah around, we have to get to work. Akainu glared. You should now think about how to deal with that monster. That thing seems difficult to deal with. Hawkeye looked at the poisonous gas monster. Guys has turned into a poisonous gas monster and is doomed to die, but there is still Spandine left. The Marines division is already very hurtful. If they attack nominally friendly forces, there won't be much room left for the Marine. I don't want to run into that disgusting thing. Petrifying it from a distance is the limit of what I can do. Hancock looked at the poisonous gas monster with disgust. Kizaru stretched out his hand and shot out a beam of light, which landed on the sea. Buggy shouted, everyone, let those Marines go. It sounds funny, but we are going to fight for the world from now on. Spandine laughed wildly. Why not take this opportunity to fight those pirates to the death? Then when you get to the five elders, I might be able to say a few good words for you. After doing something like this, it would be a relief for Spandine to die peacefully. Chapter 198 Death of Spandine. Dive, dive, dive as fast as you can. After seeing his location marked through surveillance, Spandine was almost scared to death. Why don't these guys deal with the kingdom of death instead of looking for trouble of their own? Sir, we are hiding in the sea several hundred meters deep, we will be fine. Although he looked down upon Spandine's ugly behavior in his heart, his subordinates still comforted Spandine. Idiot, what do you know? Get out of here now. Spandine really wanted to shoot this guy. He dared to hide before because the Marine was here. Now that the Marine has openly rebelled, how can there be any safety here? Sir, a giant black shadow is approaching us. It's a giant Sea King's creature. The soldier in charge of monitoring shouted in horror. 3 black shadows were swimming towards this side at a very fast speed. Compared with their size, the world government's ships looked like insects. Can I get rid of them? Spandine's body couldn't stop shaking. His worst fear came true. Buggy used the power of ancient weapon Poseidon. Let alone fighting back, once you are found in the sea, even escaping will be a problem. No, they are too fast. Spandine collapsed to the ground at his men's reply. Completion. No, there's one last chance. Run away first, I'll find a way. Spandine took out his Den Den Mushi and started contacting the 5 elders. As soon as the call was connected, Spandine quickly reported the current situation one by one. My lord, the Marines have rebelled, and now I am being hunted by giant Sea King's creatures. Spandine burst into tears. Save me, I don't want to die. Den Den Mushi was silent for a moment, and then a strange voice came over. Spandine, you did a great job. You were a good and obedient dog. I will remember your name, for about a month. What? Spandine was stunned. Who the hell are you? Where are the 5 elders? Spandine cursed loudly, and then a familiar voice came over. How dare you, Spandine? To have your name remembered by the Supreme Lord Yim is an honor that many people would only dream of. Master Yim. Spandine heard the voice of one of the 5 elders, but he didn't understand when a Lord Yim appeared in the world government. Don't be too harsh on a dying man, top man. The strange voice didn't seem to care about Spandine's insults. Your generosity puts us to shame. Top man, one of the 5 elders, spoke in a respectful voice, which then turned cold. Spandine, as a senior official of the world government, you must remain dignified even in the face of death. Respectable. What's the use of respectability? You are not the one who will die. Spandine wanted to fight for it again, but the Den Den Mushi stopped responding and the communication had stopped. You are all a bunch of bastards. I worked hard for you, but you treated me like a pawn. Spandine threw the Den Den Mushi fiercely. 5 elders, and that I am, lousy curses you to die miserably. A huge black shadow loomed overhead, and Spandine looked outside the coating and found that the ship had been surrounded by 3 giant Sea King's creatures. A giant Sea King's creature twisted its huge body, causing undercurrents in the sea water. The world government's ships were like toys, being carried towards the sea by the turbulent undercurrent. Spandine only felt the ship shaking violently and rising. With the continuous relay of the giant Sea King's creatures, it didn't take long for the ship to break through the sea surface under the impact of the undercurrent. Before Spandine could come to his senses, 3 giant Sea Kings emerged from the sea right after him, staring at him with eyes bigger than the ship's. Captain Buggy, what should we do next? Shirahoshi's nervous voice came through Buggy's headset. Since the poison gas monster was created by them, let them test its power first. Buggy gave the order, send the world government's ship to the gas monster. Huh, isn't that too cruel? Shirahoshi stuttered. Too much kindness is stupidity. Shirahoshi, once the monster transformed by the Kingdom of Death collapses, this sea area will soon become a dead zone. For these guys who made poison gas weapons, it's a bargain for them to only die once. I understand. Zhao Hong, send them over. This was the first time Shirahoshi used his abilities to kill someone. Follow your orders, Your Majesty. Closing square bracket. In Impel Down, Magellan was sitting on the toilet watching the live broadcast. After hearing what Buggy said, he suddenly felt his stomach hurt even more. As a legend among celestial dragons, Yim only ruled the world for more than 200 years and then disappeared behind the scenes. Except for a few celestial dragons, no one knew of his existence anymore. Marcus Mars, one of the 5 elders and the god of environment, apologized in a low voice. It was our management mistakes that allowed the Marine to have his own ideas. Should we send out the Knights of God to suppress it? Die. Together, the venom started from his skin, dissolving his body bit by bit, until he was reduced to a skeleton and then slowly stopped struggling. Mr. Eve, record it and use it as a warning. If anyone dares to research poison gas weapons in the future, deal with them in this way. Spandine could keep IM remembering for more than a month, which was enough for him to leap from livestock to pet level. The poison gas monster made a vague sound, and inside its translucent body, the world government's ships quickly corrupted and melted. A giant Red Sea King's creature made a sound that only Shirahoshi could hear, and with a flick of its tail, the huge momentum caused the world government ship to fly directly out of the sea and towards the poisonous gas monster. The 5 elders kneeling under the throne were not surprised at all. This lord would not take the death of celestial dragons, let alone Spandine, to heart. But they could not disobey Im's orders, so they could only leave the Hall of the Void obediently. Marcus asked tentatively, the reactions of various countries are a bit extreme. Yim watched all this like an illusory ghost. In his long life, there are only a few people that IM can remember. This includes them. When IM was the only one left in the Hall of Void, the Void Throne emitted light and brought Im's consciousness to the virtual space. Yim waved his hand and said, go away. It's a rare opportunity to see a wonderful performance. Don't disturb me. As IM operated, images near Future Island appeared in front of IM in a more intuitive way. Lord Yim, regarding the marine issue. The leak of the God Valley incident. No, it won't be long before they know the consequences of going against us. It was more than just an extreme situation. Some kingdoms even experienced riots, and many kings of the kingdoms had already sent messages for help. IM took Spandine's death as lightly as if it were the death of a domestic animal. It's a very artistic death. The ants are trying to save their home. After destroying Spandine, Buggy and his team have begun to deal with the poison gas monster. Yim suddenly said, what do you think about this? Yimu was not angry about Marine's rebellion, it doesn't matter. It's boring to be just obedient dogs. It's nice to have some fun occasionally. The 5 elders looked at each other in bewilderment. Things had come to this point, should they just sit there and do nothing? The poisonous monster that vaguely resembled Gaisaw seemed to still retain a trace of self-awareness. When it saw the world government ship flying over, it opened its mouth impatiently and swallowed the ship. Spandine, who was still quite strong, struggled desperately inside the monster's body for a while, which brought him more pain. In the void, Yim on the throne commented, Spandine, right. I might remember him for a while. One of the 5 elders, Venus, the god of finance, Zamburn Nasujuro Saint asked. Chapter 199 Spacesuits in the Pirates' World. There was no response from the lonely virtual space, but IM was not in a hurry at all. In the whole world, there are only 2 people who are qualified to enter here. No, neither of them can be called human anymore. One is the immortal God, and the other is the sole incarnation of the Creator. IM looked at the scene under his feet with interest. The venom monster was still growing slowly, but the group of ants had already started to deal with it. The blood factors of the 2 devil fruits have begun to conflict with each other. In 3 hours, the Kingdom of Death will collapse on its own. After landing on the island, Lilith tested the samples of the venom monster and made a judgment. How are you going to deal with it? 3 hours should be enough. Divide and seal it up first, and then process it slowly later when we have time. Buggy said. He had wanted to contain the venom monster directly, but neither Aokiji's ice nor Crocodile's sand could contain it. This thing is not only huge in size, but also incredibly strong. Whether it is ice or rock, it will shatter into pieces with one blow. The doubt was not solved until Lilith came. The Momo fruit, or the multiplication fruit, is a devil fruit that can increase the size and power of objects it touches by 100 times. The conflict between the gas fruit, the Momo fruit, and the devil fruit left the venom monster with only 3 hours of life, but it gained the power of 2 devil fruits at the same time. Gardino, this time it depends on your performance. Buggy said. Captain Buggy, I will do my best. Mr. 3 Gardino saluted excitedly. Sure enough, at this critical moment, he still has to rely on him to turn the tide. Only his wax can perfectly seal the venom. Gardino, only play crucial games. Then let's get started and try out the effects first. Buggy drew out the autumn water and slashed a stream of sword energy at the venom monster. The black and red sword energy hit the venom monster, and a piece of its slime-like body was cut off. The severed body instantly turned into liquid, and before it fell to the ground, an ice cone hit it, freezing the venom. Gravity reflux. Fujitora used his ability to pull the frozen venom over and threw it near Gardino. Gardino spread a piece of wax to wrap up the frozen venom. Finally, a layer of sand covered the wax and hardened into rock. Lilith went forward to check. After 3 layers of sealing, the venom would not leak out and could be stored in the mirror world. Once she produces the neutralizer, she can dispose of the sealed venom in batches. This method is feasible. Lilith made an okay gesture, it's just a little slow. There's no other way. If you get too close, the poison gas will corrode your body, Buggy said. Especially for Gardino, wax fruit is Paramecia, not Logia, so he can't wax his body to be immune to poison gas effects. Gardino, who is of average strength, cannot get too close to the venom monster, otherwise the escaping poison gas will hurt him. But even if it can't be completed in the end, Buggy has other ways. Next to him, a man in black and white striped clothes was sitting on a floating book. Charlotte Monder, the user of the book fruit. The book fruit can seal living things in a book. Although the venom monster's IQ does not seem to be high, it still falls within the scope of living creatures. At worst, I can seal it in a book. There is no concept of the passage of time in a book, so I can find a closed space to deal with it slowly later. Erosion of the body. Lilith thought for a moment, got it. Wait a moment, we need to assemble a machine. Brûlé, open the mirror world. Soon, all of Vegapunk's clones walked out of the mirror space, holding different machines and began to assemble them. Soon, an upright cylindrical machine was assembled. Gardino, come in for a moment. The hatch of the cylindrical machine opened and Lilith pushed Gardino in. The hatch was closed tightly and a burst of steam came out. When the hatch was opened, Gardino had changed his clothes. Because there are so many of them, no matter how many I kill, there will always be new ants for my entertainment. Except for being a little bloated, isn't everything else similar? Gardino still didn't notice the difference. Resistance to high and low temperatures is also to adapt to the environment of outer space. Buggy recognized Gardino's outfit at first sight. Now it's time for the final step of the game. Pioneer. Pioneering space is also considered pioneering. At least that's how Buggy perceives it, including the characteristics that Lilith mentioned. Lilith explained, the celestial dragons are wearing a modified version of the Pathfinder uniform, which is an insult to the uniform. Buggy walked into the cabin by himself and changed into a space suit. Throw a piece of food and watch the ants busy moving it around. Don't take it off. This is a pioneer uniform, not the kind worn by celestial dragons. Lilith stopped Gardino. Give me one too. With this, it will be much easier to deal with venom monsters. This is his glorious moment. If he is linked with celestial dragons, his reputation will be ruined. Uranus, start the pre-launch self-test procedure. Lilith said with satisfaction, perfectly suitable for the occasion. It must be tightly sealed in order to survive in a vacuum. Okay, it's tightly sealed, resistant to high and low temperatures, has its own oxygen supply, and has a flight function. IM watched the venom monster shrinking and realized that it was only a matter of time to eliminate the influence of the Kingdom of Death. What is a space suit? It is a pioneer uniform handed down from ancient civilizations. Only the bravest warriors are qualified to wear it. Vegapunk has unearthed a lot of ancient knowledge. It seems that the ants have found a way to cheat. When he saw the reflection in the mirror, Gardino finally understood why everyone looked at him strangely. Finally, when I get tired of playing, I will pour water on the ants and watch how they struggle. However, since ancient civilizations were able to build spacecraft like Pluton, it is normal for them to have space suits. Oxygen supply equipment and flight functions are essential in outer space. Let 2 different groups of ants kill each other. Pay attention to the degree of corrosion of the pioneer uniforms and replace them after a period of time. We will assemble another device and try to get everyone to wear them. Lilith instructed. Really? Gardino noticed that the way people around him looked at him was a little strange. Bree, let me look in the mirror. Gardino immediately took off the transparent mask. He didn't want to wear the same clothes as those scumbags. Buggy took another closer look and found that Gardino was indeed wearing a space suit. Oh my god, celestial dragon's clothes. Find a bug and watch how the ants deal with the giant beast. Lord Eve, my long life has made me forget a lot of things, but I still remember that my favorite game when I was a child was playing with ants. Pure white clothing with a transparent mask, similar to what celestial dragons wear. As this, a space suit. One after another, white figures rushed towards the venom monster. Without worrying about the erosion of poison gas, the efficiency of splitting the venom monster became much faster. Chapter 200 Joy Boy's Bet. System startup, verifying identity key. An emotionless mechanical voice echoed in the virtual space. Verification passed, identity key is authority no. 1 atom, Uranus is checking itself. Amu, what do you want to do? Another figure appeared in the virtual space, with the same appearance as Shirahoshi, and it was Eve's soul clone. You were finally willing to show up, Lady Eve. IM greeted politely. This was Uranus's control center, and they were the only 2 people who had permission to enter the virtual space. In IM's view, Eve is the only one who is qualified to be on equal footing with him. As you can see, I am activating Uranus. Why, are you going to destroy the world again? Eve looked at IM, whose body was covered by a black robe, like you did 900 years ago. That's not the case. Last time we did it to cleanse the sins on the earth. This time we just want to teach those ants a lesson. Yim said, Uranus has been silent for too long. We need to let the people of the world know that they should not challenge the majesty of God easily. Eve shook her head. This guy really thought he was a god. To become a god, one must be omniscient and omnipotent. There are no gods in this world. I have never met one anyway. We are all the same, just ordinary creatures. Here we go again, the same idea as Joy Boy. Everyone is equal, it's just a lie. I am sneered, are giants equal to ordinary people? When they are in a good mood, giants may reason with ordinary people, but once their interests are violated, giants will only use force. Joey Boy has such naive ideas only because he is a giant. If he lived at the bottom of the world, he would understand that the world is inherently unequal. There is no need to be omniscient and omnipotent. We who have power are gods in the eyes of the world. Looking at the somewhat crazy I am, Eve sighed. She watched I am go from normal to crazy step by step. When Uranus was first awakened, it was the first meeting between Eve and I am. At that time, I am was blinded by hatred. He took the atom key that he got from somewhere, mistakenly used the power of Uranus, and cleansed the entire world with a flood that swept the world. Eve can't do anything about it. She is just a soul clone who keeps the planet's genetic database and cannot leave the seabed at all. During the Great Purge, saving some humans and transforming them into mermaids who could live under the sea was the limit of what she could do. Until Joy Boy found her, got her identity key, and went to Raftel. Eve has no idea what happened on Raftel, where Joy Boy has her identity key and where there should be an opportunity to initiate the self-destruct sequence of Uranus. As a result, after that guy came back from Raftel, he left a letter of apology and disappeared. The flood receded, and Uranus was still orbiting in the sky. You were once an oppressed person, why did you become like this? Eve wanted to make a final effort. You have now become the person you once hated the most. What do you mean by oppressed? Why don't you just say slaves? Yim doesn't care about his past. If he couldn't survive, why would he choose to resist? Actually, I've been waiting for Luffy to show up for a long time. History always repeats itself, doesn't it, Lady Eve? But the only lesson that mankind has learned from history is that mankind never learns from history. Do you know where Joy Boy went in the end, Lord Eve? I am suddenly asked. Don't worry, I won't do anything. If I wanted to kill Luffy, I could have done it when he was on the wanted list. What else? Of course, I should be the last person who knows where Joey Boy went. I killed him. To be more precise, it was his former companions who killed him together. What do you want to do? Eve immediately became nervous, because Uranus was being started up. Yim laughed out loud. How interesting. Their ancestors regarded Joy Boy as the savior, but their descendants are afraid of Joy Boy's appearance. You know, Eve had a bad feeling. Yim was curious about what Joy Boy left in Raftel that made him so confident. I am switched the screen, and the image of Thousand Sunny appeared in the virtual space. Since you understand, then why? Master Eve, when a slave becomes a master, he will never give up the title of master. Their actions may be even worse than his masters, and even more ridiculous, just like those celestial dragons. But if we don't interfere now, this job will be completed by others. Why should I bother myself with a bunch of short-lived creatures? So I stayed behind the scenes and watched them perform on stage. I am waited patiently for hundreds of years, but this was not the result he wanted. No one can change this world until Luffy arrives at Raftel. Not for power, not because of enemies, but just for a bet, a weapon of world destruction is launched. It is undeniable that he is a great man, but he is too naive. When we finally got power and wealth after working so hard, he came to tell us that we should give it up and bring freedom and laughter to the world. Although Uranus's original purpose was not this, in Im's hands it did become a weapon of destruction. Why not? It's simple, because I'm tired of it. Now, a new generation of Joy Boy and his companions have appeared. Im gave a playful smile. Many years later, someone will inherit his will, complete his unfinished ideals, and bring freedom and laughter to the whole world. What's funny is that they are afraid that another Joy Boy will appear and overthrow their rule, so they desperately try to find the whereabouts of the Nika fruit. They created a system of gold from the sky, they imposed heavy taxes, angered heaven and people, and they took massacres as fun. Yim said calmly, humans are very pathetic creatures. They always repeat the same mistakes they made. But now it seems that the new generation of Joy Boy is full of laughter, but is only concerned with his own freedom, which is nothing like that guy. Yim said something that shocked Eve. I managed for more than 100 years, and finally one day, I got tired of it. Finally, he died during the siege, and his relics are still preserved among the flowers in Mariajoy, a sacred place. Yim looked at his palm and said slowly, so, he died. But before he died, he made a bet with me. Well, Joy Boy is an exception, that guy really thinks he can save the world. The same straw hat as Joy Boy and Joy Boy's fruit appeared at the same time. Such a person is just short of telling Im directly that he is the new Joy Boy. Eve's eyes widened and she asked in disbelief, so, this is why you activated Uranus. Many years ago, after returning from Raftel, Joy Boy left a letter of apology on Mermaid Island and went to the holy land of Mariajoy. Chapter 201 The Storm is Coming. Eve stopped trying to persuade him. Power, wealth, even immortality, Yim had it all. But immortality is also a curse. The long life has turned Im into a nihilist. Nothing meant anything to him. Shrouded in a black robe, Im had become an inhuman monster. Don't care about world government, and don't care about the life and death of celestial dragons. Everything he did was just for 2 words, interesting. Self-check completed. Uranus is 92% operational, 8% damaged, and 45% energy reserve. Do you want to activate the repair system? A mechanical voice reported the situation of Uranus. As the weather control system functioning properly. IM said, weather control systems are intact. Then there's no need to repair it, just activate the weather control system. Repairing Uranus consumes energy. Since the energy was used up last time, Uranus's energy has only recovered 45% over the years. In addition to slowly absorbing sunlight, Uranus must have other ways to replenish energy, but IM doesn't know it. It was not until Vegapunk appeared and created the Flame of the Virgin that it became possible to replenish energy for Uranus. However, with Vegapunk's betrayal, the possibility of replenishing energy has disappeared again. But 45% of the energy is enough. Weather control system activation completed. The shadow of a blue planet appeared in front of IM, and at the same time, a dense array of options appeared next to the blue planet. As long as IM wants, he can manipulate the weather at any place on the planet at any time. This is one of the powers of Uranus. Although this is not the first time it has been used, Uranus's power is still shocking. As Yimu spoke, he circled the location of Future Island on the shadow of the planet. Lord Eve, why did you create such a terrifying weapon? Uranus symbolizes hope in the future, not a weapon of war at all. Eve said coldly, really, but it can destroy the whole world. IM pointed his finger at tides and storms and selected maximum power. Warning, the maximum power tides and storms will cause irreversible impacts on the environment in the current area. Are you sure you want to execute it? Implement. When IM's order was given, a certain area on the moon shook, the ground cracked, and a huge metal building rose from under the ground. Blue electric current flashed on the top floor of the metal building. Under its influence, other facilities inside the moon began to operate and the gravity of the entire moon changed. Inside a crater on the moon, Enel inside the Ark Proverbs opened his eyes. It feels similar to last time. Are there other people in the infinite land? He was about to go out and take a look, but was stopped by his robot soldiers. Captain, let's get out of here. Do you know what happened? These little robots are native to the infinite land that Enel discovered, and they may know something. Uranus has been activated. We were originally responsible for repairing Uranus. Once Uranus initiates the repair order, we will no longer be able to serve the captain. After being awakened by Enel's lightning, the little robots chose to be loyal to Enel. Unexpectedly, the original master woke up. Wait, what's Uranus? As the Enel core faces the risk of disbanding, Buggy's operation to deal with the pollution in the Death Realm also comes to an end. One by one, masters wearing white space suits cut up and sealed the Venom Monster. The Venom Monster, which was originally half the size of an island, was reduced to about 100 meters in size. As the wind blowing, Buggy looked up at the sky, and the originally cloudless weather was gradually covered by dark clouds. Although the weather at sea is changeable, this one changed too quickly. This kind of weather is rare near Future Island, and according to the navigator's forecast, it should be sunny today. Lilith said. On the other side, Fujitora also looked up at the sky. What's wrong, Fujitora brother? Kizaru thought it was a little funny for a blind man to do such a thing. I don't know why, but I always have this indescribable feeling. Fujitora used his ability to make a rock float, and it seemed like the force he used was a little different from the original one. Brother Fujitora, are you really going to leave Marine? Perhaps we can discuss this further. Kizaru didn't want to lose this colleague. Compared to the neurotic green bull, Fujitora, the good guy, was easier to get along with. If we have different paths, we will not make plans together, and we will each follow our own aspirations. Fujitora touched the sword at his waist and said slowly, this world needs some fairness. If the evildoers don't have to pay the price, how can the dead rest in peace? The celestial dragons deserve to die, but you don't have to leave the Marine. After this incident, it's a question whether the Marine and the world government can continue to get along. Kizaru said slowly, Sakazuki has something to do. You don't seem to be worried about your future situation at all. Do you trust Marshal Sakazuki so much? In a live broadcast to the world, Marine and pirates openly cooperated, and the world government also played the role of the villain. Fujitora does not believe that the world government will continue to support the Marine as before. I probably can't go back to the Marine headquarters, but the Marine still has some hidden branches. Kizaru said, it was originally for Neo Marine, but now it's vacant. If all else fails, we can choose to go to East Blue. There are no other forces there, so Marine can definitely gain a foothold there. You guys have been prepared. Judging from the information revealed by Kizaru, Marine has long had the intention of split. It now seems that both Neo Marine and the Naval Headquarters Confidential Special Forces Sword were intentionally split by the Marine. Sakazuki is a more radical reformer than you. A biting dog doesn't bark. After successfully choreographing Akainu, Kizaru felt better. But maybe it's a good thing that you leave. As long as justice is still in your heart, why bother with a piece of clothing? What about you? Fujitora asked. Why don't you choose a new path? Brother Fujitora, you and I are different. You joined the Marine through the world draft, but I have been trained as a Marine since I was a child. I am trapped by this suit. Sparkling fruit, which should be the freest, is bound by an invisible identity. When the world doesn't need Marine anymore, I'll be free. Fujitora understood what Kizaru meant. I hope that day will come, too. Then you can be lazy without any shame. Don't underestimate me, Fujitora brother. Maybe I will become the principal of a kindergarten in the future. Very unique idea. Fujitora stretched out his hand and felt it. The wind seems to be getting stronger. Chapter 202, Physics of the Pirate's World. The strong wind created huge waves, and the warships on the sea floated up and down in the waves. Noah can also rely on its super large hull to remain stable in storms, which other warships cannot do. Another huge wave came, and finally a marine warship could not withstand it and was overturned by the huge wave. The surrounding warships wanted to go to the rescue, but in this situation, being able to save themselves was already good enough. When the overturned warship was about to be swallowed by the sea, a giant shadow appeared beneath it. The next moment, shadows emerged from the water, and giant Sea King's creatures carried the sunken warship on their backs and rescued it from the sea. The marine who escaped death stayed on the back of the Sea King's creature, at a loss. This weather doesn't look like it was formed naturally. The increasing wind and waves made Buggy feel that something was wrong. Although the weather at sea is changeable, it only takes a short time from the beginning of the wind to the beginning of rough seas. There are ways to create artificial weather, and Visalia Sky Island is good at that. Lilith said, but even the entire Visalia Sky Island combined cannot control the weather over such a huge area. It's not just the storm. Buggy finds that the sea level is also slowly rising and the size of their island is shrinking. I also hope that this storm is naturally formed. If it is man-made, that would be troublesome. Whitebeard is said to have the power to destroy the world because the shock fruit can cause a tsunami. The tsunami caused by this storm was much larger than the tsunami caused by Whitebeard. Prepare to retreat. Let's return to the Noah first. Buggy looked at the few remaining venom monsters and said, but before that, let's get rid of this thing first. Do you need me to seal it, Captain Buggy? Charlotte Monder was eager to try. This thing is also a rare creature and can be collected in a book. No need. Since this thing was made by the world government, let's just give the rest back to them as a gift. Buggy didn't want to do the work for others. Kuzan, freeze this thing and let the bear take it to the holy land of Mariajoy. Let those celestial dragons enjoy the taste of poison gas as well. The power of the Ice Age froze the venom monster, and then the pink bear paw bubble wrapped it and flew towards the holy land of Mariajoy. That damn BD, how dare he? 5 elders, who saw this scene through the live broadcast, cursed out loud. This is the holy land of Mariajoy, the highest center of power in the world. What does that Buggy guy think this place is? A dumping ground for trash. Let the Knights of God assemble immediately and get rid of that thing. Don't let it get close to the Hall of the Void. Yes, judging from the situation on Future Island, Lord I Am should be activating that thing. Don't disturb Lord I Am. We should have killed the bear right away. The ability of the meatball fruit is hard to defend against. The most important thing is that the bear has the coordinates of the holy land of Mariajoy. What's the point of saying this now? Shepherd 10 Peter Saint, even if you swallow the thing, don't let it pollute the Void Hall. Why don't you swallow it? The golden-haired Shepherd 10 Peter Saint was silent for a moment, but still nodded, I understand. However, this also delayed Noah for a long time, preventing him from leaving the area around Future Island. Can we go to the bottom of the sea to avoid the tsunami? Buggy asked. Shirahoshi is there, and those giant sea kings alone can protect some of the people. Lilith pointed to the cloudy sky. Living long enough really allows you to see some new things. Pirates and Marines are on the same ship. As artificial creatures, there is some space for humans to survive inside the giant sea kings, allowing them to escape the disaster. Is it the moon, or is it Uranus? And the question now is, how to get Noah out of the current predicament. If we can even make something like coding, do we still need to talk about physics? Buggy was speechless. Although I had guessed it before, it is still outrageous to be able to do this. We are the target. It is really controlled by humans. Is this the secret weapon of the world government? Celestial dragons have the ability to control tsunamis, which can completely destroy a country in a short period of time. The ship of the oath, Noah, is only a work in progress and has not yet been completed. In the increasingly fierce and endless storm, the marine warships of insufficient tonnage could no longer hold on and all sank. Moreover, that ship was used to bring the members of the Mephistopheles Island back to land, not specifically for fighting storms. The only way to control such a large-scale tsunami is to have 100 Whitebeards in the world. The only other reason is the moon high in the sky. Except for the holy land of Mariajoy on the red line and some countries with special terrain, all other countries are within the threat range of Uranus. No, Eve concluded in her heart. Yimu looked at his feet with interest. Of course I know that the tsunami can't kill all the ants, but it's also interesting to see how they make choices. The celestial dragons showed off their muscles during the live broadcast, and the whole world saw it. They are going to be arrogant again. Buggy still knows some physics. The reason for the formation of tsunamis is gravity, one of the 4 great forces. No, it's a physical knowledge that when the pressure is constant, the greater the force-bearing area of the object, the greater the pressure. Noah's huge coating can't withstand such a violent tsunami. Lilith gave the answer quickly. Master Eve, watching the ants struggle in the flood is part of the game. At the same time, they also have the power of space-type devil fruit. Even though the giant sea kings kept tightening the chains, they still couldn't help Noah stabilize, let alone leave the sea. The tsunami couldn't kill them anyway, Eve said. You're wasting your energy. I'm a scientist, so of course I have to talk about physics. Lilith said as a matter of course, according to our calculations, in order to trigger this tsunami in a short period of time, the trigger must be in the sky. Noah played a rescue role, rescuing the Marines on the warships before they sank. Even in this world dominated by the ocean, destroying the world is not impossible. Yimu pointed at Noah and said, Lord Eve, that ship was built by Joyboy, right? Do you think it can survive the tsunami? On the Noah, everyone's heart sank when they observed a waterspout nearby, with its upper end connected to the thundercloud and its lower end extending directly to the sea surface. Interesting. You're about to die and you're still thinking about disgusting others. No one knew how much the sea level had risen at this time. Future Island had been submerged, and nothing could be seen in front, behind, or around except the surging waves. Yim sighed, such an interesting guy, I am a little reluctant to kill him. Let's add a little more difficulty. Uranus, create some sea tornadoes nearby. Yim ordered casually. Chapter 203. Believe in the power of companions. That idiot Buggy, why is he still broadcasting live? Rayleigh slammed the bar, he can't save everyone in this situation. It's time to make a decision. If we delay any further, the losses will only grow bigger. Is there no other way? Shaki asked. You've seen it, a tsunami of such a large scale, plus there are so many ordinary people on his ship. Rayleigh smiled bitterly. The most important thing is that most of the strong men are demon fruit power. In a tsunami, the power of demon fruit cannot be fully exerted, and a big wave may sweep them to the bottom of the sea. The most sensible thing to do now is to admit failure, turn off the live broadcast, and abandon Noah. Although doing so would preserve the elite troops, it would deal a devastating blow to Buggy's reputation. Rayleigh sighed. Buggy is still too impatient and thinks the world government is too simple. Are you sure that this tsunami was caused by the world government? Shaki asked in surprise. It should be the ancient weapon Uranus. I didn't expect it could actually control the weather. Rayleigh muttered to himself. The situation was worse than Rayleigh had imagined. In the overwhelming waves, the huge Noah was tossed in the waves like a leaf. In the cabin, ordinary people couldn't even keep their bodies steady. They kept rolling up and down, wailing. Captain, the ship can't hold up. The tsunami is so large that we can't escape. For unknown reasons, the sea level is still rising. Bad news came one after another. Notify everyone to hold on a little longer. Buggy gave the order, keep a close eye on Noah's condition. Akainu's face was gloomy. There's no need to persist any longer. What we should do now is to minimize the losses. It's time to make a decision. What are you waiting for? Buggy. Everyone's eyes were focused on Buggy. It was a very difficult thing to make a choice in this situation, as it concerned the lives of many people. Wait for a way to get everyone out. Buggy said, since I brought them out, it is my responsibility to bring them back. Brulee's power is limited, and the mirror world can't hold everyone. Shirahoshi can't mobilize other giant sea king's creatures in a short time. If we leave, everyone left on Noah will be dead. So you choose to wait to die together. Akainu didn't understand why Buggy became so naive. Now we are wasting precious time. When the boat capsizes, even fewer people will be rescued. Now we should let the strong ones leave first. Although it is cruel to the weak, it is the best way. Brule, open the mirror world. Buggy ordered. A huge mirror appeared in front of everyone. Passing through the wave-like mirror surface, they would reach another space, the mirror world. Compared with the current situation, the mirror world seems extremely safe. You can go in early, and you can avoid this disaster once you are inside. I underestimated the power of celestial dragons. I didn't expect they had such a method of overturning the table. Although most of the guys on the ship are idiots, since they choose to trust me and believe that I will lead them to create a better world, I will not abandon them. Buggy waved his hand, and I'll stay here and continue to wait. If I can't hold on any longer, let the bear take me to the holy land of Mariajoy. Isn't it just flipping the table? Let's do it together. The entrance to the mirror world was open, no one spoke, and no one came forward. After a while, Hawkeye broke the silence. I'm not a demon fruit power. The tsunami won't kill me, so I don't need to go in. But if you want to go to the holy land of Mariajoy, count me in. Although I don't want the boat to capsize, the holy land of Mariajoy seems more exciting. Count me in. Crocodile laughed. Shang looked at Bonnie beside him, and Bonnie took a step back and said, I don't want to go in there. Then, let's do it together. Shang said word by word. My pride won't allow me to escape. Can we go to the holy land of Mariajoy now? I believe the captain, he must have a way. Me too. These guys clearly have a way out, but why do they want to self-destruct together with the celestial dragons? A bunch of stupid fools. Akainu concluded in his heart. However, if the main force of the Marines were to be destroyed here, it would be better for them to perish together with those celestial dragons. Sengoku, you will lead the Marine officers into the mirror world. Before Akainu could finish his words, he was interrupted by Sengoku. Sakazuki, since when can you give me orders? Celestial dragons no longer treat Marine as a human being, and Sengoku also has a temper. He wants to ruin your old age. Garp said while picking his nose. Just stay outside. We old guys have lived enough anyway. Damn old guy. Akainu changed his target, Borisalino. Kizaru spread his hands and said, although I am a corporate slave, I still have to maintain my dignity. Akainu skipped Green Bull. After discovering the evil deeds of the celestial dragons, that guy became listless and was no longer able to take on any important tasks. Fujitora, I'm not a marine anymore, Sakazuki, Fujitora said. I've long wanted to drop a meteorite on the holy land of Mariajoy. Akainu suddenly felt very tired and it was becoming increasingly difficult to lead the team. Those who are willing to go to the holy land of Mariajoy come closer, and those who are weaker than Smoker should consciously go to the mirror world. Akainu yelled, don't be like some brainless guys and make unnecessary sacrifices. If his strength allowed it, Smoker really wanted to give Akainu a fork. Seeing many people moving towards Akainu, Smoker wanted to give each of them a fork. These people all think that they are no less powerful than me, right? Something big is going to happen. Everyone watching the live broadcast had the same thought. Are you ready to fight to the death? Rayleigh was stunned. Shaki on the side analyzed, maybe it's a good idea. If the celestial dragons have some concerns, they will stop the tsunami. What if the celestial dragons also go crazy, and not only don't stop, but instead expand the tsunami to the entire world? Rayleigh scratched his head in distress. Then let's die together, Shaki said nonchalantly. Buggy is ready to fight to the death, who can blame him? I thought Buggy would consider the power of Uranus and choose to forbear. There are other ways, but you chose the most drastic one. Then what's the point of Raftel? Looking at the dazed Rayleigh, Shaki poured a glass of wine directly on his head. Raftel, do you want to be bound by something like that? You've wasted half your life for a prophecy. You're old, Rayleigh. Where is the old Pluton Rayleigh? Have you forgotten that we were once the pirates who lived on the edge of blood? The cold wine sobered Rayleigh up. He took off his glasses, wiped them, and put them back on. In Shaki's eyes, the sharp Pluton Rayleigh returned. That's right, if Roger were in this situation, he would just draw his sword and go ahead. He wouldn't think so much. If the world is destroyed, then let's fight to our heart's content. When the news of Buggy's decision spread throughout Noah, the gloomy atmosphere of the disaster was suddenly swept away, and cheers suddenly resounded throughout Noah. If our death can start this amazing war, then it will be worth dying for. Go ahead, Captain Buggy. Insult the high and mighty celestial dragons. How did you brainwash them? Akainu even suspected that Buggy had a higher level fruit of the encouragement fruit. Don't ask me, I don't know either. Buggy said innocently, but why are those guys so excited? It's not like they will definitely die. So you have other tricks up your sleeve. Akainu suddenly became upset. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I don't have any other options, really. Buggy said, I can only trust my companions now. Aren't all your companions here? Akainu glanced around. Do you have any hidden powers? What kind of power can break the current situation? Some are not there, you just don't care. Buggy said, there are always some people who can stand up in desperate situations and turn the tide. I hope what you said is true, but we can't hold out for much longer. Are you sure he can make it? It will come.